A group of savages with bare chests and backs, with leaves around their waists, ran towards me. At that moment, my heartbeat suddenly accelerated and my mind was in a mess. Oi oi, odada. The person walking in front was a thin, dark savage who pointed at me and kept chattering, as if he was showing off his discovery. The three savages following behind him looked very strong, each holding a bone stick, a wooden stick, or a stone as a weapon. I immediately felt something was wrong. The savage with the bone club, who seemed to be the leader, nodded with satisfaction when he saw me and said, "Wow, wow, wow. Kabieta." Then, he waved his hand and four savages surrounded me from all sides. "Fuck! Help! Someone's killing me!" I screamed, while nimbly rolling over to avoid the attack. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in my mind, triggering the main quest, survival. Mission objective: survive for 12 hours under the hunting of primitive people. Mission reward: attribute point ×1, survival gift pack ×1. I was stunned. System? Mission? Attribute points? Survival gift pack? My mind was in a mess, but I had no time to figure it out right now. The three savages had already regarded me as prey. I yelled, "You are bullying the weak with your numbers and have no moral principles. I won't play with you anymore." Then I ran away as fast as I could. Although my physique was not as good as these savages, I had the advantage of being a short distance running champion and was able to pull away from them, but they were still chasing me closely. I was a little panicked. Although I ran faster than the savages, my speed would gradually slow down as time went by. Before I could think more, I started to beg for mercy loudly. "Brothers, savage brothers, please spare me." However, the savages didn't seem to understand what I was saying, and their pursuit became more intense. I cried, "I am so pitiful. Please let me go, big brothers." At this moment, a miracle happened. I actually left them behind by a distance. The pace of the savages slowed down significantly, and at one point, they even seemed to hesitate. Hey, cry can actually have this effect. I was delighted and decided to continue shouting louder. However, just when I thought I had a chance to escape, I heard a sound of breaking air from behind me, followed by a sharp pain. The back of my head was hit by a heavy object, and my eyes went dark, and I fainted. It turned out that I had a dream in which I traveled back to the primitive times and lived with a group of savages. However, I was soon brought back to consciousness by the pain of reality. Oh, Hulilalalalo. I heard the singing of the savages, surrounded by leaping flames, and I was tied up in a pile of dead animals. I was afraid that the inevitable end would be waiting for me. No, I still have a system. I was stunned for a moment, and then I was ecstatic. I almost forgot about this. There's still hope. I can still survive. What is the mission reward? I asked in my heart. The system's answer instantly rang in my mind. You have obtained a survival gift package and 1 new attribute point. Please choose the direction of attribute point allocation. Then a translucent panel popped up in front of me. The information on this panel was very simple, only 6 items. The first 3 are basic attributes, and 1 attribute point can be allocated to one of them to improve a certain ability. I don't know what the last 3 items are used for, and there is no way to allocate them anyway. This looks a bit like a game system. Could it be that I have traveled to a game world? I thought to myself, but the system did not respond. It seemed that it was only responsible for issuing tasks and providing rewards, and had no communication capabilities. This really stumped me. How could I play this game when I didn't even know the system's location? Was it an upgrade game or a fighting game? I had no idea. Oh, there's a survival gift pack in the mission reward. I suddenly remembered. A picture of a warehouse emerged in my mind. My system warehouse only has 36 slots of storage space, and it is currently empty, with only a small gift package. Survival gift pack includes elementary language mastery ×1, basic survival manual ×1, universal map ×1, axe ×1. For things, not too many, not too few. I opened the gift package without hesitation, and then a series of prompts sounded. Congratulations on learning elementary language proficiency. Congratulations on learning basic survival manual. The universal map is open. It will record every place you have been to, and you can mark the place names freely. Do you want to take out the axe? Warm reminder, all items cannot be put back into the storage space after being taken out. A lot of information flooded into my mind, and I learned a lot about survival in the wild, such as which wild fruits are edible, which are poisonous, which plants can cure diseases, etc. I also understood the Woolulu calls of the primitive people around me. For example, the strong man who was doing the chest-beating dance was saying, "I'm the strongest. I am the bravest. I can defeat the biggest beast." For example, the female savage who was doing the belly dance was saying, "Oh my God, you are so great. I want to have a baby with you." In general, the language of primitive people is very simple, without any complicated logic. The universal map unfolded in my mind, showing two places. One is near the beach, and the other is the savage camp where I am now, with a long and narrow road between the two. I thought about it calmly and finally understood the situation I was in. I was in a primitive world, where civilization had not yet been born and everything was in its infancy. The purpose of this game should be to allow me to survive in this world and build civilization. That is the meaning of the three attributes of prestige, technology, and territory. So, my mouth twitched slightly and my confidence began to swell. Isn't this just a survival strategy game? Attribute point allocation. Increase strength. Take out the axe. I said in my heart. Ding. Attribute points are allocated successfully. Strength attribute +1. Ding. The mountain-splitting axe has been taken out. Two prompt sounds rang, and a huge iron axe appeared in my hand. A powerful force quickly surged into my body, and my originally inconspicuous muscles instantly became strong and powerful. I felt like I could easily tear a leopard apart. My strength attribute went from 1 to 2, doubling directly. I easily tore off the vine, which was not very thick, and regained my freedom. One attribute point is so powerful. I moved my hands and feet, making a crisp sound. The primitive people who were enjoying the food around the fire immediately noticed me, stopped what they were doing, and quickly gathered around me. "Catch him quickly. Don't let him run away. Kill him and eat him now," they shouted in primitive language. I picked up the axe given by the system, put it on my shoulder, and said calmly, "Aba, deluji comida." It means, "You stupid guys, how dare you disrespect the gods?" The primitive people looked at each other in bewilderment. On the one hand, they were shocked that I could understand their language, but on the other hand, they could not understand the word spirit. "What are you talking about?" "We don't understand," a sturdy man said. I looked over. This guy was the one who hit me on the back of the head with a bone stick during the day. He was obviously the leader of this group of primitive people. So I answered, "I am the spirit sent by heaven to guide you. You have offended me today, and I will punish you." This sentence made the leader angry. He yelled, "Huh," and rushed toward me with a bone stick. Ding, triggering the main quest. Gain a foothold. Quest objective. Intimidate the primitives, subdue them, and become their leader. Mission reward. 1 attribute point, 3 hemostatic ointments. Failure penalty. Lose the mountain axe. Holy shit, my heart skipped a beat. This mission was triggered just when I was about to show off. But I didn't panic. I was still mentally strong. Whether it's to keep the axe or for my own safety, I have to do my best to complete the task. The wild man rushed over. Although my strength has doubled, I know it is still difficult to defeat this strong man with strength alone. However, the iron axe in my hand is 4 eras ahead of him. Bang! The primitive leader smashed down with a bone club. I blocked it with the axe handle, and the heavy force made my arm numb. This savage is so strong. I thought to myself, although my strength has increased, I still feel that there is a gap compared to the savage leader. But I didn't panic. I made up my mind, raised my axe, and chopped at him fiercely. "Take my axe." "Huh." The savage leader shouted with great momentum. As a result, crack. The moment the bone stick collided with the axe blade, the bone stick broke with a sound and was split into 2 pieces by the iron axe. This. How could it be? The battle stopped instantly. The primitive people around were stunned. Their leader was a strong man who could fight against fierce beasts like the stone-toothed boar. He was armed with a bone club and never missed his prey. But this time, the bone club was split open by my axe. How is this god's fighting power? I laughed, feeling proud. This kind of technological, crushing feeling is really cool. The savage leader did not continue to attack and stared at the half-broken bone stick in his hand for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly turned red. "You destroyed my weapon. Wow, I'm so angry. Everyone come together and kill him." He waved his hand, and 7 male primitives and 4 female primitives jumped out immediately. "Take his weapon. Kill this prey. I want to eat his legs." Everyone shouted and rushed towards me. I was confused. Damn it, didn't we agree to a one-on-one duel? Don't you feel guilty for bullying a 24-year-old boy like me? I may complain, but I didn't forget to dodge. These primitive people are not playing stop when you're done with you. They hit you with sticks and stones without hesitation. It's a life and death struggle. I swung my iron axe to sweep away the two primitives and broke through the encirclement. However, in the blink of an eye, my back and buttocks were hit several times, and I grimaced in pain. What the hell? This is not a bullshit intimidation. I'll be thankful if they don't eat me alive. I quickly stepped back, waving the axe around in an attempt to scare them away. But these primitive people seemed to not understand and did not stop at all. Instead, a few clever ones started to go around to the back and prepare to surround me again. I was really anxious. If this continues, I won't have a chance to carry out my grand plan, and will probably be eaten alive, ending up with a pile of savage shit all over the ground. Get out of my way! I roared and swung my axe, splitting the nearest primitive man's stick into two halves. I showed a ferocious look and said viciously, "Don't think that people who live off you are easy to bully. If you really want to fight to the death, I will at least exchange 1 for 5. Perhaps shocked by my ferocious look, the primitive people were stunned, stopped pressing forward, and stopped. Seeing the effect, I shouted viciously, "Retreat! Retreat back to your camp. Whoever dares to come forward, I will chop him down with an axe." I swung the axe twice and chopped off a thick branch nearby. The primitive people began to retreat. They looked at me, swallowed their saliva, and moved back slowly with dull expressions. I was a little surprised and thought to myself, it's just a yell. How come the effect is so good? If I had known that yelling was so effective, I should have sung a rap just now. Plop! Just then, a female primitive who was retreating accidentally stepped on a branch and fell down. She used her hands and feet to crawl back, her face full of fear, her eyes looking straight at me, her teeth chattering. Am I so scary? I couldn't help but wonder. The next moment, a reminder sounded in my mind. Ding! Triggering the side quest. Expel the saber-toothed tiger. Mission objective. Help the primitive people expel the attacking saber-toothed tiger. Task reward. Attribute points X2. Favorability of primitive people. The mission has begun. Automatically accepted. Cannot be refused. What? Saber-toothed tiger. I was a little confused, looked around, wondering where this saber-toothed tiger came from. At this moment, I noticed the gazes of the primitive people. They looked at me, but seemed to be looking past me and behind me. There was a sound of liquid dripping. What the hell? Could it be? My heart tightened. I held my breath and slowly turned around. Then I saw a pair of eyes as big as copper bells and a bloody mouth drooling. Fuck, there really is a tiger. I yelled, and the roar of the saber-toothed tiger sounded at the same time. A deafening tiger roar came over me, and the wind pressure blew in my face, making my hair stand on end and my eardrums seemed to burst. The saber-toothed tiger was almost taller than me, with a head bigger than a basin. When it opened its bloody mouth, its sharp teeth gleamed, not to mention the two saber teeth sticking out of its mouth, which were a foot long. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. I screamed in my heart, and my body began to tremble involuntarily. This is a real saber-toothed tiger, the overlord of the primitive era, much more ferocious than the tigers of today. It took one bite and half of my body was gone. The saber-toothed tiger roared, shocking all the humans on the field, and then its huge eyes flashed with a cruel look. It opened its mouth wide and bit towards my head. Fuck you. Why do you all want to eat me? I screamed in my heart. Although my body was shaking, my survival instinct allowed me to react quickly, and I rolled over to avoid the saber-toothed tiger's attack. The saber-toothed tiger's attack missed, and with a playful look on its face, it raised its huge paw and slapped me. Rip! I tried my best to dodge it, but its claws still tore my clothes, leaving 3 bloody marks on my back, and I fell to the ground. Damn, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Even a clay man would have some temper, let alone me. There are more than a dozen strong men here. How can you, a stinky tiger, get the chance to show off? Brothers, let's all come together. Kill this beast. I raised my arms and shouted, gathering my teammates to prepare for a decisive battle with the saber-toothed tiger. But when I turned around, I saw nothing behind me. Those savages had already run away. My mother Gomlin, these savages are too disloyal. I roared in anger. At this moment, a murderous aura came towards me. The saber-toothed tiger approached me slowly with a cold, murderous intent. My legs suddenly went weak. Tiger, brother tiger, let's have a deal. I began to back away. The only response I got was the saber-toothed tiger's roar. Roar! With a roar that echoed through the jungle, the saber-toothed tiger pounced forward. Damn it! I rolled over suddenly to avoid the saber-toothed tiger's attack. My instinct for survival drove me to roll quickly and successfully escape its attack range. Yaoan, I can't defeat this big tiger alone. His mind was working quickly, but he couldn't find a good solution for the moment. How about try using fire? I remembered that wild animals are usually afraid of fire, and now this is the only thing I can use. The saber-toothed tiger pounced again. I quickly jumped to the fire, grabbed 2 torches, and swept them around behind me. Whoosh, the flames streaked past, making a whistling sound. The saber-toothed tiger subconsciously stopped attacking when the flames flashed, obviously afraid of the flames. It slightly detoured and continued to approach me slowly. I was so nervous that I was sweating. It seems that the saber-toothed tiger is indeed afraid of fire, but this fear is obviously not enough to scare it away. So we began to circle around the blazing fire and confront each other. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the quiet night. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was like heavy footsteps. With the sound, the ground was shaking, the trees were swaying, and the birds and animals were fleeing in all directions. What's going on? My feet went weak, and I almost fell down, which made me even more nervous. Fortunately, the saber-toothed tiger seemed to be frightened by the sound, and it stopped and listened vigilantly. The sound gradually approached, and the pace was not hurried, but each step was full of heavy power. Roar, the saber-toothed tiger growled, raised its head and looked back, as if it recognized the source of the footsteps. Then, it left me behind and ran away. I was stunned. I couldn't believe it. Just ran away. I thought I was doomed, but I didn't expect the saber-toothed tiger to be scared away. This is a saber-toothed tiger, a top predator in ancient times. The owner of the footsteps didn't even show up, but just approached from a distance, and it fled in panic. What kind of existence could have such power? However, the situation was urgent, and I didn't have time to think too much. The heavy footsteps were getting closer and closer. I didn't want to be eaten by a more powerful beast right after escaping a disaster, so I quickly started to run away. Ding! The saber-toothed tiger has escaped. Congratulations on completing the mission of Expel the Saber-toothed Tiger. You have gained 2 new attribute points in the favor of the primitive. Please choose the direction of attribute point allocation. As I ran, I heard the system notification sound. The mission was automatically accepted. In fact, I didn't do anything. I just held the torch for a while, and the mission was completed. I picked up a reward for nothing. The situation was still critical, so I didn't have time to be happy and quickly allocated attribute points. Add 1 point each to strength and agility. Soon, I felt 2 forces surging into my body. My strength became 3 and my agility became 2, and I felt much stronger overall. But the footsteps still made me unable to relax. After all, that was a terrifying existence that even saber-toothed tigers feared. I ignored the injury on my back, picked up the dropped axe, and chased in the direction where the primitive man fled. I ran very fast, almost like Bolt sprinting 100 meters, and I ran dozens of meters in just a few seconds, almost hitting a tree. The heavy footsteps still echoed behind me, but I gradually pulled away. In less than 15 minutes, I met the group of primitive people. They gathered under a huge tree, panting, and it was obvious that they had not run easily. When I arrived, their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. How come you? How come you weren't eaten by the saber-toothed tiger? The primitive leader who had dueled with me before asked in surprise. I said angrily, "You guys are a bunch of idiots. You just left me behind and ran away." If there hadn't been a big monster passing by and scaring off the saber-toothed tiger, I would have been eaten long ago. They were embarrassed after hearing this. Originally, they ran away just out of instinct, which was completely natural. But due to the system's favorability, they felt a little guilty towards me. A female primitive said, "We are so sorry for abandoning you." A male primitive man also said, "You blocked the saber-toothed tiger by yourself and saved us all. From now on, you are our benefactor." Yes, great benefactor. Please accept our gratitude." They all ran forward to surround me and began to kneel down and worship. In the eyes of primitive people, kneeling down is the highest way to express gratitude, which is somewhat different from the submission of later generations. Me? What's going on? Are these guys crazy? They wanted to eat me just now, but now they treat me like brothers. No, not brothers. They treat me like their father. Is this reasonable? I was stunned for a moment before I realized what was going on. It must be the favorability rewarded by the system that is working. I was secretly surprised. I thought the favorability of the primitives was just an additional reward for the task, but I didn't expect it to directly change their attitude. This is too magical. You guys get up. I was a little embarrassed, so I suppressed the thought of getting back my face and cleared my throat and said, "Since you were so enthusiastic, I can't let you down. In fact, I'm not dead, which is good. I will live with you in the future and become a member of your small tribe." After hearing this, everyone showed a delighted expression. Really, really? The savage leader smiled like a big child. That's great. With people like you around, we don't have to be afraid of big beasts anymore. I cursed in my mind. Big fuck. How many times do you want me to die? But on the surface, I smiled and nodded. Well, wild beasts are nothing. I'm here with you. If your leader, the saber-toothed tiger, comes again, I can beat it to pieces. I just made a boast, and everyone believed it. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. You are so powerful. Not only are you willing to live with us, you also want to be our leader. Oh my God, this is so touching. I want to cry. Chief, please forgive our previous rudeness and accept our thanks. Everyone knelt down again with tears in their eyes. I felt helpless, but I suppressed my complaints and accepted their thanks with a smile. Get up, I said calmly, my aura fully on display. From today on, I am your leader. Come, introduce yourselves. I need to get to know you all. At this moment, a pleasant reminder sound came from my mind. Ding, you have successfully integrated into the Wooming tribe and completed the main task to gain a foothold. You have obtained 3 hemostatic ointments and 1 new attribute point. Please choose the direction of attribute point allocation. Increase physical strength. I made the decision without hesitation. Now my strength is 3 points, which has exceeded that of an ordinary primitive man. Combined with the advantage of the axe, I could be considered quite powerful. As for agility, although it is only 2 points, it is enough in this dense forest, and there is no need to increase it. Therefore, improving physical fitness and enhancing one's overall quality is the most meaningful. Ding! Attribute points are allocated successfully. Physical fitness attribute +1. A strange energy surged into my body, and I felt instantly stronger. From 1 to 2, this is a huge improvement. Look at what the hemostatic ointment is. I opened the warehouse, and a ball of green ointment appeared in front of me, with a number of 3 marked in the lower right corner. Hemostatic ointment. It is a mixture of multiple drugs, which can stop bleeding and regenerate tissue, and has a shelf life of 1 day. Shit, there's a shelf life? And it's only 1 day. I was speechless. In other words, as long as you take it out, if you don't use it within 1 day, it will be useless. Fortunately, the hemostatic ointment can be taken out separately, so it doesn't have to be wasted all at once. I happen to have a back injury, so I could try its effect. I took one out of the warehouse and was about to apply it, but suddenly a group of primitive people surrounded me and stared at me curiously. A few of them even climbed onto me, poking my face and touching my clothes, showing great interest in my smooth face and special fur. What are you doing? You've never seen a modern person before. I know I'm handsome, but there's no need to get so close to touch me. These primitive people are really... But forget it. After all, they're all children who have never seen the world, so I won't bother with it today. You all introduce yourselves. I want to recognize you first. I said to them. They were frightened by me and took a few steps back. Some children timidly hid behind the adults. The leading primitive man nodded. Oh, okay, boss. Then he began to introduce them one by one. This nameless tribe has 15 people, one of whom is older and called Lauya. He no longer has the ability to fight. In fact, he is only in his 30s, but primitive people age quickly. The other 6 young men named their weapons after themselves, namely Stonebone, a stick, Yellowstone, Greenvine, Black Pighorn, and Wolfbone Hammer. Quite straightforward names. There are also 4 women whose names are also given according to their respective characteristics, namely Sho, nigh fertility, and very fierce. The other 3 were little wildlings of 6 or 7 years old, 2 of whom were fertile. Finally, there was the skinny primitive man who led the way during the day. He was called the Hunter and was mainly responsible for finding prey. While everyone was introducing themselves, I was not idle either. I picked up the hemostatic plaster and applied it to the wound on my back. The hemostatic plaster is a green plaster, about the size of a ping pong ball, enough to cover a large area. After applying it, I felt a cool sensation on my back, and my skin started to heal quickly with an itchy feeling. After applying it, I gave the remaining hemostatic ointment to the primitive man who was scratched by a branch. The injuries of the others were minor and healed in just a few breaths. This miraculous effect made them even more awed and curious about me. After everyone introduced themselves, I also briefly introduced myself. My name is Chun-Li. From now on, you can call me leader, boss, or brother Chun. I'm a civilized person. I came here to pass on civilized knowledge to you. I will teach you a lot of useful things in the future. Once you learn them, you will be able to get rid of your status as a primitive man. Well, to put it simply, as long as you hang out with me, I'll make sure you'll have enough to eat and drink every day, and you won't have to worry about food. I know very well that since I have come to this world, I have to do something. Although I prefer modern urban life, reality does not allow me to choose. There was no entertainment in primitive society, and even rice and steamed buns were luxuries. Life will be hard, but I believe that as long as we manage it well, make use of their learning ability, and teach them some life skills, soon we will be able to build a civilized tribe. And I also have a system. The system can issue tasks and reward me with items beyond primitive technology. Judging from the axe and hemostatic plaster, there should be more similar things in the future. This gave me confidence. The system rewards are enough, and even if my scientific knowledge is limited, I can still achieve the spread of civilization. The night gradually deepened. The primitive people were tired and began to look for a place to sleep. I looked at them, some sleeping on rocks, some sleeping on the grass, and some hanging on tree trunks, and fell into deep thought. They don't even know how to make tools, and they can't build houses at all. Without houses or nests, they have no fixed residence, and they drift like fish in water. This is not what a civilized society should be like. It seems that I have to help them build a house first. Just as this thought came to my mind, a reminder sound suddenly rang. Ding! Changes in the host's cognitive form have been detected, triggering the main quest, settlement, in advance. Quest content. Assist the primitive people to build their homes, establish a tribe, and expand the population to 50 people. Task time limit, 15 days. Because it was triggered early, an additional 3 days will be extended, and the time limit is 18 days. Task rewards, 3 attribute points, 1 large material treasure chest, and 1 inheritance stereotype. I was shocked and almost jumped up. It was another main quest, and it was quite difficult. Not only did I have to build a suitable place to live, but I also had to expand it to 50 people. I only have 15 people under my command now. The only way to triple the number is to conquer other primitive tribes. According to the current size of these primitive people, I have to conquer at least 2 small groups to get enough people. And there's only 18 days. I was a little surprised, but more excited. Isn't this a cultivation game? Building houses and farming, conquering other tribes. This is challenging and interesting, otherwise it would be boring to harvest vegetables. Speaking of which, this mission reward is quite interesting. The terms large material treasure box and inheritance stereotype are very novel. The former is obviously a warm gift from the system, giving me some good quality consumables. The latter is a bit intriguing, and I have no idea what its specific function is. Never mind, I'll know when the task is completed. Let's go to bed now. It's late at night, and if I don't go to bed, I will be exhausted tomorrow. When I first became the leader of the primitive people, I only had 15 people under me, 5 of whom were weak. But this did not hinder my expectations for my future life. But sleeping well is easier said than done. When I lay down on the grass and wanted to fall asleep peacefully, I found that I couldn't fall asleep at all. One reason is that I was in the wild, and the modern living habits made me feel a sense of crisis. I was under a lot of psychological pressure and couldn't sleep. Second, lying on the grass was too uncomfortable. The rough leaves and the prickly grass stems made me feel uncomfortable all over. It was totally incomparable to the soft grass of modern times. Soft big bed. And the most important thing is, I'm hungry. From the moment I lay down, I haven't eaten for more than 16 hours. This is really painful for a modern person. My stomach felt empty and achy, and I missed the modern life with plenty of food. I am starving. I really want to have a midnight snack. What should I do? There was nothing to eat around. More than a dozen primitive people have already fallen asleep. Although I am the leader, it would not be appropriate to wake them up in the middle of the night. I thought about it and decided to sneak back to the place where I encountered the saber-toothed tiger. It was where the primitive people once stayed. There were several preys piled up there, which should be edible after roasting. But I don't know if the saber-toothed tiger will come back, and I don't know if the giant beast that can scare it away with just the sound of its footsteps will appear nearby. I thought about it and estimated my current physical fitness. Finally, hunger prevailed. Damn it, I'll have the energy to sleep only if I'm full. I don't believe I'll be so unlucky that I'll encounter a giant beast as soon as I get back. I gritted my teeth, grabbed the iron axe, and ran back the way I came. The night was very quiet. Although it was a primitive jungle, the roar of wild animals could hardly be heard. It was probably because of the huge footsteps that had just scared away all the animals. I was agile and ran very fast, and soon I returned to the place where I met the tiger. The bonfire had gone out, but there were still a few pieces of red charcoal on the ground. If I added some combustible materials, it could be rekindled at any time. Seeing several pheasants, hares, and wild owls piled together, I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. Luckily, they weren't taken away by wild animals. We have a midnight snack. I ran overexcitedly, ready to have a late-night barbecue myself. But I just ran a few steps and fell into the pit. Damn, who is so wicked to dig a pit? Although I was not injured, I was in a bad mood after falling down. The forest was dark, and there was no pit on the ground. But I learned my lesson. From now on, I will not only look ahead, but also pay attention to the ground when I walk. I patted the mud off my body and continued to walk towards the extinguished fire. But after only a few steps, ouch, with a plop, I fell into another pit. This time it was even harder than the last time. I really didn't expect to encounter a pit again so soon. He fell to the ground carelessly, his mouth full of mud. Damn, isn't this where primitive people live? Who are you trying to trick by digging so many pits? I cursed, got up, and spat out the mud in my mouth, feeling furious. Bah, bad luck. There was no one around to vent my anger to, so I could only vent it on the food. I had to eat a big meal to calm down. I picked up some dry branches and leaves, and after making sure there was nothing flammable within 3 meters, I carefully lit the fire with charcoal. This is a primitive jungle, and you must be careful when making a fire. Otherwise, if there is a fire, not only will your life be in danger, but the lives of those around you will also be threatened. The fire gradually lit up, bringing warmth and light. I enjoyed the comfort of the flames for a few seconds and then prepared to kill the pheasants and rabbits and roast them. However, just as I stood up and prepared to walk towards the pile of prey, I was surprised to find that the surrounding scenery had changed and was completely different from when I just left. The surrounding trees were broken into rows. Even trees as thick as thighs were not spared. A slit of sky appeared in the entire jungle, and you could directly see the dark sky above. A series of pits appeared on the ground, each about 7 or 8 meters apart, with the fallen trees just on either side of the pits. What the hell? Why do these pits look like footprints? Oh my God! I gasped and suddenly had a bad feeling. I jogged to the pit where I fell and was stunned when I saw it. It's really footprints. Damn, how big are they? This is not an ordinary footprint, but an extra-large 3-toed footprint that is more than 1 meter in size, half a meter deep, and shaped like a chicken claw. 3-toed animal? Chicken? Or ostrich? The footprints are 1 meter wide, which is unimaginable. Fuck, this is crazy. How can there be such a big ostrich? Although I have seen large animals before, this is the first time I have seen such large footprints. No wonder the footsteps could be heard so far away, and no wonder the saber-toothed tiger ran away when it heard the sound. The footprints were more than 1 meter long. I don't know how many trees it could have knocked over while walking. Its size must have been at least 10 meters, and judging by the distribution of the footprints, this giant beast should have walked on 2 legs. 2 legs, 3 toes, huge size. These conditions made my brain pause for a moment, and then a shocking term emerged. Damn, let's finish our midnight snack and go back to sleep. This place is so scary. It's outrageous enough to encounter a saber-toothed tiger, but now we're encountering ancient creatures. I shrank my neck, my heart pounding. It's scary, really scary. I'm a little worried that I'll be swallowed by all kinds of large beasts before I can build a civilized tribe. From now on, I must be a good person and never waste my time. In front of those super large beasts, even if my 3-dimensional attributes increase to 100, it will be useless. I silently reminded myself in my heart that this world might be a little different from the primitive society I imagined. Even super large beasts exist, and there might be even more outrageous things. In order to live longer, I feel that I must become more surviving in a humiliating way. The fire flickered, and there was no sound around. I picked up an axe, caught the pheasant and the hare, chopped off a few pieces of good meat, and grilled them. After seeing the huge footprints, I was no longer in the mood to enjoy the food. I just wanted to fill my stomach and quickly go back to find my men. The meat is grilled over a flame, making a sizzling sound. Although there is no seasoning, the aroma of the heated protein is still tempting. Unfortunately, I was in no mood to enjoy the food. I quickly ate the pheasant meat, took the roasted rabbit with me, and prepared to eat it tomorrow morning, and then return the same way. I slept very restlessly that night. Sometimes I was awakened by the wind and grass in the forest, and sometimes I was awakened by a big lizard that appeared in my dream. It was almost dawn before I truly fell asleep and rested for more than an hour. But I didn't sleep well because I was woken up by the primitive man Agen. I opened my eyes, and everyone started talking at once. Boss, it's daybreak. We should go find food. Boss, you're so awesome. With you around, we'll be able to find food easily. I can't wait to see how brave you are when hunting. I got a headache after hearing that. Primitive people regarded finding food as more important than anything else, but I am a modern person and my concepts are completely different. Compared to this primitive foraging method, I would rather plant crops, raise pigs, herd cattle and sheep, etc. However, this lifestyle is too advanced for primitive people, so I have to guide them slowly. Well, let's eat something before we set off. I also want to know how you hunt. I took out the roasted rabbit left over from last night and distributed it to everyone. There wasn't much meat in a rabbit, and it wasn't enough for 16 people. But there was nothing they could do, as food shortages were common in this era, so they could only share a bite to fill their stomachs. After a simple meal, Shirgu said, Boss, we usually take turns going out hunting. Yesterday, it was me, Agen, and Huangshi, and today it's Green Vine, Black Pig Horn, and Wolfbone Hammer. As soon as he finished speaking, Ah Gun continued. But since the boss is here, we all want to go together. I looked around and found that not only the 6 male primitives, but also the 4 female primitives had eager eyes. Obviously, everyone wanted to act with me, a strong man who could drive away saber-toothed tigers. The only exception was the skinny primitive man called Hunter, who huddled in the corner, as if afraid that I would see him. Maybe because of what happened yesterday, he was worried that I would bear a grudge against him. I don't have any special opinion about hunters, so let him be. Now, Agun wanted to pick a few people to go hunting with me. I just happened to have some ideas, so I smiled and said, Then let's all go, everyone. I just want to take you to find a suitable place to resettle. So if we all go together, we can save ourselves the trouble of running back and forth. Settling down is an important task, not only with rich attribute point rewards, but also with far-reaching significance. I want to teach the primitive people a lot of things, and it won't work without a fixed place to settle down. After hearing what I said, everyone was happy at first, and then looked puzzled. What is Anja? Why does the eldest always say something we don't understand? The big brother, among the female primitives, asked the question in everyone's mind. I took a look at her and felt that the name Big was a bit unworthy of her name. Her breast muscles were plain and even a little saggy. I responded, Home means the place where you live with the people who matter most to you. Although home can be moved, most of the time it is fixed in one place. Once we find the right place, we can take root like a tree. In modern society, the meaning of home is parents, partners, and children, but in primitive society, everyone's relationship had not yet been fully formed, so I didn't talk about these. After listening to this, everyone nodded in understanding. So that's what you mean? Then can I live in the same house with you, boss? Dada asked immediately. No. I looked at her dark skin, long hair, and a face that looked a bit like an ape, and I immediately wanted to refuse. But when the words came to my lips, I was worried that a direct refusal would make these simple-minded primitive people sad, and they might even leave the group, leading to a decrease in population. So I changed the topic and said, from now on we are all a family, so of course we will live together. As a result, when they heard what I said, everyone showed a happy expression. The boss actually treats all of us as the most important people. The boss is so good to us. I want to give birth to children for the boss. 10. Me. That was too hasty. Primitive people are indeed simple-minded, so simple that they couldn't even hear the polite words I said, and actually thought that I really wanted to get along with everyone. Oh, I have to speak more directly next time. Otherwise, if there's a misunderstanding, it will be very uncomfortable to be mounted by 4 female primitives. After all, in primitive society, cohabitation and childbearing were common things, and there was no need for a sacred marriage to witness it. I myself have obsessive-compulsive disorder, and I have no interest in seeing a hairy woman. In short, sewing is impossible, not in this life. Anyway, I can meet the needs of life by doing it myself, and there is no need to correct my obsessive-compulsive disorder. Okay, no more nonsense. Take up your weapons, and let's go. I interrupted everyone's cheers, picked up the iron axe, picked up a random direction, and walked forward. Everyone quickly picked up sticks, stones, and other weapons, and quickly followed. In a dense forest, the morning sunlight was sparse, and only a little light could be seen through the gaps between the dense leaves. I take the sun as my direction and head towards the east. As a descendant of the dragon, the east is my obsession. Boss, what kind of place are we looking for? After walking for about half an hour, Shirgu finally couldn't help but ask me. During this period, although we encountered 3 or 4 small wild animals, such as mice and rabbits, I did not organize everyone to hunt them. Instead, I looked left and right, searching nonstop. Everyone was somewhat depressed. After all, rabbits are cute and delicious animals, but they are not easy to catch. I replied, if you want to live there for a long time, you need to find a flat place near a water source, away from windy areas, places where large wild animals roam, and places where there is no sunlight. To build a home or a tribe, you can't just find a random place. Rough terrain is not conducive to building a house. Being too far from a water source makes drinking water and irrigation difficult. Strong winds make you uncomfortable. Wild animals often roam around, and it's unsafe, and insufficient sunlight is not good for your health. These must be avoided. After hearing what I said, the hunter took a step forward and said timidly, Boss, I remember there's a place close to a water source and with an open grassland. But there's a group of big black cattle occupying it, and we can't drive them away. Wow, there's such a place. I was immediately surprised. Near water, grass, and cattle. This is simply the perfect location for a tribe. As long as you build a house nearby, the grassland can be reclaimed into farmland and the cattle can be raised. Housing, drinking water, food, milk, beef, everything is complete. It's true, boss. The hunter nodded. Although he didn't know how to hunt, he was responsible for finding prey every day and had been to more places than Shirgu and others. Lead the way, we'll go. I hurriedly urged. But boss, there are big black cows there. The hunter was a little embarrassed. It's okay, they're just cows, a bunch of stupid people, nothing to worry about. I waved my hand and didn't take it seriously at all. The hunter hesitated and thought for a while before replying. Okay, then everyone follow me. So we adjusted our direction and headed northeast. The universal map in my mind was always on, and as we moved forward, the visible area on the map continued to expand. There are currently 2 marks on the map. One is the beach where I was captured, marked as Landing Beach, located in the southeast. The other is the original settlement of the primitive people, marked as Longhu Forest, located south of the current coordinates. The road we took was a long and narrow path, which looked like a shape on the map. Most of the area was covered by fog, and visibility was low. Along the way, I saw many plants and animals. The basic survival manual, in my mind, automatically identified their information and helped me better understand the world. Green sunflower, a herbaceous plant. The root can be used as medicine to relieve stomach pain. Dragon's beard vine, a vine plant. The juice contains a mild toxin that can paralyze people. Big tongue tree, deciduous tree, high-quality wood, mature in a century. Gray squirrel, mammal, eats nuts, meat is delicious. Claw bee, bee insect, worker bee stings carry neurotoxins. More than 5 can be fatal. I can basically recognize these, but the basic survival manual does not provide detailed data, such as tree rings and animal combat effectiveness. After all, it is just a basic tool. An hour later, the surrounding scene gradually became brighter. The trees became sparse, and when I looked up, I saw no longer dense leaves, but the blue sky. The sun was high in the sky, surrounded by lush green grass. It's not far ahead, the hunter said as he led us. I looked ahead and saw a green wasteland with grass about 1 meter high and some wildflowers blooming here and there. The wasteland was not large and was shaped like a 60-degree fan with a radius of about 1.5 kilometers. There is a 50-meter high stone mountain to the east. The sound of waves can be heard from behind the mountain, and it seems that it is not far from the coast. The edge of the grassland on the north side is mountainous. Although there are not many stones, most of it is mud. The slopes are gentle, and there are some trees growing sporadically. To the west was a forest with towering old trees that seemed to have no end in sight. To the south was the direction we had come from. This place is ideal, I thought to myself. Although it is close to the sea, the stone mountains serve as a barrier, and the waves and sea breezes cannot affect this place. There are also plenty of trees around to provide the wood needed for building houses. Add to that the grass, water, and soil, and it was an ideal place to live. I couldn't help but wonder why the primitive people nearby didn't come and settle here. Is it because there are no big trees to block the view, so it is easy for wild animals to see it? Boss, there's a stream over there. The water source is there, and the cattle are also over there. The hunter pointed in the direction of the foot of the northern hillside. I looked over and saw that there was indeed a stream flowing down from mountain. The water flow seemed good, and the needs of 70 or 80 people should not be a problem. At the same time, I also saw the so-called big black cows. These cows are indeed cows, and they're really black. But their size is a bit, well, taking the weeds as a reference, the grass is 0.8 meters high, which has not completely covered the calves of the big black cows. The height of the cow's calf is about 1/3 of the height of the cow. In other words, the height of these cows has reached about 2.5 meters. I was stunned, with a question mark on my face. It was 2.5 meters tall, 3.5 meters long, with forelegs as thick as pillars and horns as huge as ivory. This is a cow. African rhinos are no more than this, right? If they were hit, they would probably die on the spot, or even be pierced by the horns and hung on the horns to become a headdress. I want to take back what I said just now. I said speechlessly with a dark face. I originally thought that it was a group of ordinary grassland cattle that could be driven away by shouting a few times, but I didn't expect it to be such a big guy. A cow of this size will be difficult to hunt, not to mention me and the primitive people, even if a saber-toothed tiger came to hunt it. And these cows were not just one, but a group. The black spots in front of me were all cows, and there were at least more than 20 of them. If they gathered together, more than 20 cows more than 2 meters tall running together, I guess even thousands of troops can't stop them. Boss, are we going over? Shirgu asked. I was a little embarrassed. I know that with my ability and that of this group of primitive people, it is impossible to drive these big black bulls away. But this is such a suitable place to settle down. I want to leave as soon as I see it, and I am reluctant to leave. Once you have seen the sea, you will never be satisfied with anything else. After seeing this grassland, we would definitely be reluctant to return to the dense forest. How about give a try? What if these cows are gentle? Maybe they are good neighbors who love peace and will not attack us. Instead, they can help us plow the land. It's exciting to think about a cow that's over 2 meters tall and weighs 2 tons turning the soil. Thinking about it like this, I feel like I can do it. Let's go and take a look. Worst case scenario, I can just run away. I replied, and then said to everyone, "You guys wait here, I'll go by myself." After that, I walked into the wild grass wasteland. The big black bull is huge, and a touch may kill him. I don't want the primitive man to take risks. As for me, I have 2 points of agility, so I should have no problem protecting myself. Although the effect of improving the agility attribute is not as exaggerated as strength, plus 1 point does not mean doubling, it only increases the running speed by about 30%. But this has made me surpass ordinary people. It is equivalent to starting a sprint, and it is of unlimited duration. The weeds were very tall, and as I walked, I parted the grass to form a long and narrow path. From time to time, I heard a rustling sound, and it seemed that many small animals were hiding in it. Some information automatically came into my mind. Goosegrass, an annual herb that can be used as feed or medicine. Decoction can clear away heat and detoxify. Imperata, a perennial herb with strong vitality. The dried plant has waterproof effect and is a common material for building houses. Dandelion, a perennial herb with strong reproductive capacity. It is mainly used for medicinal purposes. It can supplement vitamins and trace elements and is effective for colds and tonsillitis. Voles, mammals that live in burrows and mainly feed on herbaceous rhizomes. They are not poisonous in themselves, but they are more likely to carry pathogens, so it is not recommended to eat them. These plants and animals were basically the same as I had known before, and there was nothing special. In the distance, a few big black cows were scattered in the grass in 2s and 3s, eating grass. I put the axe on my belt and tried to look friendly. A few minutes later, I was in the middle of a meadow, approaching a big black bull. Ironhorn black cattle, mammal, Artiodactyl order, Bovini subfamily, mainly herbivorous, with a strong sense of territory. The information about cattle appeared in front of me, and it looked ordinary, nothing special. But if you look closely, you will find that this cow is 2.6 meters tall, taller than Yao Ming. Its head is like a big water tank, and its 2 horns are half a meter long, as majestic as an upside-down longbow. I was like an ant standing next to it. My weight was less than 1/10 of its size. Looking at the huge beast in front of me, I felt a little weak. "Good morning, yo. Brother Nyo," I said in a sheepish way. "Oomph." The big black bull stopped eating grass, turned around, snorted, and blew out two streams of white air. Its huge eyes were full of red bloodshot, and its iron-like hind hooves kicked the ground, ready to charge. It looks like they are ready to fight. "Don't be impulsive. Brother Nyo, don't be impulsive." My heart tightened, and I felt the bull's intention to attack, so I quickly backed away. Herbivores are not necessarily gentle, and sometimes they are more terrifying than carnivores when they are fierce. I retreated 30 meters away, creating some distance between me and the big black bull. Seeing me retreat, the bull finally gave up its attacking posture and lowered its head to continue eating grass. What should I do with such a bad temper? I was a little distressed. Go and check out the other cows. Maybe this one is just an exception, and the others are all very gentle. I thought to myself and walked towards another adult black cow. As it turned out, the second bull was even more ferocious. I was only 50 meters away when it mooed and rushed towards me with its horns raised. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise but would have been pierced by its horns. I was a bit skeptical, so after escaping the second bull, I decided to try the third bull. This time it was a calf, almost the same size as an adult ox. I safely approached to 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. When the distance was shortened to 10 meters, the calf finally noticed me. It raised its head and looked at me. "Hi, Brother Xiaonyo, are you eating morning grass? Is it delicious? What does it taste like?" I greeted him with a friendly smile. The calf tilted its head, as if thinking about what I said. After a while, it seemed to understand, raised its head and let out a childish cry. "Moo!" The calf's cry echoed in the grass. The other 20 or so big black cows on the grass also stopped eating grass and raised their heads to look over here. My expression froze, and a drop of cold sweat broke out on my forehead. "Wrong. Misunderstanding. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to say hello. There's no need to call your parents." "Damn it. Don't come over here." Before he could finish his words, adult black bulls from all directions rushed over at the same time. More than 20 black meat mountains over 2 meters high were running wildly on the flat grassland, with a momentum like thunder, shaking the earth slightly. "Help! Mom!" I was so scared that I almost wet my pants. I quickly used all my strength on my legs and ran to the edge of the grass. Although the big black cattle are huge and look clumsy, they have well-developed muscles and can run very fast, especially when they are protecting their calves. The speed of the cattle is almost as fast as that of horses. I really cried. These black cows are so shameless. I didn't do anything, but they attacked me. They are herbivores, but they are more ferocious than carnivores. It's totally unreasonable. The big black bulls that surrounded me from all sides had eyes as red as blood and looked so aggressive that they seemed to want to crush me. In the critical moment, I was forced to use my potential and increase my speed to the limit. In the blink of an eye, I ran more than 10 meters and fled towards the stone mountain outside the grass. Moo! More than 20 big black bulls chased fiercely, gradually merging into a black torrent, chasing relentlessly. In the distance, the primitive people looked at me being chased by the cattle with different expressions. The boss is so brave, he actually challenged so many big black cattle at once. He really deserves to be the man who can drive away the saber-toothed tiger. With so many big black bulls, I wonder if the boss will be trampled to death. If he is, we have to retrieve his weapons. And the boss's clothes, I really hope they won't be trampled to pieces. Poor me, I had just become the leader for less than one morning, and my subordinates had already started thinking about how to divide my inheritance. I ran as fast as I could, making a big circle around the grassland, trying to run to the rocky hill in the east to escape the pursuit of the cattle. The iron-horned black bulls did not let up and chased me madly, trampling the grass and turning the originally lush grassland into a mess. "Are you crazy? I don't have any acute syrup," I shouted angrily. "These mad cows are so abominable. I didn't do anything, but they treated me so fiercely. If I didn't have 2 points of agility and could barely keep a certain distance, I would have been trampled into a ball of minced meat. Fuck, I will remember this grudge." I roared in my heart, ran across the last section of the grassland in a few strides, and quickly climbed up the stone hillside on the east side. Chapter 010, Chun Holds a Grudge. The surface of the stone mountain is smooth and flat, making it difficult to climb. Chun-Li sprinted quickly and reached the upper part of the hillside in one breath, standing on a protruding rock. The The herd of cattle rushed forward and couldn't break. When they reached the foot of the rocky mountain, their hooves immediately slipped. Accompanied by a series of rapid moves, many black cows fell down one after another, and the scene was quite chaotic for a while. Humph, weren't you very fierce? Just now come up if you have the guts. Chun-Li looked back at the situation on the hillside, wondering if he could kill a few cows and vent his anger. But he was obviously thinking too much. The strength of the iron-horn black bull is far beyond that of the yellow cattle and dairy cows. It was just a fall, nothing serious, just a minor injury at most, and he got up quickly. Moo! The cattle were bellowing and protesting under the rocks. It seems to be shouting, "Come down if you dare." Chun-Li panted and raised two middle fingers in response. The cow didn't understand the meaning of the middle finger gesture and could only roar with red eyes. The smooth Rocky Mountains are an immovable area for heavy, four-hoofed animals like cattle. Chun-Li was fearless. He would raise his middle finger to the cattle, twist his butt, and make faces from time to vent his frustration at being chased. After more than 10 minutes, the cattle saw that they had no way to deal with him and began to disperse. The cow left, but Chun-Li was still angry. This Chen guy is very vindictive. I have never suffered such cruel treatment in my life. I was chased away just for saying hello. It was extremely outrageous. This revenge must be avenged. Originally, he planned to be a good neighbor with these big black bulls. But these mad cows obviously would not accept his idea. Chun-Li has now given up the idea of friendly coexistence and is ready to take coercive measures. This piece of grassland will be the only location for his tribal site, and this group of cattle will definitely be conquered by him. Chun, especially the calf, which must be slaughtered and made into various delicacies such as steak, beef tenderloin, beef offal, beef soup, etc. And this time will not be too late, it will be in the next few days. Start teaching the primitive people hunting techniques today and get them some weapons. Shenli Pundaratin Warli. The iron-horn black bull is huge in size, and it is obviously unrealistic to kill such a behemoth by oneself. But Chun-Li is not alone. He also has a group of primitive people at his disposal. Moreover, human beings' advantage has never been in strength, but in wisdom. As long as he is given time to prepare, not to mention a cow, even a saber-toothed tiger could be knocked down in minutes. Let's go back and reunite with the primitive people first. In just a few moments, Chun-Li already had a complete bull-catching plan in his mind. But at this time, he discovered an embarrassing problem. How do we get down this rocky mountain? The stone mountain was very steep. He was being chased so anxiously that he used his extraordinary skills and jumped up directly by flying over the eaves and walls. It is easy to go up the mountain, but difficult to go down. It is a bit difficult to go down now. Just slide down a height of 30 or 40 meters, which is equivalent to using but as a means of transportation. Going down 10 floors in one breath will wear out your pants. Besides, there are still a few cows below that have not left, and they will just be delivering food if they go down. Since we can't go down, we have no choice but to climb up. The mountain is not high anyway. We can just climb to the top and find a way out from the other side. Chun-Li then climbed up the steep stone wall carefully. The stone wall is very smooth, and there are very few places to stand. It took Chun-Li more than 10 minutes to successfully climb to the ridge of the stone mountain. It was also at this time that a blue color came into his eyes. Behind the stone mountain is the sea. The blue, endless sea. As soon as Chun-Li's head emerged from the ridge, he smelled the fishy and salty smell brought by the sea breeze. Looking outside, the outer slope of the stone mountain is much flatter and you can walk down it easily. At the bottom of the hill there is a golden sand beach about 50 to 60 meters wide. There are 3 or 5 coconut trees scattered on the beach, with huge coconuts hanging on the top, swaying gently with the sea breeze. On the wet beach closer to the sea, there are some crabs, snail shells, and a few egrets and seagulls resting nearby. The water sparkled, reflecting the light from the morning sun. Further away, the sea water is deep blue, with waves rising from time to time, pushing towards the beach and turning into a row of white foam. TSK, this scenery. Chun-Li was stunned by this pure, natural, pollution-free, and harmonious scene and couldn't help but sigh. This is a primitive society. Everything is in a stage of natural growth and prosperity. Human civilization had just begun to sprout, and the whole world was still in its best condition and had not been developed. Looking at the waves and golden sand, Chun-Li said to himself, "My determination to build a home here has become even stronger." In modern society, He can't afford a house worth several million, even if he works very hard. But here, he only needs to work hard to own a sea view room. No, to be precise, as long as he is strong enough, the entire coast will belong to him. Build a civilization, a tribe, or even an empire. His future holds endless possibilities. Ah, it's suddenly ignited. Come on, Chun-Li. The future of primitive people depends on you. Olga. I shouted something to cheer myself up in a very childish way. Chun-Li climbed over the stone mountain and scrambled down the other side. Then we made a big circle along the coast and returned to the woods where we had just separated from the primitive people. The hunter, Stonebone, Agen, and other primitive people were still waiting for him there. Seeing him coming back, they all came to greet him with different expressions. Boss, you are so brave. You even dare to challenge the big black bull. Although we didn't catch the big black bull, we will always remember the way you ran away, boss. Boss, you weren't trampled to death. I wanted to pick up your weapon and use it. After hearing the first sentence, Chun-Li's expression was still normal. The second sentence made his expression slightly unnatural. The third sentence, Chun-Li directly asked a black question mark. You idiot, are you cursing me? He kicked the man who was talking angrily and sent him flying away. Agen, who was kicked away, scratched his head and got up from the ground, looking puzzled, completely unaware of his mistake. When a companion dies, he picks up his weapons. Isn't this an old tradition? Is there something wrong? No one answered his doubts. Chun-Li's mind is now full of the plan of slaughtering the cattle and eating meat. He just wants to seize the time to start doing things and has no time to explain anything else. He pointed to the sturdy black cows on the grass in the distance and said, Let me ask you, do you want to taste the taste of those guys? Of this. No one gave a direct answer. The hunter whispered in the corner, Boss, we can't win, so let's just give up. His face was full of an expression that said, I don't think you're that good. Shurgu, who had the strongest fighting power, also agreed. Yes, boss, those big black bulls are too big. Even if we can kill them, we can't chew them. Chun-Li naturally knew what they were worried about, but he didn't care and asked again with confidence. You don't need to think about anything else. Just answer whether I want to eat beef or not. Chapter 0:11 Obtaining Technology Points. Think about it. We've never eaten such a big beast before. If the boss can find a way to kill it, a big black bull will be enough for us to eat for a long, long time. But how is this possible? We can't defeat such a big beast. No one believed that Chun-Li had the ability to hunt and kill the iron-horn black bull, and thought he was joking. Chun-Li knew that he couldn't convince others with just words, and he had to take concrete actions. He said, From today on, I will teach you how to make powerful weapons and hunting techniques. As long as you learn from me, you will soon become the overlord of this primitive jungle. Then he picked up the axe and walked towards a big and sturdy tree. Making weapons and tools is the first step from primitive people to civilized people. Chun-Li possesses knowledge that is hundreds of thousands of years ahead of primitive people, and any small thing he makes would be enough for primitive people to learn for half a day. However, in this world without any technological foundation, it is not easy to create powerful weapons. Metal weapons are just a luxury and cannot be made in a short period of time. Polishing stone tools also requires suitable stone and a lot of time. Therefore, wooden weapons became Chun-Li's first choice. He swung his axe, ready to cut down a big tree as raw material for his weapon. A dozen primitive people gathered around him, watching curiously, not understanding what he was doing. Boss, what do you want to do to the big tree? Huangshi asked puzzledly. Chun-Li continued to move, swinging his axe and saying, This is called felling wood. Why do we need to cut down trees? We can't eat big trees. Logging is for wood, which can be used to make many things. For example, Agun's weapon is just a branch. But with such a big tree, how can we? No matter how big something is, it can be split into many small pieces. With my axe, all trees are just materials of different sizes. What if primitive people had many problems? Their cognitive scope is very narrow, and many things that are common sense to modern people seem unimaginable to them. Chun-Li was very patient and explained the problem to them while he was cutting down the trees. With the support of 3 points of strength attribute, he cut down the sturdy tree in just 20 minutes. The primitive people were shocked when they saw the tree thicker than their waist falling down and finally realized how powerful Chun-Li was. It would take a whole day to split the wood and make weapons. Send a few of you out to look for food first, otherwise I won't be able to work on an empty stomach. Chun-Li gave an order. The three tough guys, Green Vine, Black Pighorn, and Wolfbone Hammer, as well as the hunter who led the way, set out to look for food. A tree with a diameter of more than 1 foot can be used to make many things. Although Chun-Li only had an axe, he did not have more advanced tools such as saws and planers. But we have been able to do a lot of things. He first cut a 2-meter-long log from the trunk of a tree that was more than 20 meters high. Then divide the log into two into four into 8, and cut it into 8 pieces of wood that are 2 meters long and as thick as a wrist. Because the logs were wet and very tough, and the wood itself was very hard, this process took Chun-Li more than an hour. Gu, a gun, and others were watching and helping from the side. However, after watching for a long time, they still didn't understand what Chun-Li was doing. It was not until half an hour later, when Chun-Li cut the first piece of wood into the shape of a long stick and sharpened the head, and presented the weapon in front of them, that they finally realized what was going on. Weapons can actually be made. I thought they were just picked up from the ground. Boss, what kind of weapon is this? It looks so powerful. Can you give a try for me? Everyone was a little excited. Chun-Li personally forged a piece of wood into a weapon in front of them, which was undoubtedly an extremely shocking thing for them, who had no technological foundation. It was like a group of ancient farmers who were plowing the soil with hoes, and suddenly saw a multi-purpose machine for plowing and sowing driving past them. Chun-Li smiled and said, "This weapon is called a lance, and it can also be used as a javelin. Although it is made of wood, as long as the force is sufficient, it is entirely possible to directly pierce the body of small or medium-sized beast when thrown out. Even for a big guy like the Ironhorn Black Bull, it is lethal. This wooden spear is 2 meters long, slightly thinner than the wrist, and weighs about 7 kilograms. Chun-Li demonstrated to everyone how to use the wooden spear, and then handed it to Gu, who had lost his weapon. The latter was as happy as a child, and started playing with his new weapon in the woods. As companions, a gun and Huangshi looked at the weapons in Gu's hands, and then looked at the sticks and stones in their own hands, and suddenly felt extremely envious. "Boss, we still have a lot of wood. Can you make a weapon like that for the two of us?" Huangshi couldn't help but say. Chun-Li nodded happily. "No problem. Everyone has one." Then he continued to devote himself to the manufacture of the wooden spear. Chun-Li was in a very good mood at this time. Not only because he personally created the world's first man-made weapon. There's another reason as well. Just when he finished making the wooden spear, a prompt sound flashed through his mind. "Ding, you have successfully invented a new tool and obtained 1 technology point." Although it was just a simple system prompt, there was no substantial gain. But he was still very happy. The attribute of technology points has increased from 0 to 1, which is also a qualitative leap. At least it made him understand how to obtain this attribute. Chun-Li's panel at this time. Physical fitness, 2. Strength, 3. Agility, 2. Prestige, 0. Technology, 1. Territory, none. It looks a little different from the original string of 1s and 0s. And only 1 day had passed. More than an hour later, Chun-Li had carved 3 more wooden spears. As his experience accumulated, his skills gradually matured, and his speed became much faster. It was already past noon, and the sun was tilting slightly to the west. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chun-Li hadn't eaten for most of the day and had been busy all morning. His stomach was growling with hunger, and he almost had no strength to work. Fortunately, the 4 primitive men who went out to look for prey also came back at this time. "Boss, today's hunting wasn't going very well." As soon as they returned to the resting place, the leader, Wolfbone Hammer, said regretfully. Chun-Li took a look at the prey they brought back. Only 2 hares and a few squirrels. For 16 humans, it is indeed a bit too little. But considering their equipment conditions, it is understandable. "Let's eat first. There's still some time before dark. I'll take you to try out the new weapons and hunt 2 bigger wild beasts," Chun-Li said. He put down his axe and took a short break, preparing to enjoy the delicious barbecue. However, Langu Hammer and the others had no intention of preparing barbecue for him. Instead, they directly handed the largest hare to him and said, "Boss, this largest one is for you. We can just eat the smaller one." Then he plucked the fur of the squirrel, his prey, and bit into it. Chapter 012. The boss is not a human. Chun-Li. These guys actually eat it raw. This barbaric way of eating scared him. "Don't you know how to use fire? Why don't you roast it?" he asked. He had not forgotten the bonfire since they had had a barbecue the night before. "Fire." Wolfbone Hammer was stunned for a moment and said helplessly, "Boss, when we escaped from the saber-toothed tiger last night, We didn't save the fire, and now it's gone. Look at that expression. Although there is a little regret, it seems that he has become accustomed to it. It seems that for them, eating cooked food is only an extremely rare thing, and most of the time they eat raw food. After listening to this, Chun-Li rubbed his forehead. Well, these guys don't even know how to make fire by rubbing two sticks together or striking a fire with flint. Come to think of it, the technological level of this group of primitive people is still at the Paleolithic age stage. In terms of the history of the Earth, it was an ancient period about 2 to 3 million years ago. The technology of artificial fire making was first discovered in the remains of the Peking man. The Shandong people lived only about 10,000 years away from modern times. It is understandable that they would not. It seems like I have to teach you a few more skills today. Chun-Li stood up, his face showing an expression that said, "I'm going to show off." Boss. Everyone was puzzled, not knowing what he wanted to do. Chun-Li did not explain, using silence instead of pretentious words. He walked around. He picked up a very dry and somewhat rotten tree trunk, and then found some dry and flammable leaves and dead branches. Then he picked up a small wooden stick, placed it on the rotten wood, placed flammable materials around it, and started to beat the wood in front of everyone. Left once, right once. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The wooden stick rotated rapidly with the rubbing of the hands, and soon a small hole was drilled in the soft rotten wood. The friction generated slight heat, and bits of rotten wood fell around. The primitive people looked at him in confusion, as if they were looking at a fool, because they feel that what Chun-Li is doing now is like a child playing in the mud. But soon, a scene that they could not understand appeared. As Chun-Li's hands moved quickly, a wisp of white smoke soon rose around the small hole caused by the friction between the rotten wood and the wooden stick. A heat appeared around, and it was constantly rising and getting hotter. After a while, the white smoke became more and more, with a soft puff sound. The flammable materials placed around the friction point of the drill were immediately ignited by a tiny flame. So easy. Chun-Li smiled with satisfaction. He had also played the game of rubbing two sticks together to make fire in modern society, and now he could repeat it with ease. He picked up the burning tinder and placed it under another pile of flammable dead branches and leaves. As the flames jumped, soon a new bonfire was lit under the forest. Ding, you have successfully invented the technology of drilling wood to make fire. Technology points +10. The system prompt sounded. The technology points suddenly increased from 1 to 11. Gives so much. Chun-Li was a little surprised. Inventing the wooden gun only gives 1 technology point, but rubbing two sticks together to make fire gives 10 directly. It seems that the importance of fire is far greater than that of weapons. Chun-Li took a look at his own attributes, and then focused his attention back. We still don't know what the technology point attribute does, so it doesn't matter whether it's more or less. Okay, now that there's a fire, let's start making food, Chun-Li said to everyone. However, after he finished speaking, the primitive man did not respond to him. At this moment, everyone opened their eyes wide, staring at the flames, and opened their mouths so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. Fire, fire. Boss can actually create fire. Oh my God, the boss is really amazing. Several people murmured to themselves, their expressions full of disbelief. This reaction greatly satisfied Chun-Li's sense of superiority as a modern man. Chun shamelessly commented on himself. It's okay, just drilling wood to make fire. It's just like the level of Saber-toothed, the ancestor of mankind. Not worth mentioning. Although he said it was nothing, his face was full of an expression that said, "Keep praising me. Don't stop." The primitive people stood there in confusion, not knowing what to say. This group of people already knew the use of flame and understood its importance. In their eyes, Chun-Li's act of creating fire out of thin air had already become something beyond the scope of human, as sacred and terrifying as lightning and volcanoes. "Boss, are you a human?" the hunter asked timidly. Chun-Li tilted his head and said, "Who are you scolding, young man? I'm just putting out a fire. How can I be considered a non-human? But how could a human possess such an amazing ability? He could even create fire." Huangshu said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, how could a person be so powerful? Can he create fire by rubbing sticks together? The boss is not a human being. Definitely not human. Chun-Li didn't know whether these guys were praising him or insulting him. He curled his lips, thinking of what he said last night, and said, "It's up to you. If you treat me as a human, then I am a human. If you treat me as a god, then I don't mind being a god. Anyway, there's nothing in this era and you won't be beaten even if you become a charlatan. Besides, with the scientific knowledge he possesses, he is not inferior to the real ancestor gods. He can do in this world the contributions that human ancestors like Suiren, Yu Chao, Shinnong, and others made to the development of civilization. After hearing Chun Li's words, everyone was stunned for a moment before reacting. God, the boss is God. The boss said yesterday that he is a spirit sent by heaven to guide us. I don't know what God is, but it looks pretty powerful. The group of people became excited, and their gazes towards Chun Li went from friendly to respectful. This made Chun Li feel a little embarrassed. Oh, after a few words of nonsense, the fire went out again. He found that the combustible material under his feet had burned out and then went out. He waved his hand and said to everyone, "Come closer. I will teach you the technique of drilling wood to make fire. You can also make fire by yourselves in the future. Of course, fire is a very dangerous thing. You must clear an open area before using fire. Don't start a forest fire and burn down the forest." As he spoke, he repeated the process of rubbing 2 sticks together to make fire. At the same time, he also explained to everyone the principle of friction generates heat and heat ignites ignition. The operation of rubbing 2 sticks together to make fire is very simple. After learning for a short while, everyone learned it. However, they're just copying others and learning the basics. They are unable to understand the scientific knowledge contained in it. Using the fire, everyone roasted and ate the prey they caught. By the time we finished the meal, it was already afternoon. After eating the roasted rabbit leg, Chun-Li felt a little unsatisfied and hungry. Looking at the sky, it's just past 2 in the afternoon and there's still some time before dark. He said to everyone, "Let's go, after eating, let's exercise, and I will take you hunting." With a wave of his hand, he picked up the axe, ordered everyone to take for sharpened wooden spears, and strode out of the rest area. Chapter 013. Being defeated in minutes. A group of 16 people were walking in the dense jungle, making quite a bit of noise. At Chun-Li's request, everyone followed him. The reason for bringing everyone along is not to have strength in numbers, but to save teaching time and teach everyone the basic hunting knowledge that he is going to impart at one time. Hunter, please pay attention to the wild animals around you. If you see any large ones, please alert me. Everyone else, watch me demonstrate how to use the wooden spear. Chun-Li stood in the middle of the crowd like a moon surrounded by stars, holding a 2-meter-long wooden spear in his hand and performing gun dances. It is not quite accurate to say that he was showing off his skills, because Chen actually had no martial arts at all. He was just playing around. However, wooden spears look pretty cool, and his height of 1.8 meters is quite tall among primitive people, so it still looks quite ornamental. A wooden spear can be used to stab, sweep, swing, and smash when fighting wild beasts at close range. Like this. Snap, snap. Chun-Li waved the wooden spear and performed some moves on an innocent little tree passing by on the road. The last stab went straight into the trunk of the small tree, almost piercing through it. Everyone watched in amazement. "Boss, I think I learned it. Can you let me try?" At this time, Shirgu jumped out and said eagerly. Chun-Li nodded and handed him a wooden spear. "Then try it out for a while and see how much you have learned." "Okay, boss." Shirgu took the wooden spear without saying a word and swung it out. Bang, bang, call out, puff, smash, sweep, swing, and stab. Just 4 simple actions. Shirgu put all his strength into wielding the wooden spear with great force. Finally, he pushed hard and pierced the small tree all the way through, and a foot-long sharp point emerged from the other end. Great! Shirgu is awesome. It's actually deeper than the boss's. Shirgu is amazing. He is worthy of being the man I have matched with. Chun-Li's face froze. I was actually outdone? Even though my fighting ability is not that good and I have no martial arts foundation, I am still a modern person who has watched countless martial arts movies. He didn't expect that after just a casual teaching, Shirgu's posture would actually surpass his. This Nima, where can I put my old face? Chun-Li felt embarrassed, but he still shamelessly commented, Yeah, you learn pretty quickly. As long as you practice a few more times, you will be able to send and receive as freely as I do, and make it look like a piece of cake. Yes, the boss is right. Shirgu, you need to practice more. When you're as good as the boss, you could do that with me again. Everyone echoed. They didn't know what send and receive freely and make light of heavy things meant. They just thought that what the boss said must be right, and they just remembered it carefully. After teaching the first use of the wooden spear, everyone continued to move forward in search of prey. At this time, the hunter who had been responsible for keeping an eye on the surroundings suddenly said, "Boss, there's a big wild boar ahead." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately became excited. Wild boar. It is a very dangerous large beast, weighing 2 to 3 times as much as a human, with a pair of fangs on its head and well-developed muscles all over its body. If it is hit, you'll either be disabled or seriously injured. Everyone immediately held their breath and looked into the distance following the hunter's instructions. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes and saw a brown wild boar half a man's height gnawing on tree bark in the weeds under a tree a few dozen meters away. What a big pig! It must weigh at least 300 kilograms. His face showed joy, and thinking of the taste of pork, he couldn't help licking his lips. Watch carefully. I will teach you the second way to use the wooden spear, throwing. He picked up the wooden spear, gathered strength, pulled it back, and threw it with all his might in front of everyone. 3 points of strength, nearly 3 times the strength of an ordinary adult poured out. The 2-meter-long wooden spear seemed to be equipped with a rocket thruster and flew out with a whoosh. Everyone only saw a fleeting afterimage, followed by a puff sound. The wooden spear thrown by Chun-Li was like a long nail, firmly stuck into the ground, 3 meters away from the wild boar. Oomph! The noise of throwing the javelin scared the wild boar, which cried out in panic, stopped gnawing on the bark, and fled away. A mistake, a mistake. Chun-Li scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Is it okay if I shoot off target? Never mind. After all, I'm not a javelin thrower, so it's understandable that I missed the shot. Boss, let me try. At this time, Agen came out. Without saying a word, he grabbed a sharpened wooden spear and rushed in the direction where the wild boar was escaping. His speed was very fast. Although not as fast as Chun-Li's full speed, it was still faster than that of an ordinary modern person. After rushing out 10 meters, Agen let out a low shout and imitated Chun-Li's just now, raised the wooden spear, pulled it back, accumulated strength, and threw it hard. Call out. The wooden spear broke through the air, and another afterimage flashed by. Puff! A sound of entering the flesh was heard. The wild boar's miserable howls shook the entire forest. The stick hit the wild boar. Strong. Too strong. He is worthy of being the man I have matched with. Chun-Li. Damn, I got slapped in the face by my little brother again. Oh, what a shame. Looking forward, a large wild boar that had run 20 or 30 meters away fell to the ground, with a long wooden spear stuck behind its buttocks and blood flowing out. The wooden spear penetrated at least 40 centimeters deep, piercing many of the wild boar's internal organs and causing fatal injuries instantly. Everyone quickly surrounded it, and several male primitive people skillfully used their weapons to smash the wild boar's head, killing the prey's last ability to resist. The big wild boar breathed its last breath helplessly. Boss, we succeeded. This wild boar has a lot of meat, enough for everyone to eat for several days. A gun pulled out the blood-stained wooden spear from the wild boars, and said to Chun-Li happily. Chun-Li's expression was a little unnatural. He coughed dryly and patted Agun's shoulder. Well done. You are worthy of being my little brother. Agen grinned foolishly when he received the praise, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Killing an adult wild boar is a very happy thing for everyone. Under the conditions of primitive people, it was almost impossible to hunt wild beasts of this size on a normal day. Even if there was a wild boar standing in front of them, it would take several people attacking at the same time, consuming a lot of energy and even costing serious injuries to knock it down. The reason why we were able to kill the wild boar so easily and without any damage today was entirely because of Chun-Li's presence. It was his weapon and throwing technique that led to this result. So everyone admired Chun-Li even more. Boss, let's have roasted wild boar meat tonight. You have made the greatest contribution, so you should eat the first bite. Agen suggested. Chun-Li nodded. Okay, but not here. You guys carry this prey and go back to where we made the fire just now. There were still a lot of logs there that had not been used. After proving the power of the wooden spear, Chun-Li has decided to mass-produce the wooden spear as the main weapon against the iron-horned black bull. Of course, the most important thing is to make a gun and sure Gu, the 2 guys who stole his limelight, do the hard labor. It is unforgivable that a group of rookies stole the limelight from the great god. This Mr. Chun is very vengeful. Chapter 014, Second Side Mission. The group prepared to return along the same route, carrying the huge wild boar. Although the wild boar is quite large, it weighs more than 300 kilograms. But such a weight is not too outrageous for a group of primitive people. The four men, Shirgu, Agen, Haizugio, and Languchui, each dragged a pig leg without any pressure at all. Everyone started to go back, wondering whether to eat the front legs or the hind legs first. At this time, the hunter suddenly said, "Boss, look at the belly of this wild boar." "Abdomen? What's wrong?" Chunli turned his head and took a look. Wild boars are very strong and have lean meat all over their bodies, unlike the domestic pigs raised by modern people, which are fat. There is nothing special on the wild boar's belly, only 2 rows of bulges that confirm its gender. The hunter explained, "Boss, the fur on this wild boar's belly is loose, so it must have just finished nursing. Let's look around. Maybe we can find the baby wild boar it gave birth to." After hearing this, Chunli couldn't help but look surprised. This skinny hunter actually knows this? He took another look at the wild boar's belly and found that it was just as the hunter said. The place where the pig's milk was taken was bald, with very little hair, and there were signs of breastfeeding. Ding, triggering the side quest, Taming the Beast. Mission content: raise wild boar cubs in captivity and make them domestic animals. Mission reward: 1 small supply treasure box, 1 elementary recipe. Do you accept the mission? The system prompt suddenly sounded, as if giving evidence to the hunter. Chunli was delighted. Another side quest. Although the reward for this mission does not include attribute points, a cookbook is given. For a kitchen novice like him, it is very useful. Accept the mission. Chunli responded in his heart. Ding, you have accepted the side quest, Taming the Beast. When he heard about the little wild boar, he subconsciously thought of fattening it up before killing it. The release of the system task just happened to match his idea. Pig farming. As a modern Chinese, the meat he eats the most in his life is pork. Just keep the little wild boar in a pen and train it slowly. After several generations of pigs breeding, their wildness will gradually be lost, and they'll become lazy pigs who eat and sleep all the time. That's how livestock came about. This time, there's an additional mark after the side quest, indicating that this should be a series of quests. In addition to taming wild boars, there are other wild beasts waiting to be tamed by him. Chunli said to everyone, "Did you hear what the hunter said? Go and look around quickly. If you see any wild boars, catch them all. Remember, they have to be alive. Don't hurt them." He also gave a special instruction, fearing that these barbarians would eat the little wild boars alive. Everyone agreed in unison. "Okay, boss, we'll go right away." Although they were not clear about Chun-Li's plan, they were still happy to go looking for small prey. More than a dozen people scattered and searched separately. There were only 3 children and Chun-Li guarding the wild boar, and even Lao Yu joined in. Pig farming, pig sty. While waiting for news from everyone, Chun-Li began to plan the future tribal blueprint in his mind. There is no doubt that the tribe must be built in the grassland area. But this can only be done after the mad cows are driven away. Now the system asks him to raise pigs, so he has to build a pig pen first. It seems I need to use my advanced architectural skills ahead of time. Chun said to himself, his tone like that of a peerless master. Back then, he was also a genius kid who built houses with building blocks. After we settle down, we will have to build houses and villas for everyone. This skill will come in handy soon. Chun-Li is quite looking forward to the future. Even though there are no mobile phones, no fat house happy water, and no relatives and friends. But the world is full of plasticity. He is like a god who can bring a lot of advanced knowledge and skills to the world. In the days that followed, I would help the primitive people upgrade their technology and teach them various little tricks when I had nothing to do. Then expand the territory and conquer other savages. Raise pigs, grow crops, and when you feel like it, fight saber-toothed tigers, mammoths, etc. I'm so happy like a god. The only drawback is there are no pretty girls. Alas, if we want to wait for primitive humans to evolve into modern humans with less body hair, good figures, pretty faces, and fair skin, it will take at least hundreds of thousands of years. No matter how long I live, I won't live past 100. I'm afraid I'll end up living alone for the rest of my life. As he thought about it, Chun-Li began to feel sad. Everything in this world is good. Even though the conditions are bad, he can accept it. But it's difficult without a girlfriend. The female primitive was too ugly. It was totally impossible for him to accept her. Instead of sleeping with female primitives, he might as well use his hands more and be self-sufficient. Speaking of hands, Chun-Li looked down. It had only been one day, but both hands had already developed calluses from chopping trees and sharpening with spears. So he became even sadder and hugged his hands in pain. Boss, I found it. Everyone come and help. There's so many piglets. Just as Chun-Li was lamenting to himself, a voice suddenly came from the woods. The voice came from the macho man Aegon, and as he shouted, everyone quickly moved over there. A few minutes later, everyone came back, accompanied by a series of childish cries of "Oh, and "Oh," and each of them returned to Chun-Li holding a little wild boar the size of a rabbit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shenli kunta. There are 8 piglets in total, all with light brown skin and look very healthy. Not bad, not bad. There are actually 8 piglets. This big wild boar is quite fertile. Seeing everyone's achievements, Chun-Li smiled, and the little sadness caused by his girlfriend's injury was diluted a lot. Boss, should we eat the little wild boar first or the big wild boar first? The female primitive Big Duh licked her lips and asked. Eat the big ones. The little pig won't eat them, and I have other uses for them. Chun-Li replied, then waved his hand and started his journey back. There were 8 little wild boars, led by 4 female primitive people, as well as Laoya, Hunter, Huang Shi, and Lu Tung. The 8 people each carried one as they traveled. 4 strong men, Shirgu, Aegon, Haizugio, and Lenguchui, were responsible for dragging the wild boar. Chun-Li and the 3 children were each responsible for transporting a wooden gun. The group returned with a full load and the joy of a great harvest. They passed through the dense woods and returned to the edge of the woods near the meadow area. There was still an hour or two before dark. Chun-Li thought about it and ordered a few women to prepare the wild boar and food for tonight. He guided them in and taught them how to split wood and cut down trees. Naturally, the only thing that could cut the tree was the iron axe in his hand. Chun-Li generously lent his iron axe to everyone, allowing everyone to take turns experiencing the comfort brought by an advanced tool. During the process, Shirgu, Aegon, and others said it was very exciting. Boss, your weapon is so powerful that it can even cut through strong trees easily. Yeah, boss, where did you pick up such a powerful weapon? Does it have a name? Is it called Chun-Li? Chun-Li crossed his arms, pretending to be profound, and said calmly, this weapon has a special origin. It is a divine weapon used by the ancient god Pangu to create the world. It is called Pangu Axe. You should cherish the opportunity to experience it and quickly chop these logs for me. Chapter 015, My Beautiful Pigsty Home. Everyone was shocked. Pangu the great god. Is a great god as great as the boss? Because it is the weapon of the great god Pangu, it is called Pangu Axe. But it's now the boss's weapon. Shouldn't it be renamed Chun-Li Fu? As they talked, they cut the big tree into dozens of pieces of wood, each 2 meters long and as thick as a wrist. During the whole process, Chun-Li was just doing nothing and relying solely on his mouth to get work done. In addition to dozens of branches that can be used to make wooden guns, the tree also has some branches that are crooked or not long enough. These are all things that can be used, so they shouldn't be wasted. Chun-Li ordered the men to take the branches and debris to the edge of the grassland. Taming the beast. This side quest has not been completed yet. Building a pig pen is the first priority. He asked everyone to clear away some of the weeds and stick the branches close together into the soil to form a circular fence with a radius of about 2 meters. Then cross some of the branches over each other and place them above the fence to serve as a ceiling. A simple pig pen is ready. Chun-Li walked around the pig pen and nodded with satisfaction. Put the little wild boars in. This will be their new home from now on, he said. This task is simply too easy. Chun-Li was in a good mood as he was about to earn some supplies and a cookbook for free. However, after he finished speaking, no one executed his orders immediately. At this time, Aegon and others did not understand the meaning of the word pigsty. When they heard Chun-Li say that he wanted to use the building they had built with so much effort as a nest for the wild boar, they suddenly felt a little unhappy. Aegon said, Boss, it's such a waste to use such a good nest to keep a little wild boar. I want to live in this nest. Please let me move in. What? What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Can you say it again? Chun-Li was confused and scratched his ears, thinking he had heard it wrong. Someone actually wants to live in a pigsty? Aegon repeated. Boss, what I mean is, it's such a waste to give such a good nest to the little wild boar. I want to live here. Having said that, without waiting for Chun-Li to reply, he opened the fence door and went in. Well, Chun-Li opened his mouth. 3 black lines hung from his forehead, and he was completely stunned. What is going on? Savages living in a pigsty? Do you have to be so silly? Aegon dived into the pig pen, grabbed some weeds, spread them on the ground, and rolled around in it. Wow, what a comfortable nest. It doesn't get any sunlight, but it can also keep out the wind and rain. Great, boss. This is a really great nest. Joyful laughter came from the pigsty. The corner of Chun Li's mouth twitched. When the other primitive warriors saw how much Aegon was enjoying himself, they also became tempted. After all, they all contributed to building the pigsty. Without waiting for Chun Li to say anything, Huang Shi shouted, "Aegon, you can't monopolize it. I want to live here too." He picked up a bunch of weeds and crawled in. The space inside is quite large, and it is still spacious enough for two grown men to stay there. And me. Following Huang Shi's actions, Lu Tong followed closely, and the third one got into the pig pen. Then there are the black pig horns and wolfbone hammer. By the time Shirgu wanted to get in, there was almost no room left. Chun Li watched helplessly as the 5 muscular men were pushing and shoving each other in the pig pen, fighting for the best position, and tried hard not to laugh out loud. "Boss, what about me?" Shirgu said with a bitter face. This former primitive leader looked aggrieved. Such a high-quality nest is no different from a big villa in the eyes of primitive people. Shirgu participated in the construction, but was not able to live in it, which made him a little unhappy. Chun Li suppressed his laughter, patted Shirgu's shoulder, and said, "Don't worry about them. I want to teach you how to build some comfortable and beautiful wooden houses. Since they are willing to live in this simple pigsty, let them stay here. We could just build fewer houses." Shirgu was stunned when he heard this. "Boss, is there a better nest than this wooden house?" He couldn't believe it. In his eyes, the pigsty was a magnificent building, comparable to the best cave he had ever seen. But the boss actually said that there are things that are more comfortable and more beautiful than this. What would that look like? Stone bones are simply unimaginable. The 5 men in the pigsty suddenly stopped pushing each other and pricked up their ears. They all heard Chun Li's words and were waiting for what to come. Chun Li shrugged and replied, "Of course, there are not only wooden houses, but also adobe houses, stone houses, brick houses, steel houses, glass houses. As long as the technology is in place, anything can be done." He gave Shirgu a definite answer. Shirgu immediately smiled victoriously when he heard that. "Ha ha, that's great. Then I'll live in the comfortable and beautiful wooden house that the boss mentioned. Aegon, you guys can live in this pigsty together." No. Wait a minute, boss. Is there really a better nest than a pigsty? Boss, we were wrong. Please give us another chance to choose. 5 strong, primitive men scrambled to climb out of the pigsty, but because they climbed too hastily, they almost knocked away the wood stuck in the ground. They didn't dare to doubt whether Chun Li's words were true or false. Chun Li has given them too many surprises today, including making weapons, hunting wild animals with spears, drilling wood to make fire, cutting wood, and building pig pens. All signs indicate that Chun Li is an omnipotent being. If you say there is a more comfortable place to stay, then there must be one. "Boss, hey boss." Several people stood in front of Chun Li and laughed dryly. Chun Li originally wanted to laugh at them for actually competing with the little wild boar for a house. But when I thought about it, we are all primitive people with a narrow vision, so everything is excusable, and I let it go. He said, "Okay, go put the little wild boars in. From now on, you must feed them some wild vegetables, tree roots, and other things every day. You can also feed them leftover meat and internal organs, but not too much." Agun was puzzled. "Boss, why do we have to feed the little wild boars? Aren't they our food?" Primitive people did not understand the significance of raising livestock. Chun Li had no choice but to explain, "If you eat the little wild boars now, you can only fill your stomach for 1 or 2 meals. But if you feed them, they will grow up and become big wild boars in the future, and you can eat them for a long time. Moreover, there are both male and female pigs among them, and they can continue to give birth to piglets, which can then grow into big pigs, and the big pigs can give birth to piglets. There will be endless offspring and grandchildren of pigs. Anyway, it means that you can never eat them all. The cost of feeding wild boars is not too high. They are omnivores. Although they eat a lot, the feed is easily available and will not affect our diet. Besides, the manure excreted by wild boars is also useful. I will teach you how to grow crops in the future. By then, pig manure will be a very good fertilizer. Do you understand?" I don't understand." After listening to Chun Li's explanation, everyone shook their heads in unison. Too obscure. Talking about breeding to primitive people in the Paleolithic age is like talking about Tang poetry to people in the Qin dynasty or talking about semi-automatic rifles to people in the Ming dynasty. Although I could understand a little bit, I couldn't relate to it at all. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just learn from them later. Chun-Li was not in a hurry. He would have plenty of time to teach slowly in the future. He asked everyone to let the little wild boar in, fed it some fresh grass roots and dandelion plants, and then closed the pigpen door. Ding, you have successfully captive raised a wild boar cub, completing the mission, taming the wild beast. You have obtained the mission rewards. 1 small supply treasure box, 1 elementary recipe. Chapter 016, Shake Before Opening. The pleasant system prompt tone sounds on time. Chun-Li took a look and found that there were 2 more things in his invisible warehouse. Small supply box. After opening, you will get a random survival supply. Material types include grains, meat, fruits, seasonings, kitchen utensils, and clothing. Basic recipes. Records the cooking methods of 20 modern delicacies. You can learn them immediately after using them and directly reach the level of proficiency. Seeing these 2 rewards, Chun-Li felt mixed emotions. The good news is that the reward is very practical and will play a significant role in improving his living standards. The worrying thing is the content of the reward also reminded him that he now has no seasonings or kitchen utensils, and even if he has a recipe, it will be difficult to make delicious food. Let me learn the recipe first. Chun-Li thought and used the recipe in his backpack. System prompt. Ding, you have learned the basic recipe. At the same time, a series of information flooded into my mind. Braised eggplant, spicy enoki mushroom, honey-glazed abalone, deep-fried duck. There are 20 dishes in total, and I just force myself to master them. The next step is to open the treasure chest. Without the cooking utensils and seasonings, you can't make it. So you must get the kitchen utensils or seasonings at random. Chun-Li prayed in his heart. The small supply chest lay quietly in the package and shook gently as the thought of opening came to his mind. Shaking it before driving is quite ceremonial. Chun-Li couldn't help but complain. Then there was a duong sound, and a prop pattern appeared in front of him. Ding, you obtained a bag of salt from the small supply treasure chest. Salt is a seasoning, yes. The kind that costs 1.5 yuan a pack in the supermarket. The system really hurt his wish. But, fuck, damn, Dad, why salt? A bag of MSG would be nice too. This is a fucking island. The seawater is all salt when it dries up. And you actually gave me a bag of salt at random. I am crying. Chun-Li felt extremely aggrieved. I originally thought I had gotten a good deal. I could just send some primitive people to build a small fence and make some good things for free. He didn't expect that reality was so cruel and gave him the most worthless reward. A bag of sea salt, a useless cookbook. Oh, never mind. It's better than nothing. Chun-Li sighed and accepted the reality helplessly. It seems that the recipe will not be able to work in the short term. After a long time, the women had already prepared the dinner. We caught a big wild boar today, and the harvest was extremely rich, so the dinner was particularly sumptuous. For only 16 people, they roasted 2 whole pig legs. Chun-Li took out a bag of salt he had just obtained and smeared it on the roasted pork, adding some flavor to the game. Primitive people had only drunk seawater and had never eaten salt. They had no idea that such a good thing was contained in the undrinkable seawater. Therefore, when they ate salt for the first time, they all showed great enthusiasm and kept praising Chun-Li, and their respect for him was raised to a higher level. Although it's just a little bit of salt, it does enhance the taste of the barbecue. Chun-Li felt a little comforted. The props given by the system cannot be put back into the warehouse once they are taken out. Chun-Li gave the salt in this area to the elderly Lao Ya for safekeeping. He was content with having enough to eat and was too lazy to care about it. While eating, Chun-Li looked at the body of the big wild boar, then looked at the pig pen where the little wild boars were kept, and his heart was slightly touched. The mother pigs were slaughtered for food, and the baby pigs were kept in captivity, enslaving their offspring. From a human perspective, this is somewhat cruel. However, from the perspective of natural selection, it seems to be an inevitable result. In the process of civilization development, humans have domesticated many wild animals. Livestock, poultry, and pets are all indispensable in modern people's lives. From a certain perspective, the emergence of intelligent creatures like humans is a complete disaster for nature. But nature has its own ability to regulate. Although humans may destroy the balance between many organisms, they also unknowingly promote the development of another food chain. Today, Chun-Li tamed a group of wild boars, which will lead to a decrease in the number of large wild animals in the wild, and thus a decrease in food resources for top predators such as saber-toothed tigers. But over time, when captive wild boars could be slaughtered, humans no longer needed to go out hunting as frequently. When humans stopped hunting, saber-toothed tigers had more prey, and everything remained the same. The only difference is that the way humans obtain food has become safe. The wild boars do not need to forage for food outside. They are fed every day until the day they are slaughtered. Perhaps this is the meaning of the system issuing side quests to promote the formation of a civilized society. After realizing this, Chun-Li felt a lot more relaxed. Originally, he was a little worried that his arrival would accelerate the progress of human civilization and then destroy the ecological balance of the world. But now think about it. As long as we don't create destructive products such as gunpowder and nuclear bombs, it doesn't seem to have much impact. With the help of the system, he will not go astray. Just cut down the trees and plant them again. Maybe because of him, some disasters happening in the primitive jungle can be prevented artificially. Alas, I have to take on the responsibility of protecting the forest again without realizing it. Being handsome is really a troublesome thing. Mr. Chun thought to himself shamelessly. The fire was dancing and it was already dark. Everyone gathered in a circle around the fire, eating meat in big mouthfuls. There was a sense of peace and tranquility. Boss, can you make all those woods into wooden guns? Shirgu asked while eating. Dozens of cut wood were piled up nearby, like a small hill. Chun-Li nodded. Yes, all of them must be used. All of you should practice your throwing skills well. Whether you can kill those big black bulls depends on you. Big black bull. Boss, you don't want us to hunt the big black bull, do you? Everyone's actions were almost the same. They all shrank their necks, drooped their faces, and looked scared. The big black bull is not a wild boar. Its huge size is completely beyond the scope of human hunting. Forget about the wooden spear. Even if everyone had a Fong Tian Hua Ji, it would be useless. No matter how high the output is, how can you fight if the defense is not enough? The iron-horned black bull's charge was so strong that no one, including Chun-Li, could withstand it, and all ended up dying on the spot. Chun-Li understood everyone's concerns, but he was fearless and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't let you die. Your life is precious. I have plenty of ways to deal with those big guys. At least I can be invincible." Solution? What solution? Everyone is very curious about this. You will know when the time comes. However, Chun-Li did not explain and kept the matter in suspense. Go to bed after eating, get some rest, and practice your throwing skills more tomorrow. He said something, ate the meat in his hand, and stood up and left the fire. It's too early for a modern man like him to go to bed now. Chun-Li didn't want to stay with primitive people all day. It's one thing to develop your habits, but you also need to relax yourself, and enjoy the scenery occasionally. This is a primitive era with unique scenery, and a pure natural and pollution-free beautiful sea is the home of his eyes. Chun-Li left the crowd, walked around the woods alone, and came to the coast. It was just getting dark, and the moon was hanging in a corner of the sky, emitting a soft white light. The waves gently caressed the beach, making a pleasant sound. The sea was at low tide at this time, and many crustaceans on the wet beach were happily breathing the fresh air. Should I get some seafood to satisfy my craving? Shenli Pundarat. Chapter 017. Primitive Clan on the Island. But soon gave up. Firstly, there was no pot for steaming, and secondly, I had just eaten and could not eat any seafood. Instead of eating seafood, it's better to get a coconut to quench your thirst. But the coconut trees were too tall, and with his clumsy skills, he could only sigh and watch the coconuts. Boss! At this moment, a voice came from behind. Turning around, I saw the skinny hunter had followed me at some point and was standing timidly behind me. "Hunter, is there anything wrong?" Chun-Li asked. The hunter came over, lowered his head, and said, "Boss, I'm sorry. I caused you to be caught by Shirgu and the others yesterday, and you were almost in danger. You were so powerful, you shouldn't hold a grudge, right?" After saying this, he looked at Chun-Li anxiously. "Shenli Smilat. Holding grudges and stuff, that's definitely going to happen. But it wasn't serious enough to warrant revenge. You are quite special, kid. You even know how to apologize and test the waters," Chun-Li said with a smile, pointing to the beach next to him. "Sit down. I have something I want to ask you. Come and chat with me." He found that this hunter was very different from other primitive people. Shirgu, Agin, and others were all strong men with great talent for hunting. With just a little learning, they could beat his half-baked teacher. But when it comes to intelligence, those people are a little lacking. They are stubborn and don't know how to adapt. Compared with Shirgu and others, the hunter is thin and has little fighting power. But his ability to explore, find prey, and analyze is far superior to everyone else. If it weren't for the hunter's carefulness, Chun-Li wouldn't have gotten those 8 little wild boars. In other words, Shirgu and others are like fierce generals who can be responsible for fighting. The hunter, besides being a scout, can also be considered a half-strategist. What do you want to know? Boss, I will tell you everything I know. The hunter sat obediently beside him and said stiffly. Chun-Li said, You have probably been to more places than anyone else. You must have seen other humans, right? He didn't forget the main mission. Hunting Ironhorn Black Bull is only a prerequisite for the mission establishing a tribe. The requirement of 50 people must also be met. Yes, I have. The hunter nodded. Our group is actually the weakest. There are many human groups stronger than us on this island. The hunter slowly told what he knew. The land under your feet is a huge island. Primitive people and wild beasts live together on this land, each with its own range of activities. Humans are social animals, and there are many groups scattered across the island. Small groups consist of only a few people, without even a fixed nest, and wander around. Larger groups may consist of dozens of people who live in one place for a long time, and even large carnivores dare not offend them easily. The hunters had come across several human groups with fixed bases, the closest of which was on the western side of the jungle. There's a coconut grove over there, where 30 or 40 primitive people live. The bravest one among them is said to have killed an adult leopard alone. In order to make it easier to distinguish, Chun-Li named this group Coconut Grove Clan. There's also a Bay Clan, who live in a sheltered area of the bay a little further away, and have a population similar to that of the Coconut Grove Clan. Both of these clans are considered small clans. There is also a Stone Clan, with a population of nearly 100. They have long occupied a forest of giant stones in the northern part of the forest. There are many extremely brave and fierce people in the clan. Apart from these, the hunters only know of some wandering primitive people with no fixed place to live. Large clans only exist in rumors, and no one has ever seen them with their own eyes. After all, this island is so huge that only old hunters have ever seen its vastness. Boss, this is all I know. It took the hunter half an hour to finish saying all this. After listening to this, Chun-Li nodded slightly, thinking for a moment. There are about 30 to 40 people in the Coconut Grove clan, plus the 15 primitive people now, which makes a total of 50 people. This group of people is his next target to conquer. However, he only has a dozen people under his command, and it is somewhat difficult to conquer 30 or 40 people. Although there are wooden spears as weapons, the combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. But the number of people available to participate in the war was too small. Including Chun-Li himself and 4 women, there were only 11 people, which was not enough at all. Moreover, when fighting with a wooden spear, if you throw it, it is easy to kill someone directly. There's no point in conquering them if the people are dead. We have to find a way to conquer the Coconut Grove clan as peacefully as possible. Boss, do you want to ask other people to help hunt the big black bull? Asked the hunter. He didn't know Chun-Li's purpose. He just expressed his guess. Chun-Li thought, it's not impossible to ask someone to help, but seeking external assistance has both advantages and disadvantages. With more manpower, the force to deal with the Ironhorn Black Bull will be stronger, and victory can be achieved more easily. But when there are too many outsiders, the sense of existence of our own people will be weakened. It would be bad if someone else took over the limelight at that time. Let me think about it. There are still 17 days left, so there's no need to rush. The hunters went back. Before going back, he bravely asked Chun-Li whether he would take revenge on him for what happened yesterday. After getting Chun-Li's reply, he breathed a sigh of relief, became less timid, and jumped happily away from the beach. Chun-Li found that he quite liked this thin young man. Among primitive people, there should not be many who are so smart and reliable, so it can be said that we have found a treasure. The sea breeze blew gently, and the air was slightly cool. I don't know what time it is now. Judging from the weather, it should be the end of summer. Oh, I really miss the days when I was supported by a rich woman. Now I don't even have a bed and can only sleep on the floor. It's so miserable. I have to invent more things to improve my life and do some technology. Chun-Li murmured to himself, facing the sea. Speaking of which, what is the use of this technology point? He looked at his attribute panel. After building the pigsty, he gained another technology point, bringing the total to 12. The system has no explanation for this attribute. It can neither enhance his physique nor be used to exchange for rewards. As for the attribute of prestige, it is still 0 and there is no change. Not to mention territory. How can someone who sleeps on the floor have a territory? This gets so cold. Let's go back to sleep. After sitting for more than half an hour, Chun-Li couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up, brushed the sand off his butt, and turned back to the woods. The fire in the woods had not yet completely gone out, and even before he arrived, he could see the flickering flames from afar. However, in this place where people should have been resting quietly, there were faint sounds of strange movements. With the help of the firelight, Chun-Li saw two entangled human figures projected on the big tree in front of him, and still exercising regularly. Chapter 0:18 No Need. I have kidney deficiency. Veteran driver, Chun-Li understood it immediately. His old face froze, and without saying anything, he turned around and prepared to go back to the beach to enjoy the cool breeze for a while and come back later. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from the side and caught him red-handed. Boss, you're back. The one who came was a female primitive. The one called Very Fierce. She jumped down from the tree, ran to Chun-Li, and asked with a smile, Boss, they are all busy. Do you want to join them? They all. Chun-Li tilted his head, and several question marks appeared above his head. The image of 6 male primitives and 3 female primitives fighting each other emerged in my mind. I suddenly felt a chill. TSK, you have such a strong taste. I can't afford to offend you. I'll just slip away. He made one comment and left quickly, afraid of being targeted. However, the truth is cruel. He has been targeted. The female primitive jumped forward fiercely and opened her arms to block Chun-Li's way. Boss, don't leave yet. Choose a woman to be your partner. You are so powerful. Everyone is willing to be your partner. While speaking, he intentionally or unintentionally straightened his flat chest that was big enough for horse racing. Everyone else is busy, and there are no women to choose from. What she gave was simply a multiple-choice question. But unfortunately, the person she met was Chun-Li. Multiple-choice question? That doesn't exist. He is not a candidate. Thank you. No need. I have kidney deficiency. Chun-Li refused decisively and left without saying anything. Looking for a partner? Ha, what a joke. Is he that kind of person? What is the difference between a partner without feelings and the left and right hands? As a modern man, he always adheres to healthy views on marriage and love. Even in primitive society, we must remain firm and unwavering. After all, I really can't do it. It's too hairy. Boss, wait a minute. It was Very Fierce that, according to human habits, Chun-Li would happily join this small group's nighttime exercise. Then, with her unique flavor of plain but beautiful, she can easily gain the position of the boss's partner. She didn't expect Chun-Li to refuse so decisively, leaving her with no place to put all her lines and ideas into practice. She wanted to keep Chun-Li, but Chun-Li ran too fast. With 2 points of agility and full efficiency, she disappeared from the fierce sight in a flash, leaving her no chance to show her ability. What? You just left without explaining what kidney deficiency means. He muttered fiercely, kicked a piece of animal bone away, and climbed back up the tree in frustration. On the beach 1 kilometer away, Chun-Li leaned against a coconut tree and sighed. Alas, being too charming is sometimes a sin. Mr. Chun said to himself shamelessly, It looks like I don't have to go back tonight. I will sleep as far away from primitive people in the future, so that I won't sleep too deeply in the middle of the night and be raped. Boys should protect themselves when they are outside. He had already kept this principle in mind. Chun-Li walked around, trying to find a suitable place to sleep. But after looking around for a long time, I still couldn't find a suitable place. At this moment, a strange cry came from not far away. Beep, beep. The call was a little low, like a pigeon or some other bird. What animal is that sound? Chun-Li was full of curiosity about the creatures on this primitive island, so he carefully approached following the sound. According to the hunters, this island is very large and there are many wild animals living there. Perhaps if you just take a few steps, you will come across some ancient creatures that you have never seen before. Beep, beep. The voice called twice more. Chun-Li confirmed the direction, walked lightly, and headed towards the bushes not far from the coast. Soon, he found the source of the sound. Squatting under the bushes, Chun-Li looked inside in the moonlight. A fat animal that looks like a duck came into view. The duck was nearly 1 meter tall, fat, with broad legs and very small wings, and it looked like it could not fly. There's a tuft of curly hair on the tail, and the mouth is more like a bird, slightly pointed, with a large beak. Dodo, Aves columbiforms columbidae. Docile, poor meat quality, high egg-laying rate. A piece of information came into view. Chun-Li's eyes lit up. Dodo. He had heard of this animal by chance before. It was said to be a flightless bird that had been extinct on Earth for hundreds of years. Their meat is of poor quality, and although they are large enough, most people would not choose to hunt dodos for food. However, dodo eggs are delicious, and humans and many animals like the taste of dodo eggs very much. So as time went by, the species became extinct. Well, pretty poor fat bird. Chun-Li looked around and soon found a second dodo in the bushes. Then the third one, the fourth one. In just a few minutes, he found nearly 10 dodos. This is a considerable number. If half of them are female birds, and based on the frequency of each female bird laying an egg every 2 to 3 days, this would be a good source of delicious food. Well, of course, we can't let the birds eat us to extinction. We have to leave a few eggs. Chun-Li chuckled, as if he had already seen the scene of his table filled with braised pork, stewed eggs, steak, and other delicacies. Wiping his saliva secretly, he retreated quietly without disturbing the group of dodos. It's time to get some cooking utensils. It's a waste of so much seafood and bird eggs to only look at them but not eat them. I don't know when the system will send me another side quest to reward me with a stew pot, a wok, a frying pan, or something. Chun-Li recalled the 2 side quests he had encountered before. The first time was triggered by an encounter with a saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger was very close and showed its intention to hunt, so the system prompt appeared. The second time was the domestication of wild boars. This side quest only came about after the hunter expressed his judgment that there were little wild boars around. Therefore, it is not difficult to guess that the triggering conditions of side quests are relatively strict, and they must be triggered when something is about to happen or has already happened. Should I walk around every day and see if I can encounter some wild animals to trigger this side quest? Chun-Li pondered. This is one method, although it is not very reliable. If you walk around more, you might encounter some special situations. Of course, there's another way to get kitchenware besides side quests. That is to find clay and manually burn it into a casserole. However, this is quite difficult. Whether it is finding the clay raw materials or building a kiln that can fire pottery, it is quite difficult. Don't think about it. Just take a nap first. There's still a lot of things to do tomorrow. Chun-Li shook his head, threw away his distracting thoughts, and fell asleep on the ground. Chapter 019, One Step into the Neolithic Age. The next day, Chun-Li was awakened by bird droppings. He did not go back to the forest to disturb the primitive people's interest. Instead, he found a sheltered place near the dodo activity area and spent the night there in a crouched position. When the sun just came out in the morning, a group of seabirds flew over his head, and with 2 puffs, their wings just hit his hair. Shit, bird shit hit my head so early in the morning. I'm going to be unlucky today. Chun-Li looked depressed and felt that all his good mood for the whole day was gone. He found a freshwater spring, washed his hair, and slowly walked along the coast back to the temporary residence of the primitive people. Boss, you're back. When they saw him, everyone greeted him with the same enthusiasm and respect as they had yesterday. The only one was the fierce girl, who looked at Chun-Li with resentment today because she failed to express her love last night. At this moment, he was thinking fiercely, "Humph, stinky boss, you actually dared to reject me. I will ignore you even if you beg me in the future. I'm fierce, but I'm the prettiest, youngest, and most popular girl. There are plenty of suitors. I will never forgive you unless you tell me what kidney deficiency means." He ignored Chun-Li's return and turned his head away. Seeing this, Chun-Li smiled without saying anything. He did not provoke her and sat among the crowd. "Boss, eat meat, eat meat." Agen took the initiative to serve the roasted food. Chun-Li took it and took 2 bites, then said, "After we finish eating, the men will practice throwing wooden spears. You have to hit the target every time to qualify. The time given by the system is limited, so don't waste too much. Only by mastering your skills early can you establish your territory sooner." Shirgu and the others immediately agreed. "Don't worry, boss. We will meet your requirements soon. I hunted a big wild boar yesterday. I found a feeling now. I'm sure I'll be better today than yesterday. I will never lose it like you, boss." Everyone was excited and full of fighting spirit. Chun-Li rolled his eyes and threw the 4 wooden spears he had carved yesterday to them. "Use these to practice first. It's okay if they break. I will continue to produce them." "Yes, boss." Shirgu and others did not hesitate either. They took the wooden spears and went to find a place to practice throwing techniques. Chun-Li took out the iron axe and began to make a new wooden spear. In order to deal with the iron-horn black bull, wooden spears are in great demand. Although this wooden weapon has considerable lethality, it is still not enough to kill the iron-horned black bull with extremely thick muscles. You have to prepare more to make up for the lack of quality with quantity. Chun-Li worked alone, and his efficiency was a bit slow. He saw that the women, Old Fong, and the hunters had nothing to do, so he said to them, "Go to the stone mountain and find some stones. I will teach you how to make some stone tools. Since we're just sitting there doing nothing anyway, we might as well put the labor to use." The stone mountain at the edge of the grassland is very large, and you should be able to find a lot of stones there. Stone is harder than wood, and by simply spending more time polishing it, you can create a more durable tool. "Okay, boss." The hunter, Hen Xiong, and others agreed in unison. Several people ran to Stone Mountain. After more than half an hour, each of them came back with 1 or 2 stones. The stones brought back by the crowd were big and small. The big one was as big as an iron pot, and the small one was only the size of a fist. "Hey, this stone is nice. Who brought it back?" Chun-Li asked in surprise when he saw a big stone. "Of course it's me." The fierce girl snorted and raised her chin proudly. Her strength is second to none among the women. Although her muscles are not very developed, her figure is still quite fit. Seeing that she was still angry about what happened last night, Chun-Li couldn't help but smile. "This stone is good. It is big enough and rough enough to be used as a grindstone." "What is a grindstone?" He couldn't help but ask, and his arrogant look was restrained. Chun-Li explained, "It is used as a main tool to polish other stones." Then he took a slightly flatter stone and started grinding on the largest stone. Just like this, with a few more grindings, you can grind the edge of the stone into a sharp edge. You can polish the stone to whatever you want based on its shape. For example, the shape of my axe or the tip of a spear. The polished stones are then tied with rattan and fixed to wooden sticks for easy use. The principle of grinding stone tools is very simple. After he explained it once, everyone understood it roughly. He nodded as if he had realized something and secretly glanced at Chun-Li. "I thought to myself, since you answer my questions so seriously, I won't be mad at you today." Then I ran off to look for smaller stones. A group of people squatted on the ground and began to polish what they wanted. Maybe Chun-Li's axe was too easy to use, so everyone sharpened their axe in the same way as the axe. 3 hours later, a system prompt sounded in Chun-Li's mind. "Ding, you have successfully invented the technique of grinding stone tools and gained 1 technology point." The technology, item, and the attributes became 13. When Chun-Li received this reminder, instead of being happy, he felt a little depressed. Polished stone tools are a symbol of the transition from the Paleolithic age to the Neolithic age. Such an important technology was only given 1 technology point. How stingy. It takes 10 points to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together, but only 1 point to make tools. It was indeed a day filled with bird shit, and my luck was at its lowest point. The first person to complete the manufacture of polished stone tools was the female primitive Dada. She sharpened a palm-sized stone axe, the thickest part of which was about 5 centimeters. The thin side was still sharp, like a sharpened hamburger. Although the craftsmanship was poor, he still deserves praise for being the first person to succeed. "Not bad, not bad. Find some vines and I'll tie the axe handle for you," Chun-Li praised. Dada quickly found some rattan. Chun-Li took action personally, cut a 1-foot-long wooden stick, and tied the first stone axe in history to it. "Let's call this stone Axe the Big Axe," he said with a smile. "Thank you, boss." Dada took the stone axe he had polished and couldn't wait to try out its power. What surprised Chun-Li was that her attempt was not to chop around with a stone axe, but to pick up a piece of unprocessed wood and, imitating him, to carve a wooden spear. "Oh, you still know how to help. These primitive people have great potential. Look, boss, I can make a wooden gun like you." Dada successfully shaved off a small rough edge of the wood with her stone axe and shouted with joy. Upon hearing this, the others became even more eager to sharpen the stones in their hands. Soon, 1 polished stone tool after another took shape in everyone's hands. After several hours of polishing, their hands are almost worn out and bleeding. However, when the wooden handle and the stone blade were tied together, he still showed a happy smile. Although the texture of these stone axes is very poor, they're not even close to being called axes. But no matter what, it is a huge progress. Chapter 020, I would like to call you the tree shooting champion. It's time to see the results of the men's exercise. Half of the day had passed, and there was no telling how well those reckless men had improved their throwing techniques. Chun-Li asked Shirgu and others where they were practicing spears, took a few new wooden spears, and went there. The place where everyone practiced shooting was not far from the rest area and could be reached in a few minutes. When Chun-Li arrived, he saw Aegon holding a wooden spear, ready to fire. Several men took turns playing with the wooden gun for a whole day, and even the head was shot bald, and it had become a wooden stick. In the open space 30 meters away, several century-old trees that were chosen as targets had their bark broken by the impact of countless throws, and sticky sap was flowing out. Wow, you're really hardworking. Chun-Li was very satisfied. Drink! Aegon let out a low shout, and the bald wooden spear in his hand shot out, and with a dong, it accurately hit the center of the number times on the third big tree 40 meters away. This hit rate is even better than that of modern javelin masters. The bald wooden spear, which had been thrown countless times and thrown hundreds of times by 6 men in turn, finally couldn't withstand the pressure and broke on the spot with a crack. Chun-Li discovered that this bald wooden spear was actually the last one. The other 3 wooden spears had already been broken into pieces by everyone and turned into debris on the ground. The primitive people were so fierce. Fortunately, he prepared a large number of wooden spears. Otherwise, he was afraid that they would not be enough. "Boss, you're here." When everyone noticed that Chun-Li had arrived, they all surrounded him and were quite enthusiastic. Aegon pointed at the big trees in the distance with a proud look on his face. "Boss, look, those marks on the trees were basically made by me. No one else is as good as me." Primitive people were competitive and want to be the best in everything they did. No one refuted Aegon's words. Although Shirgu is the strongest among the few people, his talent in javelin throwing is indeed not as good as Aegon. Of course, no matter how bad it is still much better than someone like Chun-Li who always misses the target. "Well, good job. I'd like to call you the tree shooting champion." Chun-Li patted his shoulder, quite satisfied. "Tree shooting champion. Sounds awesome." After receiving the compliment, Ah-gun was very proud. "Hee, the boss has given me a new name. From now on, everyone should call me the tree shooting champion." "Chun-Li, it was just a joke, but this guy actually took it seriously?" "Ah, yes." The primitive man couldn't tell whether what he said was a joke or serious. This way was a bit sloppy, but seeing that Aegon looked quite happy, he decided not to take back his promise. "The tree shooting champion, Aegon. Well, it sounds quite impressive, not bad," Chun-Li said with an expression on his face, as if he wanted to laugh but couldn't. Shirgu and others showed envy, as if they were full of respect and yearning for such a title. "Boss, when can we get such a new name?" Huangshi couldn't help but say. Chun-Li's mouth twitched. These guys seem to care a lot about titles. In that case, then don't blame the boss for fooling people. As long as you work hard and strive to be the first, I will give you a special title. Like the Jade Emperor, the Monkey King, the Overlord of Western Shu, the Lich King, etc. As long as you achieve the corresponding goals, you can unlock them. Of course, these goals are difficult to achieve. Don't aim too high. Just be like Ah-gun and win the tree shooting championship. Chun-Li said a lot of nouns with a smile. After hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The Jade Emperor, the Monkey King, or something like that. That sounds really domineering. "Boss, we will definitely work hard to become the Jade Emperor." Everyone was full of fighting spirit and was almost shouting slogans. Ah-gun suddenly felt that the title of tree shooting champion was not so impressive anymore, and he said, "Boss, I want a more powerful title. I will work harder in the future." Okay, I have both." Chun-Li was like a weird uncle who tricked children and coaxed a few strong primitive men. Then he said, "Use these new wooden spears to demonstrate the results of today's training. If everyone passes the test, we will go hunt those big black bulls tomorrow." He distributed the wooden spears he brought to everyone. "Okay, boss, I promise you'll be satisfied." Everyone was excited by the title and rushed to get it. They took their brand new, sharp wooden spears, stood in a row, and started throwing them at the big tree in the distance. Chun-Li watched with interest. "I'll go first, drink." As the strongest man, Shirgu took the first step, bulging the muscles in his right arm and throwing the ball with force. The wooden spear flew out with a swoosh and accurately hit the trunk of a large tree 40 meters away. The pointed tip left a 5-centimeter deep dent in the bark. Although it didn't land on the number X, the accuracy was already very high, and the distance was 40 meters, which was farther than what Ah-gun had thrown just now. The powerful force was obvious at a glance. Primitive people were extremely talented in this area. Even if there were 10 Chun-Lis, they would not be able to catch up. "It's my turn." Huangshi was the second one to stand up. He raised the wooden spear and threw it out with all his strength. And there are green vines, wolfbone hammers, and black pig horns. Aegon lost it again in the end. These guys are all very strong, almost as strong as modern track and field athletes. In terms of throwing force, everyone is almost the same and can throw it about 30 meters and still ensure that the force is enough to kill the prey. The accuracy was also quite good. When shooting at a target 30 meters away, the worst could hit the trunk of a big tree and no one missed the target. This made Chun-Li, who was 100% lost, quite ashamed. In order not to destroy his great image in everyone's mind, he would not make a fool of himself by participating in it. It seems like you all work hard today. We can start preparing for the bull hunting battle now. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction and showed an approving expression to everyone. Shirgu and others grinned naively, revealing their sharp teeth, revealing their simple, primitive side. Now, there's one more thing. Follow me and get something over there on the grass. Chun-Li said again. The Ironhorn Black Bull is not easy to kill. It is very difficult to kill it with just a wooden spear. You must add more chips. Okay, boss. Shirgu and others agreed in unison without any questioning. He led everyone away from the place where they practiced shooting, crossed the rest area, and came to the edge of the wild grass wasteland. In the distance, a huge Ironhorn black cow was leisurely eating wild grass. He ignored the big black bull and just lowered his head, searching in the weeds. After a while, he squatted down and picked a green plant from the grass. You guys look for this kind of weed around here. Pick it up if you see it and bring it back to the resting place. The plant he picked was green sunflower, a medicinal herb with paralyzing effects. Although the medicinal properties are not very strong, it is better than nothing. Don't worry, boss. We'll start right away. Shirgu and the others agreed, scattered, dived into the grass, and began the boring work of weeding. Chapter 021. The first battle to establish civilization. The next day, early morning, the primitive man had just eaten some delicious barbecue sprinkled with salt when he was dragged by Chun-Li to climb the mountain. The mountain we climbed was not any other mountain, but the rocky mountain to the east of the grassland. Stone Bone, a stick, yellow stone, green vine, black pig horn, wolfbone hammer, and hunter, 7 men. Both the fierce and powerful women were called up. Only Lao Ya and 2 other women were left to raise pigs and take care of the children. Move all these wooden spears to the top of the stone mountain. Chun-Li ordered. There are a total of 48 intact wooden spears, and the spearheads are all dyed dark green. Last night, Chun-Li asked everyone to look for green sunflower grass in the grass, and they found hundreds of them. In order to prevent the medicinal effects of the green sunflower from being lost, he waited until this morning to mash the green sunflower into juice and apply it on the gun tip. By the way, in order to pound medicine, he also invented a new thing, a stone mortar. The technology points therefore become 14. Boss, why are we going to the stone mountain? Asked the simple-minded primitive man in confusion. Chun-Li replied, hunting cattle. He didn't explain any more and set off first. Although everyone didn't understand what was going on, they still followed obediently, carrying bundles of wooden spears with them. Chun-Li led everyone around the woods and climbed to the top of the rocky mountain from the coast. There's a relatively flat area on the mountain, like a city wall, which is just right for placing those wooden guns. Looking down from the mountain, you can see sturdy, iron-horned black cattle eating wild grass carefree on the grassland, completely unaware that they have been targeted by hunters. Chun-Li said to everyone, I will lead all those big black bulls to the foot of the mountain in a while. A gun. Shirgu, you guys will be responsible for hunting them down. The skull of the big black bull is very hard and cannot be hurt by the wooden spear. Try to avoid the bull's head and throw the wooden spear at its neck or belly. The deeper the spear head penetrates, the more the toxin of the green sunflower grass will penetrate. Hunter, you are responsible for observing the overall situation. If any special movements occur, immediately warn me loudly. Hun Xiong and Dada, you two are responsible for handing weapons to Aegon and the others. The cattle are likely to flee after being attacked. We may only have one wave of attack time, so we must hurry as much as possible. The plan is very simple. Just lure the cow over and take it away with a wave of attack. However, it is easier said than done. First of all, leading the cow is a very dangerous task, and only Chun-Li can do it. Secondly, the number of wooden spears was limited. There were a total of 22 iron-horned black bulls, which was not enough. At most, they could kill 3 or 4 and then temporarily evacuate. This is not a battle, but a long campaign. The existence of the stone mountain means that the human side is destined to be invincible. This is Chun Li's greatest reliance. If a cow could climb up a rocky mountain, he wouldn't dare to do this even if he had 10 times the courage. Boss, can you please say it again? I don't quite understand. A gun spoke. The thinking and reaction ability of primitive people is not as strong as that of modern people. Chun-Li said too much in one breath, and they all need to digest it. In order to ensure the success of the plan, Chun-Li repeated it twice. Only after he made sure that everyone remembered their responsibilities did he leave Stone Mountain. The first step in bull hunting is to lead the bull. Chun-Li walked 3 miles from the mountain to the grassland. At this time, he had nothing on him except a small stone, and even the axe was temporarily given to the hunter for safekeeping. The lighter you are, the faster you can run. In order to lead the cattle, he also adjusted himself to the best condition. My idiots, my revenge has begun. Bear my wrath. Chun-Li shouted in his heart and walked quickly towards a big black bull that was closer to the stone. As an experiment, he planned to pull a cow over to try it out. The target black cow is 2.3 meters tall, which is a medium to small size among the herd. Chun-Li walked to about 30 meters away, but it still didn't react at all. When he was 20 meters away, he just glanced at me and ignored me. When Chun-Li approached within 10 meters, the black cow stopped eating grass and stared at him with its huge eyes. The situation is exactly the same as the day before yesterday. Of course, this time, Chun-Li did not turn around and leave. He grinned, opened his throat, and shouted, "Moo," and threw the small stone in his hand over. Trivia: if you imitate the roar of a wild animal in front of it, and you roar very loudly, it will be seen as a provocation. This shout not only angered the target black bull, but also the other 2 big black bulls around it looked over. Although the stone thrown by Chun-Li missed the target, it failed to add fuel to the fire. But his arrogant attitude has aroused the anger of his target, Hainyo. The target black bull lowered its head, raised its horns, stomped its hind hooves on the mud a few times, let out a low bull cry, and rushed over suddenly. Hey, this is exactly the effect we want. Chun-Li's face lit up with joy, and without saying anything else, he turned around and ran away. Boom, 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 tilde. The big black bull started running, making dull footsteps. In addition to the target black bull, the other 2 bulls also rushed forward. This is a pleasant surprise. Come on, come on, hot beef hot pot is waiting for you. Moo. Chun-Li was running in front, and even had time to turn around and make a few sarcastic remarks. But he didn't dare to be too extravagant. Although I have the advantage of speed, it is only a slight advantage. If I stumble for a moment, I will still be caught up. Moo. The iron-horned black cattle's sense of territory makes it difficult for them to remain calm after being provoked. The 3 cows rushed around, trampling the already messy grass even more messy, and chased Chun-Li straight to the stone mountain in the east. Everyone get ready. Seeing that they were almost reaching the rock, Chun-Li hurriedly and loudly reminded everyone on the mountain. Boss, we're all ready. Shirgu shouted back. Good. Without saying anything, Chun-Li accelerated and sprinted forward with all his strength. Stone Mountain is right in front of us. Ding, ding, ding. With the help of speed, Chun-Li once again performed the skill of flying over eaves and walking on walls, stepping on smooth stones, and climbing to the middle of the mountain. Moo! The 3 black cows roared unwillingly. Their smooth hooves and heavy bodies made it impossible for them to climb the rocky mountain, so they were forced to slow down. The braking force of cows is not like that of humans. Their bodies are too large, and once they start running, they need some distance to buffer and slow down. The sudden deceleration caused the 3 cows to stagger and fall. The cow at the back almost poked its half-meter-long horn into the butt of the cow in front. Good opportunity. Act quickly. The hunter has been paying attention to the situation on the field. Chun-Li had just climbed up the mountain, and before he turned around to look at the situation, the hunter helped give the order to attack. In an instant, Agen, the tree-shooting champion, who had been waiting on the mountain for a long time, took action. Chapter 022, Do It. Middle. A gun roared, veins on his right arm emerged, and his strength was exerted to the extreme. The wooden spear coated with green sunflower juice turned into a shadow and disappeared into the air. The next moment, a wooden spear appeared on the neck of the first iron-horned black bull. Moo! The shrill screams echoed throughout the wasteland. The wooden spear pierced the esophagus slightly below the cow's neck and penetrated nearly 20 centimeters deep. This one blow alone was enough to cause Hainyo to suffer from an incurable disease and starve to death in a few days. Well done. Chun-Li gave a thumbs up. You are worthy of being the tree-shooting champion. Aegon smiled innocently and was very pleased with the boss's praise. Don't stop, keep attacking, Chun-Li said again. Shirgu and others immediately threw the wooden spears in their hands and shot at the 3 cows at the foot of the mountain. After a round of wooden spear throwing, marks of being pierced by the spears appeared on the bodies of the 3 cows. The shrill roars of cows rang out one after another, and all the iron-horned black cows in the distance were startled and looked over here. Boss, it looks like the other big black bulls are coming, the hunter reminded. Chun-Li said, Don't worry about them. Kill these 3 first. Cows have very strong vitality and can struggle for a long time even if they are fatally injured. Unless you use a large blunt object to smash the bull's head directly and shatter its brain, it will take at least 10 minutes for it to die. Yes, boss. Keep attacking. After receiving the order, Aegon and others took the wooden spears prepared on the side and fired another round of volleys. The 3 cows at the foot of the mountain were attacked just after they braked and were shot at again before they could stand firmly. The intense pain made these large herbivores that dominated the wilderness and had no natural enemies feel the threat of death for the first time. The 3 cows steadied themselves, turned around, and tried to escape. Upon discovering this, Chun-Li made a prompt decision and commanded, Shoot their hind legs. Clear. Aegon was the first to take action again. The wooden spear was sent out at lightning speed, and with a snap, a long spear was left on the thigh of the largest cow. The black bull's legs were badly injured, and he stumbled and fell immediately. Shirgu and others fired a volley of shots. Although not as fiercely as a gun, it also left new wounds on the buttocks, calves, and hind legs of the other 2 cows. The screams rang out again. The 3 cows fell to the ground and found it difficult to get up for a while. At this pace, killing these 3 cows will be an easy task. Things went exceptionally smoothly, and Chun-Li was very happy. It was the first time that primitive people treated the huge beast like the iron-horned black bull as prey. Such an outcome ignited a raging fire in everyone's heart and made their blood boil. Go on, kill them all in one wave. Aegon shouted, and the 4th wave of wooden guns were ready to fire. Wait a moment. However, at this moment, Chun-Li suddenly called them. Boss, what's wrong? Aegon and others asked puzzledly. The situation is very good now. Another 1 or 2 rounds of salvos will kill the 3 big black bulls. Why should we call a stop? Chun-Li said, These 3 cows can't escape. Don't attack them yet. Wait for the herd to come over. Things are changing in the distance. The roars of the 3 black cows attracted the attention of the entire herd. Several of the strongest adult bulls, over 2.5 meters tall, were already running towards this side. Hunters are smarter and take more things into consideration. He glanced at the cattle running towards him and said, Boss, if all the cattle come over here, we won't have enough wooden spears left to kill them all. It's better to kill these 3 first and continue hunting the others next time. What he said was naturally a good choice. But Chun-Li doesn't think so. I have limited time, so I have to use it as sparingly as possible. Pulling in waves of monsters is too slow. Now we have only 24 wooden spears left, so perhaps we have a chance to win directly. There are less than 16 days left for the task of settling down, and he hasn't even built a house yet, and the population is still only 15. If you waste too much time on the cattle and end up failing the main mission, the loss will be too great. Decisive victory? The hunter expressed doubt. The number of wooden spears is almost the same as that of cattle. How can we kill them all? A wooden spear and a cow. This is impossible. Even if the cow stands still for you to shoot, and everyone is a shooter as good as Aegon, it is not necessarily possible to kill it all. All hunters understand this principle, and Chun-Li naturally knows it as well. But he had another idea. These cattle live in groups, so there should be a leader. In nature, the strong are respected. The largest bull is most likely the leader. When the herd of cattle comes over, focus on the largest one and attack with all your strength. Throw all your wooden spears at it and kill it directly. Once the leader of the herd dies, the cattle will naturally become extremely frightened and scatter in all directions. Instead of spending a lot of effort to annihilate all the enemy troops, it is better to kill the enemy leader directly and defeat them psychologically. Cows are creatures with a certain degree of intelligence. As long as you use them properly, it is entirely possible to scare them away in one wave. Chun-Li expressed his thoughts. When shooting a person, shoot the horse first. When capturing a thief, capture the leader first. This strategic way of thinking left the simple-minded primitive people stunned. It took me a while to react. Oh my God, the boss is so smart. You can even come up with this method. The boss really deserves to be the boss. Boss, I want to have a baby with you. Everyone was amazed. The female primitive was very fierce. Her eyes were shining as she looked at Chun-Li's back, her eyes full of little stars. As they were talking, the herd of cattle were quickly coming over. At first, it was a few strong bulls. Then, as the bulls roared, the other iron-horned black bulls were also called upon and all rushed towards the stone. It was like a scene of thousands of troops charging, and it appeared again after a day. Nearly 20 iron-horned black bulls came rolling in with warlike steps. The 3 seriously injured cows struggled to get up and went into the camp of their companions for protection. Moo! A high-pitched bull roar was heard. A huge beast with a shoulder height of nearly 2.9 meters stood at the front of the herd and roared angrily at the people on the mountain. Driven by this roar, 22 iron-horned black bulls glared at the people on the stone mountain with red eyes, as if they were about to launch a charge. Seeing this scene, Chun-Li was not surprised, but instead showed a disdainful smile. I'm so anxious. That's what rookie players are like. They get excited after being hit a few times. You can't win, but you still insist on pretending to be awesome. Come on, aren't you very angry? Climb up if you can. Master, wait. After saying that, he simply sat down on the protrusion of the stone wall, crossed his legs, and raised his middle finger towards the herd of cattle. Nyo-kun couldn't understand what people were saying, but he could still see Chun-Li's provocative intention. The already scarlet eyes of the iron-horned black bull suddenly became even redder. The 2.9-meter-tall, super black bull lowered its head, with its 80-centimeter-long black horns pointing toward the sky. It let out a deafening roar, kicked off the dirt and grass roots, and rushed out. Oh, you still dare to charge? Do it for me. Chun-Li waved his hand. Upon receiving the order, Agin and others raised their wooden spears high and threw them with all their might. Chapter 023 Victory comes from Bud. Swish, swish, swish. A series of sounds of breaking through the air rang out almost simultaneously. 6 primitive strong men attacked at the same time and threw the wooden spears in their hands. It was only a distance of a few dozen meters, and the wooden spear dived from a high altitude to the ground, hitting the target in almost the blink of an eye. The leader of the iron-horned black bull only charged to less than 1/5 of the height of the stone mountain before he was hit and injured by the wooden spear, leaving 6 bloody holes on his body. But the leader is the leader after all, and this big black bull has thick skin and flesh, and the thickness of its muscles is terrifying. The wooden spear only caused some superficial injuries to it, but could not hurt the root. Boss, this guy is quite hard, Agin said in surprise. His throwing skills were the best among everyone, but even he could only leave a hole on the neck of the black bull leader. The depth of the wooden spear's penetration was less than 20 centimeters, and it couldn't even pierce the surface. However, this result was within Chun-Li's expectations. It's okay, let's have another round. As long as the gun tip can pierce the cowhide, even if the damage is low, it is not in vain. Because in addition to causing physical damage, the wooden spear also carries the paralysis toxin of the green sunflower. Over time, the black bull leader will gradually lose the ability to resist. Okay, come again. The tough guys growled, picked up their wooden spears, and aimed again. The black bull leader below let out a dull roar. He was completely enraged and had lost his mind. The huge body stomped on the ground so hard that even the rocks at the foot of the mountain were cracked. Roar! In a rage, the roar of the black bull leader became like that of a carnivorous beast. It suddenly rushed forward, and its huge body weighing several tons actually rushed up a distance along the stone wall. Chun-Li's eyelids twitched when he saw this, and he thought that this big guy was going to rush up and knock him away. Fortunately, the cow's jumping ability was so weak that it posed no threat to him at all. Throw! The second round of wooden spears fired at the black bull leader was even more ferocious than before. There was a series of puff-puff sounds, and 6 holes appeared on the body of the black bull leader again. Bright red blood flowed out, and the thick cowhide could not withstand the primitive man's brutal attack with all his strength. The intense pain made the black bull leader completely go berserk, and he hysterically rushed towards the top corner at the foot of the stone mountain. However, the eyes of Chun-Li and others on the mountain became increasingly cold. Continue. Chun-Li gave the order. Yes. Agen and others didn't say much. They took the wooden spears handed over by Dada and Hunxiong and fired another round of volleys. After the third round of throwing, only 6 wooden spears were left. The Black Bull leader had 18 blood holes all over his body, and his jet black fur had been dyed red with blood, making him look extremely hideous and terrifying. Chun-Li looked down intently. The red bloodshot in the eyes of the iron-horned black bulls at the back had faded a lot. They watched helplessly as their leader was beaten by humans without any chance to fight back. They began to feel fear in their hearts and began to think about retreating. Only the furious Black Bull leader was still stubbornly trying to climb up the rocks and trample the humans on the mountain to death. Basically, the outcome is set. Chun-Li knew what was going on and said calmly, "Agen, try to aim at the bull's eyes and kill it with one strike. Everyone else, stop attacking for now." There were only 6 wooden spears. If one round of volleys could not kill the Black Bull leader, they would have to retreat temporarily and come back after making new wooden spears. Chun-Li didn't want to waste another day, so he wanted to see if he could take a shortcut. Although the cow's skull is very hard, the eyes are extremely fragile. If he could be shot with one shot, the Black Bull leader would almost certainly die. "Boss, let me try." A gun did not dare to be careless. After taking the wooden spear, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the head of the Black Bull leader, looking for an opportunity to attack. Although the Black Bull leader is a living target, he is not one who stays still. He is always moving, making it difficult to aim at the exact location. Agen threw the wooden spear in his hand. Puff! The wooden spear pierced the cow's forehead, leaving a small bloody hole, and the pointed part broke off on the spot. "Try again," Chun-Li said. Ignoring the reaction of the Black Bull leader, another wooden spear flew out of Agen's hand. Puff! I got it right this time. The leader of the Black Bulls raised his head and tried to knock Chun-Li to death from a distance of 20 meters. And this movement of raising his head just happened to meet the wooden spears thrown down from the mountain. The wooden spear pierced the Black Bull's left eye fiercely, penetrated nearly a foot deep, and directly stuck into the bull's head. Roar! The shrill roar echoed for miles. After this fatal attack, the Black Bull leader went crazy and rushed towards the grassland in panic. One of his eyes was blinded, and even part of his brain was pierced by the wooden spear. The juice of the green sunflower grass spread throughout the brain, and the poison spread rapidly. The leader of the Black Bulls rushed out with his crutches, and his hooves left a foot-deep hole in the grass. Wherever he passed, the soil rolled and the weeds flew everywhere. Several black cows were unable to dodge and were knocked to the ground by it. There was also an unlucky cow whose neck was directly pierced by the 80-centimeter-long horn of the Black Bull leader. For a moment, the herd of cattle was in chaos. Chun-Li and others stood on the stone and watched this scene, feeling a little excited. "Boss, did I succeed?" Agen asked, not quite sure whether he had done it right. Chun-Li nodded. "Well, you did a good job. The Black Bull leader is about to die. As long as it dies, the other Black Bulls will no longer be a problem. Cows are intelligent. After seeing their leader being brutally killed by humans, they will definitely feel fear in their hearts. Just use a few more intimidations afterwards, and you can drive them away from the wasteland area." "Great! I actually killed such a big beast." Agen jumped up with joy. The sense of accomplishment from killing an iron-horned Black Bull leader is far greater than that from killing a wild boar. This record is rarely surpassed by any primitive people on the entire island, and it is something he should be proud of for the rest of his life. "Agen, you are so strong. You are the best warrior among us. Now that a strong person has emerged among us, we will never be bullied by others again." Everyone was overjoyed, and their cheers drowned out the sound of the cattle running in chaos below. Chun-Li was also very happy. This battle allowed him to clearly see the potential of primitive people. In nature, human physique can only be considered as medium to weak, far from being strong. But driven by wisdom, one can defeat enemies that are several times more powerful than oneself. Just using wooden weapons, you can kill an iron-horned Black Bull weighing several tons. Although a big reason for this is the terrain advantage, it is equivalent to a BUG. But no matter what, it was a beautiful battle. On the grassland, the cattle scattered, avoiding the mad Black Bull leader. The extremely strong Black Bull leader was covered in blood and charged around, messing up the entire grassland area. As time passed, its body functions gradually ceased, and its running speed became slower and slower. About 5 minutes later, there was a bang. Its front legs bent, it fell to the ground and breathed its last. Chapter 024, Too Much. Perfect. Chun-Li laughed out loud. With the support of Bug, the primitive man easily defeated the iron-horned Black Bull, the grassland overlord with no natural enemies, with a casualty ratio of 0 to 5. The leader of the Black Bulls was killed, and the entire herd instantly fell into chaos, disintegrated on the spot, and fled in all directions. The grassland area was in chaos, with cattle stampeding and earthquakes rumbling. Soon, there were no more standing cows to be seen on the entire grassland. Only 5 massive bodies remained. Boss, we defeated the big Black Bull. The primitive people cheered in unison. The unprecedented sense of accomplishment made them feel extremely excited. Ha! Compared to the big Black Bull, you guys are the real awesome ones. Shenli praisa generously. Even with the advantage of the field, being able to kill a behemoth like the Ironhorn Black Bull is still a very remarkable thing. This is enough for them to be proud of for the rest of their lives. Especially Aegon, who killed the Black Bull leader personally and won the MVP, had a look of pride on his face, and the word Macho Man was almost written on his face. Let's go collect the spoils. Chun-Li waved his hand and called everyone to go down the mountain and walk towards the grassland. Once the cattle leave, the grassland will be theirs. Grassland is the most important trophy. Later, primitive people established tribes and reproduced here. In addition to the grassland itself, the 5 cows were also an extremely fruitful harvest. Amid the messy grassland, 5 black mountains of flesh were particularly conspicuous. How long will it take to finish all this meat? Oh my God, I am so happy. A group of primitive people's eyes lit up and their mouths were watering as they looked at today's spoils. They don't have any strategic thinking, and being able to fill their stomachs is the most important thing. Chun-Li smiled and said, with so many mouths like yours, you can't eat them all. I'll teach you a way to make them into beef jerky so that they won't rot and become smelly and wasteful. The total weight of the 5 Ironhorn Black Bulls must be more than 10 tons. Even if you remove the inedible parts, it's still around 10 tons. 10 tons is 20,000 kilograms. Assuming that each person eats 2 kilograms of meat per day, it is enough for 100 people to eat for 100 days. In addition to beef, cowhide, tendons, bones, and horns are also very useful. Cowhide can be made into clothes. Tendons can be made into ropes and bowstrings. Bones can be made into weapons, and horns can be used as medicine. In short, there is no useless part on the cow's body. There were 5 of these treasures. Even Chun-Li, a modern man who had seen big scenes, felt a little happy. However, he didn't feel happy for long. Chun-Li soon realized that the few people under his command were not enough to handle 5 cows. Yes, it can't be handled. Cowhide is very tough, and although the wooden spear can pierce it, it cannot cut it. Only an iron tool like a forge axe can successfully cut through the cowhide and cut off the beef. There is only one axe, and even if you work nonstop, it will take a long time to finish off a cow. What's more, the cut beef also needs to go through processes such as cleaning, marinating, and drying before it can become beef jerky that can be preserved for a long time. With the current conditions, it is impossible to complete such a complicated process. Manpower, salt, and time, none of them is enough. If it's delayed too long, the Black Bull's body will begin to rot, the gas inside will expand, and it will explode. It wouldn't matter if he didn't think about it, but when he thought about it, Chun-Li suddenly felt overwhelmed. There's so much loot. What should I do? Do we need to dig a few holes and bury the cows? 5 cows, 20,000 kilograms of beef. It's such a waste if we bury it in the ground, and it won't grow back next spring. Boss, why are you frowning? Shouldn't you be happy now? The careful hunter noticed a change in Chun-Li's expression and asked. Chun-Li rubbed his eyebrows and looked at the 5 cows lying on the ground, feeling heartbroken. At this moment, an idea suddenly occurred to him. He asked, Hunter, do you know the exact locations of the Bay clan and the Coconut Grove clan? The hunter scratched his head. I know. Why are you asking this, boss? That's good to know. Chun-Li grinned, a cunning look flashing in his eyes. After checking the sky, he said to the hunter, tomorrow morning, go to the nearest human clan. Tell them that we have a lot of meat here, which we can give them for free. Let them take it themselves. When everyone heard this, they immediately became unhappy. Boss, why is this? Why should we give away the prey we have worked so hard to kill? The people from those big clans are so fierce. They look down on us and always steal our prey. Boss, you can't do this. Yes, they're so abominable. Even if the food rots, we can't give it to them. Everyone had different opinions and spoke anxiously one after another. Apparently, they had been bullied by people from big clans many times in the past, and they had always kept it in mind. Chun-Li pressed his hand, signaling everyone to stay calm. He could more or less guess how it felt like a small group was being bullied by a large group. So he patiently explained, "Don't worry, I won't give food to people from other clans for no reason. The reason I do this is actually to give you face. Just think about it. When the people from other clans come here and see that you have hunted down 5 such huge black bulls, what expressions will they have? They will be very shocked. It is hard to imagine that you are so powerful that you defeated the prey that even their big clans dare not provoke. And even if we send the cattle to them, they don't have sharp weapons and can't cut the beef. We will still have to ask you for help when the time comes. Don't you feel good when you think about it this way?" Chun-Li once again revealed his charlatan side and spoke half-truths and half-lies. After hearing this, Shirgu, Agan, and others thought it made sense. A group of weaklings who were bullied every day suddenly caught prey that even the strong ones could not beat. This contrast can indeed greatly satisfy their vanity. However, everyone was still unhappy about sharing the beef with those annoying people. The female primitive said fiercely, "Boss, then you must not lend them the axe, otherwise they will be anxious about the beef and go back empty-handed." As he said this, he waved his fist vigorously, looking vicious. Chun-Li nodded. "Of course, I still have a great use for the axe. Let's have a good rest today and have a good meal. Starting tomorrow, I have more important tasks for everyone." What he just told everyone was actually only part of the plan. Attracting other primitive people is not just for the sake of showing superiority. His real purpose is to get those people to stay and join the group. Chapter 025, It would be nice if I could earn gold. The next morning, the hunter took his 2 bodyguards, Huang Shi and Lu Tung, and 2 large pieces of raw beef and went to the settlements of other human clans. Chun-Li carried an axe and brought with him 7 tools. Shirgu, a gun, black pig horn, wolfbone hammer, and 3 others, very fierce, big, and thin, and walked towards the vast grassland. The black cattle herd left yesterday and never came back. Now, apart from the weeds, there are only a few small animals, such as hares and voles, in this grassland. I will start teaching you how to build a house today. I envy the little wild boar for having a pig pen. I'll have to work harder later. As soon as he stepped onto the grass, Chun-Li began to speak. Building a house is a top priority. All the effort we put into dealing with the cattle before was just paving the way for this incident. 3 days have passed since the settlement mission, and only 15 days are left. He must build enough houses for 50 people within 15 days and expand the population to at least 50 people. Chun-Li's words had just fallen. Agun was immediately overjoyed and said, "Finally, we're going to build a house. I've been eyeing the pig pen for a long time." Shirgu sighed. "It's so happy to follow the boss. There are new surprises every day." Wolfbone Hammer echoed, Yes, yes. The boss gave us new weapons, taught us the technique of throwing wooden spears, took us to hunt big black bulls, taught us how to make fire by drilling wood, and gave us delicious salt. Now he's also teaching us how to build beautiful and comfortable nests. It's amazing. Boss is the greatest man in the world. We will always love him." Dadash shouted, expressing his high respect for Chun-Li without any reservation. He was fierce, but not very excited. He stood aside, pointed at his finger, and muttered, "The boss is good in everything, but it's a bit annoying that he doesn't participate in night activities." When everyone heard this, they nodded at the same time, agreeing deeply. Ka! Chun-Li's face turned dark. These savages on the surface respected him greatly, but secretly they were always planning something bad to him. Is this tolerable? This can't be possible. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. Those who are cutting trees should cut trees. Those who are weeding should weed. And those who are carrying things should carry things. No one is allowed to be lazy, he said in feigned anger. Yes, boss. Everyone said in unison and started to get busy. Before Chun-Li went to rest yesterday, he had already told them what they were going to do today. The men were responsible for felling and sawing wood, cutting building materials, and building houses. The women were responsible for clearing a clean area on the grass to serve as the foundation of the house. The main tool for processing wood is still the pangu axe. Of course, Chun-Li also guided the primitive people to make a few gadgets yesterday, which made up for the lack of tools. Eye-shaped rattan saw. Like the early woodworking saws, it is in the shape of an eye. Since there is no metal material, rattan core is used instead of saw blade. A dozen rattan cores are tightened and repeatedly pulled, which can also act as a saw, but the efficiency and accuracy are slightly lower. Bone axe, the plus version of the stone axe. The bones of the iron horn black bull are harder than marble. After careful polishing, they are firmly fixed on the wooden handle. The sharpness is excellent, second only to the iron pangu axe. Bone knife. This freshly made oxbone knife takes 3 hours to be polished into shape. It has a similar function to a kitchen knife and is a sharp weapon for cutting weeds in the wilderness. Bone shovel. Made from cow bones, it must be a top-quality product. It is perfect for weeding and cleaning the ground. Stone hammer. A hammer made of stone, weighing 4 or 5 pounds. However, the technology points given by these things are indeed a bit too few. Bone knife, bone shovel, and rattan saw are all 1 point. The bone axe wasn't even given, probably because it was copied from the mountain axe and stone axe, and was treated as cheating by the system. The sun rises over the stone mountains in the east. Everyone got busy, holding new tools that they had never used before, and began to fight for their own housing. But Chun-Li, the savage leader, became lazy at this time, doing nothing and playing the role of an evil supervisor. As a player, the hard work should be left to the tools, and I just need to be responsible for the overall situation. At this moment, the universal map emerged in Chun-Li's mind. The grass under his feet had been marked by him as tribal territory. The scope of the tribal territory is a fan-shaped diagram with a 60-degree angle and a radius of 1.5 kilometers, which is about 17 acres of land. In his mind, the map was divided into more than 20 functional areas. The functional areas mainly include residential area, farming area, feeding area, and training ground. The number of blocks in each major category is different, with farming areas having more and residential areas having the smallest relative area. The area where the 3 female primitives are currently pulling out weeds is a residential area with an area of less than 100 square meters. The first batch of houses will certainly be of poor workmanship, so there's no need to make them too big. Just build a row of large bunk beds so that everyone has a place to stay. When there is no time limit for this settlement task in the future, I will slowly study how to optimize housing conditions. Chun-Li imagined that the world before his eyes had turned into a handheld game. He only needed to tap his finger on the map, and a group of tools would run to the corresponding place and start building it diligently. Build houses, increase population, plant crops, produce food. Study technology, upgrade buildings, train troops, and attack the beast empire. It would be nice if I could spend money to speed up the construction. These primitive people work really slowly. When I used to play games, it only took 3 seconds to build a level 1 residential house, and it would be done with just a few bangs. But now, with so many people working, the efficiency is touchingly slow. After 2 full hours, a 30-square-meter open space was finally cleared on the grass. Only a few pieces of wood were transported from the forest. Forget it, I'll help too. Chun-Li really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. So he took up his own hands, picked up the cut wood, and used a stone hammer to nail into the ground piece by piece to form a wall. In order to ensure the stability of the house structure and prevent it from being easily bumped, he also nailed a row of half-meter-high piles on the inside and outside of the corners to clamp the wooden boards firmly. Even though I had never been a carpenter or builder before today. But based on what he had seen and heard before, he managed to build a sturdy wooden wall, the kind that leaks air. Another 2 hours passed, and it was almost noon. The men started to bring in more wood, and the wooden wall under Chun-Li's hands increased from 1 to 3, and he began the final joining work. Just at this time, the hunters returned with a few burly strangers. Chapter 026 Chun-Li suffered a complete defeat. Where's the food? Where's the food? If you dare to lie to us, we will never forgive you. As soon as the figure walked out of the woods, the arrogant shouting spread throughout the entire grassland. The hunters in Yellowstone and Greenvine are back. 2 groups of people followed behind him. The left group is a group of 4 hairy strong men, wearing clothes made of coconut leaves, holding wooden sticks, animal bones, and other weapons. The right group consists of 4 men and 1 woman. The men are also very strong, but the leader is a female primitive. They all wear some shell ornaments, and the female leader wears a large scallop underwear. This group of people had bad tempers and acted like rich and famous people. They treated the hunters and others very badly. Chun-Li saw this scene from afar and frowned. They are so arrogant. It seems we need to put an end to their prestige first. The Coconut Grove clan and the Bay clan were the two groups he wanted to select to expand his tribal population. However, the number of people on the other side is greater than the population he currently has. Blindly absorbing them and will only result in a cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest and cause him to lose his dominant position. Chun-Li didn't want to work hard to build a house and establish a tribe, only to let someone else become the chief. Therefore, before absorbing population, you must first give the other party a warning. Hunter-seeker Yellowstone Greenvine, come and help build a house. He shouted loudly, waved to his own people, and deliberately ignored the outsiders. Here comes the boss. The three hunters were disgusted by the attitudes of the Coconut Grove clan and the Bay clan. When they heard this, they immediately left the two groups where they were and ran over happily. The female leader of the Bay clan and the dark-faced strong man of the Coconut Grove clan all cast their eyes over. Just now on the road, the hunters and others mentioned their god boss more than once. They said that this god was so great and taught them many amazing skills. Not only could he cut down big trees, but he could also create fire out of thin air. They were also taught how to make powerful weapons to hunt and kill the unprecedentedly large beast, Big Black Bull. The hunters from both clans scoffed at such remarks. We are all primitive people. We all hunt with our butts naked. We all squat on the ground and shit. So who doesn't understand who? There should be a limit to bragging, right? It is not difficult to cut down a big tree. After all, if you are stubborn enough and work hard on a tree for a few days, you still have a chance to knock it down. But you said that fire can be created out of thin air. That's an exaggeration. What is fire? That is one of the most terrifying forces in nature. A small flame can burn the entire forest to ashes. If humans can make fire, can they still be called humans? Just call a volcano. Hunting super large beasts is even more outrageous. One leg of a cow is as big as a human. Even if a saber-toothed tiger or a carnivore comes, it will take a lot of effort to kill it. A group of weak, primitive people who didn't even have a clan actually boasted that they killed such a behemoth. And he didn't just kill one, but 5 of them? If this isn't outrageous, what's outrageous about it? Even the giants in the mountains don't have this kind of fighting power. People from both clans thought that the hunter must have been kicked in the head by a donkey, which was why he was talking nonsense like that. If it weren't for the 2 big pieces of beef, they would have beaten the hunter, Yellowstone, and Green Ivy into pig heads long ago. They came here not to move food, but to expose the true face of Chun-Li, the big liar. Looking at Chun-Li in the distance, the female leader of the Bay clan and the black-faced man of the Coconut Grove clan exchanged glances. That's the guy. As long as we knock him down and bring these strong men into the gang, this trip will not be in vain, said the black-faced leader. The female leader said, there are 6 hunters and 4 women in this group. We can have 3 hunters and 2 women on each side, which is just right. Okay, I have no objection. The black-faced leader nodded. The 2 of them, with their respective tribesmen, walked towards Chun-Li together. At this time, someone suddenly said, look over there, where are those 5 black things? And pointed to 5 dead cows on the other side of the grassland. Everyone turned their heads, and their expressions changed immediately. That's a beast. A super large beast was actually killed. Impossible. A beast that big cannot be defeated by humans. The beasts must have fought among themselves and killed themselves. These people just took advantage of the situation and came to show off to us. No, they're not showing off. They want to please us with food and bring the old, weak, and sick to join our group. Humph, too naive, actually thinking we would be fooled so easily. All tricks are a joke in front of the wise queen of the Gulf. Soon, everyone figured out the whole story. So with even stronger self-confidence and a stronger sense of superiority, they strode towards the big liar in their eyes, Chun-Li. The key to the matter still lies in this liar. At this time, Chun-Li was still building a house. He didn't care what the 2 groups of outsiders were thinking. Just a bunch of primitive people. Apart from the fact that your fighting power may be slightly higher than his, do you have any other advantages? How could he, a modern man, be surpassed by primitive people? Impossible. Obviously not possible. Therefore, he had absolutely no reason to be afraid. Boss, they are coming, the hunter reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 foreign primitive people arrived at the open space. Are you the boss they're talking about? Asked the leading woman. Chun-Li was about to answer when he found that the Queen of the Gulf was looking at him. The gaze was unreserved, looking up and down, back and forth, as if examining his prey. Damn, is this another woman who wants my body? Chun-Li thought to himself. However, his thoughts had just come to an end. The Queen of the Gulf curled her lips in disdain and said, "He must be a useless man with so little hair." Chun-Li's expression froze, his head tilted, and a row of question marks appeared above his head. Why doesn't this primitive man play by the rules? He had previously thought about several possible scenarios that might occur after the arrival of the Bay clan and the Coconut Grove clan. It's nothing more than fighting or winning over others. But he never expected that the first sentence he heard was, "In I Mao Shao." This is too much. Where the hell am I lacking hair? Look at my thick black hair. Look at my thick leg hair. Chun-Li rolled up his pants on the spot, revealing his two long, hairy legs. Oh, that's it. The Gulf Queen grew increasingly disdainful. The 8 men around her made some small movements intentionally or unintentionally to show off their lush hair that completely covered their skin. The body hair is almost as good as that of a chimpanzee. Chun-Li, well, in this respect, modern people are really no match for primitive people. You are a bunch of barbarians. I don't want to bother with you. The big black cow is over there. If you want beef, go and move it yourself. Don't interfere with my building of the house. Chun-Li suffered a crushing defeat in the first confrontation, and his originally calm and composed appearance was greatly dampened. He pointed at the cows in the distance, not wanting to bother with these outsiders anymore, and continued to build his own wooden house. However, the Gulf Queen and others had no intention of leaving. Building a house? What is that? What trick have you come up with, you liar? Chapter 027, let's go. I'll take you to show off. Fraud? Liar? Oh, stupid primitives. You can say whatever you want, but I'm not going to teach you how to build a perfect nest. Just take the beef and leave. I hate strangers like you with bad attitudes. Chun-Li replied, unhappily. As he spoke, he struck with the stone hammer in his hand and fixed another wooden board in place. The primitive people of this large clan are all arrogant, and it is not easy to tame them without some effort. Chun-Li has too few people under his command, and at most it can only be considered a small clan. The population base is there. Even if they have high martial arts skills and can defeat the leader of a large clan, they can only gain some respect at most, but cannot directly annex the large clan. Therefore, Chun-Li did not intend to have a head-on conflict with the people of the big clans. Instead, he adopted the strategy of playing hard to get and took the initiative to show some technological advantages so that the people of the big clans could not help but be curious. The Queen of the Gulf and others watched Chun-Li hammering and fiddling with a strange wooden frame, completely unable to understand what he was doing. Then he sneered, "Humph, you useless liar. Let's go and check out the food first." Then he waved his hand and led everyone straight to the beef. "Boss, The hunters and others were upset to see that the Gulf Queen had been targeting Chun-Li, and they wanted to speak up for their boss. But Chun-Li himself didn't care, and said calmly, "It's okay. Don't worry about them. Let's build the house first. Even if the big black bull is left there, they can't move it away." Just now he paid special attention and found that among the 9 primitive people from large clans, none of them used sharp weapons. A bunch of weapons like wooden sticks and bone sticks could not possibly tear flesh from the iron-horn black bull. As for moving the entire cow away, that's a 2-ton cow for 1,000 kilograms, let alone 9 people. Even if there were another 9 people, they would not be able to transport it to the Bay Area more than 10 kilometers away. So Chun-Li was very relieved that the group of people would definitely come to him for help in the end. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Come help. If we work fast, we should be able to build 2 houses today. Okay, boss. Hunters and others also joined the team to build the house. Time passed quickly, and an hour went by in the blink of an eye. With the increase in manpower, Chun-Li's house building efficiency has been significantly improved. Soon, the wall of the first house was completed. The wall is high in the middle and low on the sides, and after the crossbeams are installed, it becomes a triangular roof. Then, straw mats made of white grass are laid on the wooden beams one layer at a time, playing the same role as tiles. Finally, there is the door. Due to the backward technology at present, we can neither produce metal hinges nor door shafts, so we can only make a self-service door that is manually moved. Although it is a bit outdated, it is still a complete wooden house after all. It's done. Chun-Li moved the self-service door over and blocked the reserve door frame. In an instant, a leaky, asymmetrical, unsightly wooden house appeared before everyone's eyes. Ding, you have successfully built a wooden house. Technology points plus 10. A pleasant system prompt sound rang out at the right time. 10 technology points. The reward at the same level as the fire-making technology proves that houses are as important to humans as fire. The value of technology points suddenly increased to 27. Although I don't know what it's used for, compared with the previous physical fitness 2, strength 3, and agility 2, this 27 still looks particularly eye-catching. After the wooden house was built, all the busy people rushed over to admire the boss's masterpiece and express their feelings from time to time. Is this house? It does look prettier than the pigsty. As expected of the boss, you can actually build such a special nest. Chun-Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he didn't know whether these guys were praising him or insulting him. To be honest, the wooden house was really rough, and he himself couldn't stand it. But compared to sleeping in the wilderness, it's still pretty good. He said to everyone has been busy all morning and must be tired. Let's take a break now, get some beef, and have a good meal. It took them the entire morning to build the first wooden house. It's already noon, and everyone's stomach is rumbling with hunger. It's time to replenish their energy. Boss, that group of people haven't left yet, the hunter reminded. On the other side of the lawn, at the foot of the stones, 2 groups of people from the Bay clan and the Coconut Grove clan were still looking worried. The black bull was so huge that even with 9 of them working together, they couldn't drag it even 1 centimeter. Not to mention cutting, without even a sharp weapon, it would be impossible to cut. Do you want to bite it with your teeth? Oh. Chun-Li looked at the 9 children of wealthy families in the distance and grinned. Come on, I'll take you guys to show off. He waved his hand and told everyone to bring sharp weapons such as bone axes and bone knives. He himself carried a mountain axe and strode to the other side of the grassland. Shirgu and others were all very excited. This is not the first or second time that they have been bullied by the big clans. Today, I can finally hold my head high under the leadership of the boss. Crossing the tall weeds, they arrived at the other end of the meadow. Before he even got close, Gun shouted, Hey, why haven't you taken the beef away, yet are you too weak to move it? Do you want us to help? That kind of boasting is so annoying. The 2 groups of people from the big clans are used to being proud. How could they tolerate such provocation? Someone immediately jumped out and said angrily, Why are you shouting? You're just lucky to have encountered a group of cattle killing each other. It's not you who killed the cattle. Why are you so proud? Agen wanted to refute and stated that he was the one who killed the Black Bull leader with his own hands. Chun-Li was the first to speak and responded, Indeed, to be honest, from your perspective, hunting such a large beast is completely impossible. It is understandable that you do not believe in our ability. People are always used to judging others by themselves. He has known this truth for a long time. The cattle had run away anyway, and they had no way of recreating the battle that killed the Ironhorn Black Bull, so there was no point in arguing. It would be better to save your breath, cut the beef, and go home to cook, and let these children of wealthy families continue to stare blankly. I won't say anything more. These 5 cows are the public property of all mankind. If you want to eat them, just take them yourself. As Chun-Li spoke, he directed Shirgu and others to go forward and cut the food. Agen was a little unwilling that his proud record was being ignored, but he still obeyed his boss's words. So he didn't refute, but walked forward with an unhappy feeling and chopped down with a bone axe, chopping off a piece of tendon meat weighing about 3 pounds from the Ironhorn Black Bull. When Agen raised the bone axe and chopped it down, the 9 people from the Bay clan and the Coconut Grove clan's pupils shrank noticeably, revealing looks of surprise. When they saw a large piece of beef being cut off so easily, their eyes almost popped out. What kind of weapon is this? He actually cut the meat off the beast in one go. How is that possible? I just took 3 bites of meat after gnawing for a long time. The people from the 2 major clans couldn't help but speak. The Queen of the Gulf had a gleam in her eyes. She stepped forward and said to Gun, Wait a minute. Let us use your weapon. Who are you? Gun glanced at her with a sidelong glance and said disdainfully, Why should I lend it to you? Just because you have a pair of shells on your chest? Humph, this is the weapon that the boss gave me. You, an outsider, are not worthy. Then he walked away with a proud step and his head held high. Chapter 028, We also want to live in a pigsty. The Gulf Queen was furious. As a clan leader, this was the first time she was ignored like this. Someone, take his weapon away from me. At that moment, she shouted angrily and gave orders to the 4 companions behind her. Yes, 4 strong men jumped out, patting their chests, showing off their strong muscles, trying to overwhelm Chun-Li's people with their momentum. But unfortunately, their momentum did not have any effect. The 6 tough guys under Chun-Li stood together, each holding an advanced handmade weapon, with a bit of pride on their faces, and confronted them fearlessly. Chun-Li smiled faintly and said, My queen, times have changed. Now is the age of technology. Your tactics of using numbers to bully the few are outdated. Besides, you don't have as many people as we do now. That's right. Shirgu and others echoed in unison. The boss's words made them feel proud. The resentment accumulated over the years was finally released. Why, you want to fight? At this time, people from the Coconut Grove clan also stood up. Although they are in competition with the Gulf clan and often have conflicts. But at least today, they are a united front. As a large clan, they would not allow a group of people from small clans to show off in front of them. As soon as the 4 strong men of the Coconut Grove clan stepped forward, the manpower on both sides reached a balance. In terms of male combat effectiveness, they have one more. However, Chun-Li and others were not panicked at all. It can even be said to be leisurely and contented. 8 men, without even a decent weapon, want to show off in front of a woman. It's ridiculous. Chun-Li said casually, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he used his taunting skill on everyone. The leader of the Coconut Grove clan, the Coconut Tree King, glared at him and said angrily, "How dare you defy me?" He swung the huge animal bone stick in his hand and smashed it down on his head. I seem to have seen this scene somewhere before. Chun-Li and Shirgu both felt a sense of familiarity with this scene. Facing the oncoming attack, Chun-Li did not give in. He gathered all his strength, wielded the mountain-splitting iron axe, and went forward to meet the attack. Crack! The axe fell with a raised hand. All they heard was a crisp sound. The next moment, a piece of snow-white bone stick flew out and fell to the ground. Good. Great job, boss. Shirgu's eyes lit up, and he shouted excitedly. That was how he had his weapons chopped off by an axe a few nights ago. The exact same plot was repeated, and the victim turned out to be the leader of the Coconut Tree clan, whom he hated the most. This made him very excited, and before anyone else could react, he started cheering. Shirgu's cheering alone made the scene a little awkward for a moment. What's even more embarrassing is the Coconut Tree King holding a half-bone stick. How could this happen? The Coconut King looked at the half-remaining bone stick in his hand in disbelief, and his heart was severely shocked. At this time, Shirgu spoke to comfort him. It's okay, don't cry. It's just a weapon. As long as you follow our boss and listen to him, he will definitely give you a more powerful weapon. As he spoke, he shook the bone axe in his hand and showed off proudly. Chun-Li couldn't help but smile. This Shirgu, although a righteous-looking tough guy, plays the role of a lackey very skillfully, as if he has practiced this role countless times. The key is that everything he said seemed to be true, and none of it was wrong. The Coconut King was so angry that he was shaking all over, his fists were clenched so hard that they made crackling sounds, and he wished he could rush up and have a big fight. But the axe in Chun-Li's hand made him very afraid. Where did you get so many powerful weapons?" said the Queen of the Gulf. She looked warily at the cold iron axe in Chun-Li's hand, and then looked at the bone and wooden weapons in the hands of others, with mixed feelings. "It has nothing to do with you." Chun-Li did not answer her question, but walked to the black cow beside him and cut off a piece of beef without fascia with an axe. His movements were nonchalant. Then he said to his own people, "Don't waste time with these people. Go back to the camp and eat barbecue." Then he turned around and left. Seeing that their boss had left, Shirgu and the others did not continue to tangle with the people from the 2 major clans. Each of them got some beef and also got some for those who didn't come, and then followed. The hunter was the last to leave. Before he left, he said to the Queen of the Gulf, the Coconut King, and the others, "See, I didn't lie to you. Our boss is really amazing. If you still don't believe me, you can go to our camp and I can show you how to make fire by drilling wood together." These words made the faces of the Gulf Queen, Coconut King, and others turn pale and red. Are they really not lying? Impossible, I don't believe it. But they do have very powerful weapons. It must be because of good luck. I found it in some special place. Several people were arguing and still refused to believe that Chun-Li was a god. After a while, the Queen of the Gulf looked at the huge black bulls around her, gritted her teeth, and said, "Let's go and take a look at their camp." Their curiosity and desire to win have been aroused. If they don't figure out the secrets of Chun-Li and others today, they will never go back. Let's go together. A group of people walked towards a forest where Chun-Li and others were temporarily staying with an aggressive attitude. When they were almost reaching the woods, a pig pen appeared in front of them, blocking their way. "What is this?" asked the Coconut King in confusion. A strong man came forward to check, pushed aside the branches on top of the pig pen, and saw 8 little wild boars inside. "Oh my God, This is a wild boar's den. Come and see. There are lots of little wild boars in there. The others were stunned. Boar's lair? How could there be such a strange wild boar's nest? Don't wild boars just find any bush to make their home? Is this kid blind? Everyone walked forward with doubt. The little wild boars in the pigsty heard the footsteps and made grunt sounds. The Queen of the Gulf pushed aside the branches and took a look. After seeing what was inside clearly, she showed a look of disbelief. This is actually a wild boar's den, and it's so beautiful. The big pig pen was neatly surrounded by sticks and branches into a circle, and then covered with branches and leaves. It didn't look like something a wild boar would do. Should we eat the little wild boars and rob their nests? A hunter suggested weakly. The coconut tree king glared at him and said viciously, "You actually want to live in a place like this?" "My lord, The hunter lowered his head in embarrassment. The coconut tree king snorted coldly. "This place is too far from the coconut grove where we are stationed. It is definitely not possible to live here. But we can move this nest back and place it in the coconut grove as a high-level nest." This. As expected of you, the king. You are indeed wise. When everyone heard this, they were suddenly enlightened and showed admiration. The coconut king raised his head, his pride evident in his expression. He said to the Queen of the Gulf, "Queen, your station is not suitable for such a nest. So the nest belongs to us, and you can eat the little wild boar. Is that okay with you?" The Gulf Queen nodded. Although she also liked this nest, she had to admit that the coconut tree king was right. The Bay Clan's headquarters really cannot accommodate such a nest. After the group agreed on the distribution method, they prepared to capture the little wild boar. At this moment, a strange fragrance floated over from the side. Chapter 029, Exaggerated Acting. Along with the fragrance came Chun-Li's shouts. "Old Tooth, bring the salt. Food without salt is simply inedible. Lower the heat, lower the heat. Do you want to burn the meat? Agan, you idiot. The meat is so thick that it can't be roasted." After hearing Chun-Li's words, the Gulf Queen and others fell into a brief silence. Food, the smell of cooked meat, fire. Do they really have a way to create fire? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. At the same time, gurgle. 3 or 4 people couldn't help swallowing their saliva as the aroma of roast beef aroused their appetite. Actually, they followed the hunters and ran all the way from the base. The time they spent on the journey, plus the time they stayed here, took them a full half day. After not eating for a long time, I suddenly smelled the aroma of delicious food. The effect can be imagined. "Queen, I'm so hungry." The hunter from the Bay clan said weakly. Someone from the Coconut Grove clan also echoed, "I'm hungry too. The 2 bites of meat I just ate from the black cow didn't fill my stomach at all. You even took 2 bites. I haven't eaten a single bite of food since this morning." Several people spoke up, their tone sounding somewhat resentful. The Gulf Queen and the Coconut Tree King looked at each other. "What do you think?" asked the Coconut Tree King. The Queen had an unhappy expression on her face. She felt very embarrassed that a small clan could produce such a tempting food aroma. She snorted, "Go in and see." Then he took the lead, bypassed the pig pen, and walked into the forest where Chun-Li and others were temporarily living. As soon as the Queen moved, the others immediately followed. After entering the woods and walking a few steps, the even richer aroma of meat hit my nose. Everyone saw that the open space in front had been cleaned up by someone, without any dead branches or leaves. A bonfire was burning in the middle of the open space, with a circle of people sitting around it, each holding a wet wooden stick and grilling beef. Not only that, there was also an old primitive man holding a bag of white stuff, and from time to time he gave a little bit of it to others and sprinkled it on the barbecue. "That white thing should be the salt we just heard about," everyone thought to themselves. "There really is fire. Where did your fire come from?" The Queen of the Gulf questioned as she came closer. Chun-Li glanced at her indifferently, and seeing that her attitude was not very friendly, he simply ignored her and continued to explain the essence of barbecue to the handsome men and beautiful women. "I'm telling you, the beef can't be cut too thick. If it's too thick, it won't withstand the heat well and will easily burn on the outside while the inside is still uncooked. But it can't be too thin. If it's too thin, it will be dehydrated when baked and taste like jerky with no nutritional value. Damn it, how dare you ignore our queen?" Chun-Li's attitude aroused the dissatisfaction of the Bay Clan hunters, who stepped forward and shouted angrily. Chun-Li turned around after hearing this. He laughed and said, "Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you hungry and eager to eat meat?" As he spoke, he handed the beef he had just roasted to the young hunter. The beef was roasted until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with juicy meat flowing and fragrant. Since it was just taken out of the fire, there was still a sizzling sound on the surface. Gurgle. The young hunter wanted to curse a few words to save face for his queen. But the barbecue smelled so good that he couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his heroic spirit suddenly weakened. I am really hungry. Looking at the tempting cooked meat in front of him, he made up his mind and opened his mouth to bite it without caring that the queen was right behind him. Eating their meat is also a way to vent the queen's anger. The young hunter thought. Chen Libin could have retracted his hand and moved the food away to prevent the other party from eating it. But he didn't do that. Instead, he watched with a smile as the young hunter tore off a large piece of the delicacy he had just grilled. How is it? Is it delicious? He asked. The young hunter did not answer. It was the first time in my life that I ate barbecued meat with salt. For someone who basically only eats raw food, it was definitely a new experience. The young hunter seemed to be struck by lightning. He stood still and was speechless. That's too much. How dare you tempt my companion with food? At this time, the Queen of the Gulf couldn't help it. Chun-Li fed her subordinates with his own hands in front of her. This behavior was a serious provocation to her as the clan leader. The queen took a step forward, pushed the young hunter away, and holding her exclusive weapon, the cattail whip, she said angrily, I want to duel with you. One-on-one duels are the most common way for primitive people to compete for the position of clan leader. Although the Gulf Queen is a female primitive, her fighting ability is not low at all, and she is even stronger than most male primitives. Her challenge to a duel against Chun-Li showed that she felt her position was threatened and she wanted to prove herself with powerful strength. However, Chun-Li would not understand this kind of primitive thinking. He was not moved at all. He moved the barbecue that had just been bitten in front of the Gulf Queen and said with a smile, Do you want to bite too? You? The Gulf Queen was furious and wanted to curse and fight. However, before she could finish her words, a loud shout was heard nearby. So delicious. Oh my God, how can there be such delicious food in the world? The young hunter's eyes were moist, and he licked his lips with satisfaction and exclaimed. Everyone from the three parties, including Chun-Li, was shocked by this strong reaction. Rows of question marks popped up above everyone's heads. Chun-Li couldn't help but ask, Is it that exaggerated? It's just roast beef, it's delicious, but it's not as delicious as the masterpiece made by Chef, right? Tears are coming out of my eyes. It's so fake, just like Wake Up. It's so delicious. The young hunter burst into tears and completely ignored everyone's reaction. He ran over in 2 steps, hugged the wooden stick that Chun-Li used to skewer the meat, and begged, Give me another bite, give me another bite. Then he moved closer and started biting it with big mouthfuls. This reaction is just like a person in withdrawal seeing the addictive drug again. The scene was quite awkward for a moment. The Gulf Queen's face turned green with anger. He clenched his fists and his body was shaking, and the 2 scallops on his chest seemed like they would fall off at any time. Chun-Li laughed dryly. That was an accident. Let's cut this off and continue with the previous topic. You asked me where the fire came from, right? Fine, I'll tell you now. As he said this, he stood up, walked to the side, picked up the dry wood that he had prepared in advance, and placed it on the open space. What are you doing? The Gulf Queen was very angry. When she saw him carrying out a pile of rotten wood and fallen leaves, she felt unhappy. Chun-Li replied, I will teach you the technique of making fire. Although we are not from the same group, we are all human beings. The technique of making fire is used to benefit all mankind, so of course I will not hide it. Chapter 030, What a Good Person. As he spoke, Chun-Li began to operate. For modern people, making fire by rubbing 2 sticks together is just very basic theoretical knowledge. Although few people may have done it, even if you have no experience, you will be able to do it after trying a few times. But primitive people wouldn't. All knowledge is an unsolved mystery until it is understood, even if it is very simple in nature. Just do this, and do this again, and you'll be able to make a fire. Chun-Li explained the technique of making fire and reminded people of the issues that require caution when using fire. In less than a few minutes, a new fire was lit in front of the hunters from the 2 major clans. How was this possible? The Gulf Queen and others were all stunned. He was originally full of anger and dissatisfaction, and wanted to fight with Chun-Li's people. But after seeing this magical scene, his heart was deeply shocked, and he lost the will to fight. For those who have already gained a preliminary understanding of the uses of fire, the significance of making fire independently is too far-reaching. Fire can not only be used to process food and make it more delicious. It can also be used to drive away wild beasts and dispel the cold. Not all primitive people were lucky enough to experience the days of having fire. The way primitive people preserved fire was very crude, and it could easily go out if they were not careful. Therefore, it is hard not to be excited about the method of making fire out of nothing. After being stunned for a long while, the Queen of the Gulf said in a trembling voice, "Let me try." "Well, let's try it." Chun-Li naturally would not refuse and gave her some dry wood for making fire. The Queen of the Gulf began to try. Follow the operation method you just saw and copy the tiger. The Coconut King and others stared with wide eyes, watching her every move. The first time, the stick was crushed. The second time, the stick was broken into pieces again. The third time, she controlled her heavy strength and rubbed it repeatedly at a very fast speed. Soon, white smoke began to rise from the dead wood. Then, with a soft puff sound, a small flame popped up, swaying and burning. Success! I succeeded. I actually created fire. Oh my God, this is incredible. The Queen of the Gulf, who was furious just now, became very excited the moment she saw the flame start, just like a child who gets her favorite toy for the first time. The flames spread rapidly, soon igniting the entire mass of flammable materials, emitting blazing flames. The others looked at the fire in disbelief. The unhappy expression on his face had disappeared unconsciously, replaced by surprise and joy. The look he showed towards Chun-Li and the others was no longer filled with disgust and aversion. Chun-Li smiled in his heart. Primitive people are so easy to please. Simply teaching some entry-level scientific skills can lead to a big change in attitude. If he gives them more benefits, it is very likely that they will come to him with their families. "You seem to be hungry too, so sit down and eat together," Chun-Li said. His main goal for the Bay clan and the Coconut Grove clan was to win them over and subdue them. The previous contradictions and conflicts were only due to the other party's arrogance. Now that they have seen the strengths of their own side, there is no need to continue to confront each other. The Queen of the Gulf was somewhat embarrassed. She treated Chun-Li like that just now, and they almost got into a fight. But Chun-Li not only did not blame her, but also taught her the magical technique of making fire and invited her and her friends to eat together. This made her feel very ashamed. I felt a little embarrassed and wanted to just leave. But some of her companions and some people from the Coconut Grove clan gathered around in a very cowardly manner, drooling at the sight of the roasted slices of beef. "But is it okay?" said the young hunter who had just taken a big bite of barbecue. Chun-Li nodded and asked his people to move aside and make some space for them. He replied, "We are all human beings. We should share food with each other. As long as you don't provoke us, we are still very hospitable." As soon as he finished speaking, Shirgu beside him added, "But if you want to steal our things, we don't mind fighting you with the new weapons that the boss taught us to make." Well, the two leaders, the Coconut King and the Gulf Queen, both looked embarrassed. They are from a large clan with many companions and great power. In the past, they often bullied people from small clans like Shirgu and Agan. It was common for them to steal prey. Sometimes when food was scarce, they would even hunt and kill people from small clans and eat their own kind. This was a barbaric era of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Unless people were companions who grew up together, there was basically no friendship to speak of. But at this moment, Chun-Li actually said, "We are all human beings and we should share food." This made the two leaders very surprised, and they looked at Chun-Li with incredible eyes. They couldn't understand why this hairless man had such a strange thought. What I can't understand even more is why this man can understand so many things. People from the three clans gathered together and enjoyed the hot food. There was so much meat from the iron-horn black beef that it couldn't be finished, so everyone ate to their heart's content at lunch. A small bag of salt was quickly consumed. Everyone likes salt. The wonderful salty taste is far beyond the reach of light taste. No one talked much while eating. After all, they were shouting and yelling about fighting half an hour ago, so it is unlikely that they will start chatting in a friendly manner right away. After lunch, Chun-Li took out two sharply polished bone knives and gave them to the Queen of the Gulf and the Coconut King. Then he took Shirgu and others and continued to build a house. He did not say anything about inviting the two major clans to join him. This kind of thing cannot be rushed. If you are too hasty, it will only arouse other people's vigilance and be counterproductive. Anyway, there is still half a month left, which is enough for him to lure people from the two major clans over little by little. After Chun-Li and others started to get busy, the leaders of the two major clans walked towards the cows with the bone knives given by Chun-Li. With this sharp weapon, we can cut the beef and bring the food back. Both leaders were delighted. Today, I not only had delicious barbecue and learned how to make fire, but I also got a powerful weapon for free, plus lots of meat. This level of harvest is more important than all the hunting results of the past few days combined. King Chun-Li is such a good man. The Queen of the Gulf sighed and looked at Chun-Li, who was busy at the other end of the grass, through the tall weeds with gentle eyes. Indeed, he is a rare good man. The Coconut Tree King also echoed, and then said, "Okay, start cutting the beef. Everyone takes a large piece back, which will be enough for everyone to eat for 2 days." Update note: I'm very busy with work in December, and someone in my family is getting married in a few days, so I have less time to write. I will update 2 chapters a day at around 12, noon, and 9 p.m. If I am in good condition, I will consider increasing the update volume. In addition, the new book is on the way, and I would like to ask all the big guys to support it and vote for it. If you have any comments or corrections about this book, you can post them in the book circle, and the author will reply when he sees it. Thank you. Chapter 031, Tree Shooting Champion Request to Fight. The people of the Bay Clan and the Coconut Grove Clan took a large amount of beef and returned to their respective territories. Chun-Li continued to work as a carpenter and built his initial base bit by bit. Time flies. 3 days passed in a flash. The 9th wooden house has been built. As their proficiency improved, everyone worked much faster, and the style of the wooden house became more and more beautiful. Although it is still a wooden house with 4 walls, at least there is a window. In the entire small tribe, everyone was busy except for 3 young children. The men did manual labor by cutting trees and building houses, while the women harvested weeds and made roofs and floors. Laoya and Nung Sheng, who is in charge of taking care of the baby, are also not idle. They have been sharpening tools in their spare time in case of emergency. Although everyone's hands were worn out, they were still very happy to move into the new home and had no complaints at all. During these 2 days, the Gulf Queen and the Coconut King also came twice. The first time they came, they brought a dozen strong hunters with them, who were responsible for carrying the food. There were nearly 30 people in total, and each of them transported nearly 100 kilograms of beef at a time. The entire black cow was almost completely taken away, leaving only a huge skeleton and parts of it with poor meat quality, such as the cow's head, tail, and internal organs. Chun-Li did not deal with them, but just quietly busy himself in the pile of wood. Instead, the 2 clan leaders came over to say hello when they were about to leave. While greeting them, they naturally also saw the house built by Chun-Li. Chun-Li directly invited the 2 into the house and let them experience living in a house in advance. However, they were not told how the houses were built. This made the 2 leaders frown and ponder as they left. When they came the second time, both leaders brought a lot of special things. Beautiful shells, fragrant wood, extremely hard stones, white fur of wild animals, etc. These things are relatively rare collectibles and are the most primitive kind of treasure. The leaders of both sides took out the treasures of their clans in exchange for the method of building the wooden house. As a result, Chun-Li refused without hesitation. Those treasures are of no use to him. So how could he give up the opportunity to seduce the 2 major clans? The house is his most important bargaining chip. The fire brought by Suiren is the light of mankind. Building nests is the foundation of human beings. He can only pass on one, not the other. Otherwise, the 2 major clans will establish tribes first. When competition arises, the difficulty of expanding his small tribe will increase by more than 10 times. Chun-Li is not stupid, so he would naturally not do such a stupid thing. After being rejected by him, the Queen of the Gulf asked about salt again. These past 2 days, her clan has been roasting beef every day. The ordinary tribesmen all praised this delicacy. Only she and the first few hunters who came here knew that the beef they roasted at home was far less delicious than the one roasted by Chun-Li. After thinking it over, the Gulf Queen knew that the problem must be with the salt. So after failing to learn about construction technology, she tried to learn how to make salt. Chun-Li still did not answer this question. The bag of salt in Laoya's hand was given by the system, not made by him. Although we know that salt can be obtained by drying seawater, it takes more than a day or 2 to actually do it. So he just told the Queen of the Gulf, "This is also our secret. If you want to learn it, you must join my tribe." Then he ordered them to leave. The Gulf Queen looked unhappy when she left, probably because she was angry at Chun-Li's words. Soon, it was the 4th day of building the house. There are still 12 days left until the deadline for the settlement mission. Chun-Li, together with Gu, a gun, and others, finished building the 9th wooden house and were about to start building the 10th one. But suddenly, I heard the hunters shouting in the distance. Boss, the Queen of the Gulf is coming towards us with many hunters. Chun-Li frowned slightly and had to stop. Bringing a large number of hunters here? Are you trying to cause trouble? Look carefully. Are they carrying weapons? Chun-Li asked. The hunter looked into the distance for a few times and then replied, Yes. Everyone is armed. This is fucking. Hearing this answer, Chun-Li frowned. Although he had anticipated that the people of the 2 major clans might go to war for the cabin. But when it really happens, it's still a bit of a headache. As long as there is a battle, there will inevitably be casualties. Humans are a rare resource, much more valuable than beef, and he doesn't want to see anyone die in battle. But there's no way. In primitive times, many problems could only be solved with the most primitive methods. Open the armory. Everyone, prepare for battle. Chun-Li shouted coldly and gave the order. Yes, boss. Everyone responded in unison. The armory is a wooden house specially used to store weapons. There are more than 40 wooden guns and more than a dozen bone knives and axes in it. As Chun-Li's order came down, all the people in the small tribe who could participate in the battle, 6 strong men, 3 women without children, and Chun-Li himself, each picked up 2 weapons, 1 long and 1 short, and were ready for battle. Soon, the Queen of the Gulf came to the grassland area with a group of mighty and tall hunters. If we count them, there are 31 people in total, including the Queen of the Gulf. It's all combat power. Boss, I can't seem to defeat him. Gu felt a little weak. The number of people on both sides is 10 to 31. Everyone knows that there is a huge gap in strength between the 2 sides. Chun-Li's expression was solemn, and he whispered, Don't panic. Make good use of the advantages of throwing weapons. We still have a chance. Well, I can even kill the big black bull, so killing people is even easier. Aegon, who has become the strongest man in the tribe, is full of confidence. At this time, the Queen of the Gulf spoke. She stood a few dozen meters away, across the trampled weeds, and shouted, King Chun-Li, I came to learn from you today how to build a wooden house and make salt. You'd better not answer me like you did yesterday. He spoke with confidence and an arrogant attitude, returning to the way he was when they first met. Chun-Li said, What if I refuse? The Queen of the Gulf chuckled and raised her hand slightly. Who? In an instant, the 30 strong men behind him roared in protest at the same time, with an extraordinary momentum. If you refuse, I will kill all the people in your clan and take away your territory. Then you will lose your support and will have no choice but to join my clan. The Queen of the Gulf was full of confidence. With so many hunters backing her up, she has every reason to expand. Kill all my people? This woman is quite cruel. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes. He said to the stick beside him, Are you sure you can shoot that woman to death? Yes. Aegon replied affirmatively. The title of Tree Shooting Champion and Black Bull Hunter is no joke. Chapter 032. Talking nonsense is not enough. It's good to be sure, but there's no rush to act. Chun-Li knew that if he let Aegon take action and kill the Queen of the Gulf in 1 second, the result would definitely not make the people of the Gulf clan flee in panic, but make them go crazy and attack desperately. After all, human emotions are more complicated. They are not like the iron-horned black bulls, which would flee in all directions when they saw their leader fall. Killing the enemy leader is only a last resort. Chun-Li said, Queen of the Gulf, you are wrong. My only mission in this world is to become the leader of all humans and lead them from the barbaric era of eating raw meat and drinking blood to the civilized era. If you attack my people, not only will you not make me surrender, but you will make me hate you and become my mortal enemy. His tone was arrogant. No one on the entire island dared to say that he would become the leader of all mankind. Even large clans and tribes with hundreds of people do not have such qualifications. But this is not arrogance. With the wisdom of modern people, even without the assistance of the system, as long as he spends more time, Chun-Li can still become an extremely great human pioneer. I can see that you are a remarkable person. If possible, I don't want to conflict with you. The Queen of the Gulf replied. She softened her tone and extended an invitation to Chun-Li. King Chun-Li, I have an idea. If possible, I hope you can lead your companions to join the Bay clan. In this way, we won't have to fight for anything. You can also become my unique partner and enjoy everything I have. As soon as these words were spoken, before Chun-Li could say anything else, the people of the Bei clan started to panic. Queen, how can this be? We are your most loyal partners. That person is just an outsider. He is not worthy of being your partner. The reactions of several hunters were particularly strong, probably members of the Gulf Queen's companion group. Chun-Li smiled upon seeing this. I'm afraid I can't accept the Queen's kindness. My mission is to build a strong tribe, not to join a strong clan. But your words reminded me that I actually have a very good suggestion. What suggestions? Asked the Gulf Queen. Chun-Li said, it's similar to your idea, but it's the other way around. Let all the people of the Bei clan move to my territory, integrate into my clan, and form a tribe together. I will be the chief of the tribe, and I will bring you endless resources and technology. Weapons, food, and houses are just the most basic things. There are many more precious things than these. In addition, I will lead you to continue to expand our territory, annex other clans, and expand the influence of the tribe to a degree that you cannot imagine. In fact, the two people have similar ideas, which is to merge the two clans into one and become stronger. The only disagreement is who will be the boss. Chun-Li's idea is relatively simple. He was a man, and it was obviously impossible for him to submit to a woman who was inferior to him in every way. Even if the system allowed it, he would not accept it. The Queen of the Gulf had a more complicated idea. She didn't want to give up her leadership position and become the king of everyone, but she also wanted to get the strange knowledge in Chun-Li's mind. In addition, like the fierce girl, she was jealous of Chun-Li, a special man with a unique appearance who was more handsome than all other men. So after listening to Chun-Li's suggestion, Queen of the Bei quickly rejected it and said, I can accept all the other conditions you mentioned, except that you can become the king. Not only me, but all my companions in the Bei clan will not agree to you becoming their leader. Really? Chun-Li raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, you probably don't know what I can do yet. We've all seen what you're capable of, and while it's special, we don't necessarily need it. The person who answered the call was not the Queen of the Gulf, but a slightly older hunter who looked very calm. As soon as this person spoke, the other hunters followed suit. They have already learned the technique of making fire and can take away weapons and houses from the Chun-Li clan. If the only advantage is knowing how to make salt, it would be really unnecessary. However, they really underestimated Chun-Li, a modern man. Chun-Li laughed and said, your vision is too narrow. If this little bit of food can satisfy you, then I can only say that you deserve to eat raw meat and sleep in the wilderness. Everyone in the Bei clan frowned and felt a little annoyed. The Queen of the Gulf snorted coldly. Then what else can you do? Chun-Li said, I know a lot. For example, I can make clothes to protect my body and resist the cold. I can grow food so that I can harvest it on time without having to risk hunting. I can make tools to facilitate my life and simplify everything. I can tame wild animals such as pigs, dogs, cows, and horses, and I can use them all. I can. He listed dozens of abilities in one breath, starting with the most basic necessities of life and going deeper and deeper, becoming more and more complicated, until he even mentioned electronic communications, airplanes, and ships. The group of primitive people were stunned when they heard this. They could understand the first few sentences and knew their meaning. But the further they listened, the more confused they became. It felt like it was not a human being speaking in front of them, but a wild beast walking upright and roaring Jilagwala. They had no idea what the roar meant. Finally, it was the Queen of the Gulf who couldn't help herself and shouted, Stop! That's enough! Only then did Chun-Li stop. What do you think? Are the things I know worthy of your submission? He said confidently. After bragging for a long time, his throat was almost smoking. If there was no effect at all, it would be a waste of his breath. Unexpectedly, the Queen of the Gulf replied, These things you said cannot possibly exist. Are you lying to us? Does this make sense? Chun-Li. Well, primitive people's brains were relatively dumb after all. Even the most basic life tips are unimaginable high-tech to them. It turns out that just bragging is not enough. It seems that I still need to show some real skills. He said helplessly. At this time, he still has many skills that he can perform, but those things in life can only be a supplement at most and cannot serve as a deterrent. Only by coming up with something that is enough to shock the entire audience can the people of the Bei clan be made to bow their heads. And he only had one thing of this weight and intimidating power on his body. Chapter 033. Primitive people are so shameless. That is hemostatic ointment. Although he didn't want to admit it, He only had two things on him that were really worth mentioning, namely the axe and the hemostatic ointment. Both are mission rewards given by the system, far beyond this era. The miraculous effect of hemostatic ointment is even more exaggerated than modern medicines. Chun-Li really didn't want to fight with the people from the Bei clan. Let's not talk about the question of whether we can win or not. As long as the two sides fight, if someone is injured or disabled, it will be a huge loss. The survival rate of primitive people was already relatively low, and every living person was an important resource and should not be wasted. So after thinking it over, he decided to take out the only two remaining hemostatic ointments and make a big one. Then let me show you my true abilities, Chun-Li said, walking forward alone. The boss is in danger, don't go. Aegon and others reminded him repeatedly, trying to stop him. Chun-Li waved his hands. It's okay, they won't do anything to me. Besides, don't you guys support me remotely from behind? He is still somewhat confident in his abilities. Although his individual combat capability is not yet at the top human level, with the basic attributes and the sharpness of the Iron Axe, the people of the Gulf Clan are basically no match for him. After walking 20 steps forward, they arrived at the middle area between the two groups of people. Chun-Li swung the axe, put it on his shoulder, and said to the men of the Bei clan in a provocative tone, "Don't you doubt my ability? Come on, I'll give you a chance to defeat me. If you want to use hemostatic ointment to show off, you have to get hurt first. Cut yourself with an axe, and then apply ointment. This method will definitely not work. It's like acting, it's not convincing. You must first fight with the idiot on the opposite side, make him bleed, injure him seriously, and then heal him. This is the only way to convince people. You want to challenge all of us alone?" As soon as Chun-Li finished speaking, the men of the Bei clan became angry. What kind of attitude is this? This guy's so damn arrogant. One person challenges 30 of them. Do you really think you are a human-shaped, saber-toothed tiger? Brothers, come together and kill him. Rush! Someone shouted, and 30 strong men from the Bei clan rushed up with weapons raised high. Fuck you. Chun-Li was stunned. This is not right. This plot is not right. When he said defeat me, he meant to let the Bei clan select the strongest person to challenge him in single combat. It's not just one person challenging everyone. These idiots actually misunderstood and all rushed up at once. Who can withstand this? Ip Man only fought 10 people, okay? Fuck you, you primitive people are so shameless. Help! Aegon Shirgu, are you blind? Come and help me. Chun-Li shouted repeatedly, calling for emergency support. Before he finished speaking, the strong men of the Bei clan had already rushed forward. Arrogant man, take my stick. How dare you snatch the queen's right to be our concubine? I'll beat you to death. Alala. Wukaya. A group of burly, hairy men roared and waved sticks and weapons, attacking Chun-Li's head, chest, and other parts, especially the groin area, which received special attention. Fuck, I'm going to fight you. Seeing that there were many people on the opposite side, and he couldn't escape, Chun-Li became anxious. He swung the mountain axe and swept it out with a half-moon slash. Only a series of cracking sounds were heard, and with the strong blessing of 3 points of strength, the wooden weapons that the Bei clan had picked up were chopped off by the Iron Axe one after another. At the same time, the enemies attacking from both sides also hit Chun-Li's shoulders, waist, legs, and other parts with sticks. He even got hit on the head. Bang, bang, bang. After a round of attacks, Chun-Li felt a buzzing in his head and severe pain all over his body. Nima, you are so cruel. He was a little panicked for a moment, and the idea of pretending to be cool faded away instantly. If you don't take it seriously, you might really fail. Chun-Li gathered all his strength, quickly adjusted his state, and ducked to avoid a wave of attacks. Then he quickly fought back. Look at my diamond legs. Iron head kung fu. Unrecognizable feet. Invincible mountain-splitting axe. He fought randomly without any rules, relying on his 2 points of physical fitness and 3 points of strength to withstand the blunt attacks of a group of strong men. And he actually looked like a reincarnated overlord. Of course, it's also quite miserable. It sounds slow, but in fact, dozens of people are fighting together, and the frequency of attack is more than 10 times in an instant. In just a few seconds, Chun-Li received at least 20 heavy blows, and his whole body was in pain. Although he struck hard, the men of the Bei clan were more seriously injured than him. But the other side has more people, and the situation is still in favor of the Gulf clan. It seemed that Chun-Li, who was possessed by the Overlord, was about to be pinned to the ground and beaten. At this moment, an angry roar came from behind. How dare you hurt our boss? I'll fight you. Look at the gun. Whoosh. Along with the roars of Shirgu and Aegon, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Immediately following, phew, a sound of flesh and blood being torn came from Chun-Li's side. The next moment, a shrill scream rang out from the crowd, almost tearing the eardrums. Everyone's actions couldn't help but stop. What happened? The crowd who didn't see the situation clearly were stunned. But soon, they saw the situation clearly. Their partner, the muscular man who had beaten Chun-Li the hardest, suddenly had a long wooden spear on his body. The wooden spear pierced his ear from the front shoulder socket, pierced out from the back shoulder blade, penetrated a full foot into his body, and pierced through his entire body. What is going on? Everyone in the Bei clan was stunned. Stop it, stop fighting. The Gulf Queen hurried forward to stop the fight. Shirgu, Aegon, and others also rushed forward. Seeing that everyone had stopped, they did not continue attacking, but pulled Chun-Li out of the crowd and withdrew from the chaotic battle circle. King Chun-Li, was this done by your people? Asked the Queen of the Gulf, her tone somewhat annoyed. Without waiting for Chun-Li to answer, Ah Gun shouted angrily. I did it, so what? You dared to use heavy hands on our boss. I was already holding back by not shooting him in the head. As he spoke, he tightened the other wooden spear in his hand, clearly showing his intention to demonstrate. The Gulf Queen was furious. Seeing that her people were all pierced, and there was a high probability that they would not survive, she was no longer as calm as before. She frowned and wanted to fight with Chun-Li and others to avenge her brother. Don't be impulsive. Chun-Li quickly called a halt. He took a breath, rubbed his aching head, took a step forward, and said, Don't worry, he won't die. I can save him. Chapter 034 New Method of Making Food. The opportunity to show off has come. He fought with the people of the Bei clan in order to create opportunities for injury. Whether you're injured or the opponent is injured, you can use hemostatic ointment to treat the injury. Although things got a little out of control, he was beaten up badly. All the injuries were caused by blunt objects, and even the hemostatic ointment didn't work. But fortunately, the tree-shooting champion was in control of the situation and threw a shot, which directly stopped him from being beaten. Don't touch his wound. Leave it to me. Chun-Li said this, and walked forward, enduring the pain for being beaten all over his body. Can you really save Cha-Cha? The Queen of the Gulf asked warily. In primitive society, a pierced body was a serious injury that was almost impossible to heal. Even if it is just the shoulder blade, death may occur due to blood loss, infection, inflammation, and other symptoms. This guy's name is Cha-Cha? Chun-Li wanted to laugh, but the pain from the 2 punches on his face made him unable to laugh. He replied, There is still a good chance of saving him, but my medicine is very precious and can only be used to save my own people. If you want to save his life, you'd better submit to me and let the Bei clan join my tribe. Now is the best opportunity to negotiate terms, and he will not let it go. Although they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, after seeing what Aegon had shown and their lethality, the people of the Bei clan had to think twice. After all, everyone fights for a better life, not to fight to the death. I won't agree to that. The Gulf Queen objected, unwilling to give up her position as leader. Then let little brother Cha-Cha die in pain. Chun-Li raised his eyebrows. The Queen of the Gulf was in a state of hesitation. Chun-Li saw that things were turning around for the better, and continued, My tribe will be very large in the future, with many clans coexisting. After you join, the Haiwan clan will still be the Haiwan clan, and you will still be the leader of the clan. I, Chun, have no interest in managing the population. I just like farming and developing the overall civilization. This is also the truth in his heart. As the tribe's population grows in the future, it will definitely need some officials to help manage it. Anyway, the system doesn't have any requirements in this regard. As long as he is the chief or big brother of the tribe, the task can be completed smoothly. After hearing what Chun-Li said, the Gulf Queen began to be interested. From her point of view, if Chun-Li was telling the truth, then the joining of the Bei clan would not make them a vassal of Chun-Li's tribe, but instead they would become the main body of the tribe because of their population advantage. And she still manages her own people and is still the Queen of the Gulf. In this way, wouldn't it be equivalent to indirectly annexing Chun-Li's clan? After the 2 clans merge, she will be able to obtain the vast amount of magical knowledge in Chun-Li's head for free. Even his body. It seems pretty good. Thinking of this, the Queen of the Gulf was really moved. Do you keep your word? She said. Chun-Li nodded. Of course. Okay, then I agree. You should save him quickly, the Queen of the Gulf announced solemnly. Hearing her words, The men of the Bei clan all showed some displeasure. However, they all heard the conversation between the two and could more or less understand their female leader's thoughts. Chun-Li did not waste any time and immediately began to treat the injured. Help him sit down first. 2 people come and hold down his front and back wounds. Come one more person, grab the wooden spear and listen to my command. He methodically instructed the people around him to help, and at the same time reached into his trouser pocket and unnoticeably took out the hemostatic ointment one from the system warehouse. 3, 2, 1, pull. Can't pull it out. Push harder. 3, 2, 1, try again. Fuck, what a big hole. As the wooden spear was pulled out, a bloody hole as thick as a wrist appeared in front of everyone. Although someone helped to press the blood vessel, blood still flowed out. Amidst tears and hysterical shouts, Chun-Li hurriedly applied the hemostatic ointment. As a result, this touched the flesh and blood in the forked wound, causing the person to feel excruciating pain. Can you do it? The people of the Bei clan questioned. Seeing their companions screaming like this, everyone was very distressed. How about you come? Chun-Li shrugged, with a rogue expression that said, what can you do to me? But his hands were not idle either, and he quickly applied hemostatic ointment on the front and back of the wound. The magic medicine given by the system was very effective. As he applied it, Cha-Cha's wound was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, the muscle tissue spread and grew, wriggling like little worms and connecting together. It was also the first time that Chun-Li saw such a scene, and he was very surprised. Even with his experience as a New Age wise man, he had never seen such a magical medicine. The growth rate of this meat is almost the same as that of fruits and vegetables soaked in hormones. By the way, if the flesh is cut off, will it grow back quickly if you apply some hemostatic ointment? If so, is this a way to make food? Chop off a pig's foot and grow it back. Keep cutting and it keeps growing. It's so cool just thinking about it. Well, apart from the high cost, it seems to be feasible. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed. Cha-Cha's cries became weaker and weaker, and finally he fell into a coma due to the pain. His wound had almost healed due to the effect of the hemostatic ointment. After using up a whole bottle of hemostatic ointment, only 2 small cuts like broken skin were left in the front and back. Chun-Li casually found some imperator roots with hemostatic effects in the grass, crushed them and applied them to his wound, and asked someone to help him into the wooden house to rest, thus completing the most special healing in human history. His external injuries are almost healed, but the bone damage will probably take a long time to recover. It's best not to do heavy work within 3 months. What? How long is 3 months? It's the length of time it takes for the sun to rise and set 90 times. After finishing the treatment of his injuries, Chun-Li breathed a sigh of relief. The efficacy of the hemostatic ointment is obvious to all and is indeed remarkable. It's just that I only have one left, so I'm a bit tight. I don't know whether the system will continue to deliver it in the future. Thank you, said the Queen of the Gulf. The people of the Bei clan looked at Chun-Li with much friendlier eyes, and the jealousy was no longer as obvious on their faces as before. Chun-Li replied, "You're welcome. You have joined my tribe, so I'm saving my own people. Well, okay. You are indeed remarkable and worthy of being a greater leader than me." The Queen of the Gulf lowered her head and acknowledged Chun-Li's status. Fire, weapons, shelter, saving lives. Chun-Li possesses all the things that are most important to human beings. There is no shame in respecting such a powerful person as a leader. Following the Gulf Queen's action, the other 29 Gulf Tough Guys also lowered their heads and recognized the new leader. Ding, you have officially established your own faction. Please name it. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound suddenly rang. An input box appeared in Chun-Li's mind. Chapter 035, Really Poor. At the same time, Chun-Li's attributes also underwent some changes. Name, Chun-Li. Physical fitness, 2. Strength, 3. Agility, 2. Prestige, 0. Technology, 27. Territory, unnamed territory, about 1 square kilometer. Population, 46. Civilization rating, primitive civilization, level 0. There are 2 new columns in the attribute column, population and civilization assessment. The territory column finally has content. Chun-Li thought about it and named this territory Novice Tribe to commemorate his green and New Year's. Well, actually I'm just bad at naming and I'm too lazy to use my brain. Ding, naming is successful. You have become the chief of the Novice Tribe. Please develop the population as quickly as possible and complete the settlement mission. After the naming was completed, the system also issued a rare, encouraging reminder. Chun-Li saw that he now had a population of 46. Excluding myself, the original Aegon clan had 15 people, and the Haiwan clan had 31 people, exactly 46. It seems that the people in the Bei clan's base are not included. As long as they are brought here, the number will easily exceed 50. Chun-Li was in a good mood. There are still 12 days left until the settlement mission, and his mission will be completed soon. Thinking of the generous rewards for the main quest, he couldn't help but feel excited. Boss, are you okay? Does it hurt? The concerned greetings from his companions brought Chun-Li's thoughts back from the mission reward. A fierce girl who had been craving for his body for a long time stood next to him, vaguely trying to separate him from the Queen of the Gulf. I also took the opportunity to touch his muscular chest muscles, and I didn't know whether he was showing concern or taking advantage of him. Chun-Li hadn't noticed the injuries on his body at first, but when he was touched so fiercely, he suddenly felt a piercing pain all over his body. Oh my God, it hurts so much. You guys were so damn cruel. I have bruises all over my body. They won't heal without a few months of rest. Chun-Li cried out in pain with tears in his eyes, and from the tone of his voice, it seemed that he was more seriously injured than Cha-Cha. Although the 1v30 fight just now lasted only about a minute, in this short period of time, he was hit by at least a dozen punches and dozens of beatings with sticks. Even though it was not a life-and-death fight, the tough guys from the Gulf clan did their best. But they're a group of tough guys after all. If not for the fact that his physical fitness had increased by 2 points and his defense was pretty good, I would have probably already had my bones broken. The worst thing is that even hemostatic ointment is ineffective against injuries caused by such blunt instruments, and he can only grit his teeth and endure it. Oh, I'm so miserable. Chun-Li burst into tears. The men of the Bei clan looked around at the sky, the earth, and the air as if it had nothing to do with them. Only the Queen of the Gulf had some conscience and said, King Chun-Li, let me rub it for you. The wound will heal faster. As soon as she finished speaking, before Chun-Li answered, the man standing between the two of them quickly refused, saying, No need. Boss, we can rub it ourselves. As she said that, she wanted to touch Chun-Li's abdominal muscles. Fortunately, Chun-Li reacted quickly and dodged 2 meters away. Rub? Only a fool would believe that. It was obvious that these two female primitives wanted to take advantage of him because he was handsome and strong, with fair skin and little hair. Mr. Chun is a tall and strong man, a man of integrity. If he says he doesn't want women, then he doesn't want women. It's just a few bruises. I could just lie down for a few days and it will heal. By the way, you can also be lazy and don't have to do hard work every day. He said to the 2 women who were greedy for his body, No, you should just go and do your own things. The tribe doesn't have enough houses. When all the people from the Bei clan come, we will need at least 30 wooden houses to live in. You can send a few of you back to move, and the rest of you can learn how to build and build houses together. There's strength in numbers. With 20 or 30 wooden houses and more than 30 strong men working on it, I believe it can be completed in 2 days at most. Really? The Queen of the Gulf asked. No need. Really no need. I'm born with a physique that can withstand beatings. I have high defense and thick blood. I'm not afraid of pain at all. Hisagun, why are you touching me? Boss. I see there's a piece of grass on your butt. I'll help you remove it. The conflict between the 2 clans came to an end. In fact, it is not a conflict at all. It is just the difference between active fusion and passive fusion. The newbie tribe was established. The ratio of the number of basic members is quite skewed, and the population of the Bei clan far exceeds the population of the small clan originally belonging to Chun-Li. However, Chun-Li is not worried that he will be overshadowed. He was able to convince Gu and others in just a few days, not only relying on the favorability given by the system, but his own efforts also played a crucial role. Although the people of the Gulf clan are more loyal to the Gulf Queen than he is, this small problem can be quickly resolved if he is given some time. It's still early. The Gulf Queen took 10 men back to the Gulf area and prepared to move their original belongings over. The whole clan moved to the novice tribe. Of the 20 remaining strong men under Chun-Li's assignments, 10 were responsible for weeding and dividing land plots, 5 were learning to build houses, and 5 were learning to cut wood. The main reason is that there are relatively few tools for cutting wood, and currently they cannot meet the needs of so many people to work together. The universal map in Qin mind had undergone new changes at this time. The uncultivated wasteland designated as a residential area was quickly turned into a flat land by the 10 strong men's quick weeding work. By the way, a small part of the weeds in the cultivated area were removed, clearing out an open space of 20-50 meters, which was to be used as the first cultivated land, even though he had not yet found any suitable crops or wild vegetables to grow. At dusk, a loud noise came from the woods in the west. The Queen of the Gulf walked out of the woods with a dozen strong men, several elderly people, and a dozen children ranging from 1 to 12 years old. The group of men were mainly carrying thick loads of black beef, which they had just brought over 2 days ago. As for the luggage, a cursory glance seemed to reveal only some sticks and weapons, a small amount of beast leather, and some pretty shells of little use. Really poor. "Chief, I have brought everyone here," the Queen of the Gulf shouted from afar. At Chun Li's request, she and the rest of the tribesmen have changed their way of addressing Chun Li to Chief. The main reason is that Chief sounds too much like an African, and player Chun Li subconsciously resists this title. "Well, come here." Chun Li waved to the Queen of the Gulf and others. As the crowd walked into the territory, a string of numbers kept changing in his attribute panel. Population +1. Population +1. Population +1. The population of 46 suddenly increased to 68. Ding, you have successfully established a novice tribe and expanded the population to more than 50 people, completing the main quest settlement. You have obtained the mission rewards. Attribute points 3, large material treasure chest 1, inheritance stereotype 1. Since you completed the task 12 days ahead of schedule, you will be rewarded with a surprise gift package. Please select the direction of attribute point allocation. Chapter 036 prize draw. It's time to witness the bloodline. Fuck, this feels so good. A series of system prompts made Chun Li excited, and even the pain in his body faded a lot. 3 attribute points, 1 large treasure chest, a heritage stereotype, and a surprise gift package with extra rewards. It's really generous. Calm down, calm down. First, let's see what the inheritance stereotype is. He turned his attention to the virtual warehouse in his mind. In the warehouse, in addition to the only remaining hemostatic ointment, there are 3 more prop icons. The first icon is in the shape of a gray stone tablet, the second is a golden treasure chest, and the third is a red cloth bag with a question mark on it. Look at the prop description again. Inheritance stereotype. Level 1 inheritance, 1 era higher than current technology. Inheritance content. Unidentified, 10 technology points. Function. It records the inheritance of certain knowledge. One can master the knowledge by worshipping it devoutly. The specific degree of comprehension depends on the individual's IQ. After reading it, Chun Li couldn't help but take a deep breath. Pass on the knowledge, the kind that gives you a sudden enlightenment. No matter who you are, as long as you are smart, you can learn advanced knowledge that is 1 era ahead of the current technological level by worshipping it. Fuck, this is so perverted. This is outrageous. I thought it was outrageous enough to have an iron axe in primitive times, but I didn't expect the rigid inheritance to be even more outrageous. It's knowledge that's ahead of its time, and it's the kind that you can learn directly through recommendation. If the level of technology develops to the information technology age and inherits a stereotype, wouldn't it be possible to fly out of the earth and chase after aliens in a minute? If the current level of technology was not too low, Chun Li himself would have wanted to kneel down and worship. There is a big, unidentified, written on the inheritance plate, and it takes 10 technology points to identify what the inheritance content it contains is. The role of technology points has been demonstrated, so there is no need to figure out anymore. Let's take a look at it. I don't know what you'll get. Chun Li pondered inwardly, and with an idea in mind, he invested 10 technology points and began to identify the props. Now his tribal era is still primitive civilization. The so-called primitive civilization includes 2 periods, the Neolithic Age and the Paleolithic Age. Although the 2 periods span a long time in history, neither of them can be considered civilized. They are very backward, and both belong to the barbaric stage of civilization. The Bronze Civilization was 1 era ahead of the primitive civilization. The Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties in history can all be considered bronze civilizations. Among them, the Eastern Zhou dynasty reached its peak. In the middle of the spring and autumn period in the early Eastern Zhou dynasty, a small number of people had already begun to experiment with smelting metals such as iron, copper, and tin. In addition to metal smelting, there are many other representative technologies from different eras. For example, farming, mulberry and hemp, writing, papermaking, etc. Chun-Li didn't know what inheritance he could identify. 10 technology points were deducted by the system, leaving only 17 points. The inheritance stereotype in the warehouse shook, and a reading symbol slowly extended out. Then a ray of light flashed, and the gray heritage stereotype turned into a blue stone tone. Ding, identification successful. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of clothing. Chun-Li didn't need to go and see it himself. The system had already told him the result. Clothing technology. Chun-Li was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether to be happy or disappointed. In fact, what he wanted most was farming technology, so that all the people in the tribe could learn how to plant overnight, farm the fields obediently, and develop the planting industry. But when I think about it, making clothes seems to be a good idea too. Look at the primitive people on the grassland now. Each of them has their chests and backs exposed. Both men and women are naked. The leaves and vines wrapped around the waist cannot cover the key parts at all. It is because everyone has dense body hair that it doesn't seem too embarrassing. If we can have clothes to wear to cover our bodies, protect against wind and sun, and keep out the cold, it will be a huge improvement to our quality of life. Thinking of this, Chun-Li felt much more relieved. Planting brings food, which can be replaced by hunting. In comparison, clothing making is even more precious. Well, this time I'm lucky enough to be the Emperor of Luck. Let's see what the other 2 treasure chests can reveal. The system seems to particularly like playing random games. Inheritance stereotypes need to be randomly identified, and the same is true for large material chests and surprise gift packs. Large supply box. After opening, you'll get a random supply. Material types include food, utensils, equipment, seeds, weapons, and metal raw materials. There are 6 types. The previous small supply treasure box contained grains, meat, fruits, seasonings, kitchen utensils, and clothing. In comparison, the contents of large supply chests are much more extensive. Of course, if you're unlucky and get food randomly, the result will be the same. At most, the portion will be larger. Last time, Chun-Li got a bag of salt at random. This time, he hopes to get the seed randomly. It's a seed for planting, not for downloading. Heaven and earth, please give me 100 kilograms of rice seeds. Chun-Li prayed in his heart. Then he opened the treasure chest. With a duong sound, a prop icon popped up. Then you obtained metal raw materials, 1 ton of pig iron from the large material treasure chest. A cube-shaped metal object appeared in the backpack. Chun-Li was stunned for 3 seconds. Then he looked up at the sky and let out a long howl. Damn, Dad, why iron? I can't even forge bronze now. You give me a ton of iron, and I use my head to forge it? A bag of salt, a ton of iron. Chun-Li cried. This system is too fucking dark. At the current rate of development, 1 ton of pig iron may not be used until 10 years later. This reward is the same as not being given at all. It's just for show. No, it's not even a decoration. He didn't even dare to take the 1 ton, 2,000 gene block of iron out of his backpack. Otherwise, you won't be able to even move it, and we'll have to put it on the ground and use it as a stool. Well, let's take a look at the surprise gift package. Chun-Li sighed quietly, and his resentment towards the system deepened. When I opened the warehouse, a description appeared before my eyes. Surprise gift pack. Open it and you will get any item. This time the introduction is even simpler and more straightforward. Even the type of reward is not fixed. It is completely random. Being a non-African, Chun-Li thought that after opening it, it was entirely possible that he would get a piece of A4 paper, a bag of instant noodles, or even a toothpick as a reward. I simply don't hold out any hope anymore. He opened the surprise gift package directly. With a duong sound, an icon appeared in the warehouse. Chun-Li glanced at it casually and saw an icon of a medicine box. And then he lost interest. Medicine box. What the hell? What kind of medicine is this? Chapter 037 all. More. Strength. The system didn't even give him any prompts, just letting him check it himself. When he found out it was medicine, Chun-Li was shocked and his spirits instantly perked up. When I looked at the backpack, I saw that it was a rectangular paper box, and its attributes were clearly visible. Yunnan Bai Yao, including Baoshizi. It has the effects of promoting blood circulation, removing blood stasis, reducing swelling and stopping bleeding when applied externally, and can treat injuries from falls. It can relieve swelling and pain when applied internally, and treats symptoms such as blood in the stool and coughing up blood. It's a whole big box containing 12 small boxes. Each box contains a bottle of medicine powder, weighing 4 grams, plus a safety pill. Insurance pills are emergency medicines for serious injuries. This medicine is really a bit of a surprise. Chun-Li's mood suddenly improved a lot. Yunnan Bai Yao is a very useful medicine for injuries in modern times. It is inexpensive, highly practical, and widely used. In primitive society, the effect is self-evident, although its effectiveness is much inferior to hemostatic ointment. But this is mainly because the hemostatic ointment is too buggy. The system distributes other item rewards by drawing them from treasure chests, and only axes and hemostatic ointment are given directly. This also shows the special features of the axe and the hemostatic ointment. This gift bag is pretty good. After all, it's free. But Chun-Li still felt very upset when he thought of the 1 ton of iron in the warehouse. It would be nice if there was a smelting environment. If you want to separate a whole piece of pig iron and forge it into various tools, you need to melt it first. The melting point of iron is 1,538 degrees Celsius. It is unknown how much manpower and material resources it would take just to build a furnace that can melt iron. Forget it. Let's not worry about this for now. Let's distribute the attribute points first. Chun-Li shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts from his head. The completion of this main task earned him a heritage stereotype and a large box of Yunnan Bai Yao. However, neither of these is of much use to him personally. What's really powerful are the 3 attribute points. Please select the attribute point allocation direction. The system's pop-up window is still floating there. Chun-Li thought about it. 2 points of physical fitness, enough for now. 2 points of agility is enough for now. What he lacks most now is probably strength. In primitive times, although fists were not everything, they contained half of everything. If his fist was big enough and strong enough, and he could kill a saber-toothed tiger with 1 punch, would the men of the Gulf clan still dare to gang up on him? Obviously not. So full force. Ding attribute points were allocated successfully. The system prompt sound floated by. Chun-Li only felt a huge amount of energy suddenly surging out from deep within his cells. The powerful force made his arms instantly thicker, and the muscle texture became more clearly visible. Current power points, 6. Wow, what a powerful force. I am simply invincible. He clenched his fists, and the explosive power made Chun-Li intoxicated. He felt like he could kill a cow with 1 punch. Ordinary scalper. Boss, what's wrong with you? I saw you just standing there grinning for a long time. At this time, a very fierce girl next to him asked a puzzled question. Not only her, there are many people around who have been secretly paying attention to Chun-Li. Seeing him standing there stupidly, sometimes laughing, sometimes with a sad face, and sometimes muttering to himself, I felt that this boss might have something wrong with his brain. Chun-Li was a little embarrassed. I was so busy collecting system rewards that I forgot there were people around me. The Queen of the Gulf came over with a dozen strong men who were moving and a group of old, weak, and sick people. They met him and got to know each other. After getting acquainted, the Queen of the Gulf asked, "Great Chief, in which area of the house shall we settle down?" Chun-Li pointed to the empty space next to him and said, "Once the houses are built in that area, we will live there. There are only 3 rows of houses in total, and there are no special areas to distinguish clans. Everyone lives together to facilitate early integration." The Queen of the Gulf nodded and began to settle the new members. Etc. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a tall and strong man suddenly walked out of the crowd and stopped everyone. This sturdy man is nearly 1.75 meters tall, which is considered the tallest among primitive people, almost as tall as Chun-Li. Moreover, he has very strong muscles and is obviously a very powerful fighter. He strode up to Chun-Li with an unhappy expression on his face and snorted coldly. "I'm the strongest of the Bei clan, Blackstone. I don't accept you, the chief of the tribe. I want to challenge you." As he said this, he showed off his biceps, his eyes full of provocation. "Blackstone, what are you doing?" The Queen of the Gulf stepped forward immediately upon seeing this, standing between the 2 men and saying, "Chief Chun-Li is wiser than all of us, and his abilities are far beyond your imagination. Get out of here. Don't mess around here." This black stone has no brains in its head, only muscles. Although he is the strongest in the Bei clan in terms of combat power, he could do nothing but hunting all day long. I couldn't even be the leader of the Bei clan before, let alone the novice tribe. The Queen of the Gulf was worried that this guy might act recklessly and accidentally beat Chun-Li to death while he was already injured. But Blackstone didn't listen. Go away. You weak woman. Why do you control me? I let you be the leader before because I gave in to you. Now you submit to others. I will not tolerate it any longer. I'm the most powerful man in this land, and I'm the best candidate for the chieftain. Roar. Blackstone roared like a wild beast, and his ferocious appearance scared everyone back away. The Gulf Queen's face changed drastically, and she wanted to stop it again. At this time, Chun-Li said, "Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf. I can hear it." He seemed not to notice how strong the man in front of him was. His expression was calm and composed, and he showed no fear. He said calmly, "Blackstone, right? Okay, I accept your challenge. Let's do it now." "Big Chief. Boss, don't do that. This is too dangerous." The Queen of the Gulf and Hun Xiong and others said anxiously at the same time. They could all see how powerful Blackstone was, and they had all seen Chun-Li in action. In their opinion, Chun-Li was only slightly stronger than an ordinary hunter and was absolutely no match for Blackstone, not to mention that he was covered in wounds. If Blackstone, this reckless man, accidentally hit him too hard and killed him directly, the newly established tribe would collapse. It's okay. Chun-Li didn't take everyone's concerns seriously. If it were 5 minutes ago, the odds between him and Blackstone would have been only 37 to 39, and the probability of losing was very high. But now, he has 6 points of strength, and his brute force is 6 times that of an ordinary modern person. Even in primitive times, it was more than 3 times that of ordinary male hunters. Blackstone challenged him. Isn't this just giving away points in person? Chapter 038, please. You are very weak. Come. Chun-Li took a step back, made Master Huang's signature move, and hooked his palm towards Haishi. Haishi's face was filled with anger, and he shouted, "I'm going to blow your head off." He raised his iron fist, as big as a casserole, and smashed it over like a spark or a thunderbolt. Faced with such a powerful attack, Chun-Li just raised one hand. Bang! Fist touch. There seemed to be a circle of shock waves spreading out in the air. The huge iron fist was firmly grasped in the broad palm, unable to move forward. "Oh, that's it." Chun-Li's mouth twitched slightly, and he smiled contemptuously. "Come on. You are very weak." He put one hand behind his back and stood tall. There is a calm expression on his face and a nonchalant attitude on his body, as casual as pinning down a jumping rabbit. Haishi looked at everything in front of him in disbelief and was completely stunned. After a long while, he came to his senses and shouted angrily, "Impossible! You can't be stronger than me." At the same time, he pulled back his right fist, trying to attack again. But he soon discovered with horror that he couldn't pull his fist back. Chun-Li's 5 fingers were like hooks, as if they had tremendous strength, locking his fist tightly, making it impossible to move it at all. Haishi was not convinced and kicked Chun-Li's lower limbs again. But Chun-Li had expected this. He was the first to arrive and kicked Haishi's soul with a direct kick. The enormous force, coupled with the power from the soles of the feet, directly caused Haishi to lose his balance and fall to the ground with a thud. How was this possible? Blackstone was confused. He actually lost, and lost so completely. Impossible, impossible. This burly, rough man seemed to have suffered a huge blow. After muttering to himself for a few words, he sat on the ground and burst into tears. Everyone around was standing there in a daze, watching this incredible scene. Chief Chun-Li, how could he be so strong? When he was fighting us just now, he was obviously very ordinary. Did he just show mercy on purpose to save our face? Oh my God, this is so scary. The leader is so scary. Wow, I'm crying. The boss is so powerful. I must be the boss's first woman. Everyone was speechless and forgot about the work at hand. Chun-Li smiled faintly. This guy is so cool pretending. He defeated the strongest man of the Bei clan with just one move and did it with such ease. This battle will definitely elevate his image to a new height, and no one will dare to question his authority anymore. The bigger the fist, the more powerful it really is. Get up. You've done very well. He leaned down and extended his hand to Blackstone. Haishi was still in a daze and subconsciously reached out to him to let him pull him up. Chun-Li patted Haishi's shoulder and said to him in front of everyone, "I won't bother with you for provoking me today. After all, I'm not the kind of person who holds grudges. From now on, you can live in the tribe like everyone else. Hunt when you should hunt, farm when you should farm, and do more hard work on your own initiative. I will treat you as a good brother. Whoa. Haishi's mind was still a mess. He stopped crying and nodded subconsciously. Well, everyone, please go away. I will go and inspect everyone's work progress. Chun-Li smiled, put his hands behind his back, and walked out of the crowd with a carefree step as if he didn't care about anyone. Looking at his tall and majestic back, everyone fell into deep thought again. Oh my God, it turns out that the boss is so powerful. I thought the boss was weak before. We were so stupid. This new leader is indeed a tough guy. No wonder the queen likes him so much. It seems I have to give up my right to be the queen's concubine. When did you ever have the right to be the queen's concubine? Is there any man like that in the clan? Black Stone, who was easily defeated, gradually came to his senses. Looking at Chun-Li's back, he murmured to himself, too strong, too strong. Even the Savage King of the Giant Stone clan is not that strong. I really lost. From today on, he's the target I want to defeat. Chun-Li, who was the center of attention, was actually a little frightened beneath his calm surface. Just now, he seemed to have blocked Blackstone's fist easily, but in fact he had already used 90% of his strength. 1/10 is kept for showing off and maintaining a mediocre image. For the sake of this arrogant image, the injuries on his body caused by beatings were affected, and they are still painful. According to conservative estimates, Blackstone's strength is at least 4.5. If I hadn't gained 3 points by completing the main quest, I'm afraid I would have been shattered by his punch. Every 1 point increase in strength is equivalent to doubling the strength of a modern adult. Chun-Li, who originally had 3 points of strength, was slightly better than Shirgu in a gun and brute force, and was already very strong. Most of the hunters of the Bei clan only have a strength of around 2 to 3 points, and only a few have more than 3 points. But this Blackstone is outrageous. If the strength exceeds 1.5, the combat effectiveness will not increase at all. If he really uses all his strength, it might take 3 to 5 hunters to defeat him. I have to observe Blackstone and see how he became so strong. If his method can be learned from, maybe it can help others become stronger as well. Chun-Li thought to himself, well, from now on, when I have nothing to do, I will just keep an eye on this guy. This is done for the sake of the fitness cause of all mankind, which is related to the future development of all mankind. It is not to find an opportunity to make things difficult for the provocateurs. By the way, what will be the main quest after settlement? Chun-Li was walking and inspecting the work progress of the primitive men and women while thinking. He had been in this world for nearly 10 days and had already gone through the 3 main tasks of survival, gaining a foothold, and settling down. From the perspective of civilization development, the next task after settlement should be related to expansion of power. However, the system did not give any tasks, and it is estimated that certain conditions must be met before it can be triggered. Right now, the tribe still has a lot of things to do, and the basic construction has not been completed yet, so there's no need to rush in this regard. Let's first establish the heritage of clothing making. I've learned the clothing making technique. My organs are covered up, which should reduce my primitive impulses a little, so they won't keep me awake every night. And those cows have started to rot after being left out for so many days. We need to make them into jerky before they get worms. It's a shame to waste tens of thousands of pounds of meat. Building a house and sharpening tools also require a lot of manpower. If you think about it this way, there's still many things to do, and just a few dozen primitive people cannot handle them all. Should we annex the Coconut Grove clan and expand the population? Chun-Li pondered. Chapter 039 Blessings 997. The overall strength and population of the Coconut Grove clan are similar to those of the Bei clan. Chun-Li still has confidence in swallowing them. However, the people from the Coconut Grove clan did not show up on their own initiative, and his men were all busy. He couldn't just run to the Coconut Grove alone, persuade the entire clan to surrender, and then bring them over, right? This is too unrealistic. Therefore, he could only think about the expansion plan of the Coconut Grove clan, and it was not convenient for him to do it for the time being. Time flies quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed. With the addition of 53 people from the Bei clan, the tribe became much more lively. The worst hit was the forest to the west of the tribe, as a large area of it was cut down in just a few days. During these 7 days, 30 standard wooden houses of the same size were built by the primitive people. The wooden houses are arranged in rows of 10, with each room connected together, for a total of 3 rows, like 3 city walls, rooted on the west side of the grassland. 1 or 2 adults live in each wooden cabin, and a few who are on good terms sometimes live together as many as 3 or 4 people. A dozen underage children lived in the same room with their mother. However, the leader Chun-Li abused his private power and occupied the last room in the last row alone. The second in command, the Gulf Queen, also lives alone, right next door to Chun-Li. She had hinted to Chun-Li more than once that she wanted to live in the same house with him, but Chun-Li ignored her every time. Chun-Li helplessly discovered that ever since he subdued Haishi with one move and displayed his tyrannical strength, all the women in the tribe looked at him as if they had fallen in love with a club gigolo. This left him speechless, and he declared more than once that he did not need a spouse. But the situation still hasn't improved. Fortunately, everyone is very busy at work and has a lot of things to do every day, so they don't have the time to attack him. In addition to building a house, Chun-Li also led everyone to do a lot of things in the past few days. The first thing is to invent and make tools and utensils. In just a few days, he made various practical things such as straw ropes, straw mats, stools, shovels, hoes, wooden bowls, etc., and his technology points increased from 17 to 62 points. I had originally wanted to try making a clay pot to cook the meat soup, but the soil near the tribe's territory was not clay, so I had to give up. I also failed to make a bucket because of my lack of skills. In addition, he also took a dozen men to the beach, dug and rammed the earth on the inside of the beach to make a simple salt field, introduced seawater, and started the work of drying seawater salt. The first and second days of salt drying ended in failure. The gaps in the ground were too large, and the seawater seeped directly into it. The amount of salt was pitifully small and mixed with the soil and could not be separated. However, as the number of times increased, the gaps in the bottom soil of the salt field became smaller and smaller, and it gradually became a watertight mud pond. It won't be long before the salt drying work can officially begin. The plan to salt the meat did not work for the time being, and the beef began to rot. In order to avoid waste, Chun-Li had to take the second approach: roast all the beef that had not yet gone bad, and then air dry it. The workload of this process is also quite large, requiring a large number of manpower to constantly cut, carry, collect firewood, and make fire. It took more than 3 days, and all the beef that was not spoiled was roasted and spread out on the stone mountain east of the tribe to dry. Nearly half of the rotten beef and internal organs were buried in a pit to prevent the stench and bacteria from affecting the health and safety of the tribe. Of course, no beef bones were wasted. The skeletons of 5 cows are very large and are a rare resource. If they are slowly polished, they can be made into many useful tools. On the 7th day, most people in the tribe were so exhausted that they didn't even have the energy for nighttime exercise. However, most people have no complaints and instead enjoy it. After all, compared to a boring life of eating, hunting, sleeping, daydreaming, and exercising at night every day, having work to do is also a pretty good pleasure. There's a house to live in, meat to eat, and so many new things to use. This kind of labor is not considered hardship at all, but it's the blessing of 997. On this day, Chun-Li instructed everyone to continue to expand the work of drying salt and polishing tools. He left the tribe with his capable younger brother A-Gun and the newly recruited big coolie He-Shur. He never took out the clothing-making stereotype because the vegetation in the tribal territory was all weeds and there were no tough fiber plants suitable for making cloth, so it would be useless even if everyone learned it. The purpose of going out today is to look for some hemp plants. By the way, see if there are any grains, fruits, wild vegetables, etc. that are suitable for mass cultivation. The sun had just risen from the stone mountain in the east. After eating breakfast and feeding the little wild boar, Chun-Li set off with a gun and He-Shur. The direction they were heading was north. "Boss, are we going hunting?" Agan still didn't know the purpose of Chun-Li's going out. He hadn't gone out hunting for many days. It was a rare opportunity for him to go out with the boss, and he was a little excited. Chun-Li replied, "Walk around and take a look. If you see prey you want to hunt, that's fine." He's getting tired of eating beef every day lately, so changing the taste would be a good choice. "Okay, I'm going to show my good performance today." Agan was full of fighting spirit, holding a bone knife in his left hand and a wooden spear in his right hand, ready to hunt wild beasts at any time. Compared to him, Haishi next to him looked very listless. Ever since this guy was defeated by Chun-Li and burst into tears, he seemed like a different person. That arrogance disappeared without a trace, and he had a sad face all day long and did nothing. Unless the super tough guy, Chun-Li, gave orders personally, he would not pay attention to anyone. Chun-Li guessed that this tough guy must have had his self-confidence severely hit by him and was doubting his life. That's why I brought him along to relax. After all, Black Rock is the most powerful tool in the tribe, and it would be bad if he was bored. Gun, have you ever been to a place with a rich variety of vegetation? Chun-Li asked. A Gun thought for a moment and replied, It seems that there are more plants in the deep mountains in the north. I went hunting there with Shirgu and the others before, so I have some impression of it. Chun-Li has also taught the tribal residents how to distinguish the directions of east, west, south, and north. Hearing Agan say this, he followed the direction of the stream north of the tribal residents, went upstream, and headed towards the mountains. But they hadn't walked far when Black Stone, who had been silent the whole time, said, Captain, let's not go to the mountain to the north. Not going? What? Chun-Li asked. Haishi looked very reluctant to go to that place again. He scratched his hair and said awkwardly, There are some strange plants in that place. I ate a kind of fruit before and had diarrhea for several days. Gun, I'm afraid this is not because of eating croton. Chun-Li felt ashamed. You can't tell that this man, once the most powerful man in the Gulf, still has a lot of inner shadows. In that case, we should go to the place you mentioned. Croton is a good thing. If you see someone you don't like, just feed him half a pound of it. Chun-Li chuckled, and the direction, which had been unclear at first, was suddenly determined. Chapter 040, 180-Day Branch Quest. When Haishi heard this, he felt his anus tighten and his legs went limp with fear. Few people who have eaten croton are willing to experience it again. However, as a younger brother, his protest was useless. He could only endure the discomfort in his anus and follow behind obediently. Chun-Li strode forward. The north of the tribal territory is mountainous and hilly. Although the terrain is not high, it is quite complex. Going upstream along the stream, you can see many new plants along the way. Dogtail grass, an annual herb that has the effects of dispelling wind, improving eyesight, clearing away heat, and promoting diuresis. Plantain, an annual or biennial herb with diuretic, heat-clearing, eyesight-improving, and expectorant effects. Lysomachia, Primulaceae lysomachia. It has the effects of clearing away heat and detoxifying, promoting diuresis and removing stones, and promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. There are many more examples like this. Why does it have a diuretic effect? Chun-Li complained inwardly. In addition to low herbs, there are of course some tall trees. Paulownia, deciduous tree, Malvaceae, genus Paulownia. The wood is tough, rot-resistant, with clear texture and a wide range of uses. Platycladus orientalis, evergreen tree, Cupressaceae, Platycladus genus. The wood is moderately hard and soft, delicate, fragrant, and resistant to decay. The seeds can be used to extract oil and can be used for both food and medicine. These are all good tree species with many uses. However, I didn't see any plants suitable for making fibers and linen. After a while, the three of them climbed over a small hill and came to a low-lying area with fewer trees. The soil in the low-lying areas is moist, and the vegetation is lush, covered with lush low plants. Looking around, there is a vast expanse of green, and many birds are constantly flying up and down. The birds seem to be pecking at the seeds at the end of the plants. Edible seeds. Chun-Li's eyes lit up. If you look closely, you will see that the plants in front of you are all slender green grasses about 1 meter tall, with strings of yellow and white ears hanging at the end. Could it be grain? Instantly, Chun-Li became excited. He ran down the hill quickly and looked into the pile of plants. Lines of information emerged. Broomcorn millet, Gramineae, genus Panicum, annual herbaceous second cereal crop. Also known as millet, is the yellow rice among the 5 cereals. Yellow rice. Oh my god, it's really cereal. Yellow rice. This is the Ji in Jiangshan Sheiji, one of the most important foods of ancient Chinese people. It's developed. As long as we bring the yellow rice seeds back and teach the primitive people how to farm, it won't take long before we can establish an agricultural culture. Chun-Li was so overjoyed that his eyes narrowed with a smile. Although the yellow rice plants in front of us are skinny and there are only a few seeds on the ears, the yield is almost famine level if it were on Earth. But it is a grain after all, and discovering its significance is far more important than its own value. It's just that the amount of yellow rice growing seems to be a little small. He glanced at the depression and found that there were very few yellow rice plants, only about 1/20th of the vegetation in the depression. There are more reeds. Reed, Gramineae phragmites, perennial herb, also known as reed. The plant can be used as medicine, papermaking, and making brooms. This weed, which is of no use to modern people, accounts for more than 70% of the vegetation coverage, with the flower seeds at the end swaying. When the wind blows, the catkins fly everywhere like dandelions. In addition to reeds, there is another more familiar weed. Echinocloa, Poaceae, Echinocloa genus, annual herb. Ancestor of rice. Seedlings have hemostatic effect. Plants can be used as feed, and seeds are edible. Chunli had worked in the fields when he was a child and knew that barnyard grass was a harmful plant in rice fields and that it should be pulled out when seen. However, the phrase ancestor of rice in the information provided to him by the basic survival manual surprised him a little and was really an eye-opener. It turns out that barnyard grass is the ancestor of rice. No wonder they look so similar. The information provided by the system is usually correct. Whoever the ancestor is said to be is definitely that person's ancestor. If rice is bred from barnyard grass, can I try to breed it? A bold idea came to Chun-Li's mind. A man named Chun drilled wood to make fire and cut wood to build houses, doing everything that the two human ancestors, Swearin and Yu Chao, did. Then why not have the behavior of Shennong, who cultivated grains and planted crops? Anyway, we have to teach everyone how to farm. It's just a matter of adding try on the basis of planting, which doesn't require much effort. Ding the side quest, farming, is triggered. Mission content. Plant more than one type of grain in batches and harvest them successfully. Mission deadline. 180 days. Mission reward. Inheritance stereotype 2. Just as Chun-Li finished his thought, a system prompt suddenly appeared. 180 days of farming mission. It's just a branch line? Chun-Li was speechless for a moment. To be honest, the appearance of the farming mission was completely within his expectations. But he was a little surprised that something as important as farming was just a side quest. Isn't farming important? Or is the expansion of civilization the main core of the system? Chun-Li was a little confused. Fortunately, the rewards for this task are quite rich. The two inheritance stereotypes are the direct popularization of two technologies, which are very useful. If you are lucky, you can step directly into the Bronze Age. Mr. Shennong's work really needs to be done. Of course, he would definitely not imitate the behavior of the ancestor Shennong, who tasted hundreds of herbs. He only has one life, and he has a system to help him identify the effects of plants. There's no need to put himself in danger. After all, he was just a gigolo, not a great ancestor of mankind. Chun-Li plucked an ear of yellow rice, bit open the husk with his teeth, and saw that the inside was already filled with starch and was about to solidify into rice grains. He said, "The millet and barnyard grass are almost ripe. I will bring people to harvest them in a few days and leave the seeds behind. What's a bit worrying is that there are a lot of birds here. I don't know if the grains will be eaten up by the birds when they reach maturity in a few days. Boss, what is this thing? Can we eat it?" When Agan saw Chun-Li eating yellow rice, he followed suit. Then he immediately spat it out. "Pa, it tastes terrible, even worse than sour fruit." Blackstone on the side showed no interest in this at all. Anyone who mistakenly eats the wild fruit croton will probably never dare to eat wild plant fruits again in his life. Chun-Li smiled and said, "Of course it tastes bad when eaten raw, but when it matures, remove the husks and cook it into rice. Don't think you're not satisfied after eating one bowl. Humans have been eating grains for tens of thousands of years. Yellow rice is the best among them, supporting the lives of countless ancient ancestors. This food, which has been screened by countless ancient humans and finally selected, is undoubtedly the most suitable for human taste. Can this thing be cooked? Won't it turn into charcoal if burned with fire?" A gun scratched his head, puzzled. In his eyes, the so-called cooked means nothing more than roasting it over a fire. You need cooking utensils to cook this. Chun-Li explained briefly, then smiled bitterly and said, "Come to think of it, we really need kitchen utensils. I have a recipe in my head, but I don't know where to use it. If you have a pot, you can stew meat, make bone soup, and steam seafood." Chapter 041 Giant Man. Chun-Li was helpless as he couldn't get any kitchen utensils as system rewards. I guess he still needs to work hard on his own in this regard. Find suitable clay, build a kiln, and slowly study the techniques of firing pottery and porcelain. Otherwise, even if the system gave him kitchen utensils, it would not be enough for dozens of people, right? Keep going and see if there are any other treasures. Chun-Li said hello and continued forward with Aegon and Haishi. The island is mainly covered with trees. After passing the depression, what appears before your eyes is a dense and opaque primeval forest. But this time the forest was not on flat ground, but in an undulating mountainous area. There are also many wild animals in the forest. Squirrels, golden pheasants, tree lizards, woodpeckers, etc. are all common and familiar creatures. Of course, there are also some that we rarely encounter on weekdays. Giant anteater, Mammalia edentata, myrmecophaga. It feeds on insects, has a gentle personality, and its meat is delicious. Cicadere, Mammalia artiodactyla cervidae, edible herbs and tree buds. Deer antlers have the effect of nourishing essence and kidney, strengthening tendons and bones. These rare and precious species gradually made Chun-Li feel that this island was not simple. He felt that this island was a treasure island. The land is fertile, the forests are dense, and the species types are very rich. Iron-horned black bull, saber-toothed tiger, dodo, cicadere anteater. He encountered all kinds of animals that shouldn't exist together, and the owner of the huge footprints I saw before. This time it's just the biological aspect. Maybe there is great development potential in minerals, energy, and other areas. Thinking of this, Chun-Li suddenly felt full of longing for the future. After walking for a while, according to the map, we were already 5 or 6 kilometers away from the tribal territory. Chun-Li couldn't help but ask, Gun, how far is the place you mentioned? Aegon replied, it should be quite far. I remember it took me half a day to get there last time, and it took me a long time to come back. The tough guy Haishi also said, there's a lake near that place, occupied by several big fish. As long as you see the lake, you're not far away. Freshwater lake? Big fish? What kind of big fish is it that can occupy an entire lake? Chun-Li asked curiously. Any animal that can occupy a territory is a powerful species. Among freshwater fish, Chun-Li had only heard of piranhas having this ability. But the size of piranhas is not even close to being big, with the largest weighing only a few kilograms. Haishi scratched his head, searching his memory. After a while, he said, it's a black fish with a big head and several whiskers. It's about the same size as the cows we ate recently. Not long ago, I saw a leopard drinking water by the lake, and it was swallowed by a big fish. The size is similar to that of the iron-horned black bull. It has a beard and can swallow a leopard in one gulp. Oh my goodness, this is a baleen whale. Can there be baleen whales in fresh water? Don't say there isn't one. Even if there really is one, baleen whales don't eat large animals. Chun-Li thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out what species this was. In the end, it can only be summed up as, can't afford to offend the series. We don't lack fresh water anyway, so we'll just avoid that lake when we see it next time. His destination was to go to the mountainous area where Haishi had eaten croton to see if he could find the raw materials for weaving. Other aspects could be ignored for the time being. Knowing that there was a lake that could be used as a reference for geographical coordinates, Chun-Li immediately climbed towards the nearest mountain. You can see far only if you stand high. It is difficult to determine the direction in the dense forest. It will obviously be much easier to walk if you have reference points. Soon, he came to the top of the mountain with 2 primitive strong men. Using an axe to shave off the branches that blocked his view, Chun-Li looked towards the north. As far as the eye can see, there is a green landscape painting. The island was so huge that he couldn't see its end at all. Almost all the area within sight was covered by primeval forest. A sea of dark green trees, like a thick carpet, covered the entire earth. The only exceptions are lakes and green spaces. About 10 kilometers northwest, Chun-Li saw the freshwater lake that Haishi had mentioned. The lake is quite large and oval in shape, with a diameter of more than 4 kilometers at the long end and a short diameter of no less than 2 kilometers. The lake is surrounded by grassland, which is not small in size. Unlike the tall thatch in the tribal territory, the grass is less than 1 foot high. The lake is also connected to a freshwater river, which is about 5 to 8 meters wide with considerable flow. There are many cattle and horses around. If we ignore the large carnivorous fish in the water, the area around the lake is more habitable than the novice tribe. If we establish a tribe, it can probably accommodate hundreds of people. But apart from this lake and green grass, there is no other good place around. Further north of the lake and primeval forest is a range of towering mountains. It's a bit inaccurate to say mountains. It's more like a mountain range. The mountain was very high and very wide, with an altitude of no less than 1,000 meters. It was like a city wall blocking the road to the north. From a distance, one could see vegetation only in the area below the halfway point of the mountain, while the area above the halfway point was almost entirely bare rock. Have you been to the other side of the mountain? Chun-Li asked. He wondered how big the island was. Ah-Gun shook his head decisively. Boss, that mountain is impassable. No one has ever been able to climb over it. There are giants on the mountain. No beast can defeat them, let alone humans. Giant? Chun-Li directly asked a black question mark. What giants? Are there other races on this island? He thought A-Gun was unsophisticated and called taller humans giants. But A-Gun's next words stunned him. Ah-Gun looked at the mountain in the distance and replied with some fear. Boss, giants are not human. They are man-eating monsters as tall as trees and can pull up trees to use as weapons. The entire island is their hunting target. I saw a giant once when I was very young. My clan was very powerful at that time, even more powerful than the Bay clan. But when the giants came, we didn't even have the ability to resist. We were all caught as prey by the giants. In the end, only Laowa, Shirgu, Ningxing, and a few others managed to escape. The others were taken back to the mountains by the giants and became food. After saying this, A-Gun sighed and showed a rare look of sadness. And Chun-Li was completely shocked. Giant? A giant as tall as a tree? What the hell is this? He could accept that there were strange animals on the island. After all, they were things that had existed in history, so it was not surprising to see them. But the giant is just outrageous. Has this species ever existed in the history of the Earth? You are not kidding, are you? He couldn't believe it. It's true, Chief. Blackstone also said, I have seen a giant with my own eyes. He held down a saber-toothed tiger with one hand and punched it with the other hand, and the saber-toothed tiger died. His tone was very heavy, and he felt powerless because of the giant's strength. After listening to what the two said, Chun-Li fell completely silent. The saber-toothed tiger was crushed in one move. What would he do if such a powerful giant invaded his tribe? Chapter 042 Serial Tasks. Ding triggering the serial side quest Giant. Current mission progress. Ring 1. Mission content. See a giant with your own eyes. Task time limit. Unlimited. Task reward. Attribute point 1. Do you accept? Chun-Li was still in shock when his system prompt suddenly sounded. What the hell? There are missions? And they are serial missions. He was startled. Looking at the task content, it seems very simple to complete it just by looking at the giant, and 1 attribute point is given for free. But I think it's a continuous task. After completing the first round, I have to complete the second, third, and fourth rounds. The requirements are simpler at the beginning, and the difficulty increases later. There will definitely be a segment like killing a giant. What if I can't do it then? It doesn't seem to matter if I can't do it. At worst, I won't do it. Anyway, there is no penalty for failure and no time limit for the task. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to come across a giant who's about to die of old age. You can just step on him and kill him, and you can even pick up the final reward for free. Okay, I accept. Chun-Li thought about it and took it decisively. No mention of what the subsequent tasks are. As long as he sees the giant from a distance of several hundred meters, 1 attribute point will be given for free. Don't miss out on this great opportunity to get a bargain. Ding, you have accepted the serial quest, Giant. The system gave a reminder and then went quiet. Chun-Li couldn't help but sigh. Giant. A saber-toothed tiger can be killed with just 1 punch, and a big guy like the Ironhorn Black Bull would probably not last more than a few rounds before dying. If such a powerful creature were to exist on Earth, I wonder how much trouble it would cause. The island was far more complex than the pristine island he had initially thought it was. Compared to the giants and the big footprint owners in the forest, large beasts like the Ironhorn Black Bull and Saber-toothed Tiger are just small shrimps. And in addition to the 2 huge monsters, there may be many other forest overlords that neither he nor the primitive people know about. It seems that in addition to the needs of life, weapons must also be developed as soon as possible. Chun-Li said secretly, it is unlikely to develop civilization peacefully on this island, whether it is wild beasts, giants, weather, germs, etc. Various factors may pose a huge obstacle to the development of the tribe. He must develop in all aspects, driving all aspects of life, medicine, weapons, etc. Otherwise, once faced with real danger, there would be no ability to resist at all. No matter how large the population is, it is futile. Thinking of this, Chun-Li became more motivated. The difficulty of this development game that belongs to him alone was suddenly increased from normal to hell, which is also a motivation for him. What's the point of developing technology at home every day? Fighting with giants and conquering ancient dinosaurs are challenging things. Keep going. Chun-Li waved his hand, took a gun and hey sure, and headed straight towards the forest about 1.5 kilometers away from the freshwater lake. If you want to fight giants and dinosaurs, you can't do it without clothes. If you go out to fight naked, you've already lost in terms of momentum. So how can you fight? Chun-Li walked forward. With new motivation, he was full of energy and ran through the woods at a very fast speed. About an hour later, the three of them crossed the vast woods and arrived at the place that Aegon had mentioned. A lush green forest appeared before them. Compared with other woodlands, this mountain forest is particularly dense. There are few tall trees, only a few in number. However, there are a lot of vegetation, such as 1 to 3 meters high short trees and wormwood. Boss, what do you think of this place? As soon as he arrived, Aegon began to ask for credit and reward. Chun-Li took a quick glance and took in some information about nearby plants. Artemisia annua, an annual herb, Asteraceae, Artemisia genus, has the effect of relieving heat and dispelling wind. Rami, a shrub belonging to the Urticaceae family, the root system of which can be used as medicine to stabilize pregnancy and replenishing. The plant's fiber is tough and can be made into ropes or paper. It has a wide range of uses. When Chun-Li saw Rami, he smiled. It really was a worthwhile trip. This is Chinese grass. With it, I can easily fix clothes strings and other problems. This is what the tribe lacks most right now. Although Rami fibers are too rough and maybe a bit stiff when used to make cloth, it is still better than being naked. Moreover, the hemp rope made of Rami hardly breaks and is much stronger than the straw rope used in the tribe now. Gun, Dashidu, you two will have to work hard as porters later. Chun-Li said, this place is too far away from the tribe, nearly 20 kilometers away. It takes a long time to run back and forth. Now that I'm here, I must take some back for experiments. If the production of linen and hemp rope goes smoothly, people will be sent to pick large quantities of them and transplant them around the tribal settlement for planting. Agun and Haysher heard this and asked in confusion, Boss, you don't want us to move these small grasses and trees, do you? What's the use of this? Chun-Li was too lazy to explain to the two simple-minded men and just replied, You move just because I told you to. When have I ever done anything meaningless? Then he drew an axe from his waist and chopped down the Rami bushes nearby. At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes. A fierce roar sounded without warning, and at the same time a brown shadow jumped out from the bushes and rushed straight to Chun-Li's face. Be careful, boss, Agun said hurriedly. Without his reminder, Chun-Li had already responded quickly. The axe tilted and turned halfway to hit the rushing beast. With the support of 6 points of strength, the beast was chopped into 2 pieces by the axe with a puff before it could touch Chun-Li's body. There was blood all over the ground. What is this? Chun-Li took a closer look. Lying on the ground was a carnivorous beast with a head like a dog and a body like a wolf, about 1/2 meter tall and about 1 meter long. Yellow jackal, Canidae jackal, a social carnivorous beast with a strong, aggressive nature. The basic survival manual automatically provides feedback and identifies information. Jackal, a close relative of the wolf, a social animal. Chun-Li's heart trembled, and he shouted quickly, Be careful, it has a companion. Before he could finish his words, there was another rustling sound in the bushes, and a group of yellow jackals rushed out and pounced on the 3 of them. Aegon and Haishi are both experienced hunters with extremely fast reaction speeds. The 2 men raised the bone knives in their hands almost at the same time and swept towards the oncoming beast. However, the weapons of the 2 were far inferior to the axe. Although the power was not weak, they were not able to kill a yellow jackal as easily as Chun-Li with 1 blow. They only left a trail of blood. Brown shadows appeared one after another and surrounded the 3 people. Chun-Li took a quick glance and didn't look closely, but he was sure that the number of yellow jackals must be more than 10. Boss, what should we do? There are too many wild beasts. Aegon was a little nervous. The yellow jackal is a familiar animal to primitive people. It often steals their prey and has bitten many people with its sharp teeth. Generally speaking, when encountering a pack of jackals, primitive people would retreat directly. Now that we are surrounded, it may not be so easy to escape. Chun-Li saw that the jackals had blocked all the roads around him, so he could only reply, We have no choice but to kill them. The two of them talked for only a few seconds. After the jackals surrounded what they considered to be their prey, they immediately launched an attack. More than a dozen yellow jackals pounced on the three people at the same time. Chapter 043, It's a Dog. Kill. Chun-Li let out a low shout and swept out with Pango axe. Phew. The yellow jackal, which was hit first, had blood spurting out as its body was split in half by the terrifying force. Agen and Haishi also attacked at the same time, revealing their identities as tough guys. There was only a series of puffing sounds, blood splattered, and the ground was soon dyed red. But the yellow jackals were not beasts that were easy to mess with. After a collective attack, only a few of them were repelled. The remaining large group of yellow jackals pounced on the three people, opened their mouths, and bit them with their sharp teeth. The beast was not a domesticated cat or dog. When it went mad, it didn't care about its life. With one bite, a small piece of flesh was torn off from Agen's calf, and blood was dripping. Blackstone was also bitten. But this man, who was once the toughest man in the Gulf, didn't even say a word. He gritted his teeth and kicked the yellow jackal that bit him away. His strength was also extremely heavy. With one kick, the yellow jackal was seriously injured, its internal organs were damaged, and it died with 2 groans. Chun-Li did not dare to be careless. He used his attribute advantages to the extreme. He swung the iron axe like the wind, making a whistling sound. Wherever the yellow jackals passed, some were killed and some were injured. None of them was safe and sound. 2 huge yellow jackals pounced on him, trying to attack his crotch. Chun-Li snorted coldly and rushed forward with a knee strike, dislocating the skull of one of them. At the same time, he clenched his left fist and smashed the other one, knocking the flying yellow jackal to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. After one round of attack, 6 or 7 yellow jackals were killed or injured. Nearly half of them were killed. Agen and Haishi also suffered minor injuries and were bleeding. Only Chun-Li, the true #1 tough guy in the world, is still full of blood. Don't give them the chance to organize an attack. Kill them all in one go. Chun-Li ordered. Jackals are social animals, and so are humans. They can siege, and so can humans, and they can cooperate better. Following his order, Agen and Haishi nodded vigorously and rushed out in each direction. The jackals let out a sharp roar and moved at the same time. Puff, puff, puff. Another round of collision, and several members of a yellow jackal were killed or injured again. Agen had 2 new wounds, and Haishi's arm was also bitten. There was a tear in Chun-Li's trouser leg, but fortunately he did not suffer any injuries. Are you guys okay? He couldn't help but ask when he saw his 2 younger brothers bleeding. I'm fine. Haishi snorted coldly. A little pain was not enough to make him scream. A gun frowned and replied, It hurts a little bit, boss. Do you still have that green medicine? I might need some. He was referring to the hemostatic ointment. Chun-Li turned his head to look at Agen's leg injury and saw 2 yellow jackals' tooth marks and a scratch. But the wound was not deep. It just broke the skin and caused bleeding. He immediately curled his lips and said, Don't even think about it. At most, I'll give you some Yunnan Bai Yao. There's only 1 piece of hemostatic ointment left. It is a life-saving stuff, but it is not worth using it on such a minor injury. What is Yunnan Bai Yao? Hey, boss, they're going to run away. A gun was about to ask, but he found that the jackals began to retreat after realizing that they were no match for the 3 of them. In just 2 rounds of fighting, 6 or 7 members of the jackal pack were killed, and several were seriously injured. Although they're wild beasts, they're not stupid. They know that they cannot eat these 3 humans, so they naturally know how to give up. But Chun-Li didn't want to let them go just like that. This group of yellow jackals probably used the bushes as their nest and lived nearby for a long time. In the future, people from his tribe might come here often to collect rami to make cloth. The presence of this group of yellow jackals is a big hidden danger. Therefore, his mind raced, and he immediately said to the 2 of them, Don't let them get away. Cut off the roots. As he spoke, he rushed out first, and with one axe he knocked down a nearby yellow jackal. Although Agen and Haishi didn't know the relationship between weeding and killing yellow jackals, they both understood the meaning of the first sentence. The 2 men were responsible for each direction and started fighting. After a burst of screams and roars from the wild beasts, several yellow jackals that tried to escape were killed by the bone knife. However, the manpower is limited after all, and no matter how fast the 3 people are, they cannot be faster than a group of jackals. After killing 5, 2 finally escaped. The bushes fell silent. The two wounded yellow jackals ran away without a trace. Chun-Li, a gun, and Hei sure put away their weapons. Sprinkle this on the wound. It will heal faster. Chun-Li took out 2 small boxes of Yunnan Baiyao from the warehouse and gave one to Agen and Haishi each. Of course, he only gave the glass bottle in the box and kept the paper box for himself. The proper rewards given by the system are all packaged. Salt bags and medicine boxes are unique items of this era. Plastic and paper are so rare here that he doesn't want to just throw them away and waste them, although these packaging boxes may not be of much use. Is this the Yunnan Baiyao that the boss mentioned? Agun took the bottle, opened the lid according to Chun-Li's instructions, and sprinkled the powder on the wound. Then the pain made my eyes tear up, and I kept gasping for breath. There's also a safety pill, or treasure pill, in the small medicine bottle. That was a good medicine that could save lives. Chun-Li specifically instructed the two to keep it well and use it when they were seriously injured. You two stay here and take a rest. I'll cut some Raimi first, and then come back to the tribe later. The jackals have left, so there shouldn't be any danger around. Chun-Li asked the 2 wounded soldiers to rest where they were and wait for their wounds to heal. He carried his own axe and harvested the usable Raimi. Although Raimi is considered a shrub, it is actually not much harder than reeds. The rhizome is only about the thickness of a thumb and can be easily broken even without an axe. However, because the fiber is more resilient, it is easier to cut it. Considering that both coolies were injured, Chun-Li did not plan to harvest too much and was prepared to only harvest about 100 kilograms. Unexpectedly, when he was harvesting Raimi and clearing a space of about 5 meters in the bushes, a wild beast nest suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a nest that was forced out from the roots of the bushes, with tufts of yellowish-brown hair scattered around it, confirming that it was the nest of the yellow jackal. In the nest, several little yellow jackals whose eyes had not yet opened were sleeping peacefully, completely unaware that they had been exposed to human sight. Ding, a young yellow jackal is found, triggering the side quest, Taming the Beast. Mission content: tame the yellow jackal and make it a hunting dog. Task time limit: unlimited. Mission reward: 1 small treasure chest, 1 hunting weapon. Do you accept? When Chun-Li saw the little yellow jackal in the den, the system prompt sound immediately sounded. The second mission in the Taming the Beast series of missions has appeared. This is a dog? The yellow jackal is actually the ancestor of the dog. Chun-Li was a little surprised. He always thought that the ancestor of dogs was wolves. But there's no need to think about this now. The system has given him the task, and what he should do now is to accept it. After completing this task, you will be given a hunting weapon as a gift. If you're lucky, you might even be given a modern shotgun. Accept the mission. Then you have accepted the side quest, Taming the Beast. Once the system prompts, the task begins. There is no time limit for this task, and it is unknown how long it will take to complete. Chun-Li looked at the little yellow jackal in the jackal den and felt a little troubled for a moment. This is a litter of little wild animals whose eyes have not yet opened. They must still be in the breastfeeding period. She is not a jackal mother, so where does she get the milk to feed the baby jackal? Are we going to ask the women in the tribe who have just given birth to feed the babies? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Forget it. Don't think too much about it. Just take it home first. At worst, if it dies, I can just replace it with another litter. Since there is no time limit for this task, it means that the system has determined that he may fail this time and intends to give him more chances to try. Sticks, big rocks, let's go back. After calling his companions, he took off his shirt, wrapped up a few little jackals, and prepared to return. Chapter 044: Guzi's Biological Mother. The collected Raimi was tied into 2 bundles with rattan. Chun-Li was self-conscious for once and carried the heavier bundle himself and gave the lighter bundle to Haishi. Agen, whose leg injury was more serious, was asked to hold a few baby jackals, which gave him a break. Boss, are we going to raise wild animals again? It's okay for little wild boars to eat grass roots and tree bark, but these yellow jackals will eat meat when they grow up. Where can we get so much food to feed them? Agun, who was holding the little animal, said he didn't understand. Chun-Li explained, raising pigs is purely for eating pork, but raising jackals is not that simple. If the training goes well, the wild jackals will become hunting dogs and can help us find and chase prey. The benefits are much greater than the cost. Domesticating jackals has great significance for humans. A hound with a keen sense of smell can increase the hunter's efficiency in finding prey several times. At home, it can also play the role of a watchdog, barking to warn people when enemies invade. Pig, dog, cow, horse, chicken, sheep. These 6 domestic animals are the 6 most important animals for humans. Chun-Li estimated that the training bee's series of tasks would require him to train all 6 animals. But if the bull in it is a monster like the iron-horned black bull, he thinks it would be safer not to do this kind of mission. The 3 of them set off on their return journey with the spoils of this trip. There are insects chirping, birds singing, and wild beasts roaring in the woods. Occasionally, you can see cold-blooded animals such as snakes and lizards. Chun-Li was carrying dozens of kilograms of Raimi on his back, but he was still walking briskly and leading the way. However, he had not walked far when he heard the barking of jackals. Following the sound, they saw the 2 yellow jackals that had escaped earlier. 2 yellow jackals were barking in low voices about 10 meters away, looking very anxious. Apparently, they smelled the scent of the baby jackals that Aegon was bringing with him, and were worried that these 3 humans, who had just killed many of their companions, would harm their babies. "Boss, the yellow jackals are following us. What should we do? Should we kill them?" asked Aegon. Chun-Li took a closer look and found 2 yellow jackals, 1 male and 1 female. The female was in the breastfeeding period and should be the biological mother of the baby jackal. She immediately replied, "No, I'm just worried about how to feed the puppies. Since their biological mother is here, of course they have to treat them properly. The system task does not require whether to tame an adult or a juvenile yellow jackal. If he could tame the adults and then slowly raise the younger ones, it would be more practical than a yellow jackal raised simply by humans. After all, the ability to hunt is taught by our parents. Dogs raised by humans are definitely not as strong as wild dogs that grew up in the wild. Put the baby jackal gently on the ground and don't let go. See if the mother jackal will come over." Chun-Li ordered. "Okay, boss." Aegon did it immediately without saying a word. He endured the pain in his calf, squatted down, and lowered the baby jackal. Seeing this, 2 yellow jackals not far away immediately ran forward a few steps, and their cries became more urgent. But I didn't dare get too close. They had been slaughtered by Chun-Li and his 3 companions before, and they didn't want to go through the painful experience again. From a distance of several meters, the mother jackal cried in a low voice, "Woo-woo," and was extremely anxious as she saw her young baby being caught in her hands. "Okay, put it away and continue on our way," Chun-Li said again. Aegon did the same again, wrapped the baby jackal in Chun-Li's clothes, and continued on his way towards the tribe. "Oh!" The yellow jackals screamed twice, trying to get the humans to return the baby to them. But the 3 humans completely ignored them and walked even faster. The mother jackal and the other male jackal had no choice but to follow behind, as they dared not get close but were reluctant to leave. Soon, the 3 men and 2 jackals climbed over the hills, crossed the woods, and traveled more than 10 kilometers. The 2 yellow jackals wanted to give up several times and turn around to leave. Chun-Li asked Aegon to put down the baby jackal, let them see that their child was still alive and well, and then followed again. It seemed that they only needed to climb over 2 more hills before they would reach the tribal territory. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the woods. Roar! Amid a deafening roar, a huge shadow leaped out from the woods. "There are wild beasts. Chief, be careful." Blackstone warned quickly. "Aegon, protect the cubs." "Back off." Chun-Li reacted quickly, shouted, threw down the bundle of Raimi, and retreated quickly. Boom, boom, boom. The beast's footsteps were heavy, like a fat man stepping across a wooden floor, making a huge noise, and its target was directly Chun-Li, who was walking in front. Bang! As Chun-Li dropped the Raimi and quickly dodged, the beast's attack missed. But it hit a small tree and broke it on the spot. What a great strength! Chun-Li and the other 2 were secretly surprised. Upon closer inspection, the beast that suddenly attacked was actually a brown bear nearly 4 meters tall. The brown bear's attack missed, and the man stood up, slapping his chest and roaring fiercely. The bloody mouth was opened, and minced meat could be seen in the gaps between the sharp teeth. The sticky saliva pulled out into silk threads, with a hint of blood mixed in it. This ferocious and hideous appearance is no less than the saber-toothed tiger we saw last time. Oh no, it's a man-eating bear. Boss, run. When Aegon saw that it was a brown bear attacking him, his face changed drastically. There are many wild animals on this island that cannot be hunted by humans, but there are only a few dozen species that can make humans afraid, and the brown bear is one of them. If an adult brown bear gets angry, Even a dozen adults may not be able to deal with it. Even if we win, we will have to pay a heavy price. So generally when you encounter a brown bear in a hunting state, everyone just runs away. But Chun-Li can't run. If he chose to run away at this time, the brown bear would definitely attack Aegon, who was the slowest among the three. Aegon had a leg injury and could not outrun the brown bear, so it was almost certain that he would die. This young man is Chun-Li's favorite primitive man in the tribe. Not only does he have superb throwing skills, he is also very obedient. And at this time, he was carrying a litter of future hound puppies. If I die like this, it would be a huge loss. You guys run first, I'll hold the blind bear back. Chun-Li, who was aware of the interests involved, shouted to a gun and He-Shur without hesitation. Boss, this won't work. It's too dangerous. The two primitive men were well aware of the fighting power of the brown bear. Although Chun-Li was the strongest man in the tribe, he was still not good enough compared to a beast of this size. Stop talking and get out of here. The brown bear roared and attacked again, pouncing on Aegon, who was emitting a bloody smell. The situation was urgent, and Chun-Li had no time to waste. He roared and rushed forward with an axe in hand. Boss! Aegon was terrified and anxious. But after this period of training, he has developed the habit of obeying orders. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran away with a litter of yellow jackal cubs. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the two yellow jackals following behind also moved. Chapter 045, Killing Someone. Roar. The brown bear let out a shrill roar, changed its target, and waved its paws like a palm leaf fan towards Chun-Li. Chun-Li saw the yellow jackal rushing towards Aegon, but at the moment, he had no time to think about this problem. We must go all out. He gathered all his strength, exerted his 6-point strength to the extreme, and chopped down with the axe. Puff! Bang! The axe blade collided head-on with the bear's paw. Although the bear's paw was thick, it was still cut by the sharp blade with 6 points of strength. However, before Chun-Li had time to be happy, a powerful force came from the axe, vibrating his arms and acting on his body. The terrifying force directly knocked him flying, and he fell on the hard ground. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Damn, my bones are falling apart. Chun-Li's face turned pale. The power of the brown bear is terrifying. This brown bear from primitive times is more than twice as powerful as the modern ones. The destructive power of a bear's paw is comparable to that of a large truck driving at high speed. He was slapped away by a palm and felt that his body was about to shatter, especially his hands, which had almost lost consciousness. This guy has a strength of at least 20. I can't defeat him. I have to run. Chun-Li thought to himself. Regardless of the pain, he quickly got up and turned to run away. The brown bear's paw was injured by his axe, and its hatred was completely locked. Seeing that he still had the strength to escape, the bear first roared in pain, then became furious, got on all fours and chased after him. Boss, the man-eating bear is chasing you. You have to be careful. Don't die. Even if you die, leave the axe behind. Aegon knew he couldn't help, so he could only shout this, hoping he could help. In the blink of an eye, Chun-Li had run a long way. When I heard this, I almost gasped. He had no time to respond and could only curse Aegon 100 times in his mind. He secretly decided that he would hang this idiot on a tree and beat him for 3 days and 3 nights when he got back. The brown bear behind him chased him madly, knocking down many small trees and bushes along the way, but his speed was hardly affected. Although brown bears look fat and clumsy, they are not slow at all and are even faster than humans. Chun-Li was anxious. He ran as fast as he could while thinking about how to escape. The woods were full of trees, so his flexibility was an advantage, making up for his lack of speed. But the possibility of getting rid of the brown bear is almost zero. Climbing a tree is not an option either. Not to mention that the top of the tree cannot withstand the beatings of a brown bear. Even if it can, the brown bear can squat under the tree and wait for him to fall down before killing him with a paw. What should I do? I don't want to die yet. Chun-Li was panicked and anxious, and his mind was working faster than ever before. But for a moment, I couldn't think of a solution. Roar! The brown bear ran on all fours, occasionally roaring in protest, revealing its ferocious appearance. At this moment, another roar suddenly sounded. Roar! The long roar shook the mountains and forests. As if responding to the brown bear's roar, a majestic and domineering beast roar suddenly came from the front. Chun-Li was shocked. Here comes another beast, the kind that dares to challenge the brown bear. Hearing the long roar, both he and the brown bear subconsciously slowed down their pace. Chun-Li immediately started thinking whether he should take the brown bear and charge forward, performing a two dragons fighting, the smaller fish running away move. The brown bear's reaction was purely out of instinct as a wild beast, fearing the opponent's strength. However, the man and the bear did not have much time to think. Less than 10 seconds after the long howl, there was a movement in the woods ahead. Then, with a roar, a yellow and white shadow appeared in front, a body over 3 meters long, white and yellow spotted pattern, a foot-long fawn. This. Chun-Li was stunned. Saber-toothed tiger. This is a saber-toothed tiger. If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be the last time we met, when I almost ate his head. Fuck. God, you are kidding me. Chun-Li's face turned green. There's a tiger in front and a brown bear behind, and he is just an ordinary person who is a little stronger. This is a dead end. As the saber-toothed tiger appeared and blocked the way, Chun-Li and the brown bear both stopped subconsciously. A tiger, a man, and a bear become the focus of the entire forest. Roar! Roar! The brown bear and the saber-toothed tiger let out demonstrative growls one after another. It was as if saying, "This is the prey I encountered first. Don't snatch it from me." Another one replied, "Damn it, I met him more than 10 days ago." Then the two beasts just faced each other and circled around Chun-Li. He would growl from time to time, as if saying, "What are you looking at? What's wrong with me looking at you? Try looking at me again. I'll try it if I can," falling into a vicious circle of confrontation. But the situation was so dangerous that Chun-Li did not dare to act rashly. Although the two beasts were wary of each other, they could easily end the fight with Chun-Li in just a dozen seconds. If he moved, any ferocious beast would be able to kill him in one blow. What should I do? What should I do? Who has ever encountered this situation? There's a saber-toothed tiger in front of me and a big brown bear behind me. What can I do to survive? Waiting online, very urgent. More than anxious, Chun-Li almost wet his pants. He was the most handsome and strongest man in the primitive era. Today, he just went out to look for some production resources. Who knew he would encounter such a thing on his way back? A brown bear attacked, a yellow jackal added insult to injury, and a saber-toothed tiger blocked the way. This isn't the best way to be unlucky. Roar! The two beasts growled again. However, this time the voice had a slightly different mood. It seemed to have lost its patience, started to get agitated, and slowly approached Chun-Li, who was the center of the circle. It's over, it's really fucking over now. Someone come and save me. Chun-Li wanted to cry, but had no tears. At this moment, he missed the big guy whose footprints were more than 1 meter long very much, and he really wanted the big guy to pass by again and scare away the two beasts that wanted to eat him. But nothing can happen again, and the real jungle overlord is not around at all. Finally, the two beasts lost their last bit of patience. The saber-toothed tiger let out a low roar and pounced forward using its hind legs. The brown bear stood up, opened its bloody mouth, and launched an attack. The target of both beasts is Chun-Li. Oh my God! Chun-Li cried out in his heart and used all his strength to try to dodge the double fatal attack. At this moment, a voice appeared in his mind. Ding, the host is detected to be in extreme distress, and the extreme escape mode is automatically activated. Chapter 046, what the heck? Extreme escape mode. Temporarily gain 20 points of agility and convert strength into physical strength for 600 seconds. After the state ends, the host's 3 attributes are permanently deducted by 33% each, rounded up. As soon as the system prompt appeared, Chun-Li felt that his body suddenly became as light as a feather. With a move of his feet, he moved 7 or 8 meters and escaped from the encirclement of the two ferocious beasts. Damn, this speed! Invincible! Chun-Li was shocked. The dilemma that seemed unsolvable just now became a thing of the past in just 1 second, and he easily avoided it. Under the extreme escape mode, all of his 6 points of strength were converted into physical attributes, and his agility suddenly increased to 22 points. When agility exceeds 1, each increase in speed increases by 50%. 22 points is 350%. This is 10.5 times faster than the average person. But this state consumes attribute points, the kind that lasts forever. It's deducted by percentage. The stronger the attribute, the more it will be deducted. Fuck, why am I still worried about my attributes at this time? Attributes are not as important as dog's life. Chun-Li didn't care about the attribute that was about to be lost. He spread his feet and ran directly at a super invincible speed. With a loud bang, Chun-Li's figure disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he was dozens of meters away. In the next blink of an eye, his butt was out of sight. The saber-toothed tiger and the brown bear pounced on each other and were hurt by each other's attacks. But when they looked closely, they found that their common prey had disappeared. The two beasts looked confused. They growled at each other and pushed each other away. Then looked around for prey. Chun-Li ran too fast, and the forest was very dense. By the time the two beasts reacted, he had disappeared without a trace. The two beasts searched in vain and finally attributed the cause to "It's all your fault that my prey was lost," and they pounced on each other and started fighting. As for Chun-Li, he didn't even look at the direction. He ran several kilometers in one breath and ended up in a place he didn't even know where he was. Take a look at your own properties. Name: Chun-Li, Extreme Escape Mode, 487 seconds remaining. Physical Fitness, 8. Strength, 0. Agility, 22. Prestige, 0. Technology, 62. Territory, unnamed territory, about 1 square kilometer. Population, 68. Civilization rating, primitive civilization, level 0. There were still 3 minutes left on the speed timer, but he was out of danger, so the stun of running fast had lost its meaning. Damn it, can you end this state early and deduct less attributes from me? He shouted in his heart. Although the experience of escaping death was worth being happy about, the thought of losing 1 physical fitness, 2 strength, and 1 agility made him feel so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. The attributes were hard-earned. He had completed many tasks, but only half of them included attribute point rewards. And they're all relatively special tasks. Who knows when the next attribute point task will be? After his attributes were lowered, he couldn't even beat BlackRock. How could he show off to the idiots in the tribe in the future? And there are nearly 8 minutes of sprinting time left, which is completely useless. What's the use of speed other than escaping? His strength is 0, his output is pitifully low, and there is no possibility of him moving around to output. Is he going to run back and act cool with the saber-toothed tiger and the brown bear, performing a sideways jump to piss them off to death? Oh, forget it. Now Chun-Li's legs go weak when he mentions brown bears and saber-toothed tigers. How can he have the courage to go back and commit suicide? Instead of jumping back and forth, it is better to run around while you are fast. Open the fog on the universal map and improve your understanding of the island. Thinking of this, Chun-Li looked around, trying to locate his own coordinates. What I saw instead was a majestic mountain range. Click. Mountains? A huge mountain range that divides the island into 2 parts. There are giants in that mountain. The giant has a mission. Shit, it seems to work. Chun-Li suddenly had an idea and found a way to make up for the loss of attribute points. A look at the property bar showed that there were still 480 seconds left in the extreme escape state, which was exactly 8 minutes. He didn't bother to think and just ran out. Calculation question. It is known that Chun-Li's current maximum speed is 36. 1 plus 10 50% equals 414 kilometers per hour. In 8 minutes, you can run 55.2 kilometers. He was currently 18 kilometers away from the giant mountains. It's enough to run back and forth. Even after deducting the speed loss due to forest and mountain terrain, it wouldn't be much slower, because the agility attribute improves not only speed, but also reaction speed. He's not just a train that can only run in a straight line, but also a nimble super cheetah. Let's do it. The first link of the giant chain quest can give him 1 attribute point. Although it seems small compared to the 4 points deducted in the extreme escape state, it is better than nothing. And most importantly, Chun-Li himself is extremely curious about the giants. He really wanted to know what the giants looked like and how terrifying the species that did not exist on Earth was. With the maximum speed, he just needs to take a look at the giant from a distance, and there shouldn't be any danger. Run, run, run. Run, 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 run. Quick. Incomparably fast. Chun-Li, who has always been an ordinary person, experienced the thrill of cheating for the first time. The speed was so amazing that even the clothes were torn into strips by the air. If the strength hadn't been converted into physical energy, he might not even be able to breathe. Too fast. In less than 2 minutes, Chun-Li crossed the woods and arrived at the foot of the giant mountains. Without stopping, he went up the mountain like a puff of smoke under the horrified gaze of a group of small animals. With such momentum, if you didn't know, you would think he was going to kill the entire giant family. The steep mountain road slightly slowed down Chun-Li's speed, but the overall image was not very significant. In a flash, he reached halfway up the mountain. He was flying across the mountain, concentrating his attention to the extreme, using his two eyes as if they were 20. Stare. A giant footprint appeared in front of us. The footprints were about 60 to 70 centimeters long, in the shape of a human foot, and were deeply sunken in the soil. Following the direction of the footprints, Chun-Li continued to move forward. 10 seconds later, a terrifying figure suddenly came into sight. No, not one, but two. There are two giants on this mountain. One of them was a female who was lying on the ground covered with various animal skins and sleeping. Another male giant was eating at this time. He was holding a beast leg more than 1 meter long in his hand and gnawing on it in big mouthfuls. The male giant was already 10 feet tall just by sitting on the ground. His net height is at least 5 meters. The giant looked hideous and ferocious, with grayish-white skin, muscles as tangled as tree roots, hair as thick as vines, and nails as long as sharp swords. The facial features are roughly the same as those of humans, but are extremely rough, with a protruding nose, deep eye sockets, and teeth in the mouth that are as dense and sharp as shark teeth, with saliva and blood flowing down as it chews. Chun-Li couldn't help but shudder when he saw the giant's terrifying size and appearance. A 4-meter-tall brown bear would probably not survive more than 10 seconds in front of this sturdy giant. Ding, you have discovered a giant, completing the first part of the chain quest, Giant. You have gained 1 new attribute point. Please distribute it in time. Automatically accept the second stage of the giant mission. Chapter 047. A fart flies away. Second round of tasks. Launch an attack on the giant. Task reward. Attribute points 10. Task time limit. Unlimited. System prompts appear continuously. Chun-Li was still in shock at the giant's horrific appearance. When he heard this reminder, he almost jumped up from the ground. Attack the Titan to gain 10 attribute points. 10 points of attributes. When all the strength is added up, it is equivalent to 10 times the strength of humans. Even the king who lifts the tripod is no more than this. Full acceleration. It's the cheetah's real father, running faster than flying. If all physical energy is added, it will be a humanoid perpetual motion machine with endless energy. This reward is so rich. The content of the mission is that he just needs to initiate the attack, regardless of whether he causes damage or not. Under normal circumstances, even if Chun-Li had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to touch the giant's tiger's butt. But now he dares. He rushed up the mountain so fast that even the giant did not realize he was an intruder. It's just an attack. If he touches you, he'll run away. With the giant's huge body and reaction speed, it's impossible to catch him. What are you waiting for? Fuck him. The giant was so busy enjoying his food that he didn't even notice the arrival of this tiny human. Chun-Li shook his body and hid in the blind spot behind the giant. Then he took a breath to give himself courage. Then, for the sake of attribute points and the capital to show off, I'll do it. With a move of his feet, he quickly stepped forward and swung the axe. Poof! A loud bang sounded at the same time. Chun-Li, who had 0 points of strength, couldn't even cut the hairs on the giant's body. The loud noise came from under the giant's butt. This giant, he farted. The giant's fart was like the exhaust of a rocket, bringing with it a strong gust of air. The gravel on the ground was blown away, and even Chun-Li, who attacked from behind, was knocked to the ground. A foul smell came with the airflow. Chun-Li got up from the ground. He didn't react for a moment and didn't know how to hold his breath. The next moment, ugh, fuck, it stinks. It stinks so fucking bad. Help! Chun-Li cried. The giant's fart is so smelly that it makes people question their lives. That is the taste of dozens of kinds of meat after being digested in the stomach for dozens of days and being locked in the intestines for a long time. Even corpses don't stink this bad. Chun-Li was so disgusted that he vomited out all the beef he had eaten yesterday. And this movement finally attracted the attention of the giant. The tall giant sat on the ground, turned around, glanced at the tiny Chun-Li, and a hideous smile appeared on his ugly face. It was as if others had seen their prey. Hey, hey! A low, hoarse voice came out of the giant's mouth, like ventriloquy, which was uncomfortable. The giant stretched out his hand and grabbed Chun-Li. The palm, the size of a tabletop, blocked out the sunlight. Damn, this giant can actually play tricks. Chun-Li cursed. First fart to stun him, then use the capture command on him. This is a typical old hunter technique. Fortunately, he was fast anyway. He had just vomited stomach acid and quickly dodged away. The giant grabbed nothing with one hand, and his fingers scratched a deep hole in the ground, and he couldn't help but show surprise. Seeing Chun-Li running away, he reached out again. Seeing this, Chun-Li thought to himself, if the giant gets serious, I might be in danger. Let's finish the task and run away. He had no idea of the giant's strength. If this big guy was really very fast, it would be difficult for him to run away. You must touch her and leave before she gets serious. Thinking of this, Chun-Li gripped the axe tightly and rushed forward. Countdown to extreme escape state. 287 seconds. A flash, a charge, and a swing of the axe. This time the giant didn't fart and send him flying. Instead, the axe actually struck the gray skin. Ding, you successfully attacked the giant, completing the second part of the chain quest. Giant, you have obtained 10 new attribute points. Please distribute them promptly. Automatically accept the third round of the giant mission. The third round of tasks. Kill an adult giant alone. Task reward. Attribute points 100. Task time limit. Unlimited. The system prompt sounded on time. Fuck. Chun-Li cursed immediately after hearing that. 100 points. Damn it. 100 points of attributes. 20 points of agility is enough for him to do whatever he wants. What will happen if it is increased to 100? The speed is directly supersonic. Is this fake? Abnormal. Too perverted. Although the mission was extremely difficult, requiring him to kill a giant alone. But such a reward still shocked him. Snort. The attacked giant let out a sound like thunder. Although he was not injured, he was a little angry. A tiny human, his food, actually dared to attack him? Isn't this just seeking death? The giant's expression changed, and he clenched his fist and punched towards Chun-Li. Chun-Li ran away without thinking. 100 points of attributes are tempting, but he also needs to have the ability to get it. With his current abilities, even if the giant stood still and let him hit him, he wouldn't be able to break his defense. I can only escape first and make long-term plans later. Countdown to extreme escape state. 280 seconds. There was still enough time, and Chun-Li ran down the mountain without even watching the giant smashing the rocks with one punch, causing a landslide, and only cared about escaping for his own life. After rushing down the mountain in one breath, Chun-Li did not stop. He maintained an extremely high speed and headed straight for the tribal headquarters. The duration of the extreme escape state was decreasing little by little, and he was like a gust of wind blowing through the primeval forest, and no animal could see his figure clearly. 3 minutes later, he returned to the low-lying area near the tribe. After breaking off a few ears of millet and barnyard grass, he continued on his way and came to the place where he had encountered the brown bear and separated from Agin and Haishi. The two younger brothers are no longer around, and no one knows where they went. The figure of the yellow jackal was also nowhere to be seen, and no one knew what happened to the two men and the two jackals in the end. Chun-Li found the bundle of Rami that had fallen on the ground, picked it up with some difficulty, and planned to take it back to his nest. Countdown to extreme escape state. 92 seconds. Looking at the time, Chun-Li went straight to the novice tribe, marked on the universal map. He has not yet distributed the 10 attribute points he just obtained because the negative effects of extreme escape will not be deducted until the status disappears. If the strength is distributed now, the final result will be 733% equals 2.1. The part exceeding 2 will be deducted 1 point, which is a waste of money. So he could only use 0 points of strength, carrying the heavy Rami, and return home at a greatly reduced speed. When the countdown for the buff status of the extreme escape state reached 0, the flat tribal settlement finally appeared in front of him. It's not easy to come back. Chun-Li couldn't help but sigh. This time, he had a great harvest. Not only did he find the Rami needed to make clothes, he also got 2 kinds of grains and dogs. As for brown bears, saber-toothed tigers, giants. Anyway, it didn't cause any substantial loss to him. Considering the attribute point gain of -4 first and +10 later, I will not bear a grudge for now. Over in the tribe, a large group of primitive people gathered together, and no one knew what they were doing. Chun-Li seemed to hear a burst of crying. Along with this, there were also Agun's words. Wow, the boss died tragically. In order to bring us back alive, the boss was eaten clean by a man-eating bear. Not even the axe was left. We must avenge the boss. Chapter 048 Boss, don't die. Chun-Li. What happened? He just lured the brown bear away and then went to the giant mountains to complete a series of side quests. Aegon actually said he was dead. This is outrageous. This kid, Aegon, must be planning to rebel and usurp the throne. Otherwise, why would he tell everyone that he was dead as soon as he returned to the tribe, without even confirming it? Think about it. Chun is the strongest man in the tribe. How could he be beaten to death by a blind bear? Well, this is indeed possible. No, that's not the point. The point is that Aegon wants to rebel. Gun, you idiot, you are cursing me. Chun-Li roared and strode towards the crowd. At the same time, Ding, the extreme escape state has been cleared, the strength attribute is returned, and 33% of the host's total attribute is deducted, rounded up. Ding physical energy -1. Ding strength -2. Ding agility -1. Clang. The physical fitness and agility attributes suddenly dropped drastically from 8 to 22 to 1 to 1, which made Chun-Li unable to adapt for a while. His center of gravity was unstable, and he fell flat on the spot. The kind that makes him fly out. Dozens of people in the tribe heard his voice and looked over, just in time, to see Chun-Li fall. Boss! Big Chief! Don't die, Chief! Everyone swarmed over, thinking that Chun-Li was seriously injured and couldn't even stand steadily, and they tried to support him. Chun-Li's face turned red. I wanted to get angry and scold Aegon, but I didn't expect that I would lose someone. This fall completely shattered his leadership qualities. Embarrassed, he had to swallow his curse words and said, It's okay. It's okay. I'm Yufine. I won't die. Big leader, those who didn't know the truth thought he was just showing off. The Queen of the Gulf held his right hand, wiped her tears and said, Captain, you were badly injured by the man-eating bear in order to save Haishi and Aegon. But we can't help you at all. The fierce girl held Chun-Li's left hand and cried, Boss, I haven't given birth to your child yet. You can't die. The others also had sad looks on their faces, as if he was doomed. Chun-Li. Wait. Did you misunderstand something? I'm Fine. I was just slapped away by the brown bear, but I didn't suffer any fatal injuries. He explained quickly and jumped on the spot to show that he was very healthy. Everyone then began to check his body. After seeing that he was really fine, he couldn't help but wonder, but Aegon and Haishi both said that you, the great leader, were seriously injured by a brown bear, and the bear even chased you into the jungle. How can it be okay? Well, Chun-Li thought for a moment and replied, It's mainly because your leader is handsome and popular, and even the brown bear couldn't bear to hurt him, so he let me go back. He had no way to explain the extreme escape mode, so he could only make up some nonsense to get by. Everyone expressed their opinions after the comparison. The chief is handsome, fierce, and smart. But what does this have to do with man-eating bears? Why can you come back safely just because you are handsome? Big. The Queen of the Gulf also wanted to know what happened in detail. Chun-Li took the lead in changing the subject. He picked up the rumor spreader, a gun from the crowd with one hand, and shouted, You stinky boy, if you talk nonsense next time, I'll beat you up. Where's the baby jackal? Don't tell me you lost it. The baby jackal is an important gain of this trip. If it is lost, he will strangle Aegon to death. I'm not just looking for an excuse to beat someone up. Seeing that the boss was a little unhappy, Aegon quickly replied, Don't worry, the jackal babies are at home. I also knocked out the mother jackal and the male jackal with one punch and dragged them back. What? Even the mother jackal and the father jackal were dragged back? Chun-Li's eyes lit up. This idiot Aegon actually accomplished something great again? Take me to see it, he said. Okay, boss, follow me. Aegon immediately led the way. Chun-Li followed a gun in Shirgu's house. On the straw mat in the middle of the room, 2 adult jackals were lying unconscious and 4 cubs were lying beside them, also sleeping soundly. I went forward to check their vital signs and confirmed that both adult yellow jackals were alive and well. Chun-Li said, Good job, kid. You actually know how to handle emergencies without me teaching you. You have potential. You are worthy of being the tree-shooting champion trained by me personally. Aegon smiled shyly and scratched his head. It's all thanks to the boss's teaching. He played the role of a lackey to the fullest. Chun-Li's anger had subsided at this point. Seeing the fruitful results he had achieved, he said with satisfaction, Not bad. This trip was not in vain. Come here, bring 2 ropes, put them around the necks of the 2 adult jackals, and tie them outside the house. Then build a kennel, a nest for them and their cubs to live in. Come on, a few more. I'll teach you how to identify plants like grains and rami. He began to arrange things in all aspects. The task of raising the dog was left to Aegon and Shirgu. It just so happened that Agen had a leg injury and didn't need to do any hard labor. Let most people get to know the millet and barnyard grass. After a while, when they are ripe, people will be assigned to pick them and bring them back as the first batch of seeds. The same principle applies to Raimi. Once everyone can identify it, they can collect it in large quantities. After finishing all these, Chun-Li took out the inheritance plate from the warehouse, a 1.2-meter high stone tablet. Put up a stone tablet at the edge of the tribal residential area to tell everyone how to use it. Then he went into his room to rest without looking at the results. Today, he ran at least 100 kilometers. Although it was the result of the attributes granted by the extreme escape state, he was also quite tired. Moreover, being slapped by a brown bear and having a stomach full of stink from the giant's fart was also quite uncomfortable. After returning to the room, Chun-Li opened his properties. Now his 3 attributes are only physique 1 point, strength 4 points, and agility 1 point. However, there are still 10 unallocated attributes. At a point, Chun-Li-san thought. After what happened today, he clearly realized the importance of agility. So after a little thought, I increased my agility to 5 points. Ding, the host's agility attribute has reached 5 points, reaching the critical value. The next time you increase agility, you will need to consume twice the attribute points. After the points were allocated, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Chun-Li was stunned. Critical value? What I mean is, agility 5 is the limit? If you want to continue to improve, you have to exchange it for double the attributes? Fuck, this is such a scam. Chun-Li couldn't help but curse. He thought that attribute points could be added infinitely, raising them to inhuman levels in one wave. I didn't expect this setting to exist. It seems that all 3 attributes have limits. The limit of agility is to double the requirement every 5 seconds. 0 to 5 requires 5 points. 6 to 10 requires 10 points. 11 to 15 requires 20 points. 16 to 20 requires as many as 40 points. To achieve the 20 points of agility granted by Extreme Escape, a total of 75 basic attributes are required. No wonder Extreme Escape is so powerful. I thought if I just rushed a little and increased my agility, I could quickly reach the same height. Chun-Li was a little depressed. But on second thought, this setting seems reasonable. Otherwise, if it grows in a straight line, it would be a bit outrageous. I don't know what the threshold of strength and physical fitness is. Chapter 049, where have all the people gone? He thought about it and added all the remaining 6 unallocated attributes to strength. Strength increases directly from 4 to 10. Ding, the host strength attribute has reached 10 points, reaching the critical value. The next time you increase your strength, you will need to consume twice as many attribute points. The system prompt tone appears again. It proves that the critical value of strength is 10 points. As soon as the attribute points were allocated, Chun-Li felt as if his body had turned into a hydraulic jack with terrifying power. 10 points of strength, 10 times the brute force of a modern adult man. According to conservative estimates, he can now lift at least 500 kilograms. The explosive power of the fist is probably more than 1 ton. With one punch, even a concrete wall can be broken. But with only 1 point of stamina, if he uses all his strength, he will be exhausted within a minute. If I gain attribute points next, I will put them all into physical strength. Only when all 3 attributes are brought to the first critical value can a true humanoid boss grow. Little boss. Compared to the brown bear and saber-toothed tiger, he is still a little bit inferior. It is estimated that even if all 3 attributes reach the critical value, he may not be able to win. And a creature as terrifying as a giant is no match even if it reaches the second critical value. Just imagine how scary a muscular man over 5 meters tall is. The power of that punch was enough to hurt even a Tyrannosaurus Rex. There is still a lot of room for development in the future, so I have to work harder. Come on, Chun Schweibe, you are the best. After encouraging himself, Chun-Li closed his eyes and went to sleep. I have to sleep. It's too tiring to overdraw my physical energy. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it tomorrow. I slept for a full 12 hours. When Chun-Li woke up again, it was just dawn. After a long period of sleep, his energy has returned to its best condition. My chest just feels a little stuffy. The internal injuries from being knocked away by the brown bear yesterday won't heal in a short time. I guess I need to rest for a few days. Gurgle. My stomach protested loudly. Chun-Li, who hadn't eaten for almost the entire day yesterday, was now extremely hungry. He walked out of the room to ask someone to get him something to eat. It was too early and no one had gotten up yet. I had no choice but to get a piece of undried roast beef, build a fire to heat it up, and enjoy it all by myself. I'm really strong now. While grilling the meat, Chun-Li moved his arms and legs a little. I found that I was incredibly strong. I could crush a not-so-hard stone into powder with just my 5 fingers. The running speed is also very fast. 5 points of agility is equivalent to a 200% increase. The instantaneous speed when running at full speed can reach nearly 100 kilometers per hour. Of course, physical fitness is a big drawback. With 1 point of physical strength, he is slightly weaker than an ordinary primitive man. It can only support him to burst out with powerful attributes for a few tens of seconds before he will be exhausted and weak. Alas, I don't know how to actively trigger the system tasks. After being here for so long, every time a task is triggered, it's basically an accident, especially the attribute point tasks, which are even rarer. Chun-Li felt a little helpless. The system assigns him tasks based entirely on his mood. He can only passively accept them and cannot pursue tasks on his own. The main quest has been interrupted for many days. I don't know what the next main quest will be. The days without any big tasks to accomplish are nothing different from salted fish. Well, if it's a mission like killing a giant, then forget it. Chun-Li muttered to himself. Before I knew it, the beef jerky was already heated. As he ate, he complained, "I'm tired of eating beef every day. No, I have to send some people to the dodo bushes to get some eggs to eat." If you eat the same food every day, you will get bored no matter how delicious it is. Chun-Li now urgently wants to eat glutinous rice and vegetables, or some fruit, but it looks like it will take quite some time to accomplish. After filling our stomachs, the sun had already risen over the mountain. Feeling the hot temperature brought by the late summer sun, Chun-Li smiled slightly, then opened his voice and shouted, "Boys, get up and work." The next moment, the entire tribe fell into silence. Huh? Why didn't anyone agree? The tribal leader spoke, but was ignored by everyone? How can this be? These guys are going to rebel. Chun-Li frowned and shouted again. You've already gotten up to work, but you're still staying in your room, exercising? However, still no one came out of the room. Chun-Li was puzzled for a moment. Could it be that while he was sleeping last night, all the members of the tribe were captured and eaten by the giants? Otherwise, why is no one saying anything? Sticks, big bones, big rocks? I casually called out a few familiar names. In a room not far away, a voice was finally heard. "Boss, I'm here." The one who replied was Shirgu, who was once the strongest man, but was now surpassed by Chun-Li, Agen, Haishi, and several strong men from the Bei clan, and has now become the 7th strongest man. Hearing the sound, Chun-Li became even more puzzled. In the past, whenever he called out their name, no matter who they were, they would quickly run over and stand in front of him and obey his orders. Why doesn't this trick work today? What are you doing hiding in the room? Are you messing with Gun? Chun-Li walked directly to their room. Shirgu and Agen lived in the same house. There were 2 yellow jackals tied at the door and a small jackal den. The 2 adult yellow jackals had woken up, but they did not run away because the baby jackals were right next to them and tied with thick straw ropes. When Chun-Li came over, the 2 beasts recognized him as the ferocious executioner and cried out in panic. The barking sound is like that of a wolf or a dog, which is somewhat different from modern guard dogs. He took a piece of beef, walked up to the 2 yellow jackals, and threw the beef to them. He said, "Eat. From now on, you will be the dogs of my tribe." Then, without caring whether the 2 beasts understood him or not, he turned and walked towards the door. His tone changed, and he said unhappily, "Stick, big bone, open the door." "Boss." A gun's timid voice came from the door, and he replied, We can't open the door now." Chun-Li, what does it mean to be inconvenient to open the door? I hope these 2 are not really going to stir up trouble in the room. What the hell? You are the tribal warriors that I have the highest hopes for, yet you actually did something so shameless. Bang! Chun-Li was furious and kicked the door open. With a force of up to 10 points, he kicked the door into pieces. After the wood chips flew, Chun-Li saw 2 muscular men in the room sitting on the straw mat, each of them huddled up, covering their lower body with their hands, with shy looks on their faces. Chapter 050. Primitive Man. I'm embarrassed for having no clothes to wear. Chun-Li gritted his teeth, veins popping out on his forehead, and he cursed. What are you doing? There are so many beautiful women in the tribe, and you're not using them. Instead, you're hiding in the room and stirring up trouble. Fuck, this is disgusting. I'm gonna beat you to death. As he said this, he raised his hand and threw an oversized chestnut at the stone bones. The latter held his head in his hands and begged for mercy. Boss, spare me, boss, spare me. We didn't do anything. Why are you angry? And what do you mean by stirring up trouble? Chun-Li froze. Did nothing? I haven't done anything. Why are you so shy? She's even covering her lower body shyly. Damn it. Stop pretending to be innocent and tell me the truth. Otherwise, I will throw you two to the giants for breakfast today. Chun-Li cursed angrily. Shirgu was a little confused. What are you asking for, boss? We really didn't do anything. Then why are you hiding in a room? Chun-Li said. Shirgu scratched his head. That? Boss, we don't have any clothes. We are embarrassed to go out naked. Chun-Li. I'm so fucking. Are you embarrassed to go out without clothes? When did you ever have clothes? Can you please wake up a little? You are primitive people. A body of long hair thicker than lace underwear. And yet she said she had nothing to wear? This is simply the joke of the century. No, it's the biggest joke in human history. Chun-Li was so angry that he laughed. What made you say such stupid things? He asked. The oversized chestnut is still ready to go. Shirgu wanted to reply. A gun said first. Boss, didn't you put a stone tablet in the tribe yesterday? We want to worship it, as you said. Then, what? A stone tablet. Chun-Li was stunned. The stone tablet is a heritage stele that records all the contents of the level 1 clothing making technology. As long as you worship sincerely, you can learn the technology of making clothes used by people in the Bronze Age. The more talented a person is, the more he learns. But what does this have to do with hiding a home, stirring up trouble, and being shy? Please explain it to me more clearly. Chun-Li said to Agun. His tone unconsciously slowed down a bit, and he wasn't as angry anymore. Agun was afraid that the boss would transfer the oversized chestnut to him, so he shrank his neck and replied, Boss, it's like this. After we worshipped the stone tablet, it seemed that a lot of things suddenly appeared in our heads. Everyone felt that clothes were very important. It was too embarrassing to walk outside without clothes, so we immediately ran back home and hid. After hearing this, Chun-Li's mouth twitched. Is this even possible? The reason why everyone in the tribe hides at home and dares not see anyone is shame? Fuck, is the inheritance stereotype so awesome? Chun-Li was shocked. If we had known earlier that inherited stereotypes were a perverted thing, it could have brought primitive people advanced knowledge and craftsmanship. But he never expected that he could also give shame to everyone. This is so amazing. No, I want to go and worship too, Chun-Li said decisively. He ran out directly and found the stone tablet erected yesterday in the corner of the housing area. Bow down and worship, I silently said in my heart. System boss, please grant me the ability to make clothes and also give me a sense of shame. I am too shameless, and I urgently need the rescue of the system boss. And I felt my head buzzing twice. A large string of information emerged from the bottom of my heart. Raising silkworms, reeling silk, weaving silk threads, weaving silk, cutting and sewing clothes. Grind the grass to make hemp, spin the hemp into yarn, and weave it into hemp cloth. Fuck, so this is how clothes are made. Chun-Li, who originally had only a simple concept of linen, suddenly learned the actual process of making clothes and felt that his brain was enlightened. But there was no growth in sense of shame at all. Still so shameless. Luckily, I brought back some Raimi yesterday, otherwise these kids would have to hide at home until they starve to death. I have to sigh that my ability to plan ahead and strategize is so powerful. Chun-Li was feeling proud of himself. He found a Raimi he had brought back yesterday, dragged it to a wooden house, and knocked on the door. In the past, people would just push it away, but now everyone has a sense of shame. As a leader, I have to give them some face and be polite. Open the door. I got some materials for making clothes for you, he said. The person living in this room is a woman, so she should have a better talent for making clothes. As his voice fell, the door was gently opened a crack by the raccoon cat's people. Boss. The person who opened the door was a fierce girl who had always coveted Chun-Li's body. She poked half of her head out from the crack of the door, took a look at what Chun-Li was holding, and then said timidly, Boss, please help us move a few more stones and sticks, otherwise we can't make linen. Her face was red when she spoke, and she looked like a pretty girl. Chun-Li directly asked a black question mark. Is this the same female primitive who yelled, Boss, I want to give birth to your baby, who is so fierce? This is a change of actors. He wanted to complain loudly, but he looked fierce and shy, and I didn't want to destroy the harmony. Well, Although it feels weird, it seems pretty good not to have people asking for my body and showing my love to me every day. At least it saves trouble. Okay, you guys carry this in. I'll get the rocks and sticks. Chun-Li agreed, put down the whole bundle of Raimi, and turned to look for tools. After he left, the fierce girl who lived in the same room with her carefully opened the door and came out. Like a thief, she shrank her body, bent her waist, covered her chest tightly, and dragged Raimi in. Then closed the door tightly. Chun-Li, who saw this scene from a distance, did not know whether to laugh or cry. Well, there will be no free car lights to look at from now on. Although it is small and black, it doesn't look very good. Soon, he found a stone that could be used to crush the Raimi and a wooden stick for stretching the Raimi fibers, and passed them to Hin Xiong through the crack in the door. Hin Xiong and Dada were making linen and flax in a house. Their techniques were both unfamiliar and skilled. From Raimi to clothing is a long process, and it is impossible to complete it within 3 to 5 days. Chun-Li knew that these kids were just shy temporarily and would not be able to help but come out of the room within a day. After all, you still have to poop and eat, right? But he didn't rush anyone. Be shy if you want to be shy. Anyway, he has clothes and is thick-skinned, so he won't feel embarrassed wherever he goes. I'll continue working on my little inventions. I'll prepare some more technological points to be prepared for any eventuality. Chun-Li muttered to himself and began to act as a diligent inventor. Chapter 051, A Big Iron Pot. Ding Yu successfully made a bow, an arrow, technology point +1. Ding Yu have successfully made a file, technology point +1. Ding Yu wrote the first word, technology points +10. Ding Yu recited the multiplication formula, technology points +10. In 3 days, Chun-Li tried every possible way to come up with small inventions and made a bunch of random things. Together with the two most widely applied subjects, literacy and mathematics, the technology points were raised from 62 to 99. These 3 days are also the most difficult 3 days for the primitive people of the novice tribe. There's nothing I can do. I'm too ashamed and I have no clothes to wear. Even if I go out to pee, I have to come back with a red face. Sometimes I happen to run into other people, and I feel so embarrassed that I want to dig a hole and bury myself. The primitive men and women who used to engage in strenuous exercise every night have now been able to control their physiological needs very well. Over the course of 3 days, Chun-Li saw less than 30 incidents of primitive people running into other people's homes in the dark and making faint, strange noises. In the past, people would gather around the bonfire and have a party as soon as it got dark. In the entire tribe, apart from Chun-Li, the person who goes out most frequently is the Queen of the Gulf. She was the only one among them who had clothes to wear, even though all he was wearing was a pair of scallops and leaves. However, with this advantage, she was able to get closer to Chun-Li. The little invention, Straw Hat, was developed by her after she first made a semi-finished product and then successfully copied by Chun-Li. On this day, the sun was shining brightly at noon. The Queen of the Gulf came over to get acquainted with Chun-Li again, intending to conquer this tall, handsome, intelligent, and powerful man. Chun-Li was thinking about making another small invention to get the total technology points to 100. At this moment, my brain was not enough and I was at a loss. Seeing the Queen of the Gulf coming, he said, "You've come just in time. Help me come up with some ideas and see what we're lacking." "I'll come up with something." The Queen of the Gulf is no longer surprised by Chun-Li's inventions. Even though people call him the great inventor or first ancestor of humanity behind his back, I still admire him very much just thinking about it. But on the surface, I still have to restrain myself and show a normal attitude, so as to avoid the gap between us being too big and losing the opportunity to pursue him. After hearing Chun-Li's question, the Queen of the Gulf tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, "Captain, can you make something to help everyone tidy up their hair? Many people have long and messy hair, which affects their work." "Hair?" Chun-Li's eyes lit up. "King." His idea came to him just as the Gulf Queen finished her speech. "My hair is long and messy, so I just wash, cut, and blow-dry it. Wouldn't it be enough to just wash, cut, and comb it?" He could solve the problem by first making a pair of scissors and then making a comb. However, scissors are a bit troublesome and not convenient to make for the time being, so I'd better use a knife instead. You can easily get 1 technology point by making a comb, and if you get 100 points, you can fulfill your little wish. "Wait, I'll get started." Chun-Li said this and ran to the woodpile nearby to find a piece of high-quality wood. Then used the sharpest bone knife to cut the wood into slices less than 1 centimeter thick and polish them until smooth. Then he took a small bone carving knife and slowly carved out the shape of a comb, and then used a small stone file to polish it smooth. In less than 2 hours, a simple wooden comb was made. Ding Yu successfully made a comb, technology point +1. The system prompt sounded. Chun-Li was very satisfied and threw the comb to the Queen of the Gulf. Here, the first comb in history. Take it and play with it. Chief, how do you use it? The Queen of the Gulf asked in confusion after playing with it for a while. But Chun-Li didn't answer her, because the system prompts that it has not ended yet. After the technology point is +1, the system prompt sound continues to broadcast. Ding, since the host technology points have reached 100 points, the technology mall function is enabled. The technology mall can exchange for a large number of practical tools and inheritance stereotypes, which can be exchanged by consuming technology points. Once exchanged, it will not be refunded. Then Chun-Li felt a flash before his eyes, and a translucent mall interface appeared in front of him. A row of item icons appeared in the mall, all of which were currently redeemable by him. Flint, 5 technology points /item. Hemostatic ointment, 10 technology points /item. Bronze knife, 20 technology points /item. Big iron pot, 30 technology points /item. Seasoning set, 50 technology points /piece. Heritage stereotype, unidentified, 100 technology points /item. Heritage stereotype, level 1 mathematics, 100 technology points /item. Limited to 1 item. Heritage stereotype, level 1 farming, 100 technology points /item. Limited to 1 item. There are a total of 8 props that are optional. There are also 2 gray icons that are not redeemable for the time being and are only used for display. Furnace set, 500 technology points /item. Limited to 1 item. Heritage stereotype, level 2 shipbuilding, 500 technology points /item. Limited to 1 item. After reading it, Chun-Li was completely stunned. A mall. This is a mall. I can finally take the initiative to obtain props. Chun-Li was so moved that he burst into tears. The tasks assigned by the system, based on his mood, finally had some changes. He could take the initiative to accumulate technology points in exchange for things provided in the mall. Although there are not many types of props, they're all very practical. Especially for the unauthenticated inheritance stereotypes, there is no limit on the exchange. It's just that the consumption of technology points is a bit high. He has been here for more than half a month, and with zero technological foundation, he has only accumulated 100 technology points. As more things are invented, it will become increasingly difficult to obtain technology points. It is simply impossible to exchange for advanced items worth 500. Exchange me a big iron pot. Chun-Li excitedly began to exchange props. Hemostatic ointment is a consumable. Although it is very effective, it does not need to be stored in advance. Just replace it when needed. There is currently no great demand for either flint or bronze knives. The seasoning set is too luxurious, costing 50 points, and I can't bear to change it. The big iron pot is the most practical thing. It can not only be used to cook food, but also to boil seawater to exchange for salt. It has a very high practical value. And this thing is iron. 30 technology points can be exchanged for a practical piece of iron tool, which is really a system benefit. As for the inheritance stereotypes, there is a demand, but the people in the tribe have just obtained the clothing-making inheritance, and their mentality has changed a little, so they will not exchange for other inheritances for the time being. Especially farming, which is exactly the same as Chun-Li's current side quest, farming. After completing the side quest, you will be given 2 inheritance stereotypes. Maybe when they are identified, you will be given a farming technology directly. Ding, the exchange is successful, and you get a big iron pot, system prompts. A brand new big iron pot appeared in the warehouse, and at the same time, the technology points decreased by 30 points and became a balance of 70 points. Chun-Li was overjoyed and prepared to take out the big iron pot and make a seafood feast on the spot. At this time, the Queen of the Gulf next to him asked in confusion, "Captain Chief, why are you suddenly silent? You haven't taught me how to use this thing yet." Chapter 052, Food and Shame. The Gulf Queen played with a freshly baked wooden comb, expressing her confusion. Chun-Li replied, "You'll know if you try it yourself." Then he ran straight to the daily cooking area. It is impossible for Chun to do something like combing hair. As a popular lover, What if other female primitives saw him hooking up with the Gulf Queen and got jealous? There are so many people, he can't comfort them all. When he arrived at the fire area, he directly took out a large iron pot from the warehouse. An extra-large iron pot with a diameter of nearly 1 meter and a depth of less than half a meter appeared out of thin air. We need to build a stove, otherwise we won't have anywhere to put the pot. Chun-Li pondered secretly and started to rub the mud on the spot. He used mud and stones to build a U-shaped stove, left air holes, and then used mud to mold a 1-foot-long hollow chimney. Then I heard the system prompt. Ding, you successfully built a stove, technology points plus 10. Chun-Li was delighted to hear this. Wow, a stove is worth 10 technology points, which can be directly exchanged for 1/3 of an iron pot. This wave of huge profit. After finishing the stove, he first lit a fire to dry the mud to prevent it from collapsing. Then I ran to the beach with the pot in my hand, ready to get some crabs, clams, and other things to make a pot of seafood soup. As soon as we arrived at the beach, we saw a layer of white frost-like crystal particles solidified in the simple salt field. Suddenly, I felt even happier. With a pot and salt, delicious food is easy to make. My elementary cookbook can finally come in handy. He ran directly to the edge of the salt field, reached in to grab a handful of thin sea salt, put it to his mouth, and licked it. Salty, pure, slightly bitter, it's pure sodium chloride. Although there is no high-end technology for filtering and disinfection, this is already a very good product given the conditions of primitive people. Ding, you successfully commanded the primitive people to obtain sea salt. Technology points plus 10. The system prompt appeared, and an unexpected surprise came again. Chun-Li laughed out loud towards the sky. He was so happy that he went crazy. 10 points, and 10 points again. 10 points is a lot. As long as I get a few more rewards, it won't be difficult to change to a level 2 inheritance stereotype. I spent 3 days thinking hard and only got less than 40 technology points. Now I can get 20 points just by playing in the mud and licking the sea salt. It's so cool. The technology points have returned to 90, and I'm almost able to get 100 again, and the exchange is fixed. Chun-Li, in a happy mood, picked up seafood at the beach. These seafood in the sea, probably because they have never been eaten before, have no awareness of danger and have no idea how to avoid it. In less than half an hour, Chun-Li had scooped up a full pot. He filled a large iron pot with some seawater and let the clams, razor clams, and other seashells spit out the dirt in their stomachs. After about an hour, when it was almost noon, he poured out the dirty seawater and rinsed the seafood with clear fresh water. Chun-Li was busy running around and had attracted the attention of the primitive people in the tribe. Out of shame, everyone hid at home and was too embarrassed to come out to ask him what he was doing. Only the Queen of the Gulf, playing with a comb, watched curiously what he was doing. Near noon, the preparations for the boiled seafood were finally completed. Chun-Li used his powerful strength of 10 points, carried a full pot of seafood and water, and returned to the built stove. Then turn up the fire and start cooking. The fire was roaring and steam began to rise from the pot. The Queen of the Gulf looked at Chun-Li in confusion. "Captain, what are you doing? What is this black thing? And why are you putting water on the fire?" As a primitive person, the best food she had ever eaten was meat roasted over fire. The concept of cooking is completely incomprehensible to me. Water can put out fire. If you put water on fire, won't the fire be put out in minutes? Chun-Li explained, "This thing is called a pot. It is a product ahead of its time. It will be the treasure of our tribe in the future. Watch it first. You will know what I am doing in a while. Don't drool over it." One advantage of shellfish is that they do not require any seasoning. Just boil them in water and add a little salt to create a very delicious taste. Because they are rich in glutamate, nucleotides, and other ingredients, they are naturally a very superior flavor enhancer. Although today's pot of seafood is not as good as the seafood feast prepared by modern chefs, it is definitely a super novel experience for primitive people. As the flame burns, the temperature of the water in the pot gradually rises. Chun-Li estimated that one pot of seafood would not be enough for so many people, so he started working, built a bonfire, and roasted 20 kilograms of beef. After a while, a gurgling sound of bubbling came from the big iron pot, and the water was boiling. Shells such as clams and manila clams opened their shells to indicate that they were cooked. The geoduck has also fixed its shape and is no longer short or long, which means it is almost ready to eat. The fresh and tempting smell of seafood soup filled the entire tribe. The primitive people, who had been hiding in the room shyly for 3 days, began to swallow their saliva uncontrollably. What's that smell? Oh my God, it smells so good. Wow, I'm so hungry. But how can I go out to eat without clothes to wear? I hope the boss can see my pitiful me and bring food to my room. If he is so considerate, I am willing to offer my pure body. The 3 rows of small houses, which were originally quiet, became a little noisy at this time, with many people chatting and expressing their feelings across the rooms. After a while, the beef was almost roasted, and the second wave of aroma filled the tribe. Some people couldn't help it and shouted with red face, "I can't stand it anymore. I want to eat meat." Then she pushed the door open with a bang and rushed out shyly, covering her lower body. Between delicious food and shame, the former ultimately prevailed. The first one to rush out was classmate Agan. His leg injury had not yet fully healed, and he ran with a limp, looking very funny. As he moved out, others were also infected, and they opened their doors and rushed out. "Boss, here I come. I want one too. It smells so good. I can't help it. I want to eat some meat too." A group of naked primitive people rushed out, each of them covering their faces or vital parts, feeling shy and hungry at the same time. The scene was indescribably weird. Chun-Li sat by the stove, with a look of success on his face. He looked at Ah-gun and the others who came over first, and said with a smile, "Do you want to try the seafood soup that this leader personally cooked?" "Yes." Agan and others nodded hurriedly, rubbing their hands and looking at the boiling food in the pot with great anticipation. Chun-Li grinned. "This is soup. You can't eat it with your hands. Go back and get the wooden bowls." Want another bowl?" Although Chun-Li had already invented the wooden bowl, people were still more accustomed to eating with their hands and were somewhat uncomfortable with this tool. Upon hearing this, everyone had no choice but to run back with their faces red and their butts covered. Chapter 053 I'm sorry, I found a wrong leader. Ding Yu cooked food with water and invented a new cooking technique, technology points plus 10. When the primitive people sat around the stove with wooden bowls in their hands, waiting to share the food, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Chun-Li's technology points returned to 100 again. He was overjoyed and picked up the wooden spoon he had just made and poured a bowl of fresh seafood soup for everyone. The iron pot provided by the system is very large, which is enough for more than 60 people in the tribe to have a bowl each. Add to that a piece of roast beef per person, and the total amount of food is quite large. Ah-gun, who was the first to taste the seafood soup, squinted his eyes and sat there, enjoying the soup. "Oh my God, this taste, I just can't find any words to praise it." The sweet and delicious seafood soup left the primitive people speechless. They just drank it in big gulps without worrying about burning their tongues. Ooh, it turns out that shells are edible. We wasted so many of them in the past. A female primitive from the Bay clan felt so distressed that she wanted to cry. The young hunter who was more familiar with Chun-Li exclaimed, "The boss is really amazing. He can even make such a strange food. He is worthy of being a god descended to earth." Chun-Li enjoyed the praise from everyone while eating crabs and checking out the technology mall. "Now I have 100 technology points. If I don't buy something, I'll feel a little sorry for myself." He really wanted the seasoning set because seasonings could make the food taste richer. But 50 technology points are too expensive and a bit of a luxury. The uncertified inheritance stereotype is not bad, but after exchanging it, the technology points will become 0, which is not enough for appraisal, so it's a bit of a loss. As for the inheritance stereotypes of mathematics and agriculture, the former is not very meaningful, and he can teach the latter himself, but the effect will be slightly worse, and it doesn't seem to be very cost-effective. Why not get a few big iron pots so that everyone can cook their own food? He thought to himself. But he quickly rejected it. It seems a bit wasteful to change it this way. Just when he was hesitating, he suddenly heard someone next to him say, "Boss, there's a stranger coming over in the woods." The one who spoke was the hunter. Among all the primitive people, he is always the most vigilant one, always paying attention to the situation around him. Chun-Li looked in the direction of the sound and saw a primitive man he had never seen before appearing in the direction of the woods, running towards him. The man was injured and bleeding, and he staggered when he ran, as if he might fall at any time. Seeing this scene, Chun-Li frowned slightly. The good mood brought by the delicious food couldn't help but be restrained a little. "What's going on? Why is there a wounded person here? Does anyone know that person?" he asked. Everyone looked towards the woods. Soon, a male hunter from the Bay clan said, "Chief, that man is from the Coconut Grove clan." "The Coconut Grove clan? Did something happen over there?" Chun-Li quickly stood up and went to greet him. The Coconut Grove clan is his main target. Once the tribe's infrastructure is completed, he will swallow up this clan. Now that I see that the other side has a wounded soldier, I'm naturally a little worried. Be careful not to get attacked by giants or large beasts. There are dozens of people here. It would be a pity if they died. King Chun-Li. Who is King Chun-Li? The injured Coconut Grove clan hunter stumbled over, shouting, "It's me." Chun-Li stepped forward, supported the wounded man, and checked his condition. The injured man's left arm was hit hard by a blunt object, and his forearm was severely dislocated. A half-foot-long cut was made on his chest by something not too sharp, which scraped off a piece of flesh and blood. Chun-Li immediately took out the last hemostatic ointment in the warehouse and applied it to the wound. At the same time, he asked, "What happened? How'd you get hurt? Where are the other members of the Coconut Grove clan?" The hemostatic ointment was extremely effective. As soon as it was applied, the other person's wound began to heal slowly. The injured hunter panted and replied with a heavy face, "King Chun-Li, we were attacked by the Stone Clan, and many brothers died. My king and a dozen brave brothers were captured and told to either join them or be killed and eaten. I escaped back, but the Stone Clan." Chun-Li frowned. The hunter had introduced this clan to him before. It is said that it was a powerful primitive clan with a population of nearly 100 people, which had long occupied a rocky forest in the northern part of the forest area. It is a bit abnormal that such a powerful clan actually attacked the weaker Coconut Grove clan. Why do they do this? Do you know the reason? Chun-Li asked. The injured hunter replied, Maybe to seize our newly discovered hunting grounds." He explained. It turned out that the people of the Coconut Grove clan had recently discovered a bush forest with a large number of wild rabbits. Wild rabbits have weak attack power, strong reproductive ability, and large numbers, and have always been the main hunting target of primitive people. When they encountered such a hunting holy land, the people of the Coconut Grove clan would naturally not let it go. They planned to occupy it for a long time as a source of food for the clan. But unfortunately, the most powerful human clan nearby, the Stone Clan, also discovered the mountain. And without saying a word, he attacked them directly. The Coconut Grove clan's fighting force is only about 40 people in total, not much stronger than the original Bay clan. Moreover, there were only about 30 people there at that time, and they were simply unable to resist the large number of the Stone Clan. After the battle, the Coconut Grove clan lost more than a dozen brothers. The remaining people, including the Coconut King, were captured by the people of the Stone Clan and tried to persuade them to surrender. If persuasion to surrender fails, there is a high probability that they will be eaten as food. Eating one's own kind was not uncommon for primitive people. When Chun-Li first came to this world, he was almost eaten by Gu and the others. So, Chun-Li pondered for a moment. Then he asked, "Why did you come to me? The Stone Clan is not easy to deal with. Our tribe may not be able to defeat them. You may have found a wrong person. He is not afraid of fighting. There are 10 points of power there. Whoever comes will die. However, for a battle involving hundreds of people, he cannot do it alone, and he still needs the help of his brothers. He didn't want to sacrifice those who had already submitted to him for the sake of a clan that had not yet been conquered. So it means rejection." The injured hunter replied, "King Chun-Li, we originally wanted to ask the Bay clan for help, but when we got there we found that there was no one left in the Bay clan, so we had to come to you. Now it seems that you have been annexed by the Bay clan, so I think I should go to the Queen of the Bay." After saying that, he scratched his head and looked a little embarrassedly at the woman standing next to him with a comb stuck in her hair. "Chun-Li, there is something wrong with what this kid said. What do you mean he was swallowed up by the Gulf clan? Didn't you see the Queen of the Gulf standing obediently in the back, looking like a little bird? Your eyesight is so poor. He didn't want to send troops to help in the first place, and now he didn't want to help even more. I even wanted to pick off the hemostatic ointment I had applied. He said, the Queen of the Gulf said she is busy. If you want to rescue your Coconut King, go and save him yourself. We in the novice tribe only help our own people." Then he waved his hand and ordered them to leave. Chapter 054, When Will a Man Be Able to Stand Up? King Chun-Li. The injured hunter was a little confused. He didn't know that Chun-Li was the chief of the tribe. He thought that the Haiwan clan had annexed Chun-Li's small clan, moved here collectively, and occupied this good place. So I was surprised to hear Chun-Li making the decision for the Queen of the Gulf. However, his surprise only lasted for a moment before he got the answer. The Queen of the Gulf explained in person, "There is no Gulf clan now. All of us belong to the novice tribe. King Chun-Li is the chief of the novice tribe and the best candidate for my partner. He can make decisions on behalf of all of us, and what he says is our choice. After saying this, he squeezed closer to Chun-Li to express his position. Cough. Chun-Li coughed dryly and was quite dissatisfied with the phrase, best partner candidate. He said, go back and tell the people of your Coconut Grove clan that if they are willing to join my tribe, I welcome them. But if you want me to send people to risk their lives to rescue your Coconut Tree King, forget it. Although the Coconut Grove clan was his target. But if there's a big risk, he can completely give up the goal. The Stone clan is not the Gulf clan and is not so easy to convince. The other side's total population is close to 100 or may even exceed 100. If such powerful forces were to fight each other, the losses would be too great. Now that the Novice tribe is in the early stages of development, he doesn't want to lose population and seriously damage its vitality. Giving the hunter who reported the news a hemostatic ointment worth 10 technology points is already the most we can do. After absorbing the effects of the hemostatic ointment, the chest injury of the hunter who reported the news has basically healed. After hearing what Chun-Li said, he looked embarrassed and asked, King Chun-Li, if you can help us rescue our brothers, our king will definitely thank you greatly when he comes back. The risks outweigh the benefits. I don't want to take the risk. Chun-Li refused decisively. It's not that he is heartless, but mainly because there are no moral ties between people in primitive society. When food is scarce, people from different clans can capture each other and use them as food. Shirgu, Agin, and others have been bullied by the people of the Yellen clan many times in the past. In such a cruel world, isn't it a joke to talk about morality and gratitude? Even though he had advanced weapons and his chances of winning against the Stone clan were over 70%, he did not want to act rashly. Seeing Chun-Li's refusal, the hunter from the Coconut Grove clan sighed regretfully, with a sad look on his face. Okay, we will find a way ourselves. I'll go back first. He turned and left. Chun-Li did not stop him and watch him go away. After the people left, he said to the tribesmen, keep eating. It's better to work after you are full. Everyone returned to their positions. Most people think there is nothing wrong with Chun-Li's decision, because this is the most common way for primitive people to deal with it. Only the skinny hunter thought more and took the initiative to say to Chun-Li, Boss, the Coconut Grove clan has lost so many people. They should become a small clan like us, with only a dozen people. Should we send a few people over to win them over? It's great that you've thought of this. Chun-Li looked at the hunter with approval, then changed his tone. But there is no need for us to do this. The Coconut Grove clan now wants to use us to defeat the Boulder clan and then restore their own strength. This will not only do us no good, but also great harm. If we lose too many people, even if we win, we will become the weaker party, and we may even be swallowed up by the Coconut Grove clan. He didn't mind assuming the worst. For a player who is developing his game, it is acceptable to gain fewer resources. But losing one's original foundation is absolutely unacceptable. After listening to this, the hunter nodded thoughtfully, said nothing more, and lowered his head to drink the soup and eat the meat. Chun-Li didn't take this matter to heart. After finishing 2 large crabs, he picked up a wooden basin and said loudly, All those who are full, follow me to the seaside to collect salt. The sea salt in the salt fields has been dried. If it is not stored, it will be washed away by high tide and melted. He strode forward with the wooden basin on his shoulder. I thought that the tribal brothers who obeyed my orders would follow me happily. But the result? No one moved at all. What's going on? Why are you so passive today? Chun-Li asked puzzledly. But Gun and the others replied, Boss, you have clothes to wear, but we don't. It's too embarrassing to go out to work naked. You'd better stay at home and wait for them to make clothes for you. Chun-Li laughed when he heard this. You guys, do you really think of yourselves as modern people? You used to go hunting naked every day, but now you're so shy even when you go out to eat. Do you think you're grown-up, girl? Stop talking and get up and work. Otherwise, if I get angry, everyone will be left with nothing to wear forever. He directly showed the aura of a great leader and gave the order. Gun and the others reluctantly got up from the grass and said resentfully, This is too much. They actually forced us to go out to work without clothes on. That's right. What do you mean by a grown-up girl? Just because you're a grown-up girl doesn't mean you can run around naked without any shame. Can a man have a little dignity? The chief is really going too far. Alas, when will men be able to stand up? Others also expressed their dissatisfaction. However, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they had no choice but to submit under Chun-Li's tyranny. A large group of men, each doing their own thing unwillingly. Those who collect salt, those who remove weeds, and those who cut down trees cut down trees. The women also suppressed their shyness and did manual work, weaving straw ropes, straw mats, grinding tools, etc. Although the overall efficiency is much slower than when I was shameless at the beginning. But at least production has been resumed. Chun-Li couldn't help but sigh. Next time I take out the inheritance stereotype, I must worship and study it myself first. In case there is something strange mixed in the inheritance content, I must spread it with caution. As it was getting dark, the men who were collecting salt returned. The first batch of salt made from seawater amounted to 4 large basins, weighing about 30 to 40 kilograms, enough for dozens of people to eat for a long time. However, for the sake of sustainable development, Chun-Li still asked everyone to open the salt field, bring in a new wave of seawater, and continue the salt drying work. At the same time, with everyone's unremitting efforts and the cruel exploitation and oppression of the chief, the first piece of farmland of the tribe was also reclaimed. At dusk, Chun-Li looked at the fields that had just been weeded and had not yet been planted, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad. Not bad. This is what farming looks like. The yellow rice in the depression should be ripe now. It's time to harvest it. Chapter 055, I can't bring myself to say it. Early the next morning, Chun-Li received good news. The 2 girls, Han Xiong and Dada, finally made the first batch of clothes. Both of them are very talented. After worshipping the inherited stereotype, they've basically directly reached the proficiency of mastery, and the production process went very smoothly. With the help of other primitive sisters, after spending 4 days, they finally made 8 sets of coarse linen clothes from a large bundle of Rami raw materials. These clothes include sleeveless linen shirts that cover the torso and 3/4 linen pants that cover the main part of the lower body. Well, it's the kind of miniskirt that girls wear in summer. It's quite fashionable. It is worth mentioning that Han Xiong and others invented the tool wooden needle due to demand during the process of making clothes. This made Chun-Li regretful, and he cried out that he had missed out on some technological opportunities. In order to make up for the losses, he called up 6 strong men, including He Shi and Shi Gu early in the morning, put on freshly made linen clothes, and set out to collect Rami. By the way, check whether the millet and barnyard grass are ripe. As for the other 2 sets of clothes, they were naturally given priority to the 2 tailors, Han Xiong and Dada, who contributed the most. The sun had just risen when a group of 7 strong men, each carrying a weapon and 2 straw ropes, strode towards the northern mountains. I didn't bring a gun with me today. I left them at home to train the dog. Without this idiot in the team, it feels a bit deserted. Along the way, nothing interesting happened except for the occasional chat. Chun-Li controlled his agility attribute of 5 points and did not leave his younger brothers too far behind. He just led the way a few steps ahead. Soon, a depression with a large number of reeds, as well as grass plants such as millet and barnyard grass, appeared in front of them. Among the reeds, you can still see small birds flying around, pecking at the seeds at the end of the ears of grain. Chun-Li felt heartbroken when he saw this and ran forward to take a look. He howled miserably. Oh my God, how come this is all that's left? 3 days ago, they were still ears of grain. Although there were not many seeds, they still looked like grains. But now, after being destroyed by birds, the yellow rice has been almost completely eaten up, leaving only a few small grains. The tares were better off, probably because they were less tasty, so only about half of them were destroyed, allowing more seeds to be preserved. Boss, is this what you called something edible? Shi Gu followed and looked at the almost bare ears of wheat with a questioning expression on his face. Although the eldest brother is wise and brave, his intelligence and talent are extremely high. But if you tell him that this thing is edible, he still refuses. He can understand that crabs are edible. After all, they are animals and at least have some meat on their bodies. But this plant is neither a fruit nor a soft wild vegetable. So how can we eat it? I can't even eat it. Although Haishi and others did not express their opinions, their expressions all expressed the same meaning. Chun-Li sighed and smiled bitterly. These are all precious seeds. Each one can become a new crop and produce food. It's a pity that they were eaten by birds, so there are not many left. It's a little less, but we still have to harvest it. He peeled a grain of yellow rice and saw that the starch inside had solidified. He called everyone and began to harvest the ears of rice with seeds. Otherwise, in a day or 2, there won't be anything left. A group of 7 strong men, carrying their own bone knives, bone axes, and other weapons, went down to the depression to harvest the grains in nature. This natural paddy field is quite large. Although the amount of grain is small, it still took a long time to harvest it. Near noon, everyone gathered around Chun-Li and piled up the seeds they had collected. The total amount is pitifully small. Chun-Li picked the seeds one by one himself, took off his shirt and used it as a bag, and put all the seeds in. In the end, we got less than 5 kilograms of moist grain seeds. If all of it is dried, there will probably be only 3 kilograms left. Let's go pick some Rami. Now that one thing is done, the next thing to do is to collect the raw materials for clothing. The demand for Rami is very high. Every 10 kilograms of Rami plants can only produce about 1 set of coarse linen clothing. There's still more than 50 people in the tribe who have no clothes to wear. If we want everyone to have clothes on, we have to collect at least 500 kilograms of Rami. This is also the reason why Chun-Li brought so many people here, including himself. 7 strong men, each carrying 80 to 90 kilograms back would definitely be enough. I just wonder if there's enough Rami to collect in the bushes. Gu and others were obviously much more enthusiastic about Rami than grains, because they were all successful people with clothes to wear and they deeply understood the benefits of Rami. The depression is quite far away from the bush. As they were walking, the roar of a wild beast attracted everyone's attention. The beast's roar was very loud, as if it was experiencing a fierce fight. Chun-Li felt that the sound was somewhat familiar, just like the brown bear that attacked him a few days ago. "Chief, there seems to be a large beast nearby. Should we take a detour?" Gu suggested. As primitive people, their first reaction when encountering large wild beasts was to take a detour. After all, safety comes first. Chun-Li had also witnessed the destructive power of brown bears. Although his attributes have increased a lot, and he has some confidence in fighting, it is still a little unrealistic to kill the brown bear. So he nodded and said, "Okay, let's take a detour and go over the mountain next to it." Everyone changed direction and gave up their original plan to cross the forest. Roar! AA! They had not walked far when the roar of the beast was heard again, this time clearer than before. "Boss, the beast seems to be approaching us." The corpse noticed the sound approaching and immediately gave a warning. Chun-Li said decisively, "Everyone, find a place to hide first and see what happens first." The roar of beasts accompanied by rustling noises came from the forest, not far away. The crowd scattered, found some big trees nearby, climbed among the trunks, and hid themselves. Chun-Li concentrated his attention and followed the direction from which the sound came, locking onto the north direction. Roar! Following the roar of a wild beast, a shadow suddenly rushed out from the woods several dozen meters away. Looking closely, it was the huge adult brown bear. "Oh my goodness, it's actually injured." Chun-Li was shocked and couldn't help wondering, could it be the saber-toothed tiger that did this? From a distance, he could clearly see the brown bear stumbling as it ran, with its steps unsteady, as if it had been seriously injured. But when looking more closely, there was no obvious wound, only a scratch on the side of the belly. The injured brown bear ran around in panic and happened to run towards the place where Chun-Li was hiding. Chun-Li was puzzled. Does this stinky bear have a grudge against me? Why did it even bump into me? Otherwise, let's see if we can take advantage of the situation and kill this big guy. Chapter 056, it smells so good. An idea popped into Chun-Li's mind. He always holds a grudge and still remembers the last time he was slapped away by a brown bear. The brown bear is now injured and keeps falling down while running. The situation must be quite serious. As long as you concentrate your strength and strike with the axe. With 10 points of strength, it is still possible to kill the brown bear. But as soon as this thought came to his mind, he was interrupted by another voice. "Chase it! Don't let it get away!" From behind the brown bear, a human shout was heard. Immediately afterwards, a group of strong primitive people rushed out. "What the hell?" Chun-Li was stunned. "Primitive people hunted brown bears? Are you crazy? Who the hell is this person? He's even more powerful than a cheater like me." He stared with wide eyes at the group of men chasing the brown bear, his jaw dropping in shock. This is a giant brown bear from the primitive era. It is over 3 meters tall and can break trees with one paw. The primitive people are only about 1.6 meters tall, and their weapons are very backward. Are you going to fight them with your head? But the current situation is indeed that primitive people are chasing brown bears and shouting for death. The huge man-eating bear now looked as miserable as a poor teddy bear. It's unscientific. This is totally unscientific. If the brown bear was seriously injured by a large beast like a saber-toothed tiger, he could more or less accept it. But now the brown bear only had a small wound, which obviously did not make it lose its ability to resist. This is a bit unreasonable. Chun-Li was very confused and decided not to act rashly. He wanted to see how these primitive people, whom he had never seen before, did it. He made a gesture, indicating Shirgu, Haishi, and others to hide themselves. Focus your attention on the brown bear and the group of primitive people. Quick, there it is. Chase it. It ate the little white flower. It won't last long. As long as we kill this man-eating bear, we can become a powerful clan. A group of people shouted loudly, brandished weapons, and chased and surrounded from multiple directions. The injured brown bear was about to be blocked and slaughtered. As Chun-Li listened to what these strange primitive people said, several questions popped up in his mind. It won't last long after eating the little white flowers. Does that mean the brown bear ate some kind of flowers and became so miserable? What kind of flower is so powerful that even brown bears can't stand it? Also, although bears are omnivores, their main food sources are still meat and berries. There are small animals everywhere on this island that can be killed. Why would they eat little white flowers when they have nothing better to do? There's something wrong with everything. The more Chun-Li thought about it, the more confused he became. So he just continued to wait and see. The brown bear didn't run far before it was caught up by the primitive man. A dozen primitive people formed a circle, surrounded the brown bear in the middle, and approached it cautiously. Everyone be careful. Even though it ate rabbit meat mixed with small white flowers, it is still very difficult to deal with. Let's not get too close. Wait until it falls down, then smash its skull. This group of primitive people were obviously experienced hunters and were very wary of large wild beasts. Even though the brown bear could hardly stand, it was still very cautious. For this, even Chun-Li, who was hiding in a tree and watching, wanted to give him a thumbs up. A few minutes later, the brown bear's breath had become extremely weak and it lay powerlessly on the ground. From Chun-Li's perspective, he could just see that the brown bear's eyes were filled with purple bloodshot, and it was obvious that it had been severely poisoned. The little white flower looks like it's some kind of poisonous flower. These hunters mixed it with the dead rabbits, and then the brown bear ate it in one bite, causing the poisoning. Chun-Li thought to himself. The hunter saw that the brown bear was almost dead, so the strong man in the lead waved his hand and said, "Go." They gathered around together. At this moment, Chun-Li, who had been watching quietly, suddenly heard a voice. Ding, triggering the side quest. Rescue. Mission content. Rescue the dying brown bear. Mission reward. Attribute points 2. Bear tribe's favor. Do you accept? Chun-Li. There's something wrong with this broken system, isn't there? Others were hunting there, and suddenly he was given such a weird task. Help! 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 They're all poisoned and dying, and he was surrounded by a dozen strong men. He hasn't been kicked in the head by a donkey, so why would he have nothing better to do than offend other human beings and save a big brown bear that wanted to kill him a few days ago? Chun-Li decided to reject this side quest without even thinking about it. Unexpectedly, the system prompted another sentence. Warning, this task is a one-time rare task. It is unique, and it will never be triggered again after you refuse it. This made him feel a little embarrassed. A unique and rare mission. In addition to attribute points, the reward also includes the favor of the bear tribe. Is this good impression important? Chun-Li's mind was spinning rapidly. The last time I encountered a favorability mission was to expel the saber-toothed tiger and give favorability to the primitive people. The result of this favorable impression was that the primitive people, such as the stone bones, who originally wanted to eat him, suddenly made a 180-degree turn in their attitude and called him boss on the spot. The profound impact is self-evident. At that time, the goodwill of primitive people was only directed at a small group of primitive people, including Shirgu, Agin, and others, rather than the entire human race. But this time the scope of favorability directly includes the word tribe. In other words, it is very likely that as long as he saves this brown bear, any bear he sees on the road in the future will be very friendly to him. When I think about it, it seems to be quite rare. Or, just answer it. But, he doesn't know how to detoxify. Even if he drove away the hunters, how could he guarantee that the brown bear would survive? The man-eating bear can't move anymore. Kill it. Damn that stinky bear. He killed so many of our brothers. Today is the day for revenge. At this time, the group of hunters had already started fighting. A dozen people waved sticks and attacked the brown bear. The sound of bang, bang, bang is heard every time, and each time it is output with full force. Chun-Li hesitated for a few seconds. After seeing the brown bear being beaten, he finally chose, accept the mission. Then he jumped down from the tree and yelled, stop it. Then you have accepted the side quest, rescue. Please note, the target brown bear has been poisoned by the white mandrake. Please relieve the poison within 10 minutes, otherwise the rescue will fail. After accepting the task, the system popped up 2 prompts. This was the first time in history that the system had given him reminders so frequently. This shows how important it is to save this bear. Chun-Li's loud shout made the group of hunters subconsciously stop their actions and look towards him. Haishi, Shirgu, and others were also surprised. They didn't expect that the leader would jump out at this time. At this time, Chun-Li had only one question in his mind. Detoxification in 10 minutes? How to solve it? Dachira is extremely poisonous. There is no clue at all. Isn't this just making things difficult for him? Chapter 057 Surgery. Random mode. Hey, who are you? What do you want? When Chun-Li was full of questions, the hunters who were besieging the brown bear spoke. After working for a long time, everyone was preparing to close the net and kill the brown bear, and take it back as a trophy to show off. I didn't expect someone to tell them to stop. Who is so arrogant as to stop the most powerful hunting team of the Stone Clan? Under the gaze of everyone, Chun-Li quickly walked towards where the brown bear fell. He responded, I like this bear. Go back to where you came from and don't interfere with my mission. Time is running out. He only has 10 minutes and has no time to waste with these primitive people. He must find a way to detoxify the brown bear as soon as possible. Chun-Li's tone was quite arrogant, and he didn't take the other party seriously at all. Not to mention the hunters from the Stone Clan, even Blackstone and others from the Novice tribe were frightened by him. What's going on today, Chief? He's so overbearing. This tone and attitude are simply amazing. You are worthy of being our great leader. Let's go. Let's go together, or the big boss won't be able to handle it alone. Haishi, Shirgu, and others exchanged a few words, then jumped out from behind the trees and followed Chun-Li. A group of 7 strong men. There are 13 strong men on the opposite side, and there is some difference in the situation. The hunting team of the Boulder Clan was enraged by Chun-Li's words. 5 strong hunters came over immediately, holding all kinds of natural weapons in their hands, and shouted angrily, You don't know how to live or die. How dare you snatch prey in front of the Boulder Clan? I think you are courting death. As he spoke, he launched an attack, with weapons hitting him on the head. It's the Stone Clan? It's fate. Chun-Li was a little surprised, but didn't say much. Seeing that the opponent took the first step, he did not hide anything. He used his 5 points of agility and rushed forward in a flash. Then he knocked down one with a left hook, knocked down one with a right hook, knocked one away with a spinning kick, and then knocked one away with a straight kick. Then pat him on the head to kill him, and then knocked down the last one. With 5 simple moves, he easily knocked down these 5 people. Everyone only saw him rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, and then there were 5 consecutive bangs, followed by a series of screams. Everyone was shocked. Brother, this is amazing. Let's do it together. The other members of the Stone Clan were all shocked. It was the first time they saw such a powerful human. This tough guy came out of nowhere, and he knocked down 5 excellent hunters in their team with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. This is outrageous. Under the influence of surprise and anger, the remaining hunters were aroused to fight and rushed forward together. Don't send me off, you scumbag. You're wasting my time. Chun-Li was too lazy to waste his energy on this group of people. Seeing them all rushing over, he mobilized a force of up to 10 points and rushed forward. There was another round of banging sounds. The speed was so fast that Haishi and others couldn't see Chun-Li's movements clearly. The people from the Stone Clan fell to the ground and wailed. Chun-Li did not kill anyone. After knocking everyone down, he ran up hurriedly to check on the brown bear. There are only 9 minutes and 30 seconds left for the mission. How can we detoxify in such a short time? When he got closer, he found that the brown bear was completely unconscious, its body twitching and convulsing slightly. It was obvious that it had been poisoned by a neurotoxin, and the reaction was quite serious. When I opened my eyelids, I saw that the bloodshot in my eyes had changed color. The toxin may have spread through the blood to the head. What the hell? How can I save him? Chun-Li was overwhelmed. He was just a gigolo, and although he had read some information in posts related to wilderness survival on the internet, he did not have any detoxification solutions. This is knowledge in the medical field. What should I do? What should I do? He was thinking quickly. The brown bear was poisoned after eating rabbit meat mixed with dachira flowers. Generally speaking, if modern people get food poisoning, they must be sent to the hospital for gastric lavage as soon as possible. I don't have the necessary conditions to do gastric lavage right now. The best I can do is induce vomiting artificially. But the brown bear must have eaten the poison a long time ago. The toxin has been digested and absorbed by the stomach and intestines, and has been integrated into the blood and started circulating through the blood. It's definitely too late to induce vomiting. We must find a way to dilute the toxins in the brown bear's blood. How about trying bloodletting? After some thought, Chun-Li came up with 2 solutions. There are still 9 minutes left. Haishi, Shirgu, and others have caught up. The hunters of the Stone Clan were still wailing on the ground, accompanied by curses. Judging from their appearances, they would not be able to get up for a while after being hit by punches and kicks with a strength of 10 points. Boss, are we going to carry this man-eating bear back as food? Shirgu rubbed his hands excitedly, expressing his admiration for the boss's behavior of snatching prey from the Stone Clan. At the same time, he was also full of curiosity about Bear Paw. He has never eaten bear in his life. In the past, it was always humans who were treated as food by bears. Chun-Li was in no mood to joke with his brothers at this time. He ordered them seriously, "Come and help. 2 of you should open the brown bear's mouth, and 1 of you should reach in and scratch his throat. Try to make him vomit out the contents of his stomach." This? Shirgu and others were stunned when they heard this. Confused, he asked, "Boss, what is the purpose of doing this? To make the bear spit out its dirt so that it can be killed more easily?" Chun-Li was too lazy to explain, and just said, "Just do what I tell you to do, just don't kill the bear for me." While speaking, he was not idle either. He took out an iron axe from his waist and cut directly at the large artery inside the big brown bear's paw. Bayu, the sharp axe, coupled with powerful force, directly cut a hole in the brown bear's aorta. The bear's blood spurted out like a water gun, spraying Shirgu's face. Everyone looked confused. What happened to the big boss today? It is understandable that they compete with the Stone Clan for prey. After all, the chief is a godlike man, and he can win even if he fights 1 against 13. But this act of inducing vomiting and the act of bleeding the bear to death while saying don't kill it, it doesn't look normal no matter how you look at it. "Boss, what are you doing?" Shirgu scratched his head in confusion and licked the bear blood off his face. Chun-Li replied, "I want to save this bear, so just do as I tell you." "And Shirgu, bear blood is poisonous, so don't lick it, or I'll have to bleed you later." Shirgu shuddered and quickly jumped back a step, wiped the blood off his face, and spat a dozen times to get the bear blood out of his mouth. Chun-Li observed the brown bear situation. The aorta was bleeding very quickly, so the brown bear's breath naturally weakened. At this rate, if the wound doesn't heal and he bleeds for another 10 minutes, he will die. Of course, even without bleeding, the person would still be poisoned to death. "Oh, my head hurts." Chun-Li was speechless. After observing the brown bear for a while, he thought about it. Then he picked up the axe and cut the carotid artery of the other bear's paw. Chapter 058, I'm afraid this wave will be a huge loss. His tilde. Everyone gasped. Blood spurted out of the brown bear's 2 paws like a faucet. The entire surface of the ground was dyed red and became muddy and almost as good as the sticky paddy soil in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. What grudge does the chief have with this bear? He said he wanted to save the bear, but his first move was to kill it. TSK, TSK. The 6 tough guys from a novice tribe were so distressed that they all felt a little sympathy for the brown bear. It's so miserable that he is being tortured like this when he is almost dying. However, they only dared to mutter a few words in their hearts and certainly didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, the big chief's fist can send people flying several meters, and they don't want to try it. "Big chief, this guy won't vomit. What should we do?" Haishi carefully carried out Chun-Li's instructions and asked his brothers to pry open the brown bear's mouth, put their arms into the stinky bear's mouth, and search everywhere, trying to make it spit out. But the results were minimal. The brown bear is almost dying. How can it have the energy to vomit? Chun-Li didn't have any good solution. Now it was just a matter of luck. Keep trying. If it doesn't vomit on its own, you can also try to turn its stomach inside out. I'm going to die anyway, so what else can I do? We should try our best to save the dying horse. Whether it can survive or not depends on fate. Chun Lighting was helpless. To be honest, he was very interested in the system's reward of favorability of the bear tribe. But under the current circumstances, the possibility of him completing the task is less than 1/3. And for this mission, he also offended the people of the Stone Clan. I had decided not to provoke this clan. Alas, maybe this is God's will. The day before, I said I would not do anything if the risk outweighs the benefit. It had been less than 24 hours, and he had already slapped himself in the face, defeating 13 hunters of the Stone Clan by himself. The 13 hunters were hit hard by Chun Li's punches and kicks. Although they did not die, they were seriously injured. 3 or 5 minutes passed before he finally got up from the ground groaning. The leading hunter captain was a bald, slightly fat man. After he stood up, he saw Chun Li bleeding the brown bear and Haishi and others washing the mouth of the brown bear. He immediately became furious. Which clan are you from? How dare you snatch prey from our Big Stone clan and kill it in front of us? After the others stood up, they also glared at Chun Li and others angrily. As the most powerful human clan nearby, they have always been the ones to rob others and have never been robbed by others. Today, Chun Li not only robbed them, but also beat them. Not only did he beat them, he beat more than a dozen of them by himself. If this kind of thing gets out, how will the Stone Clan save its reputation? So the bald guy felt that he had to get back his position. Even if you can't win, you must overwhelm your opponent with your momentum. This is a compulsory course for large clans. After hearing what the bald man said, Chun Li turned his head and took a look. As for the Stone Clan, his original intention was to avoid provoking them if possible. But now that the war has begun, it seems a bit unrealistic to talk about peaceful coexistence. Primitive people are simple-minded. If there's a grudge, there's a grudge. It is impossible to fool them with words. So Chun Li just replied, "We are from the Novice tribe. This bear is useful to me, so I want it." He didn't say anything else to calm down his anger. Baldhead and the others were furious when they heard this and said angrily, "Do you know what the consequences will be if you snatch prey from our Big Stone clan?" "What are the consequences?" Chun Li asked. The bald man said, "We will kill all the people in your clan and capture them as food." "That's right. We just wiped out the people from the Coconut Grove clan yesterday. You're next. Don't think you're so powerful. In front of our King of the Stone, a man like you can be killed with just one punch." Other hunters from the Stone clan echoed this. The tone was vicious, as if Chun Li had committed murder against them. Chun Li shook his head, a little speechless about the eyesight of these people. Kill him with one punch? What if the Stone King was a giant? With his current strength, even a brown bear in full health could at most suppress him, but could not kill him directly. There are limits to human physique, unless you cheat. Okay, go back. I don't want to slaughter my own kind. Get out of my sight before I get mad. Chun Li waved his hand and expelled the people from the Stone Clan. Not killing people is his moral bottom line. Primitive people can eat and kill people because they are barbaric. But he can't. He has civilization and tribal awareness, and he clearly knows that he and the primitive people are both human beings, so he resists killing from the bottom of his heart. Unless it was really necessary, he would never take the initiative or give orders to kill the primitive people. Chun Li's words made Baldy and others feel a little unhappy, and they felt that he was too arrogant. The bald man couldn't help but want to say a few more harsh words. At this time, Shirgu shouted, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what our boss said? Get out of here. Don't force me to do anything." As he spoke, he gestured with the bone knife in his hand. The stone bone knife was the sharpest and had been sharpened for the longest time in the tribe. With just a casual scratch, it left a deep scar on the bark. When Baldy and the others saw how sharp the bone knife was, their pupils shrank. We saw that Haishi and others also had similar weapons in their hands. A hint of greed appeared in his eyes. Finally, he looked inward and said, "We will let you go today. Next time we, the Stone King, will kill you all." Then he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Everyone evacuated. As soon as the people of the Stone Clan left, the forest suddenly became much quieter. Chun Li turned his attention back to the brown bear. More than 6 minutes have passed, and the system countdown has reached 3 minutes and 48 seconds. The brown bear still looked half dead. No, to be precise, it's worse than before. The 2 major arteries were cut, and the bear's blood was almost turned into a stream. At this time, the blood flow from the wounds on the bare paws had become much slower, turning from a faucet into a small spring. Chun Li estimated the brown bear's size and total blood volume, and felt that nearly 1/3 of it had been lost. If it continues to flow, he will die even if the poison is removed. So he took action, exchanged 10 technology points for 1 hemostatic ointment, and applied it on the 2 wounds. Xiong, I have offended the Boulder clan because of you. I have also used expensive hemostatic ointment on you. You must survive and give me some reward. Chun Li patted the brown bear's head, feeling a little melancholy. If he fails to save the brown bear this time, he will suffer a huge loss. Chief, what's the point of doing this? Blackstone asked while scratching the brown bear's throat. Bleeding to detoxify was too rare for primitive people. It was like slaughtering wild animals and was not a friendly act at all. Chun-Li said, I'm not too sure. There's a chance I'll fail this time. Haishi nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. Ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly let out a scream of pain. The bear's mouth, which had not responded for a long time, actually moved. Chapter 059 really touched Xiong. The brown bear moved its body, and its big mouth that was pried, opened subconsciously, tried to close. Haishi was a beat slow to react, and his arm was nearly bitten off. Fortunately, Chun-Li instructed others to help pry the bear's mouth open and pull it in time, so no misunderstanding happened. Huff, huff. The brown bear growled. The sound was a little weak, but the warning was still strong. After waking up, it saw a group of humans surrounding it and digging its throat. If it were any other wild beast, it would subconsciously attack. If it hadn't really run out of strength, it would have definitely bitten the hateful human to death on the spot. Don't move. I'm trying to detoxify you. If you want to survive, just cooperate. At this time, the brown bear heard humans talking. Although he didn't understand anything, he sensed a hint of friendliness from the humans' words. Roar. The brown bear discovered that the group of people around him were not the ones who had just chased him. Those who were chasing them were all naked, but these people were not. They were wearing a layer of strange stuff that smelled quite good. The group of humans in front of him had no intention of killing him. Not only that, this group of people were also helping it heal its wounds. Looking at his forelimbs, the injury was extremely serious. There was a deep scar there, and he had bled so much that even the ground was dyed red. If it weren't for the group of humans in front of me helping to treat my injuries, I might have died by now. It's horrible that humans could hurt Mr. Bear like this. I have to be more careful next time. The brown bear thought to himself. At the same time, he was also very fortunate that he was rescued by another group of humans. Roar. It growled and stuck out its tongue to lick Chun-Li to express its friendliness and flattery. Unfortunately, he was weak and had a short neck, so he couldn't reach Chun-Li and could only lick the air from a distance. Bears have relatively high IQs. Seeing the brown bear's reaction, Chun-Li nodded slightly. Don't worry. As long as you're not poisoned to death this time, I will definitely be able to save you. This is basically pure bullshit. But the brown bear was still very moved after hearing this. It turns out there are such kind people among humans. I'm so touched. He opened his round little eyes, trying to engrave Chun-Li's appearance in his mind. But he soon discovered that this human looked somewhat familiar. Roar. Isn't this the guy who caused Master Xiong to fight with Silly Tiger a few days ago? He actually showed up again, and he saved Master Xiong. At this moment, the brown bear was shocked. It still remembers vividly how quickly Chun-Li escaped a few days ago. In its 8 years of life, the bear has seen at least 200 or 300 humans. But this is the first time I've seen one running so fast. Roar. The brown bear roared, wanting to ask Chun-Li why he was so fast, and disappeared in a flash, causing it not only to be unable to get food, but also to fight with the saber-toothed tiger for most of the day and suffer serious injuries. Unfortunately, Chun-Li didn't understand what it meant at all. Don't worry, you should be out of danger for now. I'll find you some detoxifying herbs to see if they can speed up your recovery. Chun-Li said something to the brown bear, thinking that the bear roared at him because it was afraid of death. After saying this, he ordered Haishi and 6 others to collect Raimi first. He started looking for herbs in the forest that could help the brown bear. 40% of the toxins in the brown bear's body have been expelled. It is temporarily out of danger. The alert is lifted. The system sounded a prompt, giving Chun-Li a reassurance. Although the brown bear still looked half dead and might die at any time. But as long as the toxins are partially eliminated, it will be relatively easy to recover. I didn't expect that I actually have some talent as a doctor. This bloodletting and detoxification method is quite effective. Chun-Li was secretly boasting about himself. Then he began to search everywhere in the woods. Soon, they found a few licorice plants and a clump of ground vines. Although he didn't know whether it would work, the basic survival manual told him that these things had a detoxifying effect. Just feed it blindly. He brought back the herbs he found, pried open the bear's mouth, and stuffed them into the bear's mouth. The weak brown bear didn't have much strength to resist. Seeing that he had no ill intentions, he chewed it twice and swallowed it. Time passes by little, The weak brown bear soon fainted again, lying on the ground with its mouth wide open, gasping weakly. Chun-Li didn't go anywhere. He just stayed there, waiting boredly for Haishi and others to come back. The rescue task has been in progress, with neither success nor failure displayed. In other words, he can only get the mission reward after the brown bear truly recovers. If you die halfway, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Xiong, you better try harder and don't die like this. Brother, I have risked everything to make enemies with the Stone Clan in order to save you. We don't ask you to be grateful after you come back to life and give me a litter of bear cubs as pets. If we meet in the woods next time, just don't slap me right away. Chun-Li was still grumbling to himself, counting the time on his fingers. I was bored for 6 hours straight. I was hungry twice before I finally heard some noise. Boss, we are back. Shirgu started shouting from a distance. 6 strong men appeared one after another, each carrying a large bundle of rami, and trotted towards this side. Wow, you collected quite a lot. Chun-Li raised his eyebrows. Everyone carried a lot of rami, and it looked like each bundle weighed at least 100 kilograms. This macho guy Blackstone is even more amazing. He can carry a bundle in one hand and walk very fast. Great leader. With these rami, we should be able to have clothes on everyone, right? Haishi said happily. This big guy has now completely become a little fan of Chun-Li. He admires Chun-Li's martial arts, intelligence, charm, and other aspects. Chun-Li made a rough estimate and nodded. It should be about the same. If it's not enough, we can just make another trip. By the way, is there still much rami in the bushes? It's quite a lot. With the amount today, we won't be able to finish it even if we collect it again. Shirgu replied. Well, that's good. The population of our tribe should expand after a while, and we will have to get some more then. Chun-Li said. Now he has a feud with the Stone Clan, and it is unknown when a fight might break out. Now that there is a conflict, there is no need to worry about anything else. If the remaining members of the Coconut Grove clan wanted to seek help, he could simply recruit them and integrate them into his own tribe to improve their fighting effectiveness. Even though the novice tribe, plus the remaining members of the Coconut Grove clan, the total population that can participate in the war is still not as large as that of the Stone Clan. But with his 10 points of strength and the advantage of his weapon, his chances of winning are very high. Of course, what Chun-Li wants is not victory. Players like him cannot accept damage to their own resources and population. He must win for sure, and winning without any loss is the result he wants. Chapter 060, it would be nice if I could cultivate immortality. Boss, shall we go back? Shirgu said. The sun was setting, and they'd been out all day. Chun-Li looked at the brown bear that was still unconscious and felt a little troubled for a moment. If we go back, the bear is not in good condition. If another saber-toothed tiger or someone from the Stone Clan comes, we will definitely die. But if I don't go back, it doesn't seem very comfortable to be in the mountains late at night. Or drag the bear back? An idea popped into Chun-Li's head. It was immediately extinguished by himself. Drag? How to drag? There was no tractor and no stretcher, so they just dragged the bear back by its legs, and the skin must have been worn off. Moreover, the brown bear is so big that its size is almost as big as the iron-horned black bull, and its weight is at least 1.5 tons. You guys go back first, I'll wait. After a little hesitation, Chun-Li decided to stay alone. The mission was already halfway done, and leaving the brown bear to fend for itself in the wild was not his style. Anyway, there are not many wild beasts in the forest that can threaten him now, and he has done things like sleeping in the open air many times before. But Shirgu and the others were a little worried. Boss, it's very dangerous in the forest at night. You should go back with us. There are more people in the tribe, so it's safer than here. They are all savages living in the primitive jungle and are not averse to sleeping in the wild. The main reason is that they are afraid that it would be too dangerous for Chun-Li to stay here alone. Not to mention the distant ones, just a brown bear lying on the ground. Its fighting power after waking up is terrifying. However, Chun-Li did not accept Shirgu's opinion. Just go back when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I am a godlike man. I just slept outside. What's the big deal? As he said this, he kicked Shirgu's butt and drove everyone away. Boss! Shirgu and others were still a little worried about him and wanted to persuade him again. Chun-Li kicked him twice more, kicking the rest of the words back into his stomach. After watching the group leave the mountains and return to the tribe, he began to prepare facilities for the night. It's been a whole day, and he hasn't eaten yet. The night is long, and going hungry is not a solution. Chun-Li looked around and found a lynx in the surrounding woods that was attracted by the smell of blood but did not dare to approach the brown bear. He slapped the lynx to death. Then he used the skill of drilling wood to make fire, built a fire, skinned and gutted the lynx, and roasted it on a rack. Before I knew it, I had become an expert in wilderness survival. While grilling the food, Chun-Li sighed. It has been a while since I came into this world. His growth is not only in terms of attributes, he has also made great progress in various little skills for survival in the jungle. Although he had his younger brothers to do things for him most of the time, and he didn't need to do anything himself, he had always been the one to do things like inventing things and making tools. There were many things among them that he himself did not understand at first, but had only heard of the principles, which required repeated attempts before they could be realized. This also includes cooking ingredients. Slaughtering animals with your own hands is a rather bloody thing. At first, Chun-Li found it difficult to accept the idea of skinning and removing the dirt. But now I don't have any psychological pressure anymore. I can work very quickly and finish it in less than 2 minutes. The aroma of barbecue filled the woods and mixed with the smell of blood on the ground, forming an aroma that was extremely tempting to carnivores. There were many wild animals around. They are mainly small carnivores, such as bobcats, foxes, etc. However, there were also 1 or 2 leopards and lone wolves watching closely from the side. If it were in the past, Chun-Li would definitely be terrified if surrounded by so many wild beasts. But now he has enough confidence, and there is no need to be afraid. He sat calmly under a big tree, took down the roasted mountain cat, and smelled it. It smells so good. Then he waved at the wild beasts not far away in a contemptible manner and started eating with big mouthfuls. The wild beasts outside the range of the fire were drooling with greed, but they did not dare to come closer. Any animal with a little bit of intelligence would not dare to act rashly when seeing a human sitting next to a huge brown bear, especially since the bear looked like it was dead and might have been killed by the humans in front of it. As for why I didn't run, the beasts don't know either. Maybe it's just pure greed. After all, cooked food tastes really good. Even if you can't eat it, it's satisfying to smell it. If you're lucky, you might even be able to snatch some skeletons left over by humans. The night is long. After Chun-Li finished eating, he sat under a big tree holding his axe to rest. With so many wild beasts lurking around him, he didn't dare to sleep soundly. He could only take a nap with his eyes closed. Otherwise, if a few wild wolves came and ate the brown bear while I was sleeping, it would be a huge loss. There was no one else around, not even anyone to talk to. There are no suitable conditions for making small inventions. He was so bored that he could only sit and fantasize about the future. Imagine what the tribe will look like after it expands. Imagine what it will look like when technology develops. Imagine yourself changing from a tribal chief to an emperor of a feudal dynasty. By the way, think about the rich woman who supported you in the past. Well, a rich woman with fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs is so much better than a primitive man. It would be nice if the rich woman came into this world with me. It's pointless to just act cool in front of primitive people. Not many of them understand me. Oh, so boring. Why is this night so long? It would be great if I could cultivate immortality. I could sit and meditate for a whole night. Not only would it not be boring, but it would also improve my attributes. Thinking about the immortal cultivation novels he had read before, Chun-Li was filled with longing. Then he began to imagine himself becoming a sword immortal, flying in the air with a sword encircling the island. One sword killed a giant, and another sword sent away a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's exciting just thinking about it. It's a pity. It's pure fantasy and can never be realized. Alas, when will the day break? Chun-Li had already deduced the entire process from the birth to the decay of the universe in his mind, but the night seemed to be only half over. He began to feel sleepy. I want to sleep, but I'm afraid I'll be eaten by wild beasts after I fall asleep. I can only keep my eyes open and stay up late. Hiraloo. Hiraloo. Suddenly, a snoring sound broke the silence of the night. The drowsy Chun-Li woke up with a start. Who is snoring? Could it be me? He pinched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed for a moment. But the next second, he realized that he had been misunderstood. The snoring sound came from the side. It's the huge brown bear who is extremely large, bleeding profusely, and unconscious. The brown bear lay on the ground, sleeping soundly, and its breathing was much stronger than during the day. It looks like it has gotten much better. Chun-Li smiled. Animals have relatively strong self-healing abilities, and as long as the toxins do not overwhelm the immune system, they will gradually recover. However, the immune system requires energy to work, and the brown bear will probably need to eat to replenish nutrition soon. Thinking of this, Chun-Li narrowed his eyes and focused his gaze on the wild beasts around him that refused to leave. Tonight, I will sacrifice you to the heavens. He whispered something, picked up the axe, and rushed out. Chapter 061. The miserable life of a bear begins with a beating. The next morning, just as the sky was getting light, the brown bear woke up. Before opening its eyes, the brown bear smelled a delicious smell of blood. Roar! It growled and got up in confusion. When I saw the scene around me, I was stunned. Roar! There were several lynxes and wolves piled around, all of which had been killed not long ago and were still bleeding. It's all food. The brown bear roared with joy, grabbed the nearest wolf with its paw, pulled it in front of it, and lowered its head to bite it. He is very weak now and urgently needs to eat to replenish his energy. These prey are all excellent supplements. How is it? Is my service thoughtful, considerate, touching? Suddenly, a human voice was heard from the side. The brown bear was so busy eating that he didn't notice the man standing next to him and was immediately frightened. The huge body dodged backwards, as if it had been badly harmed by the people of the Stone Clan, causing it to have a psychological trauma and become reflexively wary of humans. Roar! It growled, as if asking, "Who are you? What do you want?" Chun-Li casually threw a wild wolf in front of the brown bear and said with a smile, eat it quickly, and after you recover your health, I can get the reward and go home. I haven't slept all night. I'm very sleepy." Roar! The brown bear tilted his head, not understanding what he said at all. What does this human mean? You're smiling so frivolously and giving me food. Are you trying to please Mr. Bear and become his little brother? Humph, wishful thinking. A mere human being wants to get close to Lord Bear? It's just a dream. The brown bear snorted and looked at Chun-Li with contempt. It moved the bodies of the two wild wolves over, moved its body, sat on the ground with its big butt, held a wolf in each hand, and enjoyed the delicious food with 2 bites from left and right. Chun-Li, who was ignored, looked embarrassed. He could read the meaning behind the bear's actions. This silly bear obviously didn't treat him as a savior, but as a bootlicker. How can this be? He, Chun, is the first ancestor of human civilization, a great inventor, the savior of the primitive island, a good friend of the little wild boar, a fan of the giant's fart, the dream of 300 million primitive women. But he is treated as a bootlicker. Too much. It's really too much. Hey, give me some face. Chun-Li grabbed the wolf that the brown bear was holding and pulled it back. I saved your life and gave you so much food. Why don't you show some appreciation? Brown bear, roar. What does this human want to do? He actually snatched Mr. Bear's food in front of him. Too much. It's really too much. Mr. Xiong hates being disturbed when he's eating. The brown bear was a little annoyed. It grabbed the wild wolf with its paws and pulled it back. It took a big bite of the wolf meat viciously and glared at Chun-Li with its small eyes. It was as if it was saying, "If you keep making trouble, I'll eat you too." Chun-Li, this stupid bear is going to fight with him? Chun-Li was a little unhappy when the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, the target brown bear is out of danger. Rescue mission completed. You have obtained new attribute points. Please choose the direction of distribution. You have gained the favor of the bear tribe. The pleasant reminder tone was like heavenly music to the sleepy Chun-Li. Mission accomplished. He no longer had to stay in the woods with this stupid bear and feed mosquitoes. Without hesitation, I added 2 attribute points to physical fitness, raising it to 3 points. Then he threw the dead body of another wild animal at his feet to the brown bear and said, "Take care of yourself. I'm going home." Turn around and walk away. After not sleeping for a whole night, he was now sleepy and hungry. He just wanted to go back to his cabin and have a good sleep. However, the brown bears had no intention of letting him go. As the system task was completed, the brown bear who was eating suddenly felt an indescribable sense of intimacy emerging from his heart. He looked at the human in front of him, and the original unhappy feeling disappeared without a trace. The bear just thought that this human was very good-looking and particularly liked him, so much so that the bear couldn't help but want to get close to him and rub against him, asking for a pat on the head. Then it came closer and tried to rub Chun-Li with its big head. This action scared Chun-Li. Chun-Li's perspective. A huge brown bear pounced towards him. Its big head was covered in blood, and there were scarlet pieces of flesh around its mouth. It looked ferocious and scary. What? What are you doing? You just recovered and you turned your face against me? You actually want to eat me? I'm not someone you can mess with. Go away. The frightened Chun-Li dodged and avoided the brown bear's harassment. At the same time, he stared with his eyes, gathered power in his right fist, slightly bent his legs, and suddenly exerted force. 10 points of power burst out. Right hook. Bang. It was a loud bang. The small fist hit the big bear's head. With a force 10 times that of an average adult, the brown bear's head was knocked to one side, and its weak body fell uncontrollably to the ground with a dull sound. Roar. The brown bear was stunned by the punch. What is going on? Lying on the ground, the brown bear blinked its little eyes, its face looking confused. It just wanted to rub against this cute human to see if it could get a pat on the head and be killed. Why did this human hit it? And the strength of this human was too terrifying. After a punch, it felt that its teeth were almost broken, and its gums were bleeding from the pain. The bear burst into tears on the spot. Huff, huff. The brown bear made a sound of grievance. When Chun-Li heard this, he thought that the stupid bear was just unwilling to accept the result. Why, you want to come again? Then don't blame me for taking advantage of the bear's misfortune. Chun-Li had been outside all night and was already feeling a little uncomfortable. Not only was this bear ungrateful, it actually took the initiative to attack him. Isn't this an act of seeking death? Beat hard. Let him learn a lesson and know that Chun is not someone to be trifled with. Anyway, the brown bear is weak now and has no strength to resist. Without saying a word, Chun-Li clenched his fists, jumped up, and started punching the fat body of the brown bear. I'm gonna beat you to death, you fucking bear. How dare you attack my savior? I didn't sleep all night because of you. All wrinkled. Fuck. Broken system. Rubbish mission. I'm actually in conflict with the Stone Clan. There will be deaths in a war. Ayua. Watch the punch. Chun-Li cursed and beat the bear at the same time, and every time he spoke, he punched the brown bear's fat body. Although he didn't use his full strength, with his current strength, this beating was quite powerful. The brown bear was hit so hard that its whole body was in pain, and it rolled on the ground to avoid the blows. It was completely confused. This human being is so scary. God knows why such a small fist can exert such great power. And they specifically hit the fleshy parts of the animal, which hurts terribly, but it doesn't hurt. Roar. After being beaten up, the brown bear couldn't help crying. Fuck, you're still not convinced, right? Hit again. Mount an opening fist. 8 extreme collapse. Lushan Shenglongba. Pegasus meteor fist. Ah. Roar. In the forest, there were bursts of miserable bear roars. Chapter 062 Brown Bear's New Mother. After 10 minutes, Chun-Li finally had enough of venting. He kicked the brown bear on its fat butt, making the big guy lie flat on the ground. Then he brushed off the non-existent dust on his body and took a deep breath. He said calmly, "Will you dare to attack me next time?" Roar. The brown bear lay on the ground and responded weakly. Judging from the lack of energy, he seems to be afraid. Chun-Li nodded in satisfaction. That's it for today. I, Chun-Li, am not a grudge-bearing person. As long as you don't provoke me in the future, I won't bother you again. Goodbye. After saying this, he turned and left. Roar. The brown bear growled and stretched out its paw to try to keep him. This human, although hitting a bear is painful, the beating actually gives the bear a strange sense of pleasure. Yes, it feels good. Well, maybe it was because of the beating that the blood started to circulate faster and all the remaining toxins were eliminated. The originally weak bear was beaten into a lot more spirit. At first it screamed in pain, but later it turned into enjoyment. So the brown bear that was beaten not only did not hate Chun-Li, but was very grateful to him. This punch was absolutely right, even though it hurts a bit. Don't go, human, the brown bear said in his heart, growling. Chun-Li ignored it and strode back towards the tribe. At this time, the brown bear's condition has recovered a lot. Although it still doesn't have the strength to fight, it has no problem walking. When it saw Chun-Li leaving, it quickly picked up a wild wolf and followed him. He let out low, flattering growls, occasionally taking a bite of wolf meat, eating as he walked. After a painful beating, the brown bear finally figured it out. It felt that it had misunderstood this human. How could a human like this, who can save its life, looks good, has strong fighting ability, and thoughtfully prepares food for itself, be its little brother? Obviously, she is here to be a mother. It decided to hold on to this thigh. Accept him as your new mother. Chun-Li didn't know what the brown bear was thinking. He had only taken a few steps when he discovered that the big guy had caught up with him, and he was immediately puzzled. Are you a masochist? At first, he thought the brown bear was approaching him wanting to fight, but after 10 minutes of one-sided beating, he had given up on this idea. The bear showed no intention of attacking him, not even after being beaten. Considering the special reward of favor from the bear tribe and the change in the brown bear's attitude, he felt that the big bear must have been influenced by the system and had repented. Originally, I thought he was a bootlicker, but there was a 180-degree reversal, and I became his bootlicker instead. Otherwise, why would you hang around like a tail? This stupid bear followed behind foolishly. Even after being beaten, he didn't get angry. Instead, he became even more friendly and looked like he wanted to lick people. Although this guy is very big and his face is covered in blood, he looks a bit ferocious. But in some ways, it's actually quite cute. Chun-Li couldn't help but have an idea, wanted to tame the brown bear and make him his little brother. Well, it would be pretty cool to use it as a mount and go out on patrol on a bear, right? But, after all, this is an adult brown bear with very strong fighting power. It is considered the overlord in the jungle. Apart from the giants, only the saber-toothed tiger can compete with it. If such a big guy followed him back, wouldn't the people in the tribe be scared to death when they saw him? Besides, the brown bear only has a good impression of him, not all human beings. If you get hungry when you get back and just grab one and eat it, that would be a big problem. He was now able to pin the brown bear to the ground and beat it up, mainly because the brown bear had lost too much blood and was in a weak state. Wait for the guy to recover. Even if there are two Chun-Li, they can't beat the bear. Forget it. Let's not take the risk. There isn't a huge demand for mounts or anything like that. The safety of the tribal people is the most important thing. Go away, don't follow me, Chun-Li said to the brown bear, pushing the bear's head, trying to express his meaning with body language. Although brown bears do not understand human language, their IQ is still high. Through body language, it immediately understood that Chun-Li was expelling it. He immediately showed an aggrieved expression, lay on the ground, raised his head, and looked at Chun-Li pitifully with his little eyes. He also made a whining sound, trying to gain sympathy. Bear language. Mom, I won't leave. Chun-Li. What's wrong with this bear? It's just to increase the favorability a little bit. How come she even learned to act cute and roll around? If other wild animals in the forest saw this, they would be so shocked. Don't try to play tricks on me. I don't know you well. I saved you just to get the reward. He said this unhappily and continued walking away. The task assigned by the system was the driving force behind his rescue of the brown bear. Without the mission, he has no obligation to continue raising this big guy. After all, bears are not pigs or dogs and are not among the 6 domestic animals. They are too unsuitable for humans. But the bear doesn't think so. Seeing Chun-Li walking, it followed him and continued to try to please him. The forest was full of lush branches and leaves, so it would go up and pull out the branches and thorns to make the new mother's way easier to walk. If I encounter insects, spiders, etc., I will kill them with my bare paw to avoid offending my new mother's eyes. The way he's trying to please others is just like a bootlicker. This left Chun-Li speechless. This reward of favorability is too outrageous. Such a big bear actually became my lickspittle. If a mission in the future allows him to gain the favor of the giant will also try to please him in this way. Then wouldn't he be able to walk around the island? But, to put it another way, the influence of favorability is so magical that it can turn a brown bear into a bootlicker. What about primitive people? Could it be that the reason why Agin and his people admire him so much is just because of the influence of their favorability, rather than because they admire him from the bottom of their hearts? He actually thought it was all his credit. Never mind. Since you want to follow me, then follow me. As long as you are obedient and don't hurt my kind, I can support you. Seeing the brown bear serving him wholeheartedly, Chun-Li finally softened his heart and let the big guy stay. Stay around and observe for a while. If you don't get into trouble, you can do some hard labor. Brown bears are so strong that they are much more efficient than primitive people in carrying wood. If they get into trouble, just beat them up and chase them away. Anyway, since he has good impression, this guy probably won't resist. Roar. When the brown bear heard what he said, he tilted his head to express his doubts, as if he didn't understand. Chun-Li reached out and touched its head, expressing his affection with body language, and then it understood. He immediately stood up with joy and let out a long roar like a bear. After roaring, it rubbed Chun-Li's shoulder with its big head, as obedient as a kitten. Chun-Li couldn't help but smile. Patting the bear's head, he said, "Let me give you a name. From now on, you will be called Big Bear. You are the temporary guardian beast of my tribe. Whether you can become a regular guardian beast depends on you. As for Xiong and Balchong, they will be left empty for now, and we will fill them up when there is a chance. Chapter 063, Feeding the Big Bear, is everyone's responsibility. Chun-Li brought Xiong back to the tribe. Neither the man nor the bear was in good condition. People are sleepy and doze off while walking. Bears are weak and need a rest after walking for a while. After finally returning to the territory, no one came out to greet him. There were only 2 yellow jackals barking there. Well, the linen clothes are still in the process of being made, and most people are still staying at home all day and are too embarrassed to go out. There were only a few people with clothes on and a shameless dog trainer named Agan strolling outside. These people were shocked to see Chun-Li coming back with a bear. Fortunately, when Shirgu and others came back yesterday, they had already mentioned that they had rescued a bear, which helped prepare them psychologically, so they didn't just pick up their wooden spears and throw them over. Boss, how did you bring this beast back to the tribe? Shirgu shouted from a distance of dozens of meters. The brown bear was very large, and when it walked on all fours, it was almost as tall as Chun-Li. It looked a bit scary, and no one dared to get close to it. Chun-Li replied, I have already subdued this guy. If nothing unexpected happens, he will stay with us like the yellow jackal. What? This? Oh my god. The chief actually tamed a man-eating bear. The boss is worthy of being the boss. He can really do anything. Everyone was shocked. Chun-Li gave them more and more surprises, and the scale of each surprise was getting bigger and bigger. This is a brown bear. Even a powerful clan would have to take a detour when seeing such a ferocious beast and would not dare to provoke it. At this moment, everyone deeply realized how awesome Chun-Li was. When the people hiding in the house heard what Shirgu and others said, they opened the doors and windows and looked over here. The entire tribe, men, women, old and young, were all shocked and stood there with their mouths wide open. A gun, who was in charge of taming yellow jackals, was secretly wiping tears in the wind while leading 2 dogs whose taming progress was 10%. No wonder the boss didn't train the yellow jackal himself. It turns out that his target is this giant beast. Compared with the brown bear, the yellow jackal is pitifully small. Seeing the big guy walking slowly towards them, the 2 yellow jackals barked loudly at first in protest, but soon they became quiet and dared not make any sound. They lay on the ground with their heads buried under their front paws. Chun-Li slowly walked into the tribe. He patted the brown bear's big head, pointed at the people in the tribe, and said, These people are my companions. You can't hurt them no matter what. If an enemy appears, you have to protect them. Do you understand? Big Xiong tilted his head and looked at him, basically not understanding what he said. One can only tell from his attitude that this group of people belongs to the friendly camp. After walking for most of the day, the bear was tired. Seeing that Chun-Li was no longer moving forward, he lay down and rested. At this time, Chun-Li was still a little worried that this fierce bear would attack the primitive people in the future, so he thought of a way. He said to the crowd, Go get some beef. Each of you take a small piece and come over to feed Big Bear. Brown bears have a pretty good IQ. As long as each person feeds it, it will remember the smell of those people and use it to distinguish between friend and foe. With his influence, attacks on their own people probably won't happen. However, this matter is also quite challenging for the people in the tribe. Feeding meat to the bear? Are you serious, Chief? Many people spoke timidly, not daring to take any action at all. After Chun-Li repeatedly assured him that there would be no problem, a few men took the lead in trying, walked up carefully, and fed a small piece of cooked beef into Xiongda's mouth. The brown bear ate a wolf on the road, and his stomach was half full. People came forward one by one to feed it. It didn't even have to move, it just had to open its mouth to enjoy the delicious cooked beef. This novel and comfortable experience made it so happy that it squinted its bare eyes, and from time to time it rubbed its big head against Chun-Li, who was standing next to it, to express its gratitude. After someone took the lead, the others were gradually encouraged. Looking at the cute look of Big Bear lying on the ground, eating obediently, they were no longer so afraid. From men to women, and then to the elderly and children, everyone came forward to feed the baby one by one. After doing all this, Chun-Li felt much more at ease. He patted the bear's head and said, Just take a good rest here. I also need some sleep. Then he got up and walked towards his own wooden house. Ah Gun ran over with 2 yellow jackals and asked uncertainly, Boss, you're not really going to take this big guy as a companion, are you? It's so big. How much does it eat in a day? It's okay to raise jackals, as one jackal can't eat much meat. Even if the cubs in the den grow up, they can't eat much. But brown bears, well, Conservatively speaking, the amount of food a bear eats in a day should be about the same as 20 people. This is 1/3 of the adult population of tribe. Food expenses directly increased by 1/3, and there was no labor supply. In other words, it's like spending a lot of money to raise an ornamental pet. Chun-Li replied, "It's okay. Food shouldn't be a big problem for us, and it has strong hunting abilities." But Aegon has something else to say. Chun-Li interrupted directly, "Don't worry, this guy is quite useful. If we have a conflict with the Stone Clan, it will be a main member of the battle." Conflict. Speaking of this topic, the Gulf Queen, Blackstone, and others also became interested and gathered around. "Captain, didn't you say before that you didn't want to have conflicts with the people of the Stone Clan? Why now?" Well, the reason is a bit complicated, so I won't explain it." Chun-Li was a little embarrassed and quickly changed the subject, saying to everyone, "Anyway, you should be ready to fight at any time. As for the Coconut Grove clan, you can send 2 people over to try to win them over. If they are willing, you can accept them. The situation has changed, so of course the policy must also change accordingly. Anyway, the feud has already been formed, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. By absorbing the remnants of the Coconut Grove clan, the strength of the tribe should be able to be improved by a small level. Also, you guys should polish some weapons these days, especially long-range attack weapons like wooden spears, bows, and arrows. Once the conflict turns into war, these weapons will play a vital role and greatly reduce our casualties. If you don't know how to use a bow and arrow, don't mess around. Just put it aside after you make it. I will teach you how to use it." Chun-Li gave everyone a few more instructions. Then, unable to resist the sleepiness any longer, he rushed into the wooden house and fell into a deep sleep. The Gulf Queen and the tough guys looked at each other. After a long while, he finally said, "Do any of you know what a bow and arrow is?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. When Chun-Li invented the bow and arrow, they were all hiding in the house, not knowing where the thing was, let alone how to make it. So after exchanging eye contact for a while, everyone unanimously decided, just pretend you didn't hear it and go about your business. Chapter 064. 10 extra people, 4 more. Chun-Li slept very soundly and did not wake up until it was almost dark. And I didn't wake up naturally, but was woken up by the system prompt. "Ding, congratulations on the tribe's total population reaching 100 people, and you will be rewarded with a small supply treasure chest." Chun-Li. When he heard this reminder while half asleep and half awake, he thought it was part of a dream. When I opened the property panel, I saw that the population column indeed said 100. Not one more, not one less, exactly 100. So many people from the Coconut Grove clan have come. Chun-Li was a little confused. He remembered that his population was 68 before, and it suddenly became 100, an increase of 32 people. "Go out and take a look." Chun-Li got up and walked out of the room. It was already a gray sky outside. The sun had set, and even the afterglow had faded away. It was soon to be night. The primitive people in the tribe gathered around the fire, operating the big iron pot with unfamiliarity, stewing the seafood soup they had just learned to make. Some new faces that I had never seen before appeared in my sight, and they were all sitting beside the fire, waiting for the delicious food to come out of the pot. For the people of the Coconut Grove clan, making fire is not a difficult task. Chun-Li had already taught them the technique of drilling wood to make fire. But things like cooking soup in an iron pot and sprinkling salt on food are quite new. Everyone sat there with great anticipation, occasionally exchanging a few words with members of the novice tribe to ease the awkwardness caused by the unfamiliarity. When Chun-Li arrived, the food was almost ready. Seeing him appear, Ah Gun, who was known as a lackey, was the first to shout, "Boss, come quickly. Dinner is ready." Chun-Li nodded and walked to the stove and the fire. Looking at the unfamiliar faces around him, he said, "Friends from the Coconut Grove clan, please stand up and let me introduce myself." There were 32 people coming at once, and he had to get to know them all. Maybe there are outstanding talents like Aegon and Haishi among them. Hearing his words, more than 20 figures in the crowd stood up at once. The number seems wrong." Chun-Li raised his eyebrows. "After counting, I found that there were only 22 people in total, including adults and children. Where did the other 10 people go?" Before he could ask, a well-built primitive man in the crowd spoke first. "King Chun-Li, my name is Huya. We have accepted your invitation and have decided to join the novice tribe. We will obey your orders in the future and hope that you can protect us all." 22 people, 44 eyes looked at Chun-Li with a hint of helplessness in their eyes. The original population of the Coconut Grove clan was similar to that of the Bay clan, both around 50 people. But they were attacked by the Stone clan and lost more than a dozen brave hunters at once. More than a dozen other hunters, including the Coconut King, were also captured and their lives and deaths are now unknown. Among this group of people, only 4 are adult males with considerable fighting power. The rest are female primitives, the elderly and children, and their overall combat effectiveness is much inferior. Chun-Li frowned slightly. It's not that he dislikes these people's low fighting ability. The productivity of female primitive people is also very strong, especially after they have passed down many manual inventions. The value they can create is no less than that of men. After taking over the mess of the Coconut Grove clan, there will be no situation of inequality between income and expenditure. The reason I frowned was because I didn't understand where the extra 10 people went. However, Huya and others didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing that he had a serious expression, he seemed a little unhappy. Huya said in a deep voice, "King Chun-Li, I know our people will become a burden to you, but I ask you not to drive away our old, weak, women and children. They are not good at hunting, but they are all our relatives. The 4 of us will definitely hunt diligently in the future, without rest every day, to get more food for the tribe to make up for the burden they bring." After he finished speaking, he actually knelt down and expressed his gratitude by kneeling down. Other members of the Coconut Grove clan followed suit and knelt down in unison. Chun-Li was surprised. He didn't expect these people to react so strongly. He had already known that the primitive people's kneeling was not a ritual between superiors and subordinates like in the feudal era, but a pure expression of gratitude. So besides being surprised, he was also somewhat happy. These guys are quite sensible, and they won't be ungrateful. Moreover, it was the first time that he heard the word relatives from primitive people. In the past, Agin and others always used partners to describe other people. This tiger-tooth is quite special. Get up. He personally helped Huya up. Then he said to everyone, "Since you have joined my tribe, you are all one of us." For me, hunting ability is not the only criterion for judging whether a person is valuable. Many women and even children with weak bodies can create their own value. The tribe is not a clan. Here, you will never be short of food. This is the most basic guarantee. Those who create value for the tribe can get more material rewards on top of food. This is the reward for the workers. Of course, being lazy and gluttonous is not allowed. We do not encourage the behavior of those who seek to gain something for nothing. Unless your physical condition is really very poor, you should do what you can. The tribe is still in its infancy, and your joining can bring a lot of value. So don't feel inferior. You are part of the tribe just like everyone else. After saying this, he pressed his hand, motioning everyone to sit down and start enjoying tonight's delicious food. The people of the Coconut Grove clan were originally worried that their side had low combat effectiveness and would be excluded. After hearing what he said, I felt much more at ease. At the same time, a strong curiosity also arises. "King Chun-Li, are you saying that a thin woman like me can also do a lot of things?" asked a woman less than 1.5 meters tall and as thin as a tablet. Chun-Li nodded slightly. "You can't hunt, but you can sharpen tools, process food, make clothes, etc. for hunters or raise pigs, feed dogs, and farm. In short, there are many things you can do. It depends on your choice. There is no requirement for anyone in the tribe to do anything. It all depends on one's own wishes." After hearing his words, the short woman showed joy on her face. "Then I will definitely try my best to help." The eyes of others also brightened, as if they saw hope to continue living. "The soup is ready. Let's eat it. I won't say any more nonsense." At Chun-Li's command, everyone took a wooden bowl and started tonight's meal. At this moment, a bear roar suddenly came from the side. Big Bear, who was in a weak state, walked towards this side slowly. Chun-Li glanced over at Big Bear, and when he saw this silly, fat bear, his head suddenly clicked. Then the extra 10 people, could it be this guy? Chapter 065. First time going to see. Of course. Otherwise, how could there be 10 more people out of nowhere? The system cannot possibly have miscalculated the number of people. The 10 extra people are definitely this stupid bear. Big Bear came over unsteadily. Its huge size frightened many people so much that they retreated back, especially the 22 new Coconut Grove clans that were incorporated into the population. They were so nervous that they broke out in sweats. Seeing that this guy scared everyone, Chun-Li walked up to him unhappily and threw a right hook. "Next time, yell softly and don't scare my friends." Although the punch didn't use much force, it still stunned Shionda for a moment. It took him a while to understand what was going on. He growled weakly, lowered his body a little, and crawled forward. Looked a little funny. Seeing that this guy's eyes were fixed on the iron pot, Chun-Li asked, "Why? Do you want to taste the seafood soup too?" Big Bear can't speak, but his saliva has answered the question for him. Chun-Li smiled and said, "You can eat it if you want, but you have to wait for the next pot. I see that you have recovered a lot. How about going to sea with me to catch 2 big fish?" Big Bear? What are you saying? I don't understand. Going into the sea is simply an incredible thing for bears. It's not a polar bear. Chun-Li didn't care whether Shionda understood it or not. After saying this, he told everyone to eat well. He grabbed the bear's ears and dragged it away from the fragrant stove area and towards the sea, as the bear was reluctant to leave. Brown bears have big appetites, and a little soup is not enough to fill their stomachs. Anyway, this guy is so powerful, so just let it catch the fish by itself and come back to help process and cook them. Chun-Li dragged Shionda to the beach area closest to the tribe. After 2 days of seafood fishing, the number of shellfish and crabs on the beach has been reduced. However, few people have ever gone into the sea. Catching fish from the sea is unprecedented. I'll invent a fishing rod someday. I wonder how many technology points I can get. Chun-Li muttered to himself, then took off his shoes and clothes, dragged Shionda, and walked into the sea. Roar? Big Shion looked puzzled. It is not particularly averse to sea water. Bears are born with the ability to wade in water, as long as it is not too deep. The man and the bear waded into the deep water for more than 10 meters against the tide, and soon they could no longer touch the sand. Chun-Li is good at swimming and used to swim in the sea frequently. Now, with the increase of attribute points and physical fitness, he is like a fish in water. The sea water in the primitive era was not polluted and was very clear. He held his breath and dived underwater, looking for fish to catch in the moonlight. Big Bear followed behind, twisting his but in a funny way as he paddled. His thick body of fat made him look a little clumsy in the water. It's inevitable that you feel a little unfamiliar when you go to sea for the first time. However, the fishing ability in the Bear Clan's talent tree was quickly activated. While Chun-Li was still groping in the water, Big Bear roared and opened his mouth to catch a small yellow croaker that was passing by. Roar! Having caught his prey, Big Bear was extremely excited. He surfaced, threw the small yellow croaker into the air, swallowed it in one gulp, raised his front limbs in a show-off manner, and roared to the sky. Chun-Li's face turned black. He originally wanted to teach the brown bear how to fish, but he got taught a lesson instead. "Hey, if you eat it directly like this, I won't make fish soup for you," he said to Shionda. The latter turned a deaf ear and didn't understand at all. He dived into the sea to look for new fish. Chun-Li had no choice but to follow behind and do nothing. There are usually no big fish in the offshore areas. Basically, there are snappers, yellow croakers, groupers, and the like. The man and the bear were running around in the sea. The big bear ate his fill, and Chun-Li fished in troubled waters for a while and caught a 30-centimeter long red snapper. It's a pity that cages had not been invented yet, so there was no way to hold them. People could only hold them in their hands and couldn't catch anything else. "Big silly bear, I'll go back when I've had enough." After playing for more than half an hour, Chun-Li felt a little tired, so he shouted to Shion. Big Bear was having a lot of fun, but he was a little weak from losing too much blood. When he heard Chun-Li calling, he emerged from the water and swam back. During the fishing process, they had unknowingly swam some distance in the sea and were now several dozen meters away from the coastline. The waves surged gently, and the man and the bear moved closer to the shore. At this time, a black shadow floated over from the distant sea and rushed towards them quickly. The man and the bear swimming back were completely unprepared. The black shadow came quickly, revealing a triangular dorsal fin on the water surface, cutting through the waves and rushing towards them. "Big silly bear, what the hell are you doing?" Chun-Li wanted to talk to Shionda. Unexpectedly, the waves surged and the big bear's body suddenly rushed forward 2 or 3 meters. Roar! Big Bear roared in pain, and the waves caused by the collision pushed Chun-Li 3 meters away. "What's going on?" Chun-Li was startled and quickly steadied himself. Looking closely, it turned out to be a huge shark attacking Big Bear. "Oh my god, shark!" The shark was huge, and like the beasts on the primitive islands, it was larger than its counterparts on Earth. Judging from its appearance, it should be a great blue shark, but its body length exceeds 4 meters, which is slightly larger than a brown bear. The blue shark launched a surprise attack and instantly bit one of the bear's hind legs. The huge bite force almost instantly made the bear's leg bleed. Fortunately, Big Bear is no pushover and has a very strong physique. After being frightened, he reacted quickly. Roar! It let out an angry roar, flipped over in the water, and used its front limbs as palms to slap the shark's head hard. The mouth of the great blue shark is below its head, and its protruding snout is very long. The big bear's palms were just enough to hit the shark's eyes. With two powerful slaps, the bear's paws smashed the shark's eyes directly. The shark subconsciously twisted its body in pain and clenched its teeth even tighter, doing a low-profile death roll on the spot. Big Bear screamed and was dragged by the shark to do a hula hoop in the sea. He choked on 2 mouthfuls of sea water and was spinning dizzy. Chun-Li no longer cared about the danger at this moment. Seeing Big Bear being bitten by the shark, he kicked the sea water with his feet and rushed forward. "You dare to bully my #1 pet? Watch out!" Bang! Chun-Li punched the blue shark. Unexpectedly, the latter struggled wildly due to the severe pain in his eyes, and with a swing of his tail, he was knocked away. Shenli. The shark's tail swing was very powerful, and it knocked him unconscious for 3 seconds. After coming to his senses, he pounced on it again, riding directly on the shark's back, clamping the fish's head with his legs and raining down his fists. "It's fine that you hit my pet, but you actually dared to hit me. I really hold a grudge." Mountain opening fist. 8 extreme collapse. Roar. The man and the bear joined forces to attack the shark's head. In less than 3 minutes, the great blue shark suffered hundreds of heavy blunt blows. It is blind and doesn't know which direction to run. After holding on for a while, he was brutally killed. The great blue shark stopped struggling, and Chun-Li breathed a sigh of relief. "Be careful when you go into the sea next time. This damn shark actually ran so close to the coast." Fortunately, Big Xiong is very strong and has good abilities. Otherwise, today's meal would be wasted. "Go home," Chun-Li called out and wanted to bring Big Bear ashore to see if it was seriously injured. But Big Bear let out a low roar, opened his big mouth, grabbed the blue shark's tail, and dragged it towards the shore. Forehead. Chun-Li was stunned. This stupid bear, could it be that he wants to eat the shark? Chapter 066 Braised Shark. It doesn't seem to be impossible. Shark fin is the most representative seafood among all delicacies from land and sea, and it is sold at a very high price. I just don't know if shark meat tastes good. I used to hear that Japanese people eat whales, but I have rarely heard of them eating sharks. "I'll help you." Chun-Li waded closer and, together with Xiongda, pushed the huge shark ashore. It is not realistic to carry the great shark back to the tribe. It is too heavy, and even 2 bears may not be able to lift it. Chun-Li put his clothes back on, ran back to get an axe, and in no time he chopped off a large piece of shark meat and fins. He asked Xiongda to hold it and swaggered back to the tribe. The tribesmen in the tribe had just finished dinner, and some people who had not yet completely controlled their shame returned to their rooms. Some of those who were no longer so shy sat on the grass and chatted with the 22 Coconut Grove clan members who had just joined the tribe in an effort to get closer to them. Seeing Chun-Li and Xiongda coming back, someone asked, "Captain, what did you bring back? What is this?" Primitive people rarely went to the sea and had an innate fear of the ocean. They had never seen a shark. Moreover, a single piece of shark meat has no recognizable features at all. Chun-Li replied, "This is a new type of food. I don't know if it tastes good or not. Let's try it first." Then I asked someone to help wash the shark meat, cut it into small pieces with an axe, and prepare it for the pot. Before putting in the pot, he thought, "This meat looks pretty good. It would be a waste to boil it. How about pan-frying it?" Although there are few seasonings on hand, there is still oil. When he was producing roast beef in large quantities, he had specifically instructed the primitive people to collect the butter in wooden basins. Shark fried in butter. It's quite interesting to think about. That's it. Chun-Li has never been a person who procrastinates. Once he has thought of something, he will take action immediately. He washed a large iron pot clean, heated it over high heat, and then put a large spoonful of butter into it. Before the ingredients were even put in, the aroma of butter alone had already filled the entire tribe, making the people who had just eaten their fill start to salivate and arouse their appetite. "All right, I still have a small supply chest that I haven't opened yet." Just as he was about to put the shark meat into the pot, Chun-Li suddenly thought of something. The tribe's population has reached 100 people, and the system has given a small reward, which is waiting to be opened. I silently said warehouse, and inside there was some Yunnan Bai Yao, a ton of pig iron, and a prop box. Small supply box. After opening, you will get a random survival supply. Material types include grains, meat, fruits, seasonings, kitchen utensils, and clothing. It's exactly the same as the previous reward of a bag of salt. Chun-Li opened the treasure chest. With a duong sound, a prop icon flashed before her eyes. Dingy got a bottle of extremely fresh from the small supply treasure chest. Holy crap, I won the jackpot. Shenli exclaimed. Regardless of how shocked the people around him were, he just took out the soy sauce. Soy sauce. This is the king of seasonings. Soy sauce contains a large amount of glutamate, which can bring out an attractive umami flavor and is one of the most commonly used food condiments. In terms of status, it is second only to oil and salt. With this bottle of Wei Ji Xian, he gave up the idea of frying the shark meat and decided to braise it instead. Not a standard braised dish, no wine, just the same approach. There are relatively few plant-based ingredients in the tribe, and they cannot be cooked like modern times. But fortunately, the tribe happened to have ginger, one of the three giants of ginger, onion, and garlic. Chun-Li got a piece of old ginger, washed and sliced it, then fried it in hot oil until it was fragrant. Then put the chopped large pieces of shark meat in and fry the surface until golden brown. Then pour in the MSG and a small amount of water, and cover the pot with a not very professional wooden lid. Simmer on high heat for 15 minutes. Soon, an unprecedented fragrance made dozens of primitive people in the tribe drool. What are you doing, boss? Oh my God, it smells so good. I'm so hungry. I just ate a lot of beef. Wow, it smells so good. What is the smell? I can't stand it. The strong men and women, who had already returned to their rooms and were preparing to engage in after-meal exercise, now came out of the houses and gathered around the stove. There were dozens of people packed in 3 layers inside and outside, and the scene was quite spectacular. Although Big Bear had eaten a lot of fish in the sea, when he smelled this unfamiliar smell, he showed an interested expression and kept licking his tongue. Don't worry, it will be ready soon. Chun-Li also licked his lips, equally greedy. But in order to ensure the taste of the food, I still waited patiently for a long time. The lid was not opened until the soup in the pot was absorbed into the shark meat, making a sizzling sound. Wow! The moment the lid of the pot was opened, a puff of white steam wafted out and turned into a rich aroma that filled the entire dining area. The 2 circles of primitive people closest to the place were instantly intoxicated. It was as if I was eating the delicious food made by Chef Xiao, and all kinds of happy images began to emerge in my mind. It smells so good. Boss, I want to eat, I want to eat. I want it too. We all want to. Everyone was talking at once, wishing they could squeeze in and scoop food directly from the pot. Chun-Li swallowed his saliva and waved his hand to push everyone away. While licking his lips, he said calmly, "Don't fight over it. This is a limited edition shark stewed in soy sauce with secret recipe. There's only one of this in the world, and only I, your great leader, am qualified to enjoy it. When it comes to delicious food, of course the most important thing is to eat it yourself. As for others, wait until he's full." After he finished speaking, regardless of how resentful everyone was, he picked up his unique dining tool, chopsticks. The shark meat in the pot has turned dark red at this time, with a layer of fat on the surface, and the bottom of the pot is filled with sticky soup. After being fried in butter, the aroma of the shark meat itself is released, plus the effect of soy sauce. This smell is very fragrant, not to mention in primitive society, even in modern times. Chun-Li picked up a piece of shark meat with his chopsticks. The soft fish meat broke into 3 pieces, and only one small piece was picked up by him. Under the drooling gazes of a group of primitive people, he blew on the fish to cool it down, and then put it into his mouth in one bite. Chun-Li's expression froze, and he froze. "How is it? Boss, is it delicious?" A gun asked impatiently beside him. Chun-Li's face turned dark, and he swallowed the shark meat in his mouth with some difficulty. After a while, he said sadly, "It smells like urine, so disgusting, what a waste of soy sauce." Everyone. There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone looked incredulous. "Boss, you are lying. How can such delicious food be bad? I don't believe it. I want to try it." Chapter 067. It would be nice if I could remove the hair. A gun jumped out, not afraid of the heat, and directly reached out to scoop a piece of fish from the pot and put it into his mouth. Everyone looked at him, waiting for an answer. After a few seconds, a gun chewed it twice and swallowed the shark meat. After a pause, he said, "Although it tastes a bit strange, it still tastes delicious." There was an uproar among the crowd. "Boss, we trusted you so much, and you lied to us." "That's too much. No, I want to eat it too." "Don't grab them. Don't grab them. Leave some for me." A group of people rushed over without any image and quickly snatched up all the shark meat in the pot. Chun-Li was holding his Wei Ji Xian and shivering. These people who have never seen the world are really scary. They can even tolerate such a strange smell and say it tastes good. Abnormal. Too perverted. He must keep a distance from these people and not let them affect his ability to judge food. Well, let them eat the fish meat, and I'll eat the shark fins by myself later. Thinking of this, he stood quietly by the side, waiting for everyone to eat up all the shark meat in the pot. Maybe it was because the delicious food was so fragrant that these people even licked the bottom of the pot. "It's delicious. I had a great meal tonight. You're enjoying it. I only had a little bit." "It's okay. Let's go back to the house and I'll share some of the flavor with you." With a satisfied mood, everyone returned to their respective residences in groups of 3 or 5. Big Bear lay beside the stove, looking at the empty pot, feeling a little aggrieved. Originally, it wanted to taste the cooked food, but it didn't dare to compete with humans for food, for fear of causing dissatisfaction from its new mother and getting beaten up again. Fortunately, Chun-Li is a considerate new mother. Seeing that Xiongda felt a little aggrieved, he said, "Let them eat the unpalatable ones. I'll give you some of the best delicacies later." As he spoke, he picked up the big iron pot and went to the freshwater stream to wash it. By the way, the cut fish fins were also processed, removing the hard skin and washing away the blood, leaving only the white shark fins rich in protein. He had never cooked fresh shark fins before. But after all, he was a gigolo who was kept by a rich woman. He had eaten it many times and knew a little bit about how to deal with it. Due to the limited cooking utensils and seasonings, his method is still very simple, using a cooking method similar to shark meat. However, he simplified the frying process and focused on stewing. Half an hour later, the dish was served with another fragrant aroma. The well-fed primitive people did not come to grab food again, and Chun-Li enjoyed the rare and fresh shark fin alone. Of course, I also gave some to Big Bear, but this guy didn't seem to like soy sauce very much. After tasting it, he went to drink water with a lack of interest. While tasting the fresh and delicious seafood, Chun-Li's mind was working. His eyes were looking into the distance, and he began to formulate a strategy for the distant future. After I conquer all the primitive people on the island and establish a sufficiently powerful civilized country, I will build a few large ships and begin to explore the world outside the sea. Catching fish and shrimp, conquering primitive people on other lands. Hee, it's fun to think about it. It's a cultivation game. You can't just keep raising animals in the same place all the time. The island is limited in size, but although it is quite large, it is enough for him to explore for many years. But as time goes by, sooner or later he will visit every corner. There will be no such thing as no new map by then. This island is my base. I will conquer the 4 seas and unify the world. Then I will develop aviation technology, go to the universe, and establish a galaxy empire. I'll forget it. That's not how I brag. Eat wings, eat wings. I spent the entire meal in a state of random thoughts. After eating, Chun-Li returned to his room and began to think about what to do next. The tribe still has a lot of work to do. Clothes can be produced by women slowly and manually. The main thing is to strengthen the overall combat strength to guard against attacks from a stone clan. The new members of the Coconut Grove clan also need to be given accommodation, and a new row of houses needs to be built. There are also yellow rice seeds and barnyard grass seeds collected yesterday. Raimi, if conditions permit, you can transplant some and plant it somewhere nearby to save you from running around for a whole day to collect it. When you think about it this way, the workload is really huge. Fortunately, he now has several assistants and doesn't need to do everything himself. Otherwise, even if he learned the art of clones, it would not be enough. I have to focus on talent development. Shurgu is good at fighting, and his talent in throwing is second only to Agen. We can let him be the coach and teach him how to deal damage from a distance during a fight. In comparison, although Blackstone is brave, he is only suitable to be a pioneer warrior and has no leadership ability. Agen is the animal trainer, so we will rely on him to raise pigs and dogs in the future. He can be used as a shooter when he is free. The Queen of the Gulf does have some leadership skills, but it's a bit annoying that she's always envious of me. I can only assign her some production tasks in the direction of domestic affairs to prevent her from being close to me every day. The Tiger Fong of the Coconut Grove clan seems to be quite charismatic and truly cares about his people. He can be put in charge of fortifications and home construction. The Hunter is also a talent. Let him be responsible for intelligence gathering and become the scout captain. I actually have so many talented people under my command. They seem to have great potential. Chun-Li couldn't help but feel a little proud. Well, there's also a very fierce girl who is also good at handicrafts, but she is more greedy for his body than the Queen of the Gulf, and she keeps shouting that she wants to give birth to his child. In fact, this cannot be blamed on the Gulf Queen and her fierceness. Isn't it normal for women to like men who are handsome, intelligent, capable, good at cooking, and have status? Only when women pursue more perfect men can their genes evolve and promote the development of the entire race. They are absolutely right. We can only blame Chun himself for being too outstanding. Oh, it would be nice if we could remove the hair of primitive people. Chun-Li couldn't help but think. It has been almost a month since I came into this world. After a while, I feel a little lonely. After all, he was a man who was kept by a rich woman. But I still can't accept primitive people or anything like that. He shook his head and said to himself, Chun-Li, you are the rich woman's designated gigolo. How can you cheat on other women so easily? Hold on, you must hold on. Ugh, what if I can't help it? Those bastards next door are screaming so loudly. This weakness is intolerable, so there is no need to endure it anymore. Get started. Chapter 068. Toot 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 for more. Early to bed and early to rise makes you healthy. Before dawn, Chun-Li had already opened the door, climbed onto the rocks, and prepared to greet the rising sun. Of course, watching the sunrise over the sea is only a secondary purpose. The main purpose is to take the lackey gun and other lackeys to dig out the dodo eggs. The dodo was large in size and ate berries, seeds, and young leaves of various plants. This is definitely a huge damage to the jungle. So in the name of protecting nature, Chun-Li led his most loyal lackeys to take away the dodo's new eggs. This is to control the reproduction rate of the dodo and prevent the dodo from reproducing too quickly and eating up all the forests. Such a just thing must of course be done openly and above board. So before daybreak, when the dodos were still asleep, he led everyone over the stones and into the bushes where the dodos lived. Boss, how exactly should we proceed in stealing bird eggs? Agen asked in a low voice, crouching down. Chun-Li raised his hand and gave him a chestnut with a strength of about 3. He said unhappily, Why are you asking? Just follow me and learn. Then he ducked through 2 bushes that sheltered his body, ran to the nearest dodo nest, reached his hand under the butt of the sleeping dodo, picked up 2 eggs that looked relatively fresh, and returned directly. The dodo, like a big fat duck whose nest had been robbed, was still sleeping with its neck hunched up. Its alertness is so poor that it might not even notice if someone took it home and slaughtered it. See, it's that simple. Chun-Li returned to the bushes where he was hiding and presented the bird eggs to everyone. Dodo eggs are slightly smaller than ostrich eggs, but much larger than goose eggs. They weigh no less than 1 kilogram, which is enough to fill a person's stomach. Gun and the others nodded, as if they had understood something, and said, It's so simple. We got it, boss. Okay, then you guys go and try it too. Just take out 1 or 2 each. Don't let the bird take all of them at once. Chun-Li said, Picking bird eggs requires professional ethics. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be firewood to burn. But we can't eat too much at once and eat the dodo bird to extinction. Chun-Li is very clear about the history of the extinction of the dodo on Earth. Boss, let's go. A gun whispered, bent his body, and ran carefully into the bushes to find a dodo nest suitable for taking out the eggs. Others followed closely behind, moving in different directions. A few minutes later, everyone returned safely, each holding 2 bird eggs in their hands. But Agen didn't come back. Okay, mission accomplished. Let's go back to the city, back to the tribe. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction, very satisfied with today's teaching work. This seems to be the first time that teaching has gone so smoothly. In the past, when we taught how to use weapons and throw things, we always failed miserably. With a bit of surprise, he led everyone back to the tribal territory. After they left, more than an hour later, the sun rose from the sea and the dodos stretched their necks and woke up slowly. Beep beep. A fat bird that weighed at least 70 or 80 kilograms shook its wings that were completely incapable of flying and made a mating call. But suddenly, it felt something different under its butt. What's the difference? The big fat bird walked out of the nest and looked back. He was so scared that he stretched his neck. Beep, 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 beep. It let out a panic cry and looked at the bird's nest where 2 eggs were inexplicably missing, and it turned around in a panic. When the other dodos heard the sound, they ran over to take a look and also started calling beep, beep, beep blindly. He had no idea what was happening in his nest. After a long while, the beeping sound finally subsided. The birds comforted the big fat bird in their own unique language, and then returned to their nests one by one, preparing to lay eggs first and then eat early fruits. As soon as I got back to my nest, beep, 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 beep. Strange cries were heard throughout the bush. It was as if someone had stepped on dozens of sirens. Newbie tribe. Chun-Li stood in front of the stove and demonstrated to everyone how to cook a new dish. Fried eggs. In this world without onions, garlic, or leeks, fried eggs are a very monotonous dish. But I have to admit that the simple fried eggs are quite delicious. Since the operation was simple, Chun-Li did not show off too much and completed it quickly. The younger brothers and sisters who were more curious all tried it themselves. After frying it a few times and burning it, I finally learned how to do it. Chun-Li also orally explained to everyone the method of boiling eggs. Then a group of people gathered together to have breakfast and started a new day of busy work. Before starting work, Chun-Li specially grouped the primitive people. The 46 main fighters, led by Shirgu and Haishi, are responsible for practicing the use of new weapons and honing their combat skills in order to serve as an army and protect the safety of the entire tribe. Chun-Li gave them a resounding name, Novice Guard. 37 women, old men, young men and women, led by the Queen of the Gulf, formed another team, the Novice Production Team. The Novice Production Team does not need to be responsible for fighting, it only needs to produce the supplies needed within the tribe. Their production scope includes clothing, tools, weapon polishing, food processing and management, pig farming, salt drying and harvesting, etc. In terms of workload, it is much more arduous than that of the escort team. Of course, the guards don't just need to train, they also need to be responsible for hunting and future farming work. In addition to these 2 main teams, there are 7 more special people. Special Service Number 1, Agan. The position is an apprentice animal trainer, currently responsible for training yellow jackals. Once the training is successful, you can become a full-time employee. Special Forces Number 2, Hunter. The position is Scout. He does not need to participate in labor, but he needs to patrol the environment around the tribe every day. When he finds other humans or large beasts that pose a threat, he needs to immediately notify the guards or the chief. Special Service Number 3, Tiger Fawn. His position is Security Captain, and he does not have any clear tasks. His main responsibility is to help wherever he is needed. The seemingly simplest tasks may actually be the busiest. In addition, there are 4 young security guards under the Security Captain, all of whom are Huya's followers. In addition to these primitive people, there is of course the largest brown bear. Xiongda's position is the tribe's guardian beast, and his only duties are eating and being cute. If he is sensible, he can help with some physical work. Finally, there is the most important leader, Mr. Chun. Mr. Chin's main responsibilities are to invent things depending on his mood, to teach cooking depending on his mood, and to go out for a walk and bring back something useful when he has nothing to do. After this sorting out, the division of labor within the tribe became clear, and it suddenly felt like a regular army. After assigning various tasks to everyone, Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. Go. Work hard for your happy future. Ollie go. 4 updates have been completed, and there will be another day of updates tomorrow. The author has risked his life, so it's up to you whether to collect it or not. Chapter 069. Do I need to learn the Yin-Yang language? Drink. Hey. In the open space in the center of the tribe, 46 Novice Guard members were practicing combat skills in an orderly manner. The fighting style of primitive people was originally very crude. They did whatever was convenient for them, and most of the time, it was based on instinct without any routines. The leader Chun-Li also tried his best. After observing for a while, he came up with the idea of queuing training. It's like military training, or like students doing radio gymnastics. They line up in several teams, choose one person to lead, and practice one by one. The content of the training is also very simple, which is to hold a wooden spear or a bone spear and practice simple movements such as stabbing, swinging, slashing, and piercing. Of course, There's the more important throwing, which is also a necessary daily practice item. Every day, Chun-Li will personally supervise and watch these 46 people practice javelin for more than an hour. Bows and arrows are also under intensive production. There's a team of 10 in the novice production team, which is constantly making bow and arrow weapons suitable for the strength of primitive people. The bow is made of bamboo, which comes from a small bamboo forest next to the dodo bush. Although the bamboo forest is small, and there are not even bamboo shoots to dig, the materials needed to make the bow are not much, and one bamboo can be used to make dozens of longbows. The bowstring is made of beef tendons from iron-horned black cattle. The beef tendon is a bit thick, but its toughness is incredibly good. Even a super strong man like Chun-Li can't break it. It would be a bit of a waste to use it on a bamboo bow. The arrows were made of wood, without iron tip and tail feathers, and were rather rough. If this kind of bow and arrow does not hit the vital point, it is difficult to kill the enemy. However, in the primitive society where medical conditions were extremely simple, even shooting an arrow in the arm could cause infection and inflammation, leading to the enemy's chronic death. Chun-Li also asked the young men of the guard team to reclaim wasteland in addition to training, prepare vegetable gardens and farmland, and plant crops. He personally screened the millet and barnyard grass seeds, removed the shriveled parts, and left the high-quality seeds, which were now being dried. Everything is proceeding in a tense and orderly manner. The entire tribe is thriving and constantly developing toward civilization. The primitive people's habit of doing nothing after eating and drinking and being content with the status quo has been corrected by Chun-Li. Soon, another 3 days passed. On this day, Chun-Li was studying small inventions and making some gadgets to make up for the 10 technology points he had used to exchange for hemostatic ointment for Xiongda. Suddenly, the voice of the hunter was heard. Boss, something happened." "What happened?" "Take your time. There's no rush." The hunter hurried over, his thin body out of breath, and said in a panic, "Boss, I just saw other human figures in the forest of the north. They may be from the Stone Clan." "Oh, the Stone Clan? Is it finally here? How many people are here?" Chun-Li asked. The hunter replied, "The trees blocked the view, so I couldn't see it very carefully. But there weren't many people, maybe only 7 or 8. "Only 7 or 8? Chun-Li frowned. He soon realized that the Stone Clan probably didn't know where his tribe was, so they sent out many teams to search everywhere. "Once we find them, we will send a large number of people to attack. The enemy is in the open while I am in the dark. It would be unreasonable not to smear him." Chun-Li narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Hunter, go find Shirgu and ask him to take all the members of the novice guard team to the forest and capture all the people of the giant Stone Clan for me." "Everyone." The hunter was stunned and thought he had heard wrongly. "Aren't there just 7 or 8 hunters? Sending a dozen over will be enough to completely defeat them. Why is it necessary to make such a big fuss?" Chun-Li explained. "Anyway, there's no need to defend the house for the time being. Since there are enemies, we must defeat them directly with the force of thunder. If we can use the majority to bully the minority, we must do so. If we can destroy the enemy without any damage, we must do so without any damage." The hunter's eyes lit up, and he suddenly understood. Yes, war is a matter of life and death. Who cares whether it is fair or not? "Okay, boss, I'll go right away." He stood at attention and left. Chun-Li added, "If we can capture them alive, we'll do it. If they resist, it doesn't matter if we kill them all. Anyway, he is an enemy, so just kill him. The preciousness of population is meaningful only when it stands on one side." "Got it, boss." The hunter shouted in response, going to the training area for the novice guards. Soon, 46 strong men and skinny hunters set out for the forest area north of the tribe. Chun-Li continued with his work and perfected his little invention. A few minutes later, he heard the system prompt. "Ding, you have successfully made a fishing rod, technology point +1. A brand new bamboo fishing rod, more than 3 meters long, appeared in his hand. The fishing line is made of wrought tan core of fixed length, and the fish hook is made of hard thorns. Although it is very simple, it can be used for fishing. I just don't know if I will have Air Force every day." Chun-Li glanced at his attributes and saw a big 105 written behind the technology points. As long as a few more things are invented, they can exchange for an unauthenticated heritage, stereotype, and authenticated. 5 small inventions can't be completed so quickly. Let's go to the woods to see what's going on. He took the first small-scale conflict between the novice tribe and the Stone Clan seriously. "Without me personally leading the battle, I don't know what the battle situation will be like. He put down his fishing rod, picked up his own axe, carried the best set of bow and arrows in the tribe, and rushed in the direction where the hunters and others left. The 5 points of agility gave him superhuman speed, and he ran 2 or 3 kilometers in a short while. There was a noisy sound coming from the dense forest ahead. After walking a few dozen steps forward, I saw a group of primitive people wearing linen clothes, holding wooden spears, and with bone knives hanging from their waists, surrounding a group of naked primitive people. The expected battle did not happen. Under the pressure of numbers, the hunter team of the Stone Clan was so frightened that they stood back to back in a tense defensive posture. Shirgu and others did not attack them, but formed a circle and started talking nonsense. Is this the Stone Clan? That's really funny. You don't even dare to attack us. Aren't you too cowardly? No way. No way. There are only these few of you? Aren't you very powerful? Aren't you stealing other people's prey everywhere? Aren't you known as the strongest clan? The result is this. Come on, you are so weak. This sentence was said by Blackstone. Chun-Li was puzzled as he heard this from a distance. What is going on? He didn't teach everyone the Yin-Yang language, so how do these guys learn it on their own? And they all learned it on their own. Outrageous, too outrageous. As an upright man, he couldn't stand it and wanted to step forward to interrupt these hermaphrodites. Unexpectedly, at this time, the people of the Stone Clan suddenly spoke. Chapter 070, the big leader, is really terrible. You are such a bully. You rely on your numbers to insult us like this. Humph, if you have the guts, let us go back. We will gather all the warriors of the Stone Clan and then fight you to the death. That's right. It's no use for a large group of people to bully a small group of people. Come and fight me in single combat if you dare. Although they were outnumbered, their weapons were far inferior to those of the novice tribe. But the people of the Stone Clan still refused to give in and remained stubborn. Hearing them say this, Haishi was overjoyed. Okay, I like duels the best. Who of you will go first? As he said that, he took 2 steps forward, stuck the wooden spear into the ground, and got ready. As the former number 1 warrior of the Bei clan, a strong and powerful man, his favorite thing in life is to fight alone. Except for those who hang around like Chun-Li, he has never lost before. I'll do it. Someone from the Stone Clan quickly responded to the challenge. A strong hunter with dark skin and well-developed muscles came out. His weapon was a spiked tree trunk, slightly thicker than his wrist, like a mace. This person had a cold aura. He stepped forward and shouted, "My name is Musei. What's your name?" Blackstone. Blackstone gripped the wooden spear tightly, licked his lips, and his fighting spirit was boiling. The men on both sides were also on edge, staring intently at the small battle circle between the two. Chun-Li was watching from a distance. He originally felt a little guilty about his own people being so weird, but when he saw this scene, he simply stopped and continued to watch. The hunter once said that the warriors of the Stone Clan are very powerful, far better than those of the Coconut Grove clan and the Bei clan. Today is a good opportunity to see if they are really that strong. This can be considered as some intelligence about the Stone Clan. Only when people of similar strength take action can the true power be seen. If you fight with him, you will be defeated in seconds. You will not have a chance to show anything. Under the gaze of everyone, Haishi and Musei quickly started fighting. Haishi took the lead, and with a low roar, he swung the wooden stick and smashed forward with a force of hundreds of pounds. Musei was an old hunter who had experienced many battles. Seeing this, he remained calm, took 2 steps back, and swept the wolf in his hand towards the front of Blackstone. That's it. Haishi showed disdain on his face, blocked with his wooden spear, swung away the incoming mace, and at the same time stepped forward and attacked with his left fist. Musei was not willing to be outdone. He raised his palm and struck hard. Bang! The fists and palms separated as soon as they touched, and Blackstone had a slight advantage, and his momentum increased. With a sweep of the wooden spear, he launched another violent attack. Musei frowned and kept retreating, blocking the attacks with the mace in his hand, but he was exhausted from dealing with the situation. Amazing. All the spectators couldn't help but marvel at how powerful Blackstone was. The battle lasted for 1 minute, and Musei was forced to retreat 30 meters. There were only 3 big trees left behind him, and he had no way to retreat. Seeing this, Haishi grinned with a cruel look on his face. Die for me, he just shouted loudly and smashed the wooden thorn with a powerful shot, knocking it back and hitting the tree trunk. Then he held the gun with one hand and thrust hard. No! Musei was shocked, but it was too late. Phew! The wooden spear pierced through the heart and nailed the man to the tree. Gurgle. Someone swallowed hard. Everyone shuddered at the same time. How terrible! A consensus arises from the bottom of everyone's heart. Blackstone returned triumphantly, feeling very proud and triumphant. He drew back his wooden spear, letting the blood gush out of Musei's chest as he slowly fell down. He turned around, looked at the other members of the Stone Clan with pride, and sneered. Who else? The people of the Stone Clan did not dare to answer. Seeing Musei's death, he lost all his will to fight and felt hopeless. Too fierce, too fierce. Shurgu and other guard members of the novice tribe were amazed. Blackstone is fierce, really fierce. This guy was born with supernatural powers and a strong sense of battle, and every move he made in a fight was deadly. If you fight with him, you will die on the spot if you are not careful. Originally, Musei was also a very powerful hunter, but in front of him, he only resisted for about 1 minute before being shot dead. At this moment, not only the people of the Stone Clan, but even the people of the novice tribe felt a sense of fear towards Blackstone. If you become his enemy, the end will be horrible. Not bad, not bad. You have made progress. At this moment, there was a sound of applause from the side. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that a handsome, tall, and dignified young man had appeared in the woods at some point. Chun-Li walked over slowly, carrying a longbow and quiver on his back and an iron axe hanging on his waist. Seeing him, Haishi, who had just looked down on everyone, suddenly showed a humble look. The proud head also lowered and said respectfully, "Thank you for the recognition, great leader." This scene moved the people of the Stone Clan. Could this person be? A man as powerful as Blackstone is not even the strongest in the novice tribe, and he has to call others the chief? How strong is this particularly good-looking young man? Could it be true that, as previously rumored, he could knock down more than a dozen people in a blink of an eye? Not only the people of the Giant Stone Clan, but also the warriors of the novice tribe were thinking, Blackstone is already so powerful. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying to defeat the leader of Blackstone with that move? For a moment, a series of inhalation sounds were heard in the woods. The image of Chun-Li in the minds of his younger brothers was also labeled terrible by the Blackstone. Captain, what should we do with these people? After Chun-Li arrived, the right to handle the situation on the scene naturally fell into his hands. He looked at the body of Musei lying under the tree and felt a little emotional. Someone will die in the end. In the struggle between forces, casualties are inevitable. Chun-Li himself is very strong and can take down a group of people without getting hurt, so he doesn't like to kill people. But it's different for others. If they don't fight with all their strength, they might be the ones to die. Today is just the beginning, and similar things will happen frequently in the future. All he could do was to push as many casualties as possible onto the hostile forces so that his own people could survive safely. Chun-Li looked at the members of the Stone Clan who were huddled together in the encirclement. He said, "I will give you a chance to choose. As long as you submit to me, you can avoid death. Don't even think about it." Although the hunters of the Stone Clan were frightened by Blackstone's bravery, the pride of being a big clan still supported them, and they refused to give in. An older hunter glared at Chun-Li and snorted coldly. "We from the Stone Clan will never bow to anyone. If you dare to kill us, the king and the great wizard will never let you go." Great witch? Chun-Li raised his eyebrows. There is a great king who can understand that the words of the primitive people are translated to him through elementary language mastery, which is the meaning of the chief. But what is this great witch? Could it be that someone in the primitive clan has already learned witchcraft? This doesn't feel right. A bad feeling grew in my heart. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the distance. Then a loud shout was heard. "Who dares to hurt my brother?" Chapter 071. Everyone can act cool. Before the voice had completely died down, a large group of people rushed out of the woods. If we count them, there are at least 40 or 50 of them. The leader was a very burly man, like a muscular mountain. His arms were thicker than an average person's thighs, his chest muscles were broad, and his abdominal muscles were like 2 rows of stone slabs. Even his long hair could not cover his sturdy body, revealing his bronze skin. This man was slightly taller than Chun-Li, and was the only primitive man Chun-Li had seen so far who was taller than himself. Moreover, the weapon in his hand was also very unusual. It was actually a thick rhino horn. You can tell at first glance that he is not someone you can easily mess with. "Your Majesty, you are finally here, my king." These bastards relied on their numbers to bully us, and even killed your brother Musei. King, you must avenge us. Several surrounded Stone Clan hunters shouted excitedly, as if they had seen a savior. This extremely burly man, who is like an iron tower, is naturally the leader of the Stone Clan, the Stone King. His appearance was like a reassurance, making the 6 hunters who were already at their wits' end overjoyed. Together with the other warriors who came with the Stone King, their number has exceeded that of the novice tribe. The two sides are confronting each other, and the conflict is about to break out. When King Boulder heard his subordinate's words, his face instantly turned gloomy. He looked under the tree. His brother Musei, who was born to the same mother, had a bloody hole in his chest and was now dead. 2 thick eyebrows stood up. Who did it? He said angrily. His voice was like thunder, making everyone feel stuffy in their chest. Everyone in the novice tribe subconsciously took a few steps back. This is the Stone King, the strongest man on this side of the giant mountains, the invincible one among humans. The rhino horn in his hand was stripped from a big rhino, and even a rhino was killed by him. His anger is something that most people cannot bear, and they don't even have the courage to raise their heads and face him. But this is the home ground of the novice tribe. Blackstone was also a very brave man. He was not afraid of the Stone King, who everyone feared. He took 2 steps forward and responded, "I killed him." Snort. The Stone King snorted angrily, and there was another thunderous sound, bringing with it unparalleled rage. Then he growled, "If you dare to kill my brother, I will tear you into pieces." He exerted force with his feet and rushed forward. Brother Haishi, be careful, Shirgu and others hurriedly reminded. In fact, Blackstone knew it had to deal with it seriously without them telling it. Holding the wooden spear tightly, he not only did not retreat, but took the initiative to attack. Snap! 2 powerful men fought each other, and the wooden spears as thick as wrists and the rhinoceros horns as thick as arms collided with each other, making a crisp sound. With just one contact, the invincible wooden spear cracked under the huge force. Oh no! Shirgu and others began to panic. The advancement of weapons is the biggest advantage of the novice tribe, but now Blackrock's weapons are not only not superior, but are far inferior to rhino horns. You dare to attack me with a piece of broken wood as a weapon? The Stone King was extremely domineering. He snorted coldly and swung his rhino horn 3 times like lightning. Only 3 click, click, click sound were heard. The wooden spear in Haishi's hand broke into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Die! The Stone King's eyes turned cold, and he stabbed Blackstone's chest with his rhino horn. He wanted to avenge his brother in exactly the same way. Don't even think about it. Blackstone was once an invincible figure and would not give up easily. He ducked to avoid the stabbing rhino horn, rushed forward, and punched the Stone King directly in the chest. The latter neither dodges nor evades. Bang! If anyone else had been hit by this punch with such force, at least 3 or 4 ribs would have been broken. But the Stone King only took a small step back. What? Haishi was shocked. He didn't expect the opponent's ability to withstand blows to be so strong. Before he could react, the Stone King used the time gained by resisting the punch to grab Blackstone's broad shoulders with his left hand. Break it for me. He growled and pulled Haishi's arm down. Snap! Haishi's arm bone was dislocated instantly. Although it was not pulled off directly, the severe pain caused by it still made Blackstone couldn't help but let out a painful roar. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Chun-Li couldn't stand it any longer and rushed into the battle circle. The Stone King took a quick glance and saw that he was just a not very strong man, so he didn't take it seriously. He gathered strength in his left hand, preparing to tear Blackstone's arm off in one breath. But before he could move, Chun-Li's figure flashed in front of him. I told you to stop. Along with an angry word, a not-too-big fist enlarged in front of the Stone King. Then, bang, snap, 2 voices sounded at the same time. Chun-Li was eager to save people, so he used all his strength. With one punch, the Stone King's nose was broken directly, and his sturdy body was knocked back repeatedly, knocking down several of his own people before he could stabilize himself. What? How is this possible? The king actually... All the people of the Stone Clan were stunned. Their king was actually beaten back by just one punch. This is simply incredible. You know, normally even if the Stone King stood still and let them hit him, none of them could hurt him at all. But Chun-Li's move directly refreshed their worldview. You, who are you? The Stone King was stunned for 2 seconds. After he came to his senses, he couldn't help but ask. 2 streaks of blood flowed from his nose, but he seemed not to feel the pain of the broken nose. There was no pain on his face, only surprise and anger. Chun-Li glanced at him and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Haishi and asked with concern, "How are you? Is your arm okay?" At this time, Haishi's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The arm was nearly torn off alive, and the thrilling feeling was enough to make people break out in cold sweats. But he was a man, and he gritted his teeth and replied, "I'm fine, Chief. I'll be fine soon." As he spoke, he grabbed his injured right arm with his left hand and twisted it violently. Snap! Twist the dislocated joint back into place. "Well, you are worthy of being the #1 warrior of my tribe." Chun-Li looked at him with new eyes and patted his shoulder. "You step back and take a rest. Leave the rest of the battle to me." After he finished speaking, he turned around and faced the dozens of people from the Stone Clan, ready to fight. Okay. The Stone King wiped the blood from his nose, his eyes brighter than ever before. Looking at Chun-Li, he said, "Since I became the clan leader, you are the first person who can hurt me. You are very good, and you are worthy of me knowing your name." "My name?" Chun-Li sneered. "You don't deserve to know." I felt quite disdainful. Who doesn't know how to act cool? Just because you have a little more muscles, you're showing off? Today, Chun wants to let these muscular men know what a real, strong man is. What a big tone. I think you are looking for death. The Stone King was indeed enraged, dragging the rhino horn and rushing up to kill. Chapter 072, Because I Am God, for more completed. Take that. With a roar from the Stone King, the two most powerful men in the area east of the giant mountains started fighting. The rhino horn came at him with great force. Chun-Li drew out his axe and rushed forward. When the two objects touched, a sound similar to the clanging of metal was heard, echoing throughout the forest. The golden pheasants in the woods were frightened by the noise and flew away, shaking off the leaves. "You want to kill me just for this?" Chun-Li did not forget to mock. The Stone King's power is enormous, conservatively estimated to be at least 6 points, and may even have reached 7 or even 8 points. Blackrock only had a strength of about 4.5, so it was only natural that he couldn't defeat him. But compared to Chun-Li, this is still not enough. Take my axe. After finding out the opponent's strengths during the first fight, Chun-Li immediately turned from defense to offense, swinging his iron axe to launch an offensive. Clang, clang, ping, bang. Chun-Li was very agile, and his moves were extremely fast, swinging the axe like a windmill. The Stone King opened his eyes wide and was forced to defend himself under the violent axe attack. Rhino horn is very hard and is not much inferior to a wrought iron axe. Under the repeated blows from the axe, he actually managed to withstand it. However, it also forced the Stone King to retreat several steps and fall into a disadvantage in momentum. "My lord, use your strength to kill him. Kill him. Kill him. He is the one who took the man-eating bear away. Kill him now, my king." The warriors of the Stone Clan shouted and cheered. Encouraged by his brothers, the Stone King's eyes became focused and his strength seemed to grow even stronger. He supported the rhino horn with both hands and blocked the incoming axe. Then he shouted in a low voice, "You also take my move," and took the initiative to attack. Chun-Li knew that his physical attributes were very low, and he was far inferior to the Stone King in terms of both defense and endurance. Therefore, facing the opponent's attack, he did not dare to take it head-on and could only withdraw. At this time, the shouts of Shirgu and others were heard behind him. "Boss, you are invincible. Kill him. The Great Chief is the best in the world. The Great Chief specializes in killing boulders. Everyone can cheer. We are louder than you." They shouted even louder than the people of the Stone Clan and scared away the wild beasts in the woods and the moles underground. Chun-Li couldn't help but feel ashamed. Instead of encouraging him, the shouting of these guys made him feel a little discouraged. The way she shouted was so embarrassing. "Drink." There was no time for him to be distracted, as the Stone King's attack was approaching again. The white rhino horn was waved, as if a really oversized rhino weighing several tons was rushing towards him. Chun-Li stepped back and took a wrong step, using his agility to dodge skillfully. From time to time, he would throw an axe to attack the body of the Stone King. When facing a strong enemy, the latter is no longer as arrogant as he was when dealing with Black Stone. He will hide whenever he can, and even give up the opportunity to attack first. The battle between the two was extremely ferocious, and each move could easily tear apart the body of an ordinary warrior. This is the real peak battle, the most shocking battle between humans in history. Bang! Boom! Snap! The two men fought and moved at the same time. Wherever it passed, mud and wood fragments flew everywhere. Even century-old trees were broken and collapsed by the attacks of axes and rhino horns. The hundreds of people around were so anxious that they even forgot to cheer. They held their breath and stared at them nervously. I dared not even blink, for fear that the outcome would be decided in the blink of an eye. Don't hide if you have the guts. Fight me head on. The battle lasted nearly 3 minutes. The two men fought evenly, and neither of them suffered any harm. The Stone King had a bad temper and couldn't stand such a battle situation, so he roared in anger. Chun-Li was calm as usual and said, "I'm afraid you don't dare. He just has low physical strength and is afraid of getting hurt. In fact, we have an absolute advantage in terms of strength. He is really not afraid of a head-on confrontation. Come on, one move will decide the outcome," shouted the Stone King. "Come on," Chun-Li said. Both of them stopped attacking, took a deep breath, and prepared to launch their strongest attack. More than 2 meters apart, both men held their weapons with both hands and poured all their strength into their arms. Everyone around stared at them with wide eyes, afraid of missing the wonderful collision, and even forgot to breathe. "Boss, you must win," the hunter said in a low voice. "The outcome of this battle will affect the morale between the Stone Clan and the Novice Tribe. No matter which side loses, it will be a heavy blow. Especially Chun-Li. If he loses, he might even die due to his physical disadvantage. Give it to me." Under the gaze of everyone, the Stone King's muscles suddenly swelled up and veins expanded. He raised his arms high, used the rhino horn as a stick, and smashed it down with tremendous force. This was the strongest blow he had ever made in his life. "I won't." Chun-Li's eyes opened wide, and he also mobilized his 10 points of strength to the extreme, holding an axe, and rushed out fiercely. Axe blade, rhino horn, tear the air. The speed was so fast that it even made a sharp whistling sound. 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. The distance was rapidly shortened in a few seconds. Then, boom, there was a loud bang, which made people's eardrums hurt. The rhino horn and the iron axe collided with a force heavier than that of the giant beast. Chun-Li only felt a slight numbness in his arms and a rare pressure in his hands. His physical strength had been squeezed to near the limit. The Stone King felt as if he had smashed down a mountain, only to be pushed back by the gushing sea. He couldn't even hold the weapon in his hand. The rhino's horn was shaken back and flew out of the hand. This is impossible. For a moment, the Stone King was stunned. His brute strength was actually defeated by the man in front of him who looked not even as strong as his younger brother Musei. But this is the fact, and he cannot question it. With a loud bang, the rhino horn flew back in the air, swung twice, and with a pop, the pointed tip pierced into a centuries-old tree. Everyone was stunned. The people of the Stone Clan opened their mouths wide, speechless and dazed. The king, who was absolutely invincible in their eyes and dared to fight the brown bear head-on, actually lost. After a brief moment of surprise, the people of the Novice Tribe immediately burst into thunderous cheers. "The boss wins! The boss wins! Great! The boss is invincible! The boss is invincible! Our great leader is the most powerful man in the world. We have a most powerful leader in the world." The cheers of the crowd drowned out all other sounds, and their joy could not be concealed at all. They had had their prey robbed by the Stone Clan countless times and had been oppressed by the Stone Clan for too long. Every time they saw someone from the Stone Clan, they could only retreat. And now, they finally got their revenge with the help of Chun-Li. What a great feeling! The incomparable sense of pride made everyone forget everything and only cheered. Look at the battle circle again. The defeated Stone King looked at his trembling hands in silence and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. "Do you want to ask why you lost?" Chun-Li asked, holding the axe in one hand and pretending to be calm. The Stone King opened his mouth, but could only make a little sound. The combined force of his strength and the mental shock caused him to temporarily lose the ability to speak. Under his surprised and suspicious gaze, Chun-Li explained calmly, "Because you are a human, and I am a god." Chapter 073. Just after pretending to beep, it overturned. God. The Stone King muttered it twice, seeming dazed. At this time, Chun-Li's aura had reached its peak, as if he was really a great god. He smiled faintly and all the fighting spirit he had just used was restrained, becoming calm and composed, as if he had just done a trivial task with little effort. Then he said in a pretentious tone, "You are the first mortal who can force me to use my full strength. You lost, but it is an honor to lose. If it weren't for our positions, I would like to be friends with you. First raise your own status, then praise your opponent, and then tactfully express your desire to make friends." The purpose of doing this is to eliminate some of the hostile psychological barriers so as to facilitate subsequent surrender. The Stone King is really powerful. Even Chun-Li, a cheater, has to admit it. If he had not completed the giant series of quests and obtained powerful attribute points as support, he would not be a match for this Iron Tower burly man. Even now, it can only be considered a narrow victory. Although he looked calm and composed on the surface, he was now almost exhausted. 3 points of physical strength have been exhausted after such a high-intensity battle. I really lost. The Stone King felt lost and sighed deeply. Looking at Chun-Li, who was much thinner than him, his expression was complicated. After a short silence, he said in a deep voice, "You are very strong. I must admit that. But I will not give in so easily. One day, I will come back and defeat you." "Okay, I'll wait." Chun-Li shrugged, indicating that he was not under pressure. The strength of the Stone King is based on his natural good physique and years of training. But he doesn't need to do this at all. As long as he completes the tasks, his attribute points will naturally increase. People who cheat are always a little different from those who work hard. If you can't grow up comfortably and peacefully, what's the point of being a hacker? His relaxed attitude made the Stone King extremely angry. But he didn't dare to attack again. I can only grit my teeth and shout, "Let's go." He turned and left, taking his clan brothers and the body of the dead Musei. There were more than 50 people, more than 50 strong men, and they left quickly. But the bloodstains in the woods, as well as the ground and tree trunks that were destroyed beyond recognition by the fighting, are traces that cannot be erased. The peak battle among the human race east of the giant mountains has come to an end. "Boss, are we just going to let them go back like this?" Shirgu walked up and asked in confusion. "You know nothing." Chun-Li glared at Shirgu unhappily, and the calm and composed look of a master just now disappeared instantly, returning to his original appearance. He relaxed his body, and a feeling of weakness from exhaustion came over him. Even his legs became weak, and he had to hold on to a tree to keep himself standing. Looking at the direction where the Stone King and his men left, Chun-Li said, "There are so many of them, and they're stronger than you as a whole. In a close combat in the forest, even if I establish my authority and weaken their morale, you will definitely lose. The Stone Clan is too strong." Although only the Stone King and Musei had fought just now, and they lost to Chun-Li and Blackstone respectively. But the other people standing around are not easy to deal with. Chun-Li was a man who was good at observation. When the enemy's large force just arrived, he took a quick glance and saw the enemy's situation. The strength of primitive people can be roughly determined from their weapons and body shape. He can be sure that there are at least 3 people in the Stone Clan whose overall strength is no less than Blackstone. There are at least 20 or 30 warriors who are as brave as Shirgu. How to fight such an enemy? In close combat in the forest, the advantages of throwing weapons cannot be fully utilized. With just the 2 fighting skills learned in the past 3 days, he would be pinned to the ground in a few minutes. The reason why the Stone Clan has always been the overlord east of the Giant Mountains is because their fighting power is ridiculously strong. It is not an easy task to defeat them. Although Chun-Li has a way, his method can only be achieved when the conditions are met. At least that's not possible today. The best outcome is that the Stone King voluntarily admitted defeat and evacuated. Everyone return to the tribe and intensify training. Chun-Li said to everyone, "The people from the Giant Stone Clan will come again. I hope that by then you can grow up and defeat them even without me." Although this may not be very likely, the slogan should still be shouted. These guys can't live under his protection forever. They must take the initiative to shoulder the responsibility of the tribe's survival. Only in this way can he, the great leader, enjoy life. Otherwise, if you work hard every day, what's the difference between you and primitive people? Let's go back. At Chun-Li's command, the members of the Novice Guard and Special Forces Hunter No. 2 followed him back to the tribal area. When he came back, the women and children from the production team, as well as the animal trainer Agun and others, all came up to him and asked him about what had happened with concern. Shirgu and others recounted the entire process truthfully, especially praising Chun-Li for defeating the Stone King. It sounded as if the Stonehenge had been knocked down by a little finger. After hearing this magnificent record, the tribesmen in the tribe immediately admired Chun-Li even more. Some women who had already been clamoring to have children for Chun-Li were even more eager to strip him off and do it on the spot. However, while everyone was rejoicing and cheering excitedly, Chun-Li had quietly walked around the crowd and returned to his wooden house. There's nothing I can do. I'm exhausted, tired. With only 3 points of physical strength, he managed to fight the Stone King for several minutes with 10 points of strength. He now looked like he'd been raped by 100 women and didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Roar! At this time, a beast roar was heard. The closed door was pushed open by a huge bear paw. Big Bear poked his head in, giving Chun-Li a fright. Fuck, what are you doing? Are you trying to scare me to death? The house is so small, and Big Bear is so huge. A bear head came in, and immediately reminded Chun-Li of a picture he had seen on the internet before. A brown bear breaks into a tent and kills a photographer. Roar! The big bear growled and stretched out a paw, trying to grab him. Damn it, Big Bear, you don't really want to eat me, do you? Chun-Li suddenly panicked and quickly propped up his tired body and dodged backwards. He is now completely weak and has no strength at all. Not to mention Xiongda. Even if a fierce girl came to force him, he wouldn't have the strength to resist. What should I do? Is it possible that I will have a car accident today and die in the mouth of a big bear? It can't be that tragic. He just finished pretending. Chun-Li was almost crying. When Big Bear failed to catch anyone, he retracted his paw and poked his head in to take another look. Look carefully at his position and make sure your bear paw is not long enough to catch him. He simply used his 2 front paws to hold the door frame and pushed hard. Crash! The fragile wooden house was directly overturned. The wooden house collapsed with a loud bang. Chun-Li really cried this time. Oh, Xiongda, you're going too far. I saved your life. Help! Help! The bear is eating people. He let out a heart-wrenching cry, trying to summon Black Stone and others to rescue him. However, he was so weak that the sound he made was pitifully small and was directly drowned out by the cheers of the crowd. No one came to rescue him. Big Bear came in through the broken door of the wooden house, stretched out his paw, and directly hooked Chun-Li up. Then he threw it on his back, turned and left the cabin, and ran towards the woods outside the tribe. Chapter 074, Chen's virginity is gone. Ayua, someone come and save me. Chun-Li cried weakly for help. Not far away, the people who were still celebrating their victory in the first battle with the Stone Clan did not hear his voice. However, the hunter, the scout, had a higher level of professionalism and saw the scene of Chun-Li being carried towards the woods by Big Bear. Look, where are Boss and Big Bear going? The hunter said, interrupting everyone's cheers. The animal trainer, 8-Gun, turned his head and saw Big Bear running away happily. Chun-Li was also tightly holding the hair on the back of Big Bear's neck. He immediately made a judgment. Based on my experience, the boss must have defeated the Stone King and was so happy that he rode Big Bear out into the forest to announce this great event. Everyone listened. That makes sense. That makes sense. This kind of good thing should be publicized so that the beasts and trees will also know how powerful our tribe is. Boss is so smart, so thoughtful. A group of people are giving all kinds of compliments. Little did he know that Chun-Li, the person involved, felt heartbroken at this moment. The reason why he used up his last bit of strength and held on to Big Bear tightly was because Big Bear was running too fast, and he was afraid that he would fall and die. The physical fitness is only 3 points, and it can't withstand any kind of torture. And even if he fell, Big Bear would not let him go and would definitely come back and pick him up. You ungrateful stinky bear. I saved your life and took you to eat delicious food in vain. Not only do you not thank me or help me deal with the Stone King, you even want to eat me. Oh my god, beasts are really ruthless. If I had known, I would not have given up those 2 attributes and let the stinky bear die directly. Chun-Li lay on the bear's back and scolded Xiongda from beginning to end. However, Big Bear didn't react at all. He just kept walking, as if he was going to take him somewhere. This stinky bear even knew to take me to a far place to eat me. He must be afraid that my brothers would avenge me. At this time, Chun-Li had already determined that Xiongda was going to harm him, and he felt extremely desperate. He was so angry that his teeth were itching, and he thought to himself that if he didn't die this time, he would cut off Xiongda's pair of bear paws, stew them, and eat them. The wind whistled in my ears. Big Bear ran at full speed, very fast. The surrounding scenes kept flying backwards, and I didn't know how far away they were. Chun-Li thought to himself. He wondered if the distress system would pop up to save him this time, or use an extreme escape mode, or something like that. Although a lot of attributes will be deducted afterwards, he feels it is worth it in order to stay alive. However, the system remained silent, as if it had been disconnected from the internet. Or did I misunderstand? Chun-Li's mind raced, and he suddenly thought of it. He had already run so far, if Big Bear wanted to eat him, he could stop at any time and chew him up in a few bites. But Big Bear didn't stop and kept running, as if he had a clear destination. Does this guy want to take me to some strange place? He couldn't help but wonder. Hey, you stinky bear, where are you taking me? Chun-Li patted Xiongda's head and asked. Xiongda, huff. After running for a long time, this fat body became a big burden, and Xiongda began to pant. Although Big Bear couldn't speak, he didn't answer the question. But just snorting twice was already a statement. It's not hungry. Chun-Li understood. So I felt much more at ease. Well, since this stinky bear doesn't want to eat me, I'll just wait for his performance. Anyway, as long as Big Bear doesn't eat him, it doesn't matter where he goes, he can just treat it as a ride. You can't take him back to the bear's den and give him to the little bears as dinner, right? Well, I'll take a break and catch my breath first. This bear's back is really bumpy, like a bus. I couldn't help but complain. Chun-Li hugged the bear's neck and began to rest. Big Bear ran and ran very far. If it hadn't been fed with all kinds of delicacies and nourishing foods in recent days, it would have recovered some of its vitality. I guess this guy will collapse from exhaustion halfway through the run. Finally, when Chun-Li was about to vomit from being shaken, Xiongda began to slow down and slowly stopped. Are we there yet? Chun-Li opened his eyes. Look around. Still in the forest. But there is a new dirt hill in front. The mountain is not big, but it has rich vegetation, lush grass, and very long vines. Oomph. Xiongda lay down, shook Chun-Li gently, and sent him down. Where is this place? Chun-Li was still weak and needed to hold on to Xiongda's big head to barely stand. Xiongda didn't answer him, but just yelled at the top of his lungs. Roar! This bear roar was not a demonstration or warning. The sound was long, and it was like the beast announcing the ownership of its territory. Chun-Li's ears were ringing from the shock, and he almost passed out. Before he could ask again, a crack suddenly appeared in the green hills in front of him. No, it wasn't the mountain that split. Instead, the thick vines covering the surface of the mountain were separated. A small bear head poked out from under the green vine and looked out twice. After seeing Big Bear, he immediately roared happily and ran over happily. Little bear. Chun-Li's brain froze for a moment. Then his face twitched. It's over. It's over. This stinky bear really took me back to the bear den. As soon as I saw the little bear jumping around lively, I knew that it had been weaned a long time ago and could definitely eat meat. Although it is called a little bear, it is actually not small. Its size is about the same as that of an adult golden retriever. It is plump and weighs at least 100 to 200 kilograms. Roar! The big bear growled and was very happy to see his cub. He raised his front legs and touched the little bear's head. The little bear rubbed the big bear's neck affectionately, then looked at Chun-Li with curiosity, as if asking, Mom, who's this thing? Is it delicious? The big bear growled, but didn't bite Chun-Li to death. Instead, she rubbed his neck in the same intimate manner, as if answering, This is the new grandmother that Mom found for you. Hurry up and call her. Chun-Li, have to. I'm overthinking it again. This stinky bear still has some conscience. After listening to its mother's introduction, the little bear turned around and stared at Chun-Li. A weak figure was reflected in the small eyes. Little guy, you're quite cute when you don't eat people. Chun-Li smiled weakly and raised his hand to touch the little bear's head. Unexpectedly, the little bear suddenly exerted force and pushed his big head forward. Chun-Li was so weak at this moment that he could not stand. After being pushed by the little bear, he fell to the ground with his buttocks. Then the little bear jumped up and pressed him to the ground with the bear on top, sticking out its big tongue and licking his face fiercely. Me? I was kissed by a bear. Chun-Li screamed and wailed in his heart. The chastity I've been holding on to so hard is gone. The little bear's tongue brushed across his face indiscriminately like a brush for painting a wall. Chun-Li wanted to cry, but had no tears. Luckily, Big Bear quickly stopped Little Bear and pulled him up. Roar! Big Bear growled, indicating that it was time to return to the den. Taking the little bear and the weak Chun-Li, They headed towards the cave covered by green vines. Chun-Li originally wanted to refuse, but his strength did not allow him to do so. I had no choice but to follow Big Bear and Little Bear and walked into the cave with unsteady steps. During the process, the little bear kept rubbing against him and licking his hands, being as affectionate as if he had met his real father. The green vines parted, revealing a naturally formed cave. It was dark inside, with almost no light at all. However, with the light shining in from the hole, the general outline can still be seen clearly. Chun-Li sighed. Some of these wild animal nests have pretty good conditions. Unexpectedly, the next moment, he saw another little bear in the cave. The second little bear was sleeping, but when he noticed a change in light, he woke up lazily. It looked towards the cave entrance and saw two bears and a man. It growled and ran over excitedly. Chun-Li's mouth twitched. Am I going to be pushed down and kissed by a bear again? Chapter 075, The Horrifying Forest. Slurp. Slurp. Chun-Li lay on the ground helplessly. The two little bears kept licking his face, being as affectionate as if they were meeting their real father. The bear's saliva made Chun-Li feel uncomfortable, but he had no ability to resist. The bear tribe's good impression is indeed very good. Feeling powerless to complain in his heart, Chun-Li looked at the faint light coming in from the entrance of the bear cave and began to miss the days of sleeping in the wilderness with the primitive people. Compared to the little bear, he felt that the female primitive's fears looked towards him was much friendlier. After all, they didn't dare to use force. The irresponsible guy took him back to his den and then ran away. He didn't come back for half an hour. The two little bears were not satisfied after licking Chun-Li, so they dragged him to a grass nest in the cave and slept with him on both sides. The gurgling sound of the little bear's snoring made Chun-Li wonder for a moment whether he was in a noisy bar. Someone come and save me. Chun-Li was desperate. What is shown to mean? Why drag him here to suffer for no reason? It was obviously Big Bear who was hired by him to be the guardian beast. So how come he has become Little Bear's playmate now? This is outrageous. Roar. Half an hour later, when Chun-Li was already in despair, Shionda came back. He was holding a wild deer that he had just killed. It turned out that it had gone out to find food for the little bear. Following the Big Bear's roar, the two little bears quickly woke up, ran up happily, and started biting the wild deer without any mercy. I guess since Big Bear wasn't at home these few days, the two cubs must be starving. They eat particularly ferociously and already look like ferocious beasts. After Big Bear threw the food to the two little bears, he came to find Chun-Li. It growled, stretched out its paw, hooked Chun-Li with its nails, threw him on its back again, and ran out of the cave. Roar! The two little bears looked confused. My biological mother just came back. Why did she leave again? Did you take your new toys with you? Chun-Li was also confused, because after Big Bear left the cave, he didn't run the same way he came, but went in another direction. Stinky Bear, where do you want to take me now? The weak Chun-Li couldn't help but ask. Big Bear growled. It was unclear whether it was an answer to him. This time, Big Xiong didn't run as fast. His speed slowed down a lot, so that Chun-Li felt less bumpy. As he ran, the fat figure passed through a dense forest, crossed a small river, and came to a vast forest of trees. The woods were very quiet, without any chirping of insects or birds. Roar! Big Bear let out a long roar, indicating that they had reached their destination. Chun-Li looked up and saw that there were a lot of tall trees growing in this forest. The tree types were very simple, all exactly the same species, unlike other places where there were many mixed types of trees. Why did you bring me here? Chun-Li asked puzzledly. Big Bear put him down from his back, bowed his head, helped him up, and walked towards the nearest tree. Then he pointed at the trunk of the tree with his bare paw. Tree? What does that mean? Chun-Li was a little confused. Big Bear usually only asks him for food when he is hungry, so his behavior today is a bit abnormal. Is there something wrong with this tree? Chun-Li thought to himself, and subconsciously reached out to touch it. As a result, before he could touch her, he was slapped away by Big Bear. Roar! The bear roared in warning of his action. Chun-Li suddenly became more curious. He looked at Xiao Mu again. The role of Basic Survival Manual is revealed. A piece of information came into view. Karari, evergreen tree, Moraceae cinerostegium. The whole plant is extremely toxic, and contact with animal blood will cause rapid heart failure and death. Hint. Extremely dangerous. Do not contact. Fuck. What the hell? Damn it. The strictness nux vomica. Chun-Li felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and his hair, stood up out of fear. No wonder there were no other animal sounds. It turned out to be a poison forest. Fortunately, Big Bear stopped him just now. Otherwise, if he touched it and got stained with even a little bit of resin or something, he would most likely die on the spot. There are poisonous arrow trees on this island. This is too scary, Chun-Li said in surprise. He knew about the Karari tree, which was the most famous poisonous plant on Earth. Not only is it extremely poisonous, able to kill a person in as little as 20 minutes, but the plant is also very large. If you find just one, you can produce a huge amount of poisonous substances. Looking up, the arrow poison tree in front of me is at least 20 meters high, with a trunk diameter of no less than 35 centimeters. The trunk alone weighs several tons. Even if it is squeezed resin, it weighs dozens of kilograms. Horrible, so horrible. Chun-Li took a few deep breaths and retreated with his weak legs. He didn't want to be exposed to the poison of the arrow poison tree. Xiongda, why did you bring me here? Chun-Li asked. Although he was asking, he had actually already thought of the many uses of the arrowroot tree. This is a deadly poison that kills instantly upon contact with blood. As long as it is used properly, it will definitely be a super killing weapon that can kill gods and Buddhas. Big Bear growled, pointed at the poison tree with his paw, then patted his chest and roared twice into the distance. Chun-Li didn't understand it first, but after thinking about it carefully for a while, he finally understood it a little. You mean, let me use the poison of the arrow poison tree to avenge you? He asked. Big Bear seemed to understand and moved his big head up and down as if nodding. Previously, Big Bear was hunted by the people of the Stone Clan because he ate rabbit meat that was poisoned by the Dachira poison. Now it has recovered and established friendly relations with the novice tribe again. He wanted to use Chun-Li to destroy the giant Stone Clan in order to avenge himself for being poisoned. After understanding Xiongda's intention, Chun-Li frowned. Is this too cruel? Although the Stone Clan is in an antagonistic relationship with the novice tribe. But to be honest, after fighting with the Stone King today, he had some respect for this man. It is absolutely remarkable that a mortal could develop such powerful skills and be on par with this cheating idiot. It would be a little too mean for him to poison such a brave man. Xiongda didn't urge him to agree, but just waited silently. Chun-Li thought about it for a while, and finally said, No, this is too shameless. Even if it is to avoid loss of population, I can't take such despicable means. The Stone Clan poisoned Big Bear because he was too powerful and was a beast, not a human. He is a human being with moral bottom line, and he cannot do such a cruel thing as poisoning. Moreover, if you want to use the Karari tree, you have to obtain the resin venom, which is a very dangerous task in itself, and you won't feel safe no matter who you entrust it to. Let's go back. I can't use this thing right now. If you want to kill a giant in the future, you can consider it. Chun-Li said something to Big Bear, then climbed onto the bear's back and patted Big Bear on the head, indicating that it was time to go home. Oomph. Xiongda groaned. It was unclear whether he agreed with his actions or was scolding him for being stupid. Then it turned around and spread its 4 legs, running back in the direction it came from. Chun-Li lay on the bear's back, silently opened the universal map, and added 2 new locations. Bear Cave, Karari Woods. Chapter 076 is so exciting. Although the arrow poison wood was not used, it was still meaningful for Xiongda to take him on this trip. Just as Chun-Li himself said, these highly poisonous plants will play a big role in dealing with giants in the future. The giant is too powerful. With human physical fitness, no matter how many people there are, they cannot defeat him. No defense at all. Even if weapons technology was developed to the Iron Age, it would still be very difficult to manufacture sophisticated crossbows and catapults. But if there is the sap of the arrow poison tree, the difficulty becomes much simpler. As long as the defense can be broken, the venom can come into contact with the giant's blood, and the amount is large enough. Then no matter how powerful the giant is, it will fall down soon. Although Chun-Li was still very weak at this time, he had already begun to think about how to achieve this feat. Hunt a giant alone. Get 100 huge attribute points. If he could do that, his attributes would increase to an alarming level in one go. Not to mention the Stone King. Even if the Stainless Steel King came, he would be knocked out with 1 punch. 1 punch each. Big Bear carried him on his back and ran in the woods for a while, then returned to the bear cave. The 2 little bears had finished eating the venison very quickly. When he saw Xiongda and Chun-Li returning, he ran over happily, rubbing his little head against them. Roar! Big Bear growled at the 2 cubs. The little bears looked at each other and then looked at Chun-Li. Ding, two little bears were influenced by their mother bear and took the initiative to apply to join your tribe. Do you agree? The system sends a reminder sound. Chun-Li decisively chose to accept it. Although the little bears don't have much fighting power, once they grow up, they can become two new guardian beasts. This kind of free bargain should be taken advantage of. I agree. Ding accepted successfully. Two little bears have joined the tribe. Population plus 20. A prompt flashed, and in Chun-Li's attribute panel, the population item immediately became 120. The population increase for each little bear is 10, the same as that of the big bear, and is not affected by body size. Roar. Perhaps sensing Chun-Li's intentions, Big Bear let out a joyful roar. Then he turned around and took him and the little bears out of the cave. Are we going back? Chun-Li asked. Big Bear snorted to express his disapproval. After walking out of the cave, it did not immediately speed up and rush towards the novice tribe. Instead, he took a breath and then let out a long brown bear roar. The roar was much louder than any wild animal's roar Chun-Li had ever heard before. It almost echoed through the sky and reached an unknown distance. When the two little bears heard their mother's call, they also started roaring at the top of their lungs. However, because he is too young, his momentum is really lacking, his voice is childish, and his cuteness completely overshadows his ferocious appearance. Shonda, what are you doing? Chun-Li asked, somewhat puzzled. Big Bear didn't answer him, but just waited there. After a while, many rustling sounds were heard from the surrounding woods. Along with it came the growls of wild beasts. Roar. Ha ha. Chun-Li was shocked when he heard this. This is... Before he could think about it, a subadult black bear, over 2 meters tall, jumped out from the dense forest in front of him. Then 2, 3, 4, 5. Huge bears came running from all directions of the jungle and stopped at the small open space outside the bear cave. Brown bear, black bear, spectacled bear, short-faced bear. There are all kinds of bears. A tiny, mean-looking raccoon also got in. There are more than 20 of them in total. In addition to the cutest giant panda, all kinds of bears that Chun-Li knew of appeared in this small open space. Chun-Li's heartbeat accelerated to 180. So many bears. Will all of you join my tribe? What the hell? What a surprise. So shocking. So exciting. With more than 20 ferocious beasts obtained at once, the strength of the tribe will surely increase greatly. Although the dominant factor of humans will be diluted by the number of beastmen, as long as he is there, the bear tribe will definitely be obedient. The combat power of more than 20 ferocious beasts is basically enough to sweep away any forces on the island except the giants. Thinking of this, Chun-Li was so excited that he couldn't speak, and his heart was beating fast. After all the bears appeared, Big Bear roared twice at them. Chun-Li didn't know what its roar meant. All we know is that after the bear roared, the other bears followed suit with a couple of low roars, communicating with each other. Even the little raccoon that sneaked and made a few cuckoo comments and expressed his opinions. A few minutes later, Big Bear roared again. Chun-Li happily waited for the system to ask the question, do you accept the collective joining of the bear tribe? As a result, the expected prompt did not sound. More than 20 bears just came close to sniff the scent of Shionda and Chun-Li, then turned around and ran away. 1, 2, 3. In less than 2 minutes, more than 20 bears ran away. Chun-Li opened his mouth hesitantly and was stunned for a moment. So, you don't want to rely on me. Haha, there really is no such thing as a big bear falling from the sky. This was completely his own wishful thinking. Roar. After Big Bear finished what he wanted to do, he let out a low growl, then carried Chun-Li on his back and took his 2 cubs with him and ran towards the direction of the novice tribe. Chun-Li thought about it and understood Xiong-Da's intention of summoning bear creatures. It was probably to remember his and Xiong-Da's aura, so that in the future when they met novice tribe members who had more contact with them, they would not launch attacks. This is also a good thing. Otherwise, the favor of the bear tribe would only be effective for Chun-Li alone and would not be able to guarantee the safety of other members of the tribe. But, to be honest, this arrangement doesn't make much sense. The island is so big, but there are only more than 20 bears, and some of them are minors. With such a large number of people spread out over a vast island, it was basically unlikely that they would encounter humans from the novice tribe. Even if you meet one, you may not be able to defeat it. Of course, since the bear tribe expressed such goodwill. After Chun-Li returns, he will warn his younger brothers not to act rashly when they see bears in the future, and to help if necessary. Reciprocity is the key to long-lasting friendship. Duh. 3 bears were running in the woods, and no predator dared to come and run wild. The little bear's physical fitness is still a little poor. He has to stop and rest for a while after running 1 or 2 kilometers. They walked and stopped like this, and around dusk, the 3 bears and 1 man finally returned to the novice tribe. As soon as he entered the tribe, Chun-Li heard the hunter say in the distance, "The boss is back from his ride. The celebration is about to begin. My fever and headache haven't healed yet. I originally wanted to update 3 times this month, but it seems I can't hold on any longer, so I'm giving up early." Chapter 077, The King of Humanity. Celebration? What celebration? Chun-Li was confused. Before he could ask, Aegon and others came over and took him off Xionda's back. A group of people lifted him above their heads, like the people welcoming a triumphant hero, or more like primitive people carrying a beast to be slaughtered, and walked towards the huge bonfire in the center of the tribe. Without even giving him a chance to introduce the little bear. Oh hula! Oh click click! A large group of tribesmen held hands and gathered around a huge bonfire specially built for tonight, forming 3 circles and singing primitive songs that even the elementary language mastery could not translate. There were also a few elderly people nearby who were knocking on hollow trees, animal bones, shaking shells, and other objects to create sounds similar to music. The scene and the atmosphere are similar to the African tribal celebrations in movies and TV shows. Chun-Li nodded secretly, thinking, musical instrument, good stuff, my technology points will be settled again. At this time, an elderly primitive man suddenly shouted, "Chun-Li." The singing suddenly stopped, and the whole place was filled with silence. The 3 circles of dancers surrounding the fire stopped singing, stamped their feet 3 times, and shouted in unison, "Chun-Li." The sound rumbled, spreading from the thick earth to the sky. Immediately afterwards, the several strong men who had lifted Chun-Li above their heads threw him into the air. Hey, what are you doing? Chun-Li was startled. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still a little panicked when he was thrown into the sky. When he fell, Aegon and others caught him steadily. The old primitive man raised his arms and shouted again, "King! King!" The others stomped their feet on the ground again and roared to the sky. Then Chun-Li was thrown into the sky again, fell down, and was caught steadily. Shen-Li. While primitive people started folk activities, the protagonist of this celebration is himself. As an outsider, he didn't understand the customs of primitive people. But as the leader, he still has to take everyone's feelings into consideration. Since everyone praised and extols him so sincerely, he cannot reject everyone's good intentions. Just enjoy it with peace of mind. Thinking of this, he relaxed his tense body and allowed a gun, Shirgu and other strong men to hold his soft and weak body and throw it into the sky again and again. Before throwing it, the old primitive man and the other primitive men and women would give a majestic shout. It's like conveying a message to the heavens and the earth. Chun-Li, the old man shouted again. The others followed suit and shouted, Chun-Li, invincible, invincible, invincible king, invincible king, the king of mankind, the king of humanity, King Chun-Li, Chun-Li, Wong. Every shout has a momentum that shakes the 9 heavens and shocks people's hearts. Although the total number of people was less than 100, everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs, and it was quite loud. Chun-Li felt deeply moved as he listened to everyone's praise and affirmation of him. Finally, all this work wasn't in vain. What he brought and what he did finally won the primitive people's heartfelt recognition. In fact, primitive people had already recognized him. It's just that he wasn't strong enough before, and the abilities he displayed weren't good enough for everyone to hold a celebration for him. And today, he defeated the invincible Stone King with his own hands. A fair defeat. It is this honor that makes everyone want to hold a grand celebration for him at all costs. Let his name reach the 9 heavens, shake the earth, and resound throughout the entire world. Perhaps there aren't enough people in the tribe, and it's far from reaching the level of resonating throughout the world. But Chun-Li fully accepted this sincerity. King of mankind, since you all support me so much, I will definitely not let you down. He vowed silently in his heart. Celebration begin. After calling out the name, the old primitive man announced loudly again. As he finished speaking, melodious singing rang out again around the campfire. Primitive songs and dances carry the passion and love of primitive people. The warriors next to them were slaughtering the wild beasts they had just caught today, preparing to roast and eat them right away so that everyone could enjoy a hearty meal. Of course, the forest also has the most delicious fruits, the sweetest mountain springs, and the most beautiful flowers. For this celebration, everyone in the tribe gave up a day's work, busying themselves to bring back all the good things. All for this grand bonfire party. Chun-Li was let down and, urged by a dozen children from the tribe, walked into the singing and dancing circle and danced a strange dance with the women in linen clothes. For a gigolo who can't dance at all, this is a bit difficult. But it doesn't matter, someone taught him. The Queen of the Gulf took the initiative to leave her original position, took Chun-Li's left hand, and brought him into the circle. The fierce girl grabbed Chun-Li's right hand and filled the circle. The two women each showed off their charm, displaying what they thought was their most perfect side under the blazing firelight, reflecting their enchanting and wild side. By the way, teach Chun-Li how to dance. Originally, Chun-Li had no feelings towards these two female primitives. But he didn't know why. Maybe it was the atmosphere tonight. He actually felt a little bit of beauty from the dancing of the two women. Well, just a little bit, no more. A large pile of firewood burned with flames more than 3 meters high, making crackling sounds in the air. Mixed with the singing of the crowd, it is filled with the mystery and wildness of primitive society. Chun-Li was held by the hands of the two women and played monkey tricks for a while, and then it was time for dinner. Today's tribe's dinner was particularly sumptuous. The original staple food, beef jerky, was temporarily absent, and the food was meat from wild animals such as wild boar, deer, sheep, rabbit, and pheasant. There are also some seafood, but relatively few, mainly the common mantis shrimp, crabs, clams, etc. Fruit is very special because we rarely ate fruit in the past. What appeared before Chun-Li today included wild apples, wild pears, wild plums, wild persimmons, wild dates, and so on. Although the quantity was small and a large part of them were not yet ripe and tasted sour, they still greatly refreshed Chun-Li's horizons. In future planning projects, a big project called Fruit has been added, a celebration spent in laughter and joy. Chun-Li's hands were always held by the Gulf Queen and Henxiong. If he wanted to eat, he didn't need to do anything himself, and someone would feed him. The male primitive people came over one by one to get acquainted with him, drink a cup of spring water from the same cup, eat the same wild beast, and their friendship value increased rapidly. The children also came up one by one to beg for the blessing of King of Mankind, Chun-Li. Chun-Li followed the old man's instructions, cut the roasted meat himself, gave it to the children, and said a few words of blessing, which was considered a blessing. In this way, the celebration lasted for most of the night before it ended. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they waited until they were too sleepy to do so. Then they put out the fire and ended the celebration. At the last moment of the celebration, the old man who presided over the celebration shouted, "The King of Mankind, inherit the bloodline, the power of the brave, eternal." The others followed suit and shouted 3 times. Then, with Chun-Li looking confused, he was carried by the Queen of the Gulf and Henxiong on his left and right, and walked towards his wooden house, which had been demolished by Xiongda, but had been repaired later. Chapter 78. Dangerous Chun-Li Way. The King of Mankind, inheriting the bloodline? The power of the brave is eternal? What does it mean? Does this mean he wants to give birth to a baby on the spot and pass on the power? This. Chun-Li was shocked. Big shock. He quickly said, Hey, I can walk by myself. No need to help me," in an attempt to escape the hostage of the two women. After dinner, his weak condition had recovered a little, and he had the strength to walk on his own. But it's just walking. The Queen of the Gulf hugged his left arm tightly, holding it against her chest, and replied, "My king, the celebration is not over yet. We have to complete the remaining steps before we can leave you." She stopped his escape plan. Very fierce, she also tightly grasped his right arm and echoed, "According to custom, the two of us must serve the king well tonight and try to conceive the king's child. This is the only way to ensure that your invincible bloodline will be passed on forever." Chun-Li. Giving birth to a child again. "I don't want it." He refused loudly. Having a baby is totally impossible. He refused to have any strange relationship with the hairy female primitive. He is a modern man. However, under the strong arms of the two women, he seemed so weak at this moment. He said fiercely, "No, my king, the celebration must go on. Whether you like it or not, for the sake of our human heritage, you must pass on your bloodline." After saying this, he pushed Chun-Li into the wooden house. The two women waved to the other tribesmen who were following not far away, indicating that there was no problem. Then they entered the house one after another. He also closed the door tightly. Shen-Li, weak, pitiful, and helpless, facing the most powerful woman, and the woman who has been coveting him for the longest time. At this moment, he no longer had any ability to resist. Is it possible that I, Chun, am really going to lose my virginity here tonight? Oh my God, my lifelong fame. If I had known earlier, I would have spent the night in Big Bear's cave. Why was I in such a hurry to come back? How he wished the system could give him a chance to redeem himself. However, the reality is cruel. After the door was closed, the room was pitch dark and nothing could be seen. Chun-Li felt two auras appearing on his left and right sides. At the same time, four hands grabbed the corners of his shirt and trousers. His eyes suddenly widened. They're going to... No, stop it, he shouted. Your Majesty? A fierce and suspicious voice came from his side. The one on the left who wants to pull down his pants is very fierce, and the one on the right who wants to take off his shirt is the Queen of the Gulf. Chun-Li shrank his shoulders and said with a helpless smile, how can I force myself to do something like this? I'm not ready yet. Oh, do we need to prepare for something like this? A strong man, like you should have had your own children when you just grew up. The Queen of the Gulf said as a matter of course. By the way, he used a little force to pull Chun-Li's shirt off. He followed suit fiercely, pulling Chun-Li's pants down and saying, that's right. Although I've just become an adult and don't have much experience, everyone says this is a very simple thing. My king, don't be shy. Just leave it to us. Shen-Li. Damn it. It looks like there's no escape tonight. The flag he had just set was about to be overturned so quickly. Oh, he tried to gain sympathy by acting pathetic. Unfortunately, it was ruthlessly rejected. The Queen of the Gulf twisted his chin and said, why are you moaning? You should shout that it feels good. Then she bit him hard. Chun-Li tried to get away with another white lie. Well, actually, I'm sick. It's May's fault. With a fierce pull, Chun-Li's pants, which had not been changed for almost a month and were already tattered, were also torn off his body. What should I do? Or, recite the ice heart technique to keep yourself calm, as peaceful and soft as flowing water? Well, this is a good idea. Chun-Li immediately recited it silently in his heart. If your heart is as clear as ice, you will not be afraid even if the sky falls. No matter how much changes, the mind remains calm and peaceful. Forget yourself and keep oneness, and the six senses will be at peace. Oops, I forgot the words. After reciting a few sentences, he found that he had not memorized the formulas he learned from watching TV dramas at all, and he could not even last a few seconds. At this time, the two women had already attacked him. After taking off his protective gear, his concentration dropped rapidly when he was attacked. What should I do? What should I do? Shen-Li panika. He is a man of vigor and vitality. No matter how strong one's concentration is, in the darkness, the senses of touch are magnified countless times, and the difference between primitive people and modern people is infinitely reduced. Are we really going to make a mistake? What if it gets a 404 error? No, this kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. Chen is a staunch believer in kidney deficiency. Something like GHS will never happen in this life. Ding it is detected that the host is currently carrying out the undelivered main mission, reproduction. The system issues a special warning. If the host has sex with a female primitive in advance and gives birth to a human cub, disrupting the main storyline, he will be severely punished by the system. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Chun-Li was stunned when he heard this. This is so. Giving birth is actually a main quest, and you're not allowed to give birth early. You have to complete the task before you can give birth. Fuck you, I want to refuse, but I don't have the strength. Shen-Li kriya. This time I really cried. He was full of refusal, but he really couldn't muster any strength. This week's state will take at least until tomorrow to recover. Before that, he was a lamb to be slaughtered. Not to mention a powerful woman like the Queen of the Gulf. Even a 10-year-old primitive little lowly could pin him to the ground and bully him at will. It's so unfair, I am so wronged. Excuse me, what is the punishment of the system? Will it deduct all my attribute points? Desperate Chun-Li asked questions in his heart. The system's mechanical voice replied coldly. If the conditions for triggering the main quest are not met, the main quest cannot be triggered in advance. If you disrupt the progress of the main quest, You will lose all rewards for the corresponding quest, and will lose the qualification to obtain all subsequent main quests. Chun-Li's hair stood on end when he heard this. Not only will you lose the relevant rewards, but you will also lose the qualification to obtain all subsequent tasks. This is even more cruel than deducting all attribute points. You should know that the rewards for the main quests are getting richer and richer. In the later stages, the points given by a quest may allow him to grow to the point where he can fight a giant alone. It is simply unbearable to cut off all the future growth space because of a momentary mistake. Stop. Stop it now. Chun-Li didn't bother to bargain with the system at this time. He immediately used all his strength to get up and pushed away the fierce girl who was about to sit on him. Then he said righteously, "I will never allow this kind of thing to happen. I am a pioneer in building a civilized country, and I cannot lose my greatest support because of this kind of thing." The system is his biggest support, and almost everything he has is given by the system. If the retreat is cut off, the losses will be enormous. Neither the Fierce One nor the Queen of the Gulf expected him to do this suddenly. The two women looked at Chun-Li's serious and solemn expression in the dim light that came through the cracks in the wooden wall, and were so frightened that they dared not move. Although they didn't understand what he meant, the two women could see that Chun-Li was rejecting them. After a while, it took a long time for the fierce man to react. He bit his lip and stammered, "Boss, I understand." He put on his linen clothes, turned around, opened the door, and left. The Queen of the Gulf was silent for a long time. Seeing that Chun-Li did not seem to be joking, she finally sighed and left. Chapter 079 bald Kyung. As soon as the two women left, the little bit of strength Chun-Li had just forced out immediately disappeared without a trace, and he fell back onto the straw mat with a clang. Phew, luckily I have strong self-control. Otherwise the loss would be huge. He breathed a sigh of relief. If the subsequent main storyline is really cut off, won't he strangle himself to death with a noodle? But then again, if this reproduction thing is the main quest, then don't I have to do it in the future? After calming down, Chun-Li thought of another question. The current conditions do not meet the triggering prerequisite for reproduction, so the system does not allow him to create humans with the female primitive. Then when the conditions are met in the future and the main quest, reproduction, is issued, won't he have to overturn the flag himself and go find a female primitive to have sex with, under the temptation of generous rewards? This kind of thing, let's talk about it later. Damn, this has been such a rough day. Go to sleep. Chun-Li cursed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep with a very unhappy mood. Before going to bed, I used the little strength I had left to put on my pants, to prevent someone from crawling in the middle of the night and ruining his future growth. This night is destined to be an extraordinary night. The invincible Stone King was defeated. The victor becomes the king of mankind, even though there are currently only 90 humans who recognize this title. The great king of men slept in his hut. There were 3 bears guarding outside the house, 1 big and 2 small. The warriors in the tribe fell asleep, and in their dreams they followed their leader, overcoming all obstacles along the way, fighting wild beasts and killing giants, and establishing the most powerful force on the entire island. While everyone was sleeping soundly, a thin figure walked towards the vast ocean alone. The next day, Chun-Li slept until noon before waking up. After a night's rest, his weak condition had improved by 60 to 70%, and his physical strength had recovered by about 2/3. After waking up, Chun-Li picked up a slightly worn shirt and put it on himself. I went out to get something to eat. As soon as I walked out of the room, a little bear jumped out beside me. When the little bear saw him, it started licking him vigorously, making Chun-Li's face full of saliva. But today's Chun-Li is not easy to bully. "Hey, little guy, you actually ambushed me. I'll show you how powerful I am." He grabbed the little bear and slapped it on the butt. Just as he gave a moderate slap, another little bear jumped out from the other side and licked him again according to the script. "You are here to attack me. Watch out." Chun-Li laughed loudly, grabbed the second little bear, and hit it on the butt. Roar! Big Bear walked out slowly from the back of the house, looking at his 2 babies playing with Chun-Li with his little eyes, grinning as if he was laughing, looking very naive. Chun-Li looked at the family of 3 and said, "You 3 will all be members of my tribe from now on. I will give you each a name. Xiongda has already used it up, and decisions made cannot be taken back. So the only 2 names left are Xiong-Er and Balchong." He looked at the 2 little bears. The one on the left has light brown fur, a round head and a perky butt. It is definitely the brown bear Ben Xiong. Just call you Xiong Air, Chun-Li said, pointing at its little head. Oh. The little bear growled in a baby voice and licked him, showing that he was very happy. Chun-Li rubbed Xiong Air's head and threw it aside. Look at the other little bear on the right. With a wicked smile on his face, he said, You will be called Bald Chong. Little bear number 2. This little bear has dark brown fur and the standard big bear skin color. Unfortunately, the name Xiongda has already been taken by its mother. The innocent little bear looked at Chun-Li pitifully, then looked at his biological mother, trying to bargain. Then Chun-Li, who was incompetent at naming, waved his hand and finalized the plan. No matter what, you'll just be called Baldy Chong. It's a happy decision. After saying that, he patted Bald Chong's little head and gave it a big kiss. Guanto Chong. After sorting out the naming issues for the 2 little bears, Chun-Li walked towards the dining area with ease. By noon, most people in the tribe were already busy, but today things seem a little different from usual. The members of the novice guard team were not training, but gathered together with the people from the production team. They were all nervous, and it was unclear what they were communicating about. What are you doing? Don't you need to train? Chun-Li acted like a great leader and shouted in feigned anger. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Everyone has standardized the way they address him and changed it to the king. Everyone ran over together. The Queen of the Gulf frowned and said, My king, this is bad. The fierce one is missing. We haven't seen her since we got up this morning. We don't know where she went, and we can't find her no matter how hard we look. Dada, who slept in the same room with Hen Xiong, looked a little sad and spoke with an anxious, crying voice. Shirgu also said, The brothers in the guard team have searched all places near the tribe and didn't see any fierce figures. Everyone spoke one by one to explain the situation. Chun-Li was stunned. Very fierce. Missing? How is that possible? Don't joke about this kind of thing. She should be nearby. Shenli Raplia. What everyone said made him immediately think that the girl might have run away from home because she was hit hard by his rejection last night. But Shirgu shook his head firmly and said, No, my king, the brothers have looked everywhere. She's not in the forest, not on the hill, and not in the bush. We're a little suspicious. Was she eaten by Big Bear? Big Bear? Impossible. Chun-Li looked at the big brown bear behind him. The latter was a little wiser and sensed the suspicion of the crowd, so he quickly stood up and waved his bare paw to show his innocence. The 3 bears have been very full recently and have no need to eat, so it is impossible for them to harm their own people. Chun-Li frowned slightly. Big Bear wouldn't do such a thing. He has become one of us. He is very fierce, so he should just hide. I think the population of the tribe is still... He thought the boy was so aggressive because he was upset and ran away from home, and he would be back in a few days. But when I opened the attribute panel, I found that the population of my tribe had actually decreased by 1. From 120, it became 119. Isn't it possible that something really happened? At this moment, even Chun-Li became nervous. There is no doubt that the reason why the haunted girl disappeared must be because of him. Although this female primitive is usually very optimistic, being rejected at that time would obviously deal a big blow to her self-esteem. When one's mentality is traumatized, it is very likely that one will do irrational things. Did he run away from home? Or did he lose hope? Hurry, look again. Expand the search area. Chun-Li gave the order immediately. Your Majesty, this is it. Shirgu thought that this would be useless, as he had already led people to search a large area. But seeing Chun-Li's serious look, he nodded and accepted the order. He took more than 40 brothers from the guard team and went to various places to look for people. I'll go look for it too. Big Bear, let's go. Chun-Li was not idle. He jumped onto the big bear's back, squeezed his legs together, rode the brown bear like a horse, and rushed out. Population -1 means 2 possibilities. One was very fierce and completely left the tribe, unwilling to continue being a member of the novice tribe. The other was that she was dead. No matter what, I have to see the person alive or the body dead. This matter is Chun-Li's responsibility. He cannot pretend that nothing has happened and continue to be the king of mankind. Chapter 080, I also want to be a primitive man. Evening. The brothers of the guard are all back. Chun-Li rode on Xiongda and returned to the tribal territory. How is it did you find it? Chun-Li asked Shirgu. Shirgu shook his head. I've searched everywhere, but I can't even see a shadow. You didn't even find pieces of clothing or hair? Chun-Li said in a low voice, already prepared for the worst. But Shirgu still shook his head. My lord, we are almost certain that the beast has disappeared. Either it has gone very, very far, so far that we cannot find it, or it has been killed by a large wild beast. After these words were spoken, everyone in the tribe fell silent. How could a woman whose physique was not particularly outstanding be able to walk such a long distance in one night that so many men could not find her? Everyone agreed that the fierce beast was eaten by wild beasts, the kind where no remains are left. I see. Chun-Li could only accept reality. Someone is dead. Finally, someone died under his command, and he died because of him. An unprecedented sense of loss filled his heart. The joy of being praised as the king of mankind was also diluted a lot. Although he had no special feelings towards fierceness, any normal person would feel uncomfortable when encountering such a thing. Others were also somewhat depressed. Hin Xiong has always been popular in the tribe. He was also one of the first people to learn how to make clothes and help a lot of people. Although primitive people are more accepting of losing or dying of their companions than Chun-Li. But just after the celebration, one of the companions died that night. It is a blow to everyone as well. The tribe was quiet. There were dozens of people, and no one spoke. In the end, it was Chun-Li who broke the silence first. This matter is my responsibility. Her fierceness is gone now, and I can't make it up to her. I can only use this debt to build the tribe to make up for my mistake. I will work harder to provide civilized resources to everyone in the future. Please take care of me. After speaking, he bowed deeply to everyone. Seeing this, the Gulf Queen and others hurried to stop him. My king, this is just a small matter. You don't have to blame yourself like this. Your greatness is enough to cover up such a mistake. Besides, it wasn't you who killed her. She might have just been in a bad mood and ran out and accidentally encountered a wild beast. No. Chun-Li raised his hand and interrupted everyone's persuasion. There was no serious tone. He just said calmly, merits and faults cannot be offset. I understand this principle. You don't need to persuade me. I know what to do. Then he turned around and went back to his own cabin. Boss! Aegon shouted. Compared with the Gulf Queen and others, this group of people who followed Chun-Li the earliest were the closest to Hin Xiong. Come to think of it, he is very fierce because he grew up under their care. When things turned out like this, they were the most upset. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in feeling bad, and we can only accept reality. Forget it, Aegon, let the boss calm down. He is an amazing person and will definitely not be defeated by such a small thing. Shirgu stopped Aegon and said. No one went to disturb them. Everyone had mixed feelings. Some were cooking, some were working, and some were resting. This night passed in silence. Chun-Li stayed in the room alone. He didn't talk to anyone, didn't communicate with the three bears, and didn't make any small inventions. I just sat quietly for a few hours and then fell asleep. He thought about many things and many questions, and also gave answers to those questions. Real-life problems that I had originally actively avoided, and things that I once didn't want to face. Everyone opened their hearts tonight and faced it head-on. The next day, when a hint of paleness appeared in the eastern sky, Chun-Li woke up and walked out of the room. My lord, it's so early today. The animal trainer Aegon was taking 2 jackals out to poop, and he immediately greeted him when he saw him. The tribe was very quiet in the early morning, and most people had not yet gotten up. Chun-Li smiled at Aegon. Good morning, too. Can the 2 dogs walk here? Do you want me to help? No. They're already very obedient. I can take care of them by myself. Aegon replied. Seeing that he had returned to his normal self, Aegon also smiled. Don't be polite. I have nothing to do right now. Give me one. Without saying anything, Chun-Li walked forward and pulled over a jackal and started strolling around the outskirts of the tribal territory with a gun. How are the little jackals? He asked as he walked. Aegon said, It has opened its eyes and can cry, but it still only drinks milk and nothing else. Not bad. You didn't kill many of them. Shen Li Zhuka. Of course. I'm a professional. Aegon patted his chest, quite proud. I told you you're fat and you're out of breath. Hey, Xiaowan, what are you doing up so early? Chun-Li was about to give Aegon a chestnut, but he saw that the Queen of the Gulf had also gotten up and was busy with something nearby. Xiaowan, are you calling me, my king? Hearing his voice, the Queen of the Gulf was startled. Then she said shyly, I'm working on some pollen. I want to add some fragrance to my clothes. Good. It's commendable to pursue a better image. Keep up the hard work. Chun-Li gave her a come-on gesture and continued walking the dog. The Queen of the Gulf looked at Chun-Li and felt that this man seemed a little different today. But she couldn't tell exactly what was different. Xiaowan. Will I be called Xiaowan from now on? She murmured to herself, Well, That's right. It's not appropriate for me to continue calling her the queen in front of the king. Xiaoan, yes, it sounds cute. Then, she happily devoted herself to the research work of adding floral scent to clothes. Chun-Li and a gun took the jackal for a stroll around the entire tribe. Whenever he met anyone along the way, he would say hello and chat with them. Ask the elderly if their teeth are in good condition. Care about whether there are any entertainment options for children. Ask the women in the production team how their work is going. He exchanged a few moves with the younger brother of the guard team and learned a few moves from his half-baked Wing Chun. The whole trip didn't take much time. However, it made him deeply feel the primitive people's positive attitude towards life. What a lovely group of primitive people. After touring the tribe, Chun-Li returned the jackal to Aegon and stretched himself. Then he shouted to the sky, "I, Chun-Li, also want to be a primitive man." The sound echoed throughout the territory. Even the 3 bears who were sleeping late were woken up. Everyone looked at Chun-Li's not-so-tall figure and scratched their heads. "What are you doing? We're primitive people." They don't understand at all. However, even though they didn't understand, many people felt that Chun-Li was different today. The king has changed. The king has really changed. The old Laoya sat on the grass, knocking on the oyster shells he had just fished out of the sea, and sighed as he looked at Chun-Li's figure. The former king was a god, high above all others. And now he is just like us, an ordinary human walking on the earth. Maybe he can really become the king of mankind. Very fierce, my child, did you see it? This man has changed because of you. Chapter 081, New Main Mission. A few days later, the impact of losing one person has gradually faded, and everyone has returned to their original life trajectory. Chun-Li hasn't done anything big these days. The novice tribe is in the normal production and development process. With the help of the members of the guard team, the 22 new partners from the Coconut Grove clan also moved into the new house. Now the tribe has 4 rows of 40 wooden houses. Millet and barnyard grass have also been sown separately in experimental field number 1 and experimental field number 2. Both fields are very close to freshwater streams, making irrigation very convenient, and fresh water can be introduced to irrigate the fields at any time according to demand. The farming side quest is being carried out, and the taming of wild beasts quest is naturally also in full swing. Chun-Li taught Aegon the feeding training method. The 2 adult yellow jackals have been trained to be obedient, and all that is missing is a confirmation from the system. There is also a little wild boar that was previously kept in captivity. After a month of feeding, it is now as big as an adult rabbit. It's black and fat and quite cute. I wonder when the people from the Stone Clan will come to provoke a fight again. On this day, Chun-Li was supervising the members of the guard team to carry out daily training. My mind was thinking about the war with the Stone Clan. He himself has already recovered to his peak state. Recently, the weapons of the guard team have been updated again. The wooden spears have been equipped with sharp spear heads made from the bones of iron-horned black cows, becoming bone spears. Several talented hunters are also equipped with bow and arrow sets, which can provide continuous long-range output. Chun-Li felt that if he had another conflict with the people of the Stone Clan now, his side would have at least an 80% chance of winning. Of course, it is still difficult to win without casualties. Speaking of which, the wizard from the Stone Clan hasn't appeared yet. I wonder if he has any special skills. Chun-Li said to himself. At this moment, a system prompt sounded without warning. Ding, your tribe has grown to a certain size, meeting the conditions for starting the main quest. You have triggered a new main quest. Expansion. Task 1. Expand the territory to 10 square kilometers, based on effective land use. Task 2. Increase the tribal population to 300 people. Mission 3. Conquer 3 clans or tribes. Quest rewards, 10 attribute points, 3 inheritance plates, a set of smelting equipment, technology mall upgrade. Mission deadline, 180 days. Chun-Li cheered up. The main quest is finally here. More than half a month had passed since he last completed this settlement mission. If he hadn't almost been defeated before and hadn't received a warning from the system, he would have almost forgotten about the main mission. If the system doesn't send it, it's fine. But if it does, it will be a huge task. Take a look at the content of this main mission. The task amount has been increased to 3 clear indicators. All of them must be achieved to complete the task. 10 square kilometers of effective land. 300 people. Conquer 3 clans. No matter which indicator it is, it cannot be achieved in a short period of time. especially the two aspects of population and clan. As far as we know, apart from the Stone Clan, there are only one or two more in the far north of the area east of the Giant Mountains. But because the distance is too far, even the elders in the tribe don't have much impression of that area. Whether we can gather 300 people is still unknown. If that's not enough, we'll have to try to cross the Giant Mountains and get to the other side of the island. However, although this mission is a bit difficult, the rewards are quite rich. Attribute points and inheritance stereotypes can be considered hard currency and can directly reflect their value. As long as he gets the reward, Chun-Li's personal ability and tribal civilization will be greatly improved. The smelting set is a necessity for technological progress. It is the most important thing. With this thing, entering the Bronze Age is no longer a luxury. As for the final mall upgrade, it should just be a bonus, giving more rights to exchange for practical items. This main mission is not easy to complete. Chun-Li touched his chin. Combining the three indicators, expansion will ultimately have to be achieved through war. In other words, we still have to start with the Stone Clan. Hunter, Shenli Shota, exist. A response came from the woods in the distance, and a skinny hunter trotted over. What's the matter, my king? He asked. Chun-Li said, is there any news about the giant Stone Clan recently? The Stone Clan. The hunter shook his head. They are too far away. My exploration range is not that wide. I have never encountered anyone from them. Are those guys scared after being beaten? Shenli Fronat. It's possible. The hunter agreed. The Stone King is a human who is known to be invincible. Even he lost to you. The others must be even more scared. I don't think they will dare to come again in the short term. Don't dare to come? That won't work. 1/3 of the main quest targets are on the Stone Clan. Even if they don't come, we have to take the initiative to lure them out. But, how to quote? Chun-Li fell into deep thought. If you send someone to provoke them, they may be captured or even killed. There are no rules of war in this era. When the two forces are in an antagonistic relationship, anything can be done. It's no use sending a declaration of war. There's no words on it. It would be even worse to just charge over there, not to mention the danger of fighting away from home. What if the enemy came from another route and destroyed the home right after the escort team left? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? The only feasible way is for Chun-Li to go by himself. With his extreme speed, no one in the Stone Clan should be able to stop him. Go challenge the Stone King, agree on a location for a big fight, and then have a fair fight. This will not only determine the winner, but also give the people of the Stone Clan a better impression, making it easier to recover and absorb them later. Hunter, I plan to challenge the Stone King. Tell the guards to intensify their training and be ready for actual combat at any time. Chun-Li told the hunter his plan. Then, without waiting for the hunter's reply, he ran to find Big Bear, rode on the big brown bear, and left the tribe. Oh, my king, the hunter was surprised and wanted to ask, but he couldn't catch up with him. I had no choice but to run to find the guards. Soon, the hunter spread Chun-Li's words. When Shirgu and the others heard this, they were shocked at first. What? The king means that we're going to go to war with the giant Stone Clan. Then someone said happily, after practicing for so long, I've been wanting to have a real fight. The Stone Clan, screw them. We have such good weapons. Even if we are outnumbered, we will never lose. This group of people are full of confidence and high morale, and have been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Chapter 082, are you also a cheater? In the rugged mountain forest, a man and a bear are crossing mountains and ridges. The Stone Clan's base is about 20 kilometers away from the Novice tribe. The mountain road is rugged and not easy to walk on. In order to save energy, it was basically Shionda who took over the running along the way, while Chun-Li himself was being reasonably lazy. An hour later, a bare rocky mountain came into view. The altitude of Shirshan Mountain is not too high, but because the mountain is almost entirely made up of smooth, exposed huge rocks and there is sparse vegetation, it has become the most eye-catching mountain in the vicinity. It seems that the people of this clan also have their own buildings. Chun-Li looked around and found some wooden sheds vaguely visible on the mountain. Although it is not as good as the wooden houses in my tribe, it can still be considered a building. Shionda, let's go up the mountain. Chun-Li pointed to the stone mountain. Shionda understood and immediately ran towards the stone mountain. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, they ran into a group of hunters from the Stone Clan. This group of hunters were out hunting, and they were all surprised to see Chun-Li appear at the gate of their mountain riding a big brown bear. It's him. He's riding a man-eating bear. These hunters were the ones who had witnessed Chun-Li fighting with the Stone King a few days ago and recognized him at a glance. But I was still shocked to see that he could even tame a brown bear. That's a man-eating beast, and the entire Stone clan is eager to get rid of it as soon as possible. The last plan to poison the brown bear was foiled by Chun-Li and failed. Everyone thought it was an ordinary act of snatching prey, just like they had done before when they snatched other people's prey. Who would have thought that Chun-Li didn't eat the brown bear, but instead saved the bear and even took it as a mount? This was far beyond the expectations of the people of the Stone clan. Several hunters immediately said nervously, "Oh no, a powerful enemy is coming. Go back and tell the king." Then two of the hunters ran back in panic. Chun-Li curled his lips when he saw this. Am I that scary? One person could scare a group of people so much that they had to go back for help. He was probably the only one who could do such a thing. Hey, what are you doing here? This is our Stone clan's territory. The leader of the hunter team shouted. The tone is a bit lacking in confidence. Chun-Li smiled faintly and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm alone and I'm not here to fight." But as soon as he finished speaking, Big Bear immediately roared, expressing his hatred towards the Stone clan. This immediately made the hunters even more nervous, and they looked at Big Bear with fear. Not a fight? Then what are you doing here? Facing a powerful man like Chun-Li, it is impossible to say that you are not afraid, especially since he was riding a brown bear that was even more terrifying than himself. The fear on everyone's face was written all over. Chun-Li couldn't help but feel a little elated. This is the deterrent power of the strong. Nothing, just a fight. Is your king home? I want to talk to him. He went straight to the point. The hunters listened. He immediately said, "A challenge for a fight? Our king's injury has not healed yet. We cannot accept it." It seems that their king is very nervous. Chun-Li was stunned. Hurt? What injury? It seems that he didn't hurt the Stone King. Could it be? At this moment, he remembered that in order to save Blackstone, he had hastily punched the Stone King. The punch was so powerful that it instantly broke the man's nose. The Stone King's pain nerves were relatively weak, so he didn't react at all at the time, and I had a big fight with him. But the broken nose bridge would not heal so quickly, and it would take at least another half a month. This is a bit embarrassing. Chun-Li touched his chin, feeling a little unsure about what to do. King Boulder is a hero after all. No matter how much he wants to annex the other clan, he shouldn't take advantage of others when they are in trouble. This is too cheap. Or just treat today as your first time here for a spin and go back when you've seen enough. Then I'll come back another day. Chun-Li coughed dryly, patted Xiongda's head, and prepared to go home. Wait a minute. At this time, a low voice came from the mountain. The person who just went back to report the news has brought reinforcements. The reinforcement came from none other than the Stone King, whose nose was broken. This tall and strong man, supported by a group of primitive people, walked slowly out of the Stone Mountain camp. When he saw the Stone King, Chun-Li exclaimed. This strong man who had fought with him for 300 rounds and was finally defeated was now as weak as an old man. Although his body was still tall and strong, his languid breath and drooped shoulders showed his powerlessness. What's wrong with you? Chun-Li couldn't help but ask. The Stone King has not answered yet. A female primitive who was following him glared at Chun-Li angrily and said bitterly, "How dare you ask? It's all because of you that our king has become what he is now." Because of me? Chun-Li was even more confused. It is true that he was the one who injured the Stone King, but he hit his nose and did not injure his skull, neck, or other vital parts. So how could it be related to him? You? The woman wanted to say something else, but he was stopped by the Stone King. The Stone King came to the foot of the mountain and stood opposite Chun-Li, 20 meters apart. Looking at the beast under Chun-Li, he said in admiration, "King Chun-Li, you can actually tame the brown bear and make it your partner. It's really amazing. It's just luck." Chun-Li didn't want to explain more on this topic, so he changed the subject and asked, "What happened to your injury?" The Stone King gave a bitter smile. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Let me tell you the truth. Actually, I'm not as strong as you think. A large part of my strength was given by the Great Wizard. After the battle with you, the divine power given to me by the Great Wizard was exhausted, so my physical condition immediately began to deteriorate." Great Witch? Divine power? Chun-Li was shocked when he heard this. "Can you explain it more clearly?" he asked. A strange feeling loomed over my heart. He looked at the people of the giant Stone clan in front of him, and suddenly he felt like he was seeing the Mayan tribe. Could it be that these people really have learned some strange witchcraft? The Stone King replied, It's very simple. I got the divine power given to me by the Great Wizard. This divine power can be restored automatically, but in the battle with you, I exhausted all my strength, causing the divine power to be unable to regenerate and completely disappeared from me. So, the you now is your true self? Chun-Li asked. The Stone King nodded, a little embarrassed. My true strength is actually about the same as that warrior from your tribe. The warrior he was referring to was Blackstone. Being able to train to this point is actually very remarkable. Well, Shen-Li Siga. I originally thought I had met a super hunk, but I didn't expect that he was also a cheater. This is a bit hurtful. Where is your great witch? I want to see him, he said. At this point, his interest in the Stone King had plummeted. Now the only person who could really arouse his curiosity was the Great Witch of the Stone Clan. King Boulder replied, I can't tell you that. The Great Wizard is the most important treasure of our clan, and only the leader is qualified to know where he is. In addition, I must tell you that I am no longer the leader of the Boulder clan. He is. As he spoke, the Stone King pointed to a figure in the camp behind him. Chapter 083, The World Outside the Novice Village. Chun-Li looked in the direction the Stone King pointed. In the stone forest on a mountain, a young warrior was standing there with his arms folded, looking down at the people below with an arrogant look. The young man was not very tall, and his build was about the same size as stone. But the arrogance in his eyes is even greater than that of the Stone King in his prime. This is a tough guy. With just one glance, Chun-Li made a judgment in his mind. His name is King Dali, the new leader of our clan, and he is stronger than me. From now on, our clan will be renamed the Dali clan, and I will just be a hunter named Boulder from now on. King Boulder introduced. There was a sense of vicissitudes in his words. Your Majesty, the other hunters around looked reluctant. The stone has a very high prestige in their minds. Although he has stepped down now, in the hearts of many people, he is still the leader of the Stone Clan. Don't call me king anymore. The Rock waved his hand, not wanting to offend the new leader just because of name. Chun-Li saw it and chuckled in his heart. It seems that there are factions within the Stone Clan. The newly appointed King of Power has not yet completely grasped the people's hearts of the entire clan. Well, the Great Power King sounds pretty awesome. Chun-Li nodded slightly and looked at the new opponent on the mountain. The powerful king also looked at him. The two looked at each other, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in the air. After a while, Chun-Li said to the boulder, Originally, I wanted to invite the people of your clan to a decisive battle today to decide which side would annex which. Now it seems that you still have some internal problems to solve, so I will not disturb you for now. After he finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer and patted Big Bear's head. With Big Bear's reluctant growl, he turned and left. Looking at Chun-Li Yuan's back, Jusher sighed deeply. Compared to him, my strength is nothing. A truly strong person does not need to rely on external forces to improve himself. King Dali and I are just servants of the great, which after all. Chun-Li rode a brown bear and ran among the mountains. At this time, a question bothered him. Great Witch, where did you come from? How could a primitive man use special methods to give another person divine power? Is this the legendary witchcraft, or some other special ability? The stone refused to reveal the whereabouts of the Great Witch. It was probably not realistic for him and the bear to break in and look for him in front of the entire Stone Clan and the mighty clan. Moreover, the Great Wizard is so mysterious. Maybe he himself is also an extremely powerful being. If you rush and rashly and get attacked from both sides, you might end up dead. Things are getting complicated, Chun-Li said helplessly. I thought that as long as I defeated the people of the hostile clan, I could annex this force. But now it seems that the existence of the Great Witch and the newly appointed King of Strength are not easy to deal with. With the current military strength of the Novice tribe, they might fail. It seems that we need to explore further afield to see if we can devour other clans first and expand our manpower. Shenli Pundaratin Warli. The number of people who can participate in the war in the Novice tribe is lower than that in the Strong clan. This can be seen from the last conflict in the woods. The number of opponents who can participate in the battle is obviously more than 50, and that's not all. If they come out in full force, there may be about 70 combat forces. Chun-Li did not return to the tribe directly. It was still early, and he had nothing urgent to do, so he didn't need to rush back so quickly. Open a universal map. At this point, a simple island outline can be seen on the map. At the easternmost part of the map is the bush where the dodo lives, as well as the Novice tribe. At the southernmost end is the original base of the Coconut Grove clan, which is more than 30 kilometers away from the novice tribe, and in the middle is the former site of the Bay clan. The far west is the Giant Mountains, about 40 kilometers away from the east coast. A long mountain range blocks the way to the west, making the map on the other side of the mountains completely shrouded in fog. The farthest point explored in the north is the base of the Dali clan, which is 20 kilometers away from the novice tribe. Of course, between these farthest points, there are some areas that Chun-Li has not visited, and some places on the map are still shrouded in fog. For example, the area west of the Coconut Grove clan. After looking at the map, Chun-Li embarked on a new journey of exploration. As Big Bear moved forward, a new bright area began to extend on the map. Chun-Li was admiring the scenery everywhere as if he was taking a quick tour. From time to time, remember the names of plants and animals that you have never encountered. For example, there is the mandrill monkey with a Peking opera mask and a colorful butt, the tapir pig with half an elephant's trunk, the baobab tree that looks like a bottle, the rafflesia with very large flowers, etc. This island is rich in biological species, and many species that should never meet on Earth can appear together. Chun-Li also saw the mandula that Xiongda had eaten before. It is a white flower that looks beautiful and is harmless to humans and animals. But its toxicity is no less than that of the arrow poison tree. The illuminated area of the map gradually expanded. He had walked more than 10 kilometers north, but I still didn't see the northern coastline. I have never encountered any human figure. But after he climbed over a mountain, a big river suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a freshwater river, about 20 to 30 meters wide, and the water depth was difficult to tell with the naked eye. Although the water is not very turbulent, judging from the turbulent undercurrents underwater, it should not be easy to cross. Roar! Big Bear let out a low growl, somewhat reluctant to move on. Chun-Li jumped off Big Bear's back and looked at the other side of the river. At this time, he was on the top of the mountain and could see very far. But even so, the edge of the land to the north could not be seen. It seemed that the coastline was much farther away than he had thought. According to the elders in the tribe, this island should be very, very large. The area currently lit up on the map only takes me about a day to walk around. It's not that big at all. It seems that the real big map has to go to the other side of the river or to the area west of the Giant Mountains. South of the river, east of the mountains, this area is like a novice village. As long as he annexed the Dali clan, he would dominate the novice map. But on the other side of the river and the mountain, it's another world. Roar! The Big Bear beside him suddenly roared. What's wrong? Chun-Li looked at it puzzled. The Big Bear looked at the other side of the river with his small eyes, stretched his neck, and roared with a hint of anger. Chun-Li followed its gaze. In the woods on the opposite bank, a brown bear that looked similar to Xiongda was fleeing in panic. And behind him, there was a group of humans chasing him. Chapter 084, Red-Haired Man, White Bone Mountain. This, Shenli Gledat. Who is this powerful guy? Looking closely, the brown bear on the other side of the river was even bigger than the Big Bear. However, at this time, there were many stab wounds on his body, and blood was dripping, looking very miserable. The group of primitive people were chasing after them, and the weapons in their hands were very simple, just some sharp sticks and stones. With equipment like this, can it actually chase an adult brown bear? Isn't that poison again? Chun-Li was a little puzzled. The primitive people on the opposite side didn't look particularly strong and were no different from the members of the novice tribe. The only characteristic thing about him is that his hair is dark red, which makes him look a bit like a foreigner. Under the watchful eyes of him and Big Bear, the group of red-haired primitives quickly caught up with the injured brown bear. A group of 6 or 7 people attacked at the same time. Some smashed the head, some poked the buttocks, and some hit the stomach with a clear division of labor. In less than 2 minutes, the brown bear was knocked to the ground and lost its resistance. Then a strong red-haired primitive man picked up a large smooth stone by the river and smashed it hard on the brown bear's head. It directly smashed the brown bear's head. Success! We finally killed it. Too strong. Simply invincible. Ha ha! Across the river, there was a burst of hearty laughter. It seemed that this was their first time attacking a ferocious beast like a brown bear, and they felt very proud that they were successful. On this side, when Big Bear saw his own kind being slaughtered by humans, he roared in anger. Roar! A loud roar shook the mountains and forests. Xiongda, don't be impulsive. Chun-Li quickly held it down. It's not that I'm afraid that Big Bear will provoke the red-haired guy on the opposite side, but I'm mainly worried that this guy will get angry and rush over and accidentally fall into the river and drown. Following Big Bear's roar, the red-haired primitive people on the other side of the river were startled and looked over. When they saw another brown bear appear, they were nervous at first. Then they soon discovered that there was a river between Big Bear and them, and they felt relieved. Several people were talking in low voices. They were too far away, and Chun-Li couldn't hear what they were saying at all. He only saw that group of people relying on the big river to block the way, completely unafraid of the threat posed by the big bear, and also ignored him, a human who was staying with the bear. Right in front of them, they worked together to drag the huge brown bear up and slowly return in the direction they came from. Before moving the brown bear, a red-haired hunter made a downward gesture towards this side. This is a naked provocation. Chun-Li was a little unhappy. These red-haired humans are really arrogant. If there hadn't been a big river blocking the way, he would have rushed forward with Big Xiong to teach them a lesson and let them remember who is the boss. Pity. Forget it. I'll teach them a lesson next time I have the chance. Chun-Li curled his lips and said unhappily, "Oomph." Big Bear responded sullenly, indicating that he not only wanted to teach the boy a lesson, but also to avenge his own kind. Let's go upstream and see if there are any other humans. Chun-Li patted the bear's head and said, "The shadow of the coastline can be vaguely seen downstream of the river, not too far from the sea. If you go upstream, there will be more places to explore." Chun-Li was not in a hurry to cross the river. After all, he had already seen the red-haired primitive man, which meant that there must be at least one clan on the other side. Now we can look carefully on this side of the river to see if there are any other humans besides the Dolly clan. If not, consider developing in the opposite direction. As he continued to wander in the forest with Big Bear. Speaking of which, the human population density on this pristine island is a bit low. On average, there are less than 0.3 people per square kilometer of land. You can imagine how difficult it is to find humans in such a place. Chun-Li walked upstream for more than 2 hours and opened up a new area on the foggy map. Gradually, the terrain became steeper and steeper, and a towering mountain lay before him. The source of the Great River is the Giant Mountains. The Giant Mountains are like a high wall, blocking those who want to go west. The river pours out from the steep cliffs of the mountains, with the water rushing like a white dragon, flowing eastward. Once you get here, there are natural dangers of waterfalls to the north and towering mountains to the west, and you can't go anywhere. If you go south, after walking for a while, you will reach the bushes where Raimi is collected and return to a familiar place. It's quite difficult to get out of this novice village. Chun-Li looked at the mountains and rivers in front of him and sighed helplessly. Big Bear didn't understand what he said. He just looked at the mountains with a bit of fear on his face. Obviously, he also knew that there was a terrifying giant living in the mountain. Chun-Li looked at the mountain and thought, giants are such terrifying creatures. There should be very few of them. Otherwise, the ecosystem will definitely collapse. The mountain range is so big, it is impossible for giants to be everywhere. If I take the risk and climb up, maybe I will have a chance to see the scenery on the other side of the mountain. But ideas are just ideas, and he has no plans to do so for the time being. Firstly, it was already getting late. If we went up the mountain at this time, we would have to spend the night in the Giant Mountains, which was too dangerous. Secondly, he didn't know the situation in the Giant Mountains, and everything inside was unknown. If you rashly rush in and find that there are things on a mountain that are more terrifying than giants, you will not be able to escape even if you want to. The road to exploring the map is still long, so let's stop here today. Big Bear, let's go home. Chun-Li gave up the plan to continue lighting up the map, jumped onto Big Bear's back, and went back towards the tribe. When I came here, I walked and looked around at a slow pace. It will be quick when we go back. Big Bear probably missed his 2 babies, so he started running along the way, his speed comparable to that of the scooter. Passing through the dense forest, the man and the bear moved forward in a straight line without restraint. I thought there would be no accidents on the road. Unexpectedly, when they passed a barren mountain, they heard the screams of wild beasts. Ha! That was the sound of a monkey, very clear and screaming miserably. Chun-Li pricked up his ears and looked in the direction where the sound came from. As a result, the monkey didn't see it, but saw a very terrifying scene. I saw that the foot of the desolate mountain not far away was covered with white bones. Each of the bones was a complete beast skeleton without a single break, and it didn't look like they had been killed by a large beast at all. With Chun-Li's eyesight, he could see that most of them were the remains of primates, such as monkeys, gorillas, etc. There are even 1 or 2 larger skeletons among them, which are exactly the same as those of humans. Damn, what the hell is this place? Why did so many people and animals die? Chun-Li was shocked. A faint feeling of fear involuntarily emerged from the bottom of my heart. Do you want to go over and take a look? He said, not sure whether he was asking himself or Big Bear. Xiongda didn't understand what Chun-Li was saying and didn't know that he was hesitating. Seeing that he was staring at the barren mountain with great interest, I turned around and ran over. Chapter 085. Almost died. Hey, you big stupid bear. Are you trying to kill yourself? There's so many skeletons on the bare mountain ahead. It doesn't look like a good place at first glance. If you run up rashly and happen to run into something weird and get killed on the spot, wouldn't that be a huge loss? As the saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. It's better not to get too close to such a haunted place. He grabbed Big Bear's head, just in time, and twisted it hard like controlling the steering wheel in a car, forcing Big Bear to turn from heading towards the bare mountain back to its original direction. But Big Bear was not happy. He snorted, turned his head back, and trotted towards the barren mountain. The car has its own mind. It won't let you drive it. Shenli. The big truck bear ran forward happily, as if he was temporarily blind and couldn't see the pile of bones at the foot of the barren mountain. Chun-Li began to wonder if this guy had road rage. Run slower, run slower. If you run so fast, if a giant jumps out of the mountain, you won't be able to turn around in time, he said, pulling Big Bear's little ear. Only then did Big Bear obey and slowed down his pace slightly. After a while, the man and the bear arrived near the barren mountain. The closer you get, the more you can see the horror of this barren mountain. There is no sign of life on the entire mountain, let alone animals. Not even a piece of moss could be found. There are always small amounts of vegetation near volcanoes, but there is none at all here. It's really weird. This island has an extremely strong vitality, with dense jungles and huge wild beasts everywhere. But this mountain alone is as desolate as hell. Big Bear reached the foot of the mountain, looked at the corpses around him, and continued walking forward. Chun-Li was not as confident as it was, and was alert to the surrounding situation all the time. He found that in addition to primates and humans, there were also some bones left by wild animals. But the skeletons of primates and humans are complete, with very few breaks. The bones of the wild animals were scattered on the ground in pieces, with very few intact parts. It's really weird. Seeing this scene, the fear in Chun-Li's heart grew again, although the human remains were intact. But in the end, he was still dead. You can't be fearless just because you can leave an intact body after death, right? A gust of wind blew up from the mountain. In Chun-Li's opinion, it felt like a cold wind was blowing. Big Bear was still running up the mountain, without any sense of crisis. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a strange noise came from the mountain ahead. The sound is a bit like a bee vibrating its wings, not very loud, but very unique. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a group of flying insects dancing in the air dozens of meters ahead. There were so many of them that I could see a layer of shadow from a long distance away, covering the scenery behind like a piece of cloth. What is that? Insect? A question popped up in Chun-Li's mind. Suddenly, several images flashed through his mind at the same time. Flying insects. The bare mountains. The ground is full of bones. Could it be that? What the hell? A horrible thought popped up in my mind. Chun-Li let out a strange cry and showed a rare look of panic. Run. Stupid bear, run. He quickly hugged Xiongda's head and roared. At the same time, he twisted the steering wheel hard, no longer giving the big truck a chance to move freely, and forced Big Bear to run down the mountain. At this time, the swarm of insects in front also discovered them and flew towards them under the leadership of the leader. At first, Big Bear was a little unhappy and roared in protest. But when the black swarm of insects flew over, the memory of being stung while stealing honey came to mind, and it finally became a little scared. So he obediently quickened his pace and fled down the mountain. The swarm of insects behind them chased after them at a rapid speed, like bees whose hive had been pierced, hunting down the enemy who had destroyed their nest. The black swarm of insects looked like a dark cloud falling to the ground, and no one knew how many there were. There were at least tens of thousands. The buzzing sound became louder and more disturbing as the distance got closer. Affected by the sound, Chun-Li and Xiongda both felt a little anxious. How could there be such a monster on the island? This is too outrageous. Chun-Li's scalp tingled and he was panicked. From a distance, they looked like a swarm of insects like a dark cloud, but up close, they were actually monster insects as tiny as bees with sharp mouthparts. Run, run. You're doomed if you're caught. He patted Xiongda's back, urging him to speed up. In a panic, Chun-Li even wanted to jump off the bear's back and run away. At this moment, he already understood the origin of the pile of bones at the foot of the bear mountain. There is no doubt that it was done by those flying insects. As the saying goes, where locusts pass, no grass grows. These locusts are carnivorous. Once they catch up with you, even your intestines and stomach will be eaten up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of the insect swarm was getting closer and closer, and Chun-Li became more and more anxious. Flying insects are obviously faster than big bears, and flying animals can ignore the terrain and chase in a straight line. Under this double disadvantage, he and Xiongda will soon be caught up. I won't die here, will I? Chun-Li felt extremely desperate. Roar! Big Bear's desire to survive was also aroused. He drove at an unprecedented speed, ramming the truck recklessly, and his road rage broke out completely. Soon, they broke through the pile of bones at the foot of the mountain and rushed out of the bear mountain. And the swarm of insects is about to bite the bear's butt. But when Big Bear was 20 meters away from the pile of bones, he stopped strangely. They won't chase us anymore. Such a large group of flying insects actually slowed down from a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour to a stop in an instant. This emergency brake. The control is so strong that it is amazing. However, no one came to appreciate this scene at this time. Big Bear ran several hundred meters in one breath and stopped only when he could no longer hear the buzzing sound. Chun-Li took the time to look back and was greatly relieved to see that the swarm of insects had not caught up with him. Fortunately, the range of social insects is limited, otherwise today would be over. In just 1 minute, his mood fluctuated faster than ever before. It can only be compared to the time when I encountered the saber-toothed tiger when I first came here. The swarm of insects gave him the feeling that they were no less than giants. They were both extremely dangerous creatures, much more terrifying than saber-toothed tigers. No matter how high his attributes are, once he is entangled, he will definitely die. Let's go home quickly. The feeling of surviving a disaster made him feel a little scared. He patted the bear's head and said tiredly. Although all the credit for this escape went to Xiongda, he also took on the main worrying work, which was very tiring. The naive Big Bear grunted and started running obediently. At this moment, a tiny buzzing sound suddenly appeared in their ears without warning. Could it be that the swarm of insects is following us? Chun-Li was startled and subconsciously wanted to shout, "Big Bear, run!" However, when he looked back, he only saw a flying insect following him. One? Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows. He immediately said, "Xiongda, stop." Chapter 086. This wave of blood loss. A swarm of flying insects could scare him away, but just one? Oh, if he doesn't seize this great opportunity for revenge, is he still called Chun-Li? After shouting to stop Big Bear, he glanced at the barren mountain behind him. Make sure the swarm of insects has not caught up. There is only a lone flying insect. I feel very calm. Bear, let's join forces to kill this little bug. He patted the bear's head and jumped off the bear. The reason why he asked Big Bear for help was not because he felt he couldn't beat the little bug. It's mainly to modify the atmosphere. This is the only way to show how seriously you take this battle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The lone flying insect was following them only a few meters away, and when they stopped, it came right up to them. Flying insects have no intelligence and act entirely on instinct. Seeing the target right in front of him, he pounced on it without caring whether his companions were around or not. Its target is Chun-Li. With a flap of its wings, the flying insect landed on the exposed skin near Chun-Li's neck and bit him directly. Oh my god! Chun-Li was bitten by a dog and screamed in pain on the spot. He didn't expect the insect to be so agile. It rushed towards him at such a fast speed at close range that he didn't even have time to react before it was bitten. The pain forced him to subconsciously slap the place on his neck where he was bitten. With a pop sound, the flying insect was instantly flattened by his big hand, and a ball of blood burst out. This had hurt so much. Is this bug poisonous? Chun-Li was a little worried and looked at the flying insect he had slapped to death. This is an insect with multiple pairs of wings. It is slightly smaller than a wasp. Its overall color is dark red, and it looks black if you don't look closely. It has a layer of exoskeleton on its body surface, which is very hard. If Chun-Li wasn't very strong, he probably wouldn't be able to kill it with just one slap. But strangely, this time, Chun-Li was unable to read the origin of the flying insect. This species is not included in the biological knowledge of the basic survival manual. In other words, This is an advanced species. What the hell is this? Chun-Li was confused for a moment. He was basically certain that the corpses at the foot of the barren mountain were all killed by these flying insects. But he didn't know where this flying insect came from or why it preferred to attack primates. Is it because primates and humans are easier to bully? An unrecognizable advanced species created an extremely dangerous, desolate mountain. Why does this situation sound a bit like one of the unsolved mysteries of the world? Shit, I wanted to kill one to find out more information, but I didn't expect that I couldn't find anything. Chun-Li cursed and felt very depressed. This wave is a complete loss. Not only was there no information about the flying insect, but he also got bitten for nothing. There were waves of pain in my neck and blood flowed, staining my clothes red. Flying insects are not like bees that sting once and then be done with it. The bite just now directly bit off a small piece of skin on Chun-Li's neck, which was the behavior of a true carnivore. If there were a few more of them, even if he wasn't bitten to death, they would easily disfigure him. To prevent the wound from getting infected, he took out some Yunnan Baiyao and applied it on himself. Then he called Big Bear and returned to the novice tribe. Before leaving, he decided, next time I come here, I must prepare full body armor and some equipment to kill locusts, so I can kill them all in one fell swoop. The previous attack was to avenge the being chased, and now a new revenge has been made for being bitten. Since there is a grudge, it must be taken. If you don't report it, you are not a human being. Roar. The bear roared, as if agreeing with Chun-Li's thoughts. The man and the bear walked through the dense forest and did not return to the tribe until it was almost dark. The novice tribe at dusk exudes a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. Smoke rose up from the kitchen, and meat soup was cooking in a large iron pot. The children were chasing and playing, and from time to time they ran over to see if the food in the pot was cooked, their mouths watering with greed. The women in charge of cooking would occasionally look towards the seaside, where the men were carrying freshly dried sea salt home. The men who were carrying salt looked at the women who were weaving clothes, hoping to get a pair of shirts for themselves as soon as possible. By the stream, someone was watering the newly planted wild vegetables. In the grass, a trainer was helping 2 jackals poop. Next to the pig pen, someone was feeding a little wild boar, and the humming sound was full of joy. The old people gathered together to chat. Xiong-er and Xiong-san were fighting and rolling around carefree. Well, the name Bald Chong was not intuitive enough, so he was renamed Xiong-san. Although it is just a small tribe, the total population is only about 100. But these ordinary scenes in life, against the backdrop of the setting sun, become like rare beauties. Chun-Li, who was originally in a depressed mood, was quickly affected by this atmosphere after returning to the tribe. The slight uneasiness deep in my heart also subsided. Unconsciously, this small tribe has already begun to feel a bit like home. Look, the king is back. I don't know who shouted. The guards who had finished their work immediately came overexcitedly. My lord, when are we going to fight? Have the people of the Stone Clan accepted the challenge? I can't wait to have a big fight with them. A group of people asked at once, each one more enthusiastic about the battle than the other. Chun-Li pressed his hands and said with a complicated mood, this is a long story. The giant Stone Clan is no longer called a clan now. It has been renamed the Power Clan. As he spoke, he recounted what had happened to him in the Stone Clan today. Of course, it also includes the newly appointed Strong King and the Great Wizard, the cheating person who has never appeared. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Such a secret is hidden in the Stone Clan. I've heard that the Stone Clan has a terrifying Great Wizard, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Even the Stone King was pushed out by him. No wonder I can't beat the Boulder King. It turns out he's cheating. Hey, wait, what does cheating mean? The happiest one is, of course, Blackstone. Originally, he was unilaterally abused by the Stone King, which dealt a severe blow to his heart, and his self-confidence was no longer as high as before. After hearing Chun-Li's explanation, the lost confidence immediately returned to his body, and he even felt like swelling up. Fortunately, Chun-Li changed the subject in time and hit him again. After leaving the Dali clan, I went to the north and met a few people. They killed an adult brown bear with their own strength. They were very brave. Blackstone, the second most powerful man in the tribe, looked at Xiong-de, who was standing next to Chun-Li, then looked at himself and lowered his head in shame. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When can I become the synonym of a macho man again? Seeing this, Chun-Li smiled and did not continue to attack him. Instead, he walked towards the group of old people who were chatting. He was very interested in the flying insects in the barren mountains. Perhaps the elders in the tribe could give him some useful information. Chapter 087. The previous appearance of the barren mountain. Chun-Li walked towards the old people who were chatting. Shirgu and others followed behind. So, my king, what does the Dalai clan mean now? Should we still fight with them? Someone asked. Chun-Li replied, they still have some internal problems that have not been resolved, so I don't think they will fight in the short term. You should continue to train and be fully prepared, so that you don't lose your life when you are unable to defeat them. Then he said no more. The Dalai clan is a tough nut to crack. Before he figured out the details of the Great Witch, he actually didn't want the two sides to fight. What they are afraid of is that the Great Wizard will be able to mass-produce powerful men like the Stone King and the Strong King to slaughter their friends. However, there is no point in expressing this worry. Shirgu and others cannot help much, and speaking out about it may easily cause unnecessary panic. So he decided to investigate it slowly on his own. For now, let's see if anyone in the tribe knows about the Barren Mountain. Laoya, Laogua, what are you talking about? Coming in front of the elderly tribesman, Chun-Li asked with a smile. There are 6 elders in the tribe, all of whom are in their 30s or even 40s. They have basically lost their labor force and can only do simple chores on weekdays. At this moment, they were looking at the children not far away, chatting and laughing. Seeing Chun-Li coming over, he immediately replied, My king, we are talking about the child's coming of age. The child is an adult? Chun-Li asked in surprise. Aren't the children in the tribe still young? Who is going to become an adult? The oldest one, Laogua, said, Damao and Xiaoji have already learned how to use weapons, and they are very strong. They can participate in hunting activities. Big Mao and Lil Ji. Chun-Li looked at the group of children. Both of them are boys. Damao is taller, about 1.4 meters tall, and looks to be about 11 or 12 years old. The little one is rather thin, only about 1.3 meters tall, and no older than 12 years old. These 2 children are actually considered adults? This isn't it too early? Chun-Li said. He doesn't really understand the traditions of primitive people. But seeing 2 such young children joining the guard team and training and hunting with the others, I felt somewhat reluctant. The child is too young. It is too dangerous to let such a young child follow me out to fight. But Laogua said, My king, according to custom, when children have the ability to hunt, they can no longer live with their mothers. The clan will no longer share food with them, and they must get it themselves. However, Chun-Li didn't feel comfortable continuing to refuse. Although he is the leader, he cannot interfere too much when it comes to primitive people's traditions. There are only 3 ways for primitive people to obtain food: men hunting, gathering wild fruits, and catching small animals. Both men and women need to do their best to get more food. The distribution of food is naturally based on the strength of the labor force. Those who work more eat more, and those who work less eat less. Women who take care of children will receive a certain amount of care, but this care will be lost when the children grow up. If children are unable to obtain food on their own, their mothers will not be able to feed them, and they will eventually be abandoned. So the issue of adulthood is not actually about whether a child has the qualities of an adult. It depends on whether others are willing to continue to support him for free. Chun-Li established a tribe, which strengthened the gregarious nature of human beings. The distribution of food became a bit like a welfare system and was no longer so strict. But this is only to make everyone live a good life, not to give everyone a reason to be lazy and not work. In this era, people didn't go to school, and by the time they were in their early teens, they had to focus all their energy on learning how to hunt. This is primitive society. Okay, I'll leave those matters to you, said Chun-Li. Although he was a little reluctant to let a teenage boy become a warrior who shed blood and sweat, he also didn't want to destroy the primitive people's life principles. Seeing Chun-Li nod, Lao Gui said, Then we will hold a coming-of-age ceremony for Damao and Xiaoji tomorrow morning. My king, according to custom, you need to prepare a weapon for them as a hunting tool. The elders declare them adults, and then they take over weapons from strongest. This is the primitive people's sense of ritual. It has a bit of a flavor of passing on the torch. Okay, leave it to me. Chun-Li agreed without hesitation. Then he changed the subject and said, By the way, I have a question I would like to ask you elders. Oh, what's the problem? Please speak, your majesty. The old people did not dare to be negligent and immediately said seriously. It's like this. Chun-Li told the story of the Barren Mountain. The focus is on primate skeletons and flying insects. Then he asked, Have you heard any information about that Barren Mountain or know anything about it? Laogua, Laoya, and others were all confused when they heard this. My lord, Are you telling the truth? Is there really such a dangerous place? Several old men were very puzzled, as if they had never heard of a barren mountain. A bald old man nearby said, "Why do I feel like you were joking, my king? I think I've been to the place you mentioned when I was young. There are many fruit trees and a lot of vicious monkeys nearby, but it's not desolate at all, and there are no man-eating flying insects. Hey, have you been there?" Chunli became excited when he heard it. The bald old man is called Lao Wang. He used to be a clan leader and was very brave. Now that he is old, his fighting ability is not as good as before, but his rich experience still makes many children and women who don't often go out to find food happy to listen to his stories. Lao Wang explained, "Yes, I have been there many times. At that time, Blackstone was still a miner, and I often went hunting in the mountains with the warriors. The mountain you mentioned, my king, we call it Monkey Mountain, is the best place to collect wild fruits. When we can't hunt prey, we go there to pick some wild fruits to satisfy our hunger. Later, when I got older, my clan moved to the seaside. Because it was far from Monkey Mountain, no one went there to pick wild fruits anymore." Chunli frowned. If the Monkey Mountain that Lao Wang mentioned is the same place as the barren mountain he has been to, then doesn't it mean that the barrenness of that mountain and the pile of white bones at the foot of the mountain were all formed within the last 10 years? What kind of power is needed to wipe out the life of an entire mountain in such a short period of time? Could it be those flying insects who did it? What about the others? Does anyone know why Monkey Mountain has become like this? Chunli asked again. "We don't know either." Everyone shook their heads. The barren mountains are quite far away, and the 3 clans in the tribe rarely go there to hunt. Chunli sighed. "Forget it. It seems I still have to find a way to solve the puzzle myself." Lao wanted to give him some useful information. At least that group of flying insects should not be special feeders of primates. It just happens that there are more monkeys on that mountain. I'll get some equipment to deal with flying insects in the next few days, and then go to the barren mountains to investigate. Chunli made up his mind secretly. The Dali clan is currently in the stage of power transition and should not have the time to declare war on other countries. He can take this opportunity to explore more. It would be awesome if there was a way to tame those flying insects. Chapter 088 Gifts for 2 Children. After dinner, Chunli returned to the house and began to think hard about how to deal with the flying insects. The first thing that came to his mind was a fly net. He simply pulled a large net to cover all the flying insects. But when he thought about the powerful mouth parts of flying insects, which could bite off a piece of his flesh in an instant, an ordinary twine net would probably not last more than a few seconds. Then I thought of rattan armor. Use hard vines to protect yourself from being bitten by flying insects. But, not to mention whether the density of the vine armor can protect myself. Even if it can, what's the use? What he wanted to know was the specific information of the flying insects, and whether they could be subdued, not to wander among the insect swarms. After thinking it over and over again, Chunli still couldn't find a suitable solution. There are too many technological limitations. Without high-tech equipment, it is too difficult to deal with thousands of flying insects. There's a way to kill flying insects, and that is to use fire. Flying insects cannot leave the barren mountains, so as long as you prepare fuel in advance, attract them, and then light a fire, you can burn them to pieces. However, there are risks in doing so. If the flying insects are angered and fly out of the barren mountain like the one that was shot to death before, it will still be a great threat. As for the restriction that flying insects cannot leave the barren mountain, Chunli was able to guess some of the reasons after some speculation. Flying insects should be similar to bees, with a queen bee as their leader. The queen bee is the king bee. Generally speaking, the activities of a bee colony will not stray too far from the nest. Otherwise, without the guidance of the queen bee's pheromones, it will become a lonely and aimless solitary bee and then slowly die. Therefore, if we can find a nest of flying insects, destroy the nest, and the king of flying insects and the princesses living in it, we can also achieve the effect of eliminating the insect swarm. This is also an alternative plan. What if one day the swarm of insects migrated, left the barren mountains, and ran to a place closer to the tribe, posing a threat to humans? He would destroy this swarm of insects without hesitation. Of course, this doesn't necessarily happen. That swarm of insects and the factor causing the extinction of plants on the barren hill are like a puzzle. What Chunli wanted to do was not to solve this problem, but to solve it. Chunli was not anxious, as he could not find a solution right away. Anyway, there is still plenty of time. He is a farming and development player, not a player who kills monsters and levels up. If it doesn't work today, try tomorrow. If it doesn't work tomorrow, try next year. At worst, you can just take it into the coffin. It's no big deal. Let's think about the weapons we should give to Mao and Xiao Ji tomorrow. Chun-Li took a breath and changed the question to think about. Tomorrow, Mao and Xiao Ji will become adults. He had just asked the mother of the two children and learned that the two children were both 12 years old and had just grown old enough to hold weapons. Open the tech mall and take a look. He now has 105 technology points and can choose one of the two identified heritage stereotypes, level 1 farming and level 1 mathematics. If you make 5 more small inventions, you can exchange them for an uncertified level 1 inheritance stereotype and have it authenticated. However, right now everyone in the tribe has a lot of things to do, so there is no rush to pass on new knowledge to them. After all, this is the first time I've witnessed a coming-of-age ceremony since I became the leader. It would be unreasonable not to give me something nice. A bronze knife costs 20 technology points. If I exchange 2 for the 2 children, I will still have 65 points left. If I work hard and make the musical instruments and traps I thought of before, I should be able to make up for it. Chun-Li thought to himself, technology points have to be used anyway, so it is unrealistic to save up 500 points to exchange for the furnace set. Besides, even if he doesn't redeem it, the system will reward him with a set of smelting equipment after completing the expansion task, and the effect should be the same. Just give him a bronze knife, be generous. Chun-Li made the decision. He had no powerful weapons at hand. I need to use the axe myself, so I can't give it away. The child's mother can make the polished bone knife and bone spear by herself, so there is no need for him, the king, to reward her. So the bronze knife is the most practical. Exchange for 2 bronze knives. Chun-Li gave instructions to the system. Ding exchange successful. You got 2 bronze knives. The system's answer was decisive and straightforward, without even giving him a chance to confirm again. The technology points suddenly shrank by 40 points, and 2 more copper knife icons appeared in the warehouse. The knife is an item that cannot be stacked, and the 2 icons take up 2 grids. Take out the bronze knife. Chun-Li muttered to himself again. The 2 icons in the warehouse disappeared immediately. His hands sank, and 2 bronze knives appeared in his hands. The bronze knife is not blue in color, but yellow with red. Only after they are buried in the ground and corroded and oxidized for thousands of years will they turn into bronze. What a fine knife. The moment he saw the bronze knife, Chun-Li wanted to keep it for himself. Judging from style, these 2 knives are rather simple and similar in shape to swords, but only have a sharp blade on one side. The total length of the blade is about 70 centimeters, of which 18 centimeters is the handle and the rest is the blade. The blade is broad and sharp, with a cutting edge of about 2 centimeters. The rest of the blade is engraved with a diamond mesh pattern in a darker color. It looks like the sword of Gojian, king of Yu, and looks quite cool. This should be the pinnacle product of the bronze civilization. Not to mention the value of craftsmanship. Its practicality alone is not much inferior to ironware. But the 2 knives look exactly the same. How can I tell which one belongs to which? Chun-Li suddenly thought. For hunters in primitive times, a good weapon was as important as a wife. My wife looks exactly like someone else's wife. What if I sleep with the wrong one? This is a problem and must be taken seriously. Chun-Li thought about it, pondered it carefully, and finally decided. It seems that I will have to carve a word on them myself. Engraving requires a carving knife. The carving knives in the tribe are all made of bone, and they cannot carve hard copper alloys. So we can only use the Pangu axe, the most prestigious weapon in the world. Chun-Li picked up the axe, placed the bronze knife on the ground, and used the edge of the axe blade to carefully carve on the side of the blade near the handle. The axe is too big, so it is unrealistic to use it as a pen to write, so I can only carve a simple word to distinguish it. He rubbed the axe blade back and forth, and with a sound that made people's teeth ache, he gradually left a simple word on the first knife. Half an hour later, a system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Ding, you have successfully created characters and gained 10 technology points. Chun-Li's mouth twitched. As expected, engraving also pays off. He picked up the bronze knife and held it before him. The crooked Chinese character, da, on the blade looks like the work of a famous artist. Let's get on with the second one. Chun-Li chuckled, picked up another knife, and continued rubbing it with the axe. Chapter 089. A strong tribe is made up of strong youth. The next morning, the people of the novice tribe woke up to the beeping of the dodo. Are the fried eggs good? Chun-Li touched the head of the big-headed boy next to him and asked with a smile. The big-headed boy nodded. Delicious. There was a thinner boy next to him, who sensibly shared the fried egg in his bowl with Chun-Li and said, "My king, you should eat more. You are the most powerful warrior in our tribe, and everyone needs you to protect us." "I'm full." Chun-Li did not accept the little boy's kindness, but instead shared his untouched fried eggs with the two of them. He said, "Eat this. After this meal, you will have to get food with your own hands. Eat more so that you will have the strength to learn how to hunt." These two children are Damao and Xiaoji, who are going to hold their coming-of-age ceremony today. Damao touched his big head and said happily, "Really? King, can we go hunting with you? That's great." Xiaoji was also very excited. "That's great. We are finally adults. I'm going to tell my mother the good news." He put down the bowl and ran away without even bothering to eat. Seeing this, Chun-Li shook his head helplessly and chuckled. Children do not understand the hardships of adults and think hunting is a fun thing. Little do people know that the jungle is actually very dangerous. Whether it is wild beasts, poisonous insects, or even grass or trees, they can take the hunter's life. The best hunters often die in the process of hunting. Adults all understand this truth, only children don't. However, Chun-Li did not preach to the two children. People grow up day by day, and the truth only becomes truth after they have experienced it themselves. It is just useless to instill future concepts into them in advance. "Lao Lao Wang, let's get started." Chun-Li stood up and shouted to the two most senior elders in the tribe. "Yes, my king." Lao Gua agreed and began to instruct the young people to gather together. In just about 10 minutes, the 89 primitive people of the tribe, as well as the modern man Chun-Li, all arrived at the open space in front of the wooden house. The three bears also came over with great interest. Bald old Wang and skinny old Guo walked in front of the crowd together, holding Damao and Xiaoji's hands respectively. The mother of two children also followed and walked to the front of the crowd. Lao Gua said, "These two children from our tribe, Damao and Xiaoji, have grown up and have the power to use weapons. In the future, the two of them will become part of the guard team and participate in training and hunting. We all have to thank Song Song, the mother of Damao, and Yi Zi, the mother of Xiaoji. It is them who have provided new fighting power for our tribe. Now, please ask our human king to give the two children their first weapons and give them a formal name." Primitive people had no habit of talking nonsense, so they went straight to the point and announced that the two children had become adults. As Lao Gua's voice fell, everyone shouted excitedly. The boys coming of age means the tribe's strength has increased. Even though they were just two new recruits, it was already a huge number for a tribe with a total population of less than 100. The same applies to girls when they reach adulthood, and its importance is even higher. Amid the shouts of the crowd, Chun-Li walked forward. In his hand, he was holding a weapon that he was going to give to the child, which was covered tightly with sackcloth. Everyone looked at him curiously, their eyes fixed on the thing wrapped in sackcloth. Chun-Li is the most powerful leader they have ever had. No one can match him in terms of both knowledge and martial power. With such a powerful existence, the weapons he uses must be extraordinary, right? "My king, what weapons are you going to give them? It must be a very powerful weapon, right? Hurry up and show it to everyone. We are all so curious." Urging words were heard one after another, and everyone's eagerness was evident. Chun-Li kept everyone in suspense, smiled mysteriously, and said to everyone, "This is my first time to attend a coming-of-age ceremony, so of course it has to be formal." Then, under the anxious gazes of everyone, he walked step by step to the two children. He cleared his throat first. Then he said seriously, "Children, although you are still young, there is no doubt that the future of this world belongs to you. At this moment, I am standing here, symbolizing strength, wisdom, and beauty. But I will grow old. The future of the tribe needs you to protect it. I can create a civilization and build a powerful country. But without you to inherit and carry forward, everything will be just a bubble in the long river of time, fleeting. As the saying goes, if the youth are strong, the tribe will be strong. A strong next generation is more important than a strong current generation. You are the future of the tribe. You are the hope of mankind. So please grow stronger, forge ahead, and live up to your mission." After saying that, he threw away the sackcloth in his hand, revealing the two weapons hidden under it. The sun shines from the east. It shines on the exquisite copper knife, reflecting a dazzling light. The light was somewhat dazzling. Before everyone had fully understood Chun-Li's words and recovered from his speech, they fell into a new state of confusion. This weapon, The warriors of the escort team widened their eyes, and a sour smell began to spread among the crowd. Knife. 2 knives. 2 identical bronze knives. Chun-Li held the back of a knife in each hand and held the handle in front of the 2 children. He said to the 2 men, "From now on, this is your weapon." Thank you, your majesty." There was a hint of joy, hesitation, and curiosity in Damao's eyes as he grasped the handle of the knife. Chun-Li said to him, "This knife has a big character engraved on it, and its name is Dapai. I hope you can use it to cut through all obstacles and become a hero of the tribe." Then let go. Big chop. Looks powerful, oh, so heavy. The copper knife weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds. Damao didn't hold it tightly enough, and it fell down a bit, almost piercing Chun-Li's instep. Fortunately, he kept steady. Chun-Li wiped the sweat from his forehead imperceptibly, continued to maintain a serious attitude, and handed the other knife to Xiaoji. "Thank you, my king. Does this knife have a name?" Xiaoji asked. "Some," Chun-Li replied. "This knife has a word king engraved on it, and it is called King. I hope you can defeat all enemies like a king." The king. "Oh my god, the king is so kind to me." Xiaoji was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He grasped the king's sword, which was a bit heavy for him, and made some weird sword flowers in the air. Chun-Li patted their shoulders and nodded with satisfaction. "We have weapons, too. Now I will give you a formal name. Damao and Xiaoji are both nicknames. According to primitive people's custom, after they grow up and obtain weapons, they will be replaced with formal names. Chun-Li wanted to establish a new naming system to give them surnames. But the current level of civilization is not enough, and I'm afraid that everyone cannot accept it. Therefore, it would be more meaningful to set a precedent with the name first." After thinking about it all night last night, Chun-Li had already thought of a name. He said to Damao, "From now on, your name will be..." Chapter 090. This name is not clear, but impressive. From now on, your name will be Zhu Rong. In one word, it speaks volumes. Chun-Li felt a little proud, waiting for everyone's reaction. When everyone heard the name, they began to whisper to each other. "Zhu Rong, what the hell? What does the name mean? I've never heard of it before. I don't understand it at all. Although I don't understand what the boss is talking about, it must be very powerful. Yes, it must mean something very powerful." Soon, they reached a consensus and agreed that this was a super macho name. Chun-Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although your guess is not quite accurate, Zhu Rong is indeed a very powerful person. He explained simply, Zhu Rong is a god who controls fire. He has extremely powerful strength and is one of the strongest men in the world. I gave Damao this name because I hope he can become a god like Zhu Rong, the god of fire, and become famous through the ages. Of course, this is just superficial talk. In fact, Chun-Li came up with this name after thinking about it all night yesterday. Since it's the first time I'm naming something, I have to come up with something awesome. He himself used the name of the great god Pangu. He plagiarized almost all of the great achievements of the 4 great ancestors of human civilization, namely Yu Chao, Suiren, Shinnong, and Xin Yuan. The only one who was not plagiarized by him was Fuxi. Therefore, he does not intend to let others use the names of these bigwigs. As for other ancestors in human history, it doesn't matter. Like Zhurong, Gonggong, Quafu, Dei, and so on, they would use whoever they liked. As long as these primitive people don't bring disgrace upon the reputation of the big guys, it will be fine. If it's insulting, then change their names. Anyway, he is the boss, and he has the final say. And Xiaoji, I have also thought of a name for you. Your name is Gonggong, the god of water and one of the most powerful gods in the world. I hope you will work hard in the future and not let me down. Chun-Li said to Xiaoji again. The only person who can appear together with Zhurong must be Gonggong. Xiaoji is a kid who loves playing in the water the most, so naming him the water god just fits his personality. Thank you, your majesty, for giving us weapons, and thank you, your majesty, for giving us names. The 2 children were very happy. They kept thanking Chun-Li while holding the bronze knives in their hands. Others also shouted the names of Zhurong and Gonggong to celebrate the 2 children's coming of age. The entire tribe was immersed in a happy atmosphere. After a while, Chun-Li announced, "All right, Zhu Rong and Gonggong have come of age and will be part of the guard from now on. Shirgu, you take them to training, and everyone else can go about their business." "Okay, my king, leave it to me." Shirgu agreed readily, waved to the 2 young hunters who had just reached adulthood, and took them to the training ground. Haishi and others followed closely behind. As a group of people were heading to the training ground, Chun-Li heard someone whisper, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong are so lucky. Both their weapons and names are so special. Another person agreed. Oh yes, it would be nice if I could have a weapon like that. The two swords, Dapi and Wangjia, are both powerful weapons like Pango Axe. I dream of owning one of these weapons. Oh, stop talking, I'm so jealous. The voice gradually faded away, and a group of people looked at Zhurong and Gong Gong with envy. Shenli Smilat. If possible, he also wanted everyone to use top-grade weapons. However, the smelting technology has not yet been developed, and it cannot be realized in a short period of time. As for the problem of an innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure, he is not worried at all. As the leader of the tribe, he still has some prestige. The people in his own tribe would never dare to snatch the weapons he gave away. Otherwise, one person's spit could drown that person. If people from other clans come to grab it, it will be even simpler. Just chop it up and feed it to the bears so that big bear, second bear, and third bear can eat their fill. The crowd dispersed. Everyone had something to do. The Queen of the Bay, who was renamed Shawan, recently issued an instruction to the members of the production team, asking everyone to dig up all the edible wild vegetables near the tribe and plant them in the reclaimed fields. This is actually what Chun-Li meant. Now that you have an iron pot, it's boring to cook meat every day. You must add some vegetables to go with it. Wild vegetables is a relatively general concept. It is generally believed that as long as the herb is edible and not unpalatable, it can be considered a wild vegetable. For example, dandelions, which can often be seen in tribal territories, are a kind of wild vegetable. Chun-Li actually didn't know many wild vegetables himself, so he just asked everyone to dig them up, and he would take a look at them when he had time and use the knowledge provided in the basic survival manual to determine whether they were edible. This incident has been going on for 3 days now, and several kinds of wild vegetables have been planted in the fields. Although uneven, oddly shaped, colorful, and brightly colored, but at least there is a bit of farming atmosphere. Chun-Li took a look at the plants that the production team had dug up last night and identified them. Finally, only 2 varieties were left, fern and shepherd's purse. Then he got a pile of wood and bamboo, and while making some small inventions, he watched the 2 young men, Zhurong and Gong Gong, training. Shurgu is also considered an old hunter with more experience than Blackstone. He knew well the dangers of hunting and that if he was not careful, he could die at the claws of wild beasts. Therefore, the training of Zhurong and Gong Gong was also very serious and harsh, and there was no relaxation just because they had just reached adulthood. Although it is much more backward than modern military training, it is several levels behind in all aspects. But just raising their weapons and swinging them repeatedly to practice attacking moves was enough to make the 2 children exhausted and out of breath. The bronze knife weighs 7 or 8 kilograms, which is heavier than the weapons used by adults. After Zhurong and Gong Gong had only practiced for a few moves, their arms began to tremble and their whole bodies were soaked with sweat. Chun-Li saw it and felt a little bit reluctant, but he didn't stop it. There are very few people in the world who have cheats like him. If humanity wants to rise, it is important to have someone to lead the way. But the most fundamental thing is that a large number of people work hard and do everything they can to open up a new world. As long as we are willing to work hard, even without his guidance, humans will be able to get out of the wilderness and build civilization sooner or later. His existence is just shortening this process. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Chun-Li was immersed in watching the fun and inventing things when he suddenly heard someone calling him. When I turned around, I saw it was the female comrade from the production team, Dada. He ran over in a hurry, and the surface of his linen clothes was rippling. Before he came to Chun-Li, he shouted anxiously, "My lord, it's bad. Sister, Shawan fell into the pit." Chapter 091, Shawan's historic moment. What? Falling into a pit? Chun-Li scratched his head, wanting to laugh, and asked, "What pit is so serious?" It actually made you rush back. The word pit made him subconsciously think of a small earth pit. If he fell into it, the most he would do was to make a fool of himself and get covered in mud. It was no big deal. But Dada's answer made him stop laughing. He was breathing heavily, his chest heaving. He explained a little breathlessly. Yes, it was a dark pit. Very deep. Sister Shawan didn't pay attention and fell in. She was injured and couldn't climb out. "King, please go and save her." The tone was anxious. When Chun-Li heard this, he stood up immediately. "Very deep, so deep that I can't climb out. This is not a pit at all. It's clearly a hole in the ground trap. If he fell down without any preparation, he would probably lose half his life." At that moment, he didn't care about making any little inventions anymore. He just grabbed Dada and left. Where did you fall? Point me in the direction and we'll go over and rescue Shawan right away. At the same time, he shouted to someone not far away. Tiger Fong, come and help quickly. Bring all the straw ropes in the tribe. Shawan is the captain of the production team and is very important to the tribe. If she fell to her death, there would be no woman with strong coordination and leadership abilities to serve as his deputy. Shonda, come here and do the hard labor. Chun-Li shouted again. Big Bear came running over, swinging his big fat butt. Dada was very tired when she came back to report the news, so Chun-Li did not let her walk by herself, but asked Shonda to come and serve as a means of transportation. Dada is a little afraid of Shonda, but with Chun-Li around, he still rode on it obediently. She grabbed a handful of bear hair a little nervously and said, in this direction, go forward, pass through the forest, climb a mountain, and then you'll be able to see it. At the same time, he pointed to the northwest direction of the tribal territory. Walk. Chun-Li set off without saying anything. The tribal security guard Huya and his two younger brothers also hurriedly followed with straw ropes. The northwest area of the tribe was the place Chun-Li had least visited before. The terrain of this area is a transition from woodland to mountainous area. There are trees nearby, and as you get farther away, there are gradually undulating mountains. Shonda and Chun-Li were both very fast, shuttling through the woods. In just a few minutes, they had crossed the forest and reached the mountain. Then we climbed over a medium-sized mountain and went around to the other side. Go down the mountain from this side. Sister, Shawan fell into the pit at the foot of the mountain. Dada pointed out the direction again. Chun-Li said nothing and went down the mountain with Shonda along the route indicated by Dada. Huya and 3 other security guards followed behind, but they couldn't catch up and were exhausted and out of breath. Fortunately, I could see Big Bear's big, so I didn't lose him. Soon, Chun-Li and Shonda arrived at the foot of the mountain. A lush vegetation comes into view. There was fertile land at the foot of the mountain, covered with vines that covered the entire ground, making it difficult to find a place to stand. He pointed in a direction and said, Sister Shawan is over there. Chun-Li looked in the direction where her finger pointed and saw a small dent in the middle of the thick vines, revealing a small hole in the ground. It looks like there's an extra empty space on the lake's surface full of water hyacinths. There were 2 women from the production team guarding the empty space. They were teammates who had worked with Shawan before. Chun-Li understood it all at once. The vines here are so dense that they completely cover the ground. Shawan must have accidentally stepped on a hole covered with vines while looking for wild vegetables, and then fell down. Don't worry, she should be fine. Chun-Li comforted Dada and walked forward. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, 2 female primitives from the production team called out to him, their tone a little timid, fearing that Chun-Li would punish them because of the accident in Shawan. Don't be afraid. This is not your fault. Just step aside and let me see the situation. Chun-Li didn't say much, just asked the 2 to step back. I came to the entrance of the cave and looked down. It was very dark down there. Even in broad daylight, there was only a small amount of light, and Shawan's silhouette could barely be seen. She fell to the ground, curled up, and there were many black and white things around her. The black color seemed to be the stones and soil in the cave. The whole cave was dominated by black, and even yellow soil was rarely seen. The white ones are the bones of wild beasts, which should be left after the wild beasts that fell down before decayed. This cave is really weird. It's so dark, Chun-Li complained in his heart. Your Majesty. Before he could speak, Shawan below had already seen him. Shawan fell heavily and endured the pain and said, My king, my legs seem to be broken, and there is no way to get up. Don't be afraid, I will rescue you. Chun-Li quickly comforted. Shawan used to be a leader, and his fighting skills and courage are no less than those of men. Even though he was seriously injured, he remained calm. This is her most rare quality, and also what Chun-Li likes most about her. Huya, hurry up. Shen Liurja. Here comes the king. The 3 security guards came running over, breathless from exhaustion. Give me the rope. Chun-Li said. Here. Huya hurriedly handed all the ropes he had on him to him. The tribe has recently made a lot of straw ropes, all of which are as thick as a thumb and very tough. Although its quality is much inferior to that of a hemp rope, it can still handle the weight of a person. Chun-Li unrolled the rope and saw that it was about 7 or 8 meters long, which was more than enough. Then he said to Shawan, who was in the dark cave, Shawan, can you still move your hands? Can you tie the rope around yourself? Okay, only the leg is injured. Xiaowan replied, and paused while speaking. It was obvious that the leg injury was quite serious. Okay, then tie it up yourself, and I'll pull you up. Chun-Li let down one end of the straw rope. Xiaowan took one end of the rope, wrapped it around her waist several times, and tied a knot. Then he grabbed the rope with both arms and said, I can do it now, my king, please pull it. Chun-Li received the signal, grabbed one end of the rope, exerted a little force, and pulled her up. Compared with modern people, Xiaowan is still petite and weighs only about 80 kilograms. Chun-Li's strength was incredible. With just a few tugs, he pulled her back to the ground. But he and others were not reassured by this, because when Xiaowan appeared at the entrance of the cave, they saw Xiaowan's bleeding legs. At this time, Xiaowan was covered in black, as if he had fallen into a pile of ashes. There were several scratches on the two slender and muscular legs. The wounds were hideous and bleeding profusely. This was a scratch caused by an animal bone in the cave, and it's considered a relatively minor injury. What was really serious was the moment she fell. Let me see your injury. Chun-Li gently placed Xiaowan on the soft vines and exchanged a hemostatic ointment for the technology mall, intending to stop her bleeding first. It turned out that the scratches on Xiaowan's legs were surrounded by a lot of black dust, which had to be cleaned first. Why are there so many black ashes in this hole? Chun-Li was a little puzzled. Fortunately, there's a water source not far away, so I can wash it directly. He picked up Xiaowan and carried him sideways, then walked towards the freshwater stream next to him. While walking, a pungent smell emanated from Xiaowan's body, rushed into his nasal cavity, and brought an uncomfortable feeling. What's that smell? Shenli Fronat. He and Xiaowan were old acquaintances and knew that she never had any strange smell on her body. This pungent smell is mostly caused by the dirty black dust. Chun-Li stared at the black dirt on Xiaowan's body, and some doubts gradually arose in his mind. Are these dirty things not ashes but coal? Chapter 092 Touch and Rub. A black powder with a pungent smell and a rough feel. These characteristics are indeed somewhat similar to coal. Chun-Li was shocked by this discovery. Raw coal, the most convenient energy source. If there really is raw coal in the cave, then it would be a discovery of great significance for the development of the tribe. In the process of human progress and development, energy plays a very important role. Among the natural energy sources in nature, coal has the lowest threshold. As long as the impurities in the raw coal are washed away, it can be used directly. Even in primitive society with backward technology, without any high-end equipment and tools, coal can be easily used as fuel. Xiaowan, you may make a great contribution this time, Chun-Li said with some joy. Xiaowan's legs were in great pain at this moment, and his brows were furrowed. Hearing this, he asked in confusion, My king, what are you talking about? What great achievement? I'll explain this later. Let's take care of your injuries first. Chun-Li said, whether the thing in the hole is raw coal or not, it can't escape. The most urgent task right now is to relieve Xiaowan's pain. The water source was not far away, and we arrived there in less than a minute. Chun-Li gently placed Xiaowan on the edge of the water, scooped up 2 handfuls of water, and used them to wash her hairy legs. The water is very cool, and it seems particularly refreshing in this early autumn season when the heat is still lingering. The blood around the wound on Xiaowan's leg had begun to coagulate. With the baptism of clean water, some blood scabs and black powder flowed away and fell to the ground along her calves. Chun-Li took a look and saw that the powder did not dissolve with the water, but became more finely divided and accumulated at the foot of the bay. I was suddenly more certain that it was coal dust. After cleaning the wound, he said, It may be a little painful to apply the medicine. Just bear with it. Then he took out the hemostatic ointment and applied it evenly on Xiaowan's wound. The latter didn't say a word the whole time, biting his lips tightly and staring at Chun-Li without blinking. Chun-Li's serious face was reflected in his brown pupils. His expression was a little complicated. After a while, all the hemostatic ointment was applied. Xiaowan loosened her lips, exhaled, and said, The king's medicine is amazing. I feel that the place where I applied it first doesn't hurt so much anymore. Her tense nerves relaxed a lot. Well, the quality of this medicine is very good, and it is very effective for external injuries. Shenli nudda. But his brows did not relax, and his tone changed as he continued. But the muscles and bones you broke in the fall may be a bit difficult to treat. Let me help you check if you have any fractures. If not, it's fine. If so, he didn't say anything else. Fractures are extremely difficult injuries to treat for primitive people. Once they occur, there's a high probability that they will cause paralysis for the rest of their life, and they will be unable to move like normal people. Okay. Xiaowan didn't say much. She relaxed her body and examined Chun-Li. She knew she was seriously injured and couldn't even stand up. But she believed that the great king of humanity could definitely heal this minor injury. Just lie down here, Chun-Li ordered. Gently lay Xiaowan down on the ground. Then he examined her joints one by one. In fact, Chun-Li's medical knowledge is not rich, and it can even be said to be scarce. In this situation, all he could do was try and judge bit by bit. Of course, it is fortunate that there are no signs of fracture in Xiaowan's calf bones. It was probably because of her light weight and good physique. Although she fell hard, she managed to survive with her strong physique. Does her ankle hurt? Chun-Li asked while pinching Xiaowan's left ankle. Xiaowan nodded. A little bit. If it's just a little painful and there's no swelling or dislocation, then it's just an ordinary muscle and bone injury. What about this foot? Chun-Li pinched her right foot again. Xiaowan nodded again. A little bit. How's your knee? His king, be gentle. It hurts here. As soon as his knee joint was touched, Xiaowan cried out in pain. The knee is swollen and bulging. It must be dislocated. Bear with it for a moment. I'll push it back in for you. Chun-Li understood some of the key points, and with a little force, he pushed the dislocated joint back before Xiaowan could react. This made Xiaowan break out in cold sweats due to the pain. She subconsciously kicked Chun-Li and almost kicked him into the water. My king, I didn't mean to. She apologized quickly. Chun-Li waved his hand indifferently and continued to check the next joint. How's it here? It's okay here. It's not serious. What about here? Well, it hurts a little. There's no trace on the surface. It's probably a periosteum injury. You'll be fine after resting for a while. Good. Look at your thigh again. Does it hurt here? It's okay. Here. It hurts. It's probably a ligament compression injury. Let me give you a massage. Yeah. Okowo. At the edge of a small pond, the two people checked each location one by one, very closely. Dada, Huya and others stood not far away and watched. Their originally worried expressions gradually became ambiguous as time passed. Hey, Huya, are you treating Sister Xiaowan's injury? Why is he touching and rubbing the wound? He asked in a loud voice. Huya scratched his head and said, I don't know either. Seeing the king's serious look, he probably has no other intentions. But the place he touched was. Several people were talking in low voices. Xiaowan, who already had a scandal with Chun-Li, further consolidated his position during the process of recovering from his injuries. Half an hour later, Chun-Li finally finished examining Xiaowan. Her injuries were much less serious than expected, with no irreversible bone damage in her eyes. Although there were multiple injuries to the periosteum, ligaments, and joints in her legs and hips, she couldn't even stand up. But this kind of injury can heal itself. As long as you rest more and take some medicinal soup to relax the muscles and promote blood circulation, you'll be back to normal in less than a month. Chun-Li had an open bottle of Yunnan Baiyao on him. There's a small red pill inside, which is a good thing that can save lives. Although it cannot cure Xiaowan's fall, it can stabilize her vitality and has many benefits. Naturally, he took it out without hesitation and let Xiaowan swallow it. Okay, let's go back. After taking care of Xiaowan's injuries, Chun-Li called Xiongda and carried her onto his back. He specifically told Big Bear to walk steadily and not to jump around, and then he led everyone back to the tribe. Xiaowan's lower body was completely unable to move, and he could only lie obediently on the broad bear's back. She tilted her head and looked at Chun-Li sideways, with a blush on her face. However, it is basically invisible under the bronze skin. My lord, that hole is very dangerous. Do you want me to ask some brothers to fill it up? Otherwise, someone will accidentally fall in next time. On the way back, Huya asked Chun-Li. He's been a security captain for many days, but he hasn't done any decent work yet, and he feels a bit guilty about it. I asked this question specifically because I want to show my courtesy and do something within my ability. However, Chun-Li resolutely opposed his idea and replied, No need. That is a treasure hole that Xiaowan dug. I will go back and verify it. If that hole can really produce coal, I would like to dig it bigger. Chapter 093. Miner Chen's first trip to the mine. Coal production? What the hell? No one understood, so they could only make up some nonsense like Your Majesty is right, or Your Majesty is great to get by. It was Xiaowan who heard Chun-Li say, This is a treasure hole that Xiaowan created with 1 foot. She couldn't help feeling embarrassed, and thought that the king was trying to excuse her to cover up her stupid behavior of being so stupid that she didn't even see the hole in the ground and fell down and half-crippled herself. He was so ashamed that he buried his face on the bear's back, too embarrassed to see anyone. The group returned to the tribe. Chun-Li carried Xiao Wan to her room and asked the two female primitives to take turns to take care of her. When the tribesmen heard that Xiao Wan was seriously injured, they all put down what they were doing and came to visit him. Among the novice tribe, she is the most popular one besides Chun-Li, and it is not an exaggeration to call her the second in command. After all, among the dozens of people in the tribe, more than half are from the original Bei clan. Seeing that everyone cares so much about Xiao Wan, Chun-Li is very pleased. So they grab a few volunteers on the spot and ask them to go out hunting and get some bones to make soup to nourish Xiao Wan. I also made use of my expertise of being well-informed and wandered around, looking for some herbs that have the effects of relaxing muscles and tendons, activating blood circulation, replenishing qi, and nourishing the essence, and boiled some medicinal soup. When the medicinal soup was ready, the system popped up a prompt. Ding, you have made a mixed herbal soup. Technology points plus 10. It was directly identified as the invention of an important technology which consumed a lot of his science and technology points and brought them back to 70 points. By the time Xiao Wan finished drinking the medicine and the tribesmen had finished cooking the bone soup, it was already past noon. Chun-Li had a quick lunch, then called the 3 security guards and Tool Bear and went to the place where Xiao Wan fell again. The thing in the hole. Is it coal? If so, how much is the total amount? These are all things he is very curious about. My lord, why do we need to bring pickaxes and shovels? You don't really want to dig that hole bigger, do you? While on the road, Huya asked a question. This time Chun-Li did not come empty-handed. He rushed to save people. He brought a ton of tools. He brought a wooden or stone hoe, a shovel, and a hammer. He also brought a wooden barrel and 2 bundles of straw ropes. This is already the best tool available. The tribe was established only recently, and the primitive people's craftsmanship has not yet improved, so they cannot make better tools. Chun-Li replied, we can't dig it out by ourselves. I just want to verify whether the hole contains what I want. What does the king want? What is it? Huya asked curiously. That thing is called coal. It is a combustible substance that is more durable than wood and burns at a higher temperature. If the reserves are substantial enough, it will play a vital role in the development of the tribe. Chun-Li was not stingy with his knowledge and generously told everyone he knew. Huya and the 2 security guards were confused. Coal? Combustion? Development. There is no understanding of the significance of energy development. Chun-Li patiently explained, the development of our human race is inseparable from fire. Cooking, boiling water, smelting metals, high-end weapons. Everything in every aspect requires the promotion of fire. And the materials for making fire have become extremely important sources of energy. Although wood and charcoal are flammable, their temperatures are usually only a few hundred degrees, which makes it difficult to melt even bronze. Coal is different. The flames from burning coal can reach over 1,000 degrees, which can even melt iron. The things in the cave are undoubtedly raw coal. As long as we mine them out and find metal ores, we can start smelting metals and making advanced tools and weapons. Chun-Li spoke rather briefly. He did not tell Huya and others that the raw coal needed to be screened and purified, nor did he say that smelting metal was a very troublesome task. But even so, terms like energy, temperature, and melting still left the 3 simple-minded primitive people confused. Huya thought about it all day, but couldn't figure out what Chun-Li was talking about. In the end, he could only conclude that he was too stupid and the king was too smart. Soon, the 4 people and the bear arrived at the hole where Xiao Wan fell. Chun-Li distributed hoes, shovels, and other tools to the 3 tiger teeth soldiers and said, first, clear away the vines around the pit and make a clean area. The surrounding ivy plants are too dense, not only blocking the view, but also leaving no space to put things. Okay, my king. The 3 tiger teeth guys didn't hesitate and immediately started digging the ground with their tools. Chun-Li tied some straw ropes together, tied one end to the big bear's hind legs, and put the other end into the hole. Big Bear, just lie here quietly for a while and don't move. He patted the bear's head and said to Big Bear, bears can't understand human speech, but they can read body language. He immediately sat on the ground with a lack of interest, scratching his hind legs from time to time, feeling itchy from the straw rope. After Huya and the other 2 had cleared a space with a diameter of 5 meters, the full picture of the pit finally appeared in front of them. It was previously obscured by vines and could not be seen clearly. Looking at it again now, It turns out that the hole is a naturally formed sinkhole. The diameter of the cave entrance is about 1.3 meters. The surrounding soil layers show signs of collapse, and there are cracks on both sides. This should be the collapse of the hollow area caused by a previous earthquake. And judging by the appearance of those cracks, it is estimated that there is a possibility of secondary collapse. Tiger Fong, give me the shovel and the bucket. I'm going down. You guys stay by the side and don't let Big Bear run around. Chun-Li took the tools he needed and gave instructions at the same time. The cave is not very big and can only accommodate one person. Huya and others knew nothing about coal mines, so he had to do it himself. My king, you have to be careful and don't fall and get hurt. Huya kindly reminded. No. Without saying a word, Chun-Li threw the shovel directly into the hole, held the wooden bucket in one hand and grabbed the straw rope with the other, and slowly slid down from the hole. While sliding down, he gently pushed the side walls of the cave with his feet, and the soil on both sides fell down, which looked quite thrilling. The cave is about 5 meters deep, and it is very dark at the bottom. After descending into the cave, Chun-Li felt as if his eyes were covered by sunglasses, and the surroundings were dark. At the same time, an unpleasant smell came to my nose. The smell is very complex, with the stench of rotting animal carcasses, a pungent smell of gas, and a strange smell emitted by fungi. In a nutshell, it's just 2 words. I want to vomit. As soon as Chun-Li's feet touched the ground, the smell in the cave made his scalp numb. He could not help but say speechlessly, "This smell, if you smell it for too long, you'll probably get gas poisoning." Fortunately, I came quickly in the morning, otherwise Shaowan would have been poisoned to death, even if he didn't fall to his death. The environment in the cave is not good, and it is not suitable to stay there for a long time. I had to do it quickly and climb out. The gas smell is so strong, it must be a coal mine. I just don't know what the quality of this mine is. Let's take a shovel first and see. The bottom of this cave is much wider than the entrance, with a diameter of about 3 meters, so it is not restrictive. There's a layer of soft soil under my feet, or something mixed with animal fur and dirt. With the light cast from the cave entrance, you can see some black coal fragments mixed in it. Chun-Li picked up the shovel and looked at the wall of the cave. The upper part of the cave is soil, and the lower part is black coal. He dug at the wall with a shovel. The shovel encountered a strong resistance. The black raw coal was surprisingly hard. It didn't feel soft like soil, but more like sand and gravel. When the shovel was retracted, a pile of rough black material appeared before his eyes. When I touched it, it felt like stone, but with a little force from your fingers, you can grind it into fine black sand. This purity should be considered relatively high, right? Chun-Li didn't know much about raw coal and didn't know how to distinguish it, but his intuition told him that it definitely wouldn't be too bad. Get a barrel and take it back to the tribe for further study. He thought about it and decided not to stay in the mine for long. He picked up the shovel and dug a few times, shoveling out a pile of black raw coal and put it all into the wooden barrel. Then he prepared to call someone to pull him up. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Ding, you successfully discovered a coal mine. The host's available energy has undergone a qualitative change. In order to adapt to new technological conditions, the system will be upgraded and updated. The update lasts for 24 hours, during which the host will not be able to use the technology mall and warehouse functions. Update started, please wait. Chapter 094, The Fisherman, is online. After the system message was broadcast, everything went quiet. Chun-Li's whole body froze, and he was frozen in an instant. This system, can you upgrade it? And it was because I got the coal mine and the energy upgrade. Doesn't that mean that the upgraded system will become more high-tech? Fuck, that's great. It's only 24 hours. I'll just wait. After he realized what was happening, he burst into laughter. It can be seen from the notification information that this system upgrade is definitely not simple. He accidentally obtained a coal mine, which directly raised the energy level of primitive society by more than 1 level, causing the system to make a wrong judgment and think that his technological level had grown. So in order to adapt to the standards of the new era, we upgraded ourselves. But the problem is the technology Chun-Li has is still at level 1. The ancients mined and used coal in the Iron Age. If the system directly upgrades the service capability to the level of the Iron Age, doesn't that mean he can directly skip 2 levels in exchange for Super Age goodies? Is there anything good about the Iron Age? Have. A lot. The most glorious period of the Iron Age was the period between the end of the Ming Dynasty and the beginning of the Qing Dynasty. At that time, the level of science and technology on Earth was already very high. There were Zhenghe ships sailing to the west, high-quality porcelain produced by the people, a wide variety of textiles, as well as hot weapons such as cannons and muskets. These are all products from the late Iron Age. If we can get these, the future will be unimaginable. A group of primitive people hunting with muskets? Direct artillery bombing in tribal wars? Sailing big ships to colonize everywhere? It's exciting just thinking about it. Chun-Li was excited as he imagined the possibilities after the system upgrade. But soon he realized another problem. That is, not enough technology points. It takes 500 technology points to change the inheritance stereotype of a level 2 civilization. If it reaches level 3 technology, the things in the mall will definitely be more expensive, and he won't be able to afford it all. This is very embarrassing. Oh, I hope the price will be adjusted after the system is upgraded. Chun-Li said expectantly. Upgrading takes time, and he currently has no way of predicting what the system will look like after the upgrade. All I could do is wait quietly. The raw coal has been mined, and the air down there in the mine is really smelly. Chun-Li did not stay long. He called out Hu Ya's name and asked him to let down another rope and pull out the wooden barrel full of raw coal. Then he took the shovel and climbed out of the cave along the straw rope tied to Big Bear. Let's go home. Chun-Li said hello and started his journey home with Xiongda and the 3 security guards. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Ya asked curiously, "My king, what are these black things? They smell weird. Why do you want to bring them back to the tribe?" "This is the coal I told you about before." Chun-Li explained. "These raw coals seem to be of high purity. I will take them back to check whether they are good for burning. If the quality is good, we can mine more in the future. They are much more useful than wood and will not damage the forest environment." He didn't know much about coal mines and didn't have the relevant equipment to test the purity of the raw coal. So we can only take some raw coal samples and light them to see how much coal slag is left at the end. Normally, the less slag there is after burning, the purer the coal is. Is it really that magical? Hu Ya expressed his doubts. For primitive people like them, Chun-Li's description of coal was really a bit ahead of its time. After all, 2 months ago, they were still barbarians who couldn't even make a fire manually, and almost all of their food was raw. They have just learned how to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together not long ago, and now they're given a coal mine. There is no way they can accept it calmly. Chun-Li didn't say much, just said, "You will understand slowly. Improving living standards is a gradual process. It's not impossible to skip a grade occasionally, but it will be a little harder to accept. Such a jump may seem outrageous to outsiders. But if you follow the development along the way, you will find that everything is quite normal. It's like in 2000, when color screen mobile phones were just invented, but just 10 years later, smartphones have become popular all over the country. People who have been using mobile phones will not find it outrageous. They will only be happy that mobile phones are becoming more and more user-friendly. So, some things don't need to be explained to everyone at all. Once they have been exposed to it and felt the benefits of progress, they will naturally accept it. Soon, Chun-Li and his party returned to the tribe. The members of the tribe are all busy with their own things. The guards were not there. They needed to go out hunting in the afternoon, otherwise, with so many people, no amount of beef jerky would be enough. Naturally, the 2 children who had just joined the guard today, Zhurong and Gonggong, also participated in the hunting activities. Even Agen took 2 yellow jackals that were almost tamed to look for prey. The tribe looked somewhat empty. However, when the men are not at home, the women take care of the logistics and production, and it seems quite harmonious. As soon as Chun-Li returned to the tribe, he went to the freshwater stream and washed the raw coal in the wooden barrel. Raw coal contains impurities and toxic gases, such as sulfur dioxide, may be formed during the combustion process. These are all harmful to the human body. Although washing with water cannot guarantee the complete removal of toxic substances, it can at least filter out a large part of them. Coal will not dissolve. After cleaning, it will just become finer pieces, but it will not dissolve in water. After washing, the coal was slightly reduced in weight, and the water flowing downstream carried some traces of dirt. Chun-Li brought the wet raw coal to the stove, laid 2 wooden boards on top, and poured it on top to dry. Wet coal can actually burn, and burn more vigorously than dry coal. However, the combustion of wet coal produces carbon monoxide, which is also toxic and not very safe. So let it air dry first, and then start burning it after it is slightly dry. The afternoon was still long, and Chun-Li had nothing left to do. The system is temporarily shut down, so I can't even make small inventions. Otherwise, I won't get any technology points, which means I'll waste the opportunity to invent something. After thinking about it, he simply took the super low-profile fishing rod he made a few days ago and went for a stroll on the beach. Fisherman online. A fishing rod, some earthworms, a wooden barrel of very low craftsmanship, and an axe. That's all the equipment. What is the axe used for? If you catch a big shark like the one you encountered last time, you can use it for a fight. I hope there's no Air Force. Chun-Li prayed for himself and strode towards the beach. Fishing in the sea is a technical job. As for what the specific technology is, Chun doesn't know either. After all, cloud fishing enthusiasts have never put into practice. However, he felt that with his personal charm, he would be able to catch at least 30 to 50 fish in an afternoon. Otherwise, you can bargain and try 20 or 30. Roar! Chun-Li had just arrived at the beach with a bucket. A bear roar was heard nearby. Big Bear and his 2 cubs also came along. Chapter 095 today is also a fruitful day. Why? Do you want to catch fish too? Chun-Li asked. Xiong grunted zahiple. Then, without even saying hello, he ran towards the sea with the 2 little bears and dived into the water. Wow, you're in such a hurry. Are you afraid that I'll catch all the fish? Chun-Li raised his eyebrows and couldn't help laughing at the funny way Xiong Air and Xiong San waded clumsily in the water. Bears are very smart animals. They killed a huge shark in the sea a few days ago. After having a big meal, they will definitely not forget it so quickly. If it comes again today, it must want to get some delicious sea fish to eat. Big Bear rushed into the water with great enthusiasm, swam around here and there, and soon he broke out of the water, holding a sea fish in his mouth, shaking his head and showing off. This fishing speed is many times faster than slow fishing. But what does this have to do with Chun-Li? He is here to fish, not to cast a net. Fishing is for fun, a leisurely and comfortable mentality, and the transcendent wisdom of willing those who take the bait. Does it matter if there are a lot of fish? Unimportant. What's important is the fisherman's artistic conception. Those who pursue quantity and profit have a business mindset. A rod, a pack of cigarettes, and a fishing spot for a day. This is the fishing guy. Although there are no cigarettes to smoke, this does not prevent Chun-Li from becoming a fisherman. He walked directly into the sea with a bucket in one hand and a fishing rod on his shoulder. He waded to a large reef near the shore and began his first fishing career. Put the earthworms on a string, swing the pole, and throw it into the water. He half leaned on the reef, leisurely waiting for the fish to take the bait. By the way, let's take a look at the fishing status of the 3 bears. The 2 little bears followed their mother's example and searched around the sea. Not long after, Xiong Air also caught a small yellow croaker and happily enjoyed the seafood he had never tasted before. Only Bear 3 was clumsy. He grabbed here and bit there in the sea, but he didn't catch any fish. Instead, he drank a lot of seawater. Chun-Li smiled and said, "What a stupid bear." The seawater was surging, and his ridicule was not heard by Xiong-san. But the little guy is still very angry. Why can Mom Bear and Brother Bear catch fish, but Little Bear can't? We are all bears and are born to catch fish. Why is its talent point lower than other bears? This is unscientific. It's not convinced. Plop. Xiong-san dived into the sea again and continued to look for prey. There are not many marine fish in the area near the coast. It naturally becomes more difficult to catch fish. Big Bear is already an experienced bear, so catching fish is relatively easy for him. He can basically catch them with his mouth. But for the 2 little bears, catching fish in the sea is more difficult. After Xiong Air succeeded once, he never caught any other fish. Xiong-san swam back and forth in the sea, grabbing fish everywhere. After half an hour, he finally caught the first fish. Roar! At the moment of success, Xiong-san broke out of the water, hugged the caught snapper with his front paws, and let out a victorious roar. The mother bear growled in satisfaction, as if she was praising her baby bear. Xiong Air was a little unhappy when he saw this, so it also dived into the water and continued searching. Bear 3 ate the sea bream in a few bites. Seeing Bear 2 start to look for prey again, Bear 3 also started to move again, not wanting to be left behind. Just like that, the 2 little bears were in a competition, popping up here and growling there. As a bystander, Chun-Li temporarily took on the role of referee and counted fish for the 2 little bears. 1, 2, 3. Xiong Air has 3 fish. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, Xiong, San has taken the lead. The 2 little bears worked hard to add points to themselves, and at the same time earn enough food for their stomachs. Just like that, more than an hour passed quickly. Xiong-er has 7 and Xiong-san has 8. Both little guys are pretty good. Chun-Li praised. Big Bear had already eaten and drunk his fill and had nothing to do but watch the kids play games. When Xiong-er caught the 8th fish and tied the score again, Chun-Li discovered something. Speaking of which, where's my fish? The fishing rod has been cast out for nearly 2 hours, and it hasn't moved at all. Could the earthworms have been eaten long ago? He had an idea and took back the fishing rod to take a look. Sure enough, the bait earthworms had been eaten up completely. Damn, I was careless. My 10-gene yellow croaker is gone. He hit himself in frustration, picked up a new bait, put it on the hook, and swung the rod again. I must catch it this time. Chun-Li made up his mind. He stopped watching the 2 little bears' fishing competition and just kept holding the fishing rod, feeling its movements. Result: the fishing rod was so quiet that it seemed dead. Crash. Plop. The 2 little bears were clawing everywhere. From time to time, he would come around Chun-Li and disturb him. After more than 10 minutes, Chun-Li began to wonder if the fish were scared away and refused to take the hook because there were 2 little bears in the sea. But when he put away his fishing rod, the earthworm was gone again. This. Chun-Li was stunned. Do fish in the sea have no rules? The bait has been eaten up, but the fishing rod doesn't even move? This is outrageous. Damn it, I'm not going to fish anymore. I'm going home to hunt. Deeply shocked, Chun-Li immediately wanted to pack up and go home. But looking at the empty wooden barrel, he felt a little unwilling. Forget it, let's wait for another half an hour and see. So he changed the bait and cast the rod again. Half an hour later. Fuck, why is this fish eating the bait, but not the hook? Fishing is boring. Let's go home and farm. No. The fisherman will never go home empty-handed. I'll wait for another half an hour. So Chun-Li collected his fishing rod and swung it. Half an hour. Another half hour. It's dark now. The 3 bears had already come ashore and had a nap on the beach. He still didn't catch any fish. Oh, this is the life of a fisherman. It's really interesting. Chun-Li curled his lips, moved his legs which were numb from sitting, put away his fishing rod, and prepared to go home. There was no choice. It was getting dark, and I was so hungry. I had to go back. If he stayed here any longer, he would be swallowed up by the rising tide. But how can a fisherman return empty-handed? Things like this in the Air Force must never be allowed to happen. Chun-Li waded back to the shore and poured out all the unused earthworms. Then he picked up a few clams from the beach and threw them into the barrel. By the way, add a bucket of seawater. A full bucket. This is called returning with a full load. Let's go home and light the coal and cook. Chun-Li waved his hand like a victorious general, without any embarrassment at all, and spoke to the 3 bears. When the 3 bears heard his greeting, they growled lazily, slowly got up, and followed him. The fish ate too much today, and their stomachs were a little bloated. They could hardly walk. Chapter 096. Sacrificing one's appearance is not impossible. My king, why did you bring back a bucket of seawater? As soon as Chun-Li returned to the tribe, the animal trainer Agin asked a question out of curiosity. In response, he was slapped hard on the face. Stop talking. Go walk your dog. Chun-Li snorted and walked to the stove. The guards had been back for a long time. With new weapons and hunting dogs, they were much more efficient at hunting than before. The prey brought back today was very rich, including wild boars, wild deer, goats, leopards, etc. The beast had been slaughtered, and water was boiling in a large iron pot, ready to be put into the pot. On the rack next to it, a goat had been hung up and was being roasted. When everyone saw Chun-Li, they all called him king affectionately and rubbed their hands excitedly. They thought he came back at this time because he wanted to cook for himself. However, to everyone's disappointment, Chun-Li had no intention of starting the pot right away. As soon as he put down his fishing gear, he ran over to play with the black coal. After a day of drying, the raw coal has lost a large part of its water and is now as wet as ordinary soil. Chun-Li did it himself. He dug some soil from the spot and mixed it with the raw coal. With the help of the stickiness of the soil, he wrapped the raw coal, which was like broken sand, together. Then it was skewered with wood like a lollipop and put directly into the stove to burn. My lord, what is this? It looks interesting. Everyone watched him rub the coal balls intently and became interested. As the king of the tribe, no matter what Chun-Li does, he will attract everyone's attention. Even peeing and playing in the mud are no exception. Seeing that everyone was interested, he briefly explained the uses of coal. When everyone heard that this black mud and sand could actually replace wood as fuel, they all showed incredible expressions. But before they could ask any questions, the coal lollipop that Chun-Li had prepared had already started to burn red. At first, there were only red spots on the surface, and then they quickly spread to the entire coal ball, turning it into a bright red color, which looked very beautiful. And because the raw coal contained some moisture, it decomposes into carbon monoxide and hydrogen when burned at high temperatures. Under the catalysis of the two combustible gases, it burns more vigorously. In just a few minutes, the coal briquettes became brighter than firewood. The water in the iron pot was boiling, and Chun-Li urged everyone to start cooking the broth. "My king, can I try to make one?" At this time, a child jumped out and asked. Chun-Li turned his head and saw that it was Zhu Rong, the young man who had just held his coming-of-age ceremony that day. Vulcan playing with coal? This is so fitting. Of course. Come, I'll teach you how to do it. Chun-Li nodded happily, pulled Zhu Rong over, and taught him step by step how to mix soil and raw coal to make coal briquette lollipops. This was not a complicated operation, and Zhu Rong learned it quickly. This is so simple. It's much easier than practicing combat during the day. The young man laughed, and a hint of fatigue could be seen in his smile. It was obvious that the training and hunting during the day had exhausted his energy. However, children are full of energy and will still be curious when they see something interesting even if they are very tired. "My lord, we want to play too." Not only Zhu Rong, but other children in the tribe were also very interested and came out of the crowd to join in. A group of kids were having fun. You dug a lump of mud, I grabbed a handful of coal, and we rubbed them together. The innocent laughter drowned out the gurgling sound of the soup boiling in the big pot. The adults stood aside and showed envy when they saw the children playing with the king like this. In fact, they also want to play with the king. I just feel embarrassed to compete with the kids. Half an hour later, several coal balls of different sizes and shapes were burning fiercely in the stove. The coal balls burned red, and although the flames were not as strong as those of firewood, the temperature was obviously much higher. A large pot of meat soup is ready. Only 1/3 of the coal briquettes were used. There were still a lot of coal briquettes placed side by side outside and not put in. Even those that were put in were only about half burned and still showed no sign of going out. "My lord, this coal is really durable. It can actually burn for such a long time." Huya exclaimed beside him. He can be regarded as the person who knows the most about coal besides Chun-Li. Seeing the performance of the coal in the furnace, he knew that what Chun-Li had said to him before was true. These black things are of immeasurable value. At this time, Chun-Li himself was a little surprised. The purity of these raw coals seems to be very high. We must have found a treasure this time. Although he didn't understand it very well, he could still make simple distinctions. After the coal is burned, only a small amount of coal ash is left. After removing the mud component, less than 1/3 of the volume is left. This shows that the quality of the coal is very good. And this was just the raw coal he shoveled off the surface. If he dug deeper, the quality might be even better. Xiaowan's kick really helped me a lot, Chun-Li said to himself. Thanks to Xiaowan's fall, he was able to discover this coal mine. Although it is not clear how large the coal reserves are, whether they can support him to establish a truly mature civilization. But even if it is just a tiny mine, it can bring huge benefits. This great achievement cannot be ignored. I must reward Xiaowan well, he thought to himself. Xiaowan exchanged his injury for his gain. Although she just fell accidentally, and her contribution was purely passive, it does not affect her becoming a great hero. This wave not only brought energy to the tribe, but also forced the system to upgrade. Such a huge contribution deserves special thanks. Chun-Li even thought, if the result of the system upgrade was surprising enough. If Xiaowan still wants his body, he could also make an exception and sacrifice his looks to satisfy her wants to show his sincerity. My king, can we start eating now? If we keep cooking, the meat soup in the pot will be boiled dry. Chun-Li rested his head on the bed, thinking about his own things, and for a moment ignored the tribesmen around him. Everyone was so hungry that they couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that he didn't tell them to start eating, they couldn't help but feel a little anxious. This. Chun-Li came back to his senses and coughed dryly to hide the embarrassment in his heart. He said to everyone, eat whatever you want, there's a leopard next to you. Then he picked up the wooden bowl, filled it with a bowl of thick meat soup, cut a piece of roasted lamb leg that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and walked toward Xiaowan's residence. Do what you think of. If you want to thank Xiaowan, you must thank Xiaowan. No need to wait until another day. No need to look back. Do it now. Chapter 097 has the charm decreased. Chun-Li came to the door of Xiaowan's room, knocked, and the door opened. Your Majesty. Your Majesty? In addition to Xiaowan, there were two other female primitives in the room. They were mainly responsible for responding to Xiaowan's needs and dispatches. When they were free, they used the hemp thread to weave linen cloth, so production was not neglected. You guys go eat first, I'm here. Chun-Li said to the two women and went into the house with the food. Okay, my king. The two female primitives agreed and stood up and left the room. When leaving, he looked at Xiaowan with envy. It is unique to have the king personally deliver food to us. My lord, is there anything wrong? Xiaowan asked puzzledly. In her impression, Chun Liping rarely looked for others in private, especially women. Seeing him coming alone with food in his hands, I thought he might have something to say, so I took the initiative to ask. Chun-Li touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Well, it's nothing, actually. I just came to thank you. He put the food down and helped Xiaowan sit up. He brought the wooden bowl and served the meat soup. Xiaowan injured her lower body in the fall, but her hands are still healthy and she has no problem eating. She took the wooden bowl, but didn't eat. She asked in confusion, Thank you? What does the king mean? She was a little confused. Chun-Li replied, It's about you falling today. Well, it's a bit difficult to explain. Anyway, I found something precious where you fell, which is of great significance. As he spoke, he picked up a thin bone knife used for cutting cooked food and cut the roasted lamb leg into slices for easy eating. Precious things? Xiaowan became even more confused when he heard it. She said, It's stinky and dark in there. What good things can there be? My king, you are not saying this on purpose to comfort me, right? No, it's true. Chun-Li immediately explained the matter of the coal mine. He then added, This coal mine means a lot to me. Although your action was unintentional, it still helped me a lot. I don't like to take advantage of others for free. If you need anything, you can tell me and I will do my best to satisfy you. Well, any request is fine, as long as I can do it. Finally, he added a special sentence. Although the system restricts him from having sex with female primitives, which would disrupt the main storyline. But some things, there are still many ways to do them, and you don't have to stick to tradition. There are many ways to satisfy Xiaowan's desire for his body while ensuring that the main plot is not disrupted. Furthermore, if the system is restricted from upgrading and maintenance, even a monitoring function may be lost, so he still has room to play. After hearing what Chun-Li said, Xiaowan's eyes brightened up significantly. She put down the bowl, not caring about eating, and asked excitedly, Is what the king said true? Any request is acceptable. Well, yes. Chun-Li's old face turned red and he nodded. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he was still quite nervous when the moment came. After all, it was my first time with primitive people. That's great. Xiaowan was very happy. She rubbed her hands together excitedly and said, Then my king, I want your knowledge. Is that okay? But, Chun-Li's expression froze. Knowledge? What she wanted was knowledge. This is very embarrassing. He was ready to sacrifice himself, but Xiaowan made such a strange request. Can knowledge be given? How to give? Dig it out of your head, or build a school and give lectures every day? Chun-Li fell into deep thought. Xiaowan frowned and said timidly, My lord, is my request too much? In her opinion, Chun-Li possesses unparalleled fighting power, but his strongest point is actually wisdom. It is indeed a bit unreasonable to want to get the most important things from others as soon as you open your mouth. She was a little worried that her request would cause dissatisfaction with the king, leading to the estrangement of the friendly relationship that had been established with great difficulty. In Xiaowan's anxiety, Chun-Li coughed dryly. With an unnatural expression, he replied, Not too much. It's mainly because knowledge, it's not easy to impart. Question mark. Xiaowan tilted his head and asked why with an expression. Chun-Li explained, Well, let's put it this way. Learning knowledge requires a foundation. It's like climbing a mountain. You have to climb the foot and the middle of the mountain before you can reach the top. The knowledge I have may be the top of the mountain for you. It is difficult for you to reach the top of the mountain directly without the accumulation of knowledge at the foot and middle of the mountain. One of the reasons why modern people are smart is that human genes have been evolving over countless years. On the other hand, the environment is different. I have lived in the most civilized world since I was a child and received advanced education. The primitive people were born in such a poor environment that there was almost no civilization to speak of. On this basis, it can be said that it is harder than climbing to the sky to learn modern knowledge directly without using any plugins. Shawan couldn't help feeling a little depressed when he heard that. He knew that the gap between him and Chun-Li was too big, and he couldn't learn so much knowledge. But she refused to give up and said, "Then you can take me to the foot and middle of the mountain and teach me the basics you mentioned. Even if it takes a lot of time, I think it's worth it." Chun-Li showed some surprise when he heard this. "You are so studious?" He looked at Shawan with a strange look in his eyes. Having been in this world for so long, he has seen a lot about the curiosity of primitive people. But this is the first time that someone like Shawan actively seeks knowledge. Shawan nodded and said, "I know that the king is different from us. You are a very special person. No matter how much I study, I can never become as great as you. But I want to learn your knowledge. Even if I can't learn it, I have to try." "Good. Since she said so, what reason does Chun-Li have to refuse?" He nodded and said, "I can teach you. Not just you, but anyone else who is willing to learn can also be taught. But the process may be long and boring, so I hope you can stay focused and not give up halfway." Spreading knowledge is a very noble thing. He was happy to do it. Anyway, primitive people had nothing to do at night, so after dinner they would just run into the house and make noise. He just happened to be carrying out a wave of reforms. From now on, he would start giving classes to explain knowledge every evening. This will not only allow you to hear fewer strange noises, but also improve the overall knowledge level of the tribal residents. It is a win-win situation. "Thank you, my king. I will definitely study hard," Shawan said happily, with a gleam in her brown eyes. "Well, let's start this tomorrow. I need to prepare first," Chun-Li replied. "As a teacher, you definitely need to prepare lessons, so it would be better to build a new big house as a classroom. This is the only way to have a learning atmosphere." Thus, the matter of establishing the first school in primitive society was decided unilaterally. Time passes. After Chun-Li served Shawan dinner, he left her cabin. "When I left, I couldn't help but complain in my heart. I came here to devote myself. How come I was forced to work as a teacher without knowing why? Why do I feel a little lost for no reason? Could it be that Mr. Chin's charm has declined, and Shawan is no longer greedy for his body?" Chapter 098 System 2.0 is here. A night passed. Early the next morning, everyone had just finished breakfast. Chun-Li called the leader of the guard team, Shirgu, over and ordered, "Today's training is postponed. You all go to the forest and cut wood for me. I want to build a big house. Since I promised Shawan to spread knowledge, I have to do it seriously. Build a classroom, get a podium, and a blackboard, then it will look good." Shirgu asked in confusion, "A big house? Your Majesty, do you think your room is too small and you want to change it to a bigger one?" Gun showed his lackey qualities to the fullest and echoed, "That's right. It's really unfair for the boss to live in the same small house as us, even though he's such a powerful man. We must build him a big house to show his characteristics as a king." "Fuck you." Chun-Li was never polite to Agen and threw a chestnut plus directly at him. Then he explained, "This big house has a special purpose. It will be useful to you all in the future. Hurry up and work, and try to complete the construction within one day." Regarding the word classroom, he felt that rough guys like Shirgu and Agen would definitely not understand it, so he simply didn't explain it. As a result, after Shirgu and others heard this, they immediately began to imagine all sorts of things. Big house. Everyone can use it. Could it be that the king wants to build a place for group entertainment? Thinking of this, Shirgu suddenly became excited. He is one of the men in the tribe who is most enthusiastic about night sports. He couldn't help but get excited when he thought about building a place that could provide entertainment for dozens of adults in the tribe. "Okay, my king, I'll take my brothers and do it right away," Shirgu shouted, and enthusiastically gathered the members of the guard team and headed straight into the woods. "I'll help too." Gun had the same idea as Shirgu. He rubbed his hands excitedly and followed them. These two fools. Chun-Li's mouth twitched. Even without thinking, he could tell that the two people were definitely thinking the wrong thing. But he was too lazy to correct it. If thinking in a crooked way can promote enthusiasm for work, then what's wrong with driving occasionally? It's time for the engineers to come online. Building a school is a big deal. We can't just let primitive people mess around with it. Before, people built small houses with small areas and short walls, so they didn't need to worry too much about the load-bearing issue. Now, if we want to build a bigger house, we need some load-bearing columns and beams to support the weight of the ceiling. Chun-Li first selected an area as the address of the school. The location is right next to the residential area and not far from the toilet. Then he took a piece of wood and drew a 69-meter rectangle on the ground. Without a ruler to measure, the lengths are estimated and not very accurate. This size is about the same as a classroom. If we squeeze in a little, it should be able to accommodate dozens of people. If it's any bigger, it will be difficult to build a house. In order to make the house more solid, he specifically ordered Shirgu to lead everyone to lay the foundation. The process is simple. It involves digging a trench at the location of the four walls so that the wood can be driven deeper and then filling it with clay and tamping it down to make the foundation more solid. While Chun-Li was in charge of the command, he was also not idle. His 10 points of strength made him the top mover, able to carry a tree trunk by himself without any help. As for Big Bear, who was originally given high hopes and was expected to be the #1 laborer, he was just slacking off the whole time and had no intention of helping at all. He even brought his 2 bear cubs to cause trouble. After Chun-Li carried the goods several times, his 3 points of physical strength began to make him a little tired. I couldn't help but think to myself, after the system is upgraded, I will make a cart, earn technology points, and save effort. He had wanted to own a car for a long time. It's just that I've been working on some small inventions to make up the numbers, and I've never started a project of this magnitude. The most troublesome part of making a car is the wheels. Without the help of mechanical equipment, it may take most of the day to make a wheel purely by hand. A cart has 2 wheels and other parts, so it may not be possible to complete it in a whole day. But for the sake of development needs, we must do it. Apart from anything else, mining coal in the future will inevitably require the use of vehicles for transportation. The process of building the house went smoothly. As the saying goes, there's strength in numbers. With the collective efforts of dozens of people, the 4 walls had been completed by noon. After lunch, they took a short break and then continued to work. The beams and rafters were put into place one by one, and the geometric structure itself was used to take advantage of the characteristics, and some wooden nails were added to fix the position, making it very stable. The quality of this house is so much higher than that of the residential cabin that it is almost as good as the mansions of the feudal period. Chun-Li even wanted to get some tiles and turn it into the Chinese-style old house in his memory. Unfortunately, he has not yet mastered the technology for burning tiles, so for now he can only use thatch as the roof. But the impact is not big. The thatched roof is like a hat. As long as there are good materials to replace it, it can be taken off and replaced at any time. In the afternoon, the construction of the house was completed. Chun-Li walked into the big wooden house and personally hung the wooden plaque with the word school on it on the wall. Even though the handwriting is ugly and crooked, but the system still gave a polite reminder. Ding, you successfully built a level 2 civilization building school and obtained 100 technology points. Chun-Li was shocked. 100 points. Is that a lot? Level 2 building? There is such a thing. Hey, wait. Isn't the system being upgraded? Why is there still a prompt? A question popped up in his mind. The next moment, Ding system upgrade completed, restarting. Please wait. Restart successful. Civilization System 2.0 mode has been activated, and the updated content is as follows. First, the information panel has been modified, and the host's attribute information is more detailed. Second, the storage function has been modified. The host can freely store and take out items. The storage range does not include living things. Small props of the same type can be stacked up to 99 copies. Gas, liquid, and powdered solids need containers to be stored. Time in the warehouse passes normally, and the shelf life of items is the same as outside. Third, new information reading function. The host can read the information of each individual within a 5-meter range, including species name, utility, value, etc. Note, only brief information can be read for advanced species. Those with close relationships can read detailed information. Fourth, the energy system is open. The host can exchange the raw materials in the warehouse for energy points, which can be used for the consumption of synthesis and decomposition functions. Fifth, the synthesis function is open. The host can synthesize and transform a single individual in the warehouse. The synthesis result is completely random. Each synthesis consumes a certain amount of energy points and time. The synthesis process is irreversible. Sixth, the decomposition function is open. The host can decompose the items in the warehouse. Decomposition requires a certain amount of energy points and time, and the decomposition results are random within a certain range. More system functions will be added as the host civilization system expands. Please upgrade your civilization as soon as possible. Chapter 099 wrote 7 miserable stories. After a series of system reports, Chun-Li became full of energy. Freely store and take out props. Information exploration. Energy. Synthesis. Breakdown. One update gave him so many new features, and each one is more fun than the last. Although the combat effectiveness has not changed, I always feel like I'm about to take off. Chun-Li felt excited. He opened his information panel. I saw that the originally brief information has become much more detailed. Name, Chun-Li. Gender, male. Age, 24. Physical fitness, 3. Strength, 10. Agility, 5. Attribute points to be allocated, 0. Hunger, 87/100. Health, 98/100. Spirit value, 89 out of 100. Military aptitude, 68/100. Intellectual aptitude, 92 out of 100. Special qualifications, none found. Skills, cooking level 6, clothing level 5, handicraft level 4, fighting level 4, farming level 4, construction level 3, medicine level 2, sculpture level 1, throwing level 1, fishing level 0, levels below 3 will not be displayed. Remaining life expectancy, about 37 years. Improving diet and health can increase life expectancy. Prestige. 1. Prestige can be gained by defeating boss humans and beasts. Technology. 165. Technology points can be obtained by inventing items and spreading civilization. Territory. Novice tribe, about 1 square kilometer. Population. 119. 89 humans, 3 large beasts. Civilization rating. Primitive civilization, level 0. Overall, in addition to the original content, there are 3 more health attributes and 3 more qualification attributes. In addition, there's also a statistics of the skills mastered, so you can clearly see what operational capabilities you have. Of course, knowledge is not included. For example, mathematics, Chinese, and history are not included in the skill column. Of course, compared with all the attributes, what shocked Chun-Li the most was the remaining lifespan. The system can even calculate how long I can live. I only have 37 more years left to live. Fuck, doesn't that mean I'm going to die at 61? That's too short a life. Chun-Li's happy mood just now was completely ruined in an instant. System upgrades are good in every way, and all functions become more interesting. The only thing that really ruins my mood is the remaining lifespan item. Seeing that his life was almost gone, Chun-Li even had less desire to check out the new functions of the system. But he still opened the new function to check it out. First, I looked at the warehouse function. The current warehouse still has 36 grids. There's currently only a large box of Yunnan Baiyao, 9 out of 10, and 1 ton of pig iron in it, nothing else. Let's look at the energy system. The energy system is an independent function, and energy points are not included in its attribute panel. The current energy point is 0 points, which need to be converted and exchanged using props in the warehouse. Moreover, the items that can be exchanged are limited to energy raw materials, which include wood, coal, oil, natural gas, and alcohol. As for electrical energy and nuclear energy, they are completely not taken into consideration by the system. Water is also excluded. To put it simply, you can only exchange energy points by cutting down trees and mining coal. There are also 2 new functions, synthesis and decomposition. Chun-Li's first impression of these 2 functions was gambler's favorite. The synthesis function is very simple, just like playing a game. Put the props in the warehouse, and then enter the energy points to be consumed. After a period of synthesis, you can get the final result. A maximum of 3 props can be placed at a time, and the minimum energy point input is 1 and the maximum is 1,000. The results are completely random. If you are lucky, you may be able to combine props with high technological content, but if you're unlucky, you will probably just get a pile of coal slag. The same applies to decomposition. Put 1 thing in and decompose it into 1 to 3 products. Energy points can also be freely input, ranging from 1 to 1,000. Chun-Li doesn't know yet how much raw coal 1 point of energy is equivalent to, and plans to find time to try it out later. At this time, he was still in the school that had just been built, and everyone was still looking at him. After seeing Chun-Li hang up the wooden plaque, Shirgu and the others stood there in a daze for a long time, and couldn't help asking, "My king, what's wrong with you? Is the house not built well?" Chun-Li came back to his senses and shook his head. "No, I just suddenly felt a little melancholy." After reading about the system's functions, he wasn't particularly happy. Since he is not a gambler, the new functions are not very meaningful to him, and the information exploration and storage functions are more practical. And knowing that he only has 37 years left to live really dampens his enthusiasm. Gu and others had no idea what Chun-Li was thinking. Seeing that he was not in a good mood, I thought for a moment that he was depressed because he had no partner and could not participate in the group entertainment in the big house. He immediately said, "My king, you don't have to be like this. We all like you very much, and now the house is built. You can relax a little and play with everyone." Chun-Li? What the hell? He built a school, so why is he playing with everyone? This is not an amusement park. You idiot. Are you thinking about something unhealthy again? He looked at Gu suspiciously and checked the other party's message. Name, Stonebone. Gender, male. Age, 22. Physical fitness, 3. Strength, 3. Agility, 1. Hunger, 82/100. Health, 99/100. Spirit value, 95 out of 100. Military aptitude, 91 out of 100. Intellectual aptitude, 67/100. Special qualifications, none found. Skills, fighting level 5, throwing level 4, clothing level 3. Remaining life, about 13 years. What the hell? After reading it, Chun-Li was filled with question marks. He fully understood and accepted that Gu's fighting aptitude was higher than his. But 13 years of remaining life? This guy is only 22 years old now, and he will be only 35 years old in 13 years. How can he die? This is too miserable. Suddenly, Chun-Li's eyes looking at Gu changed a lot, full of sympathy. My king, Gu scratched his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Chun-Li sighed and did not tell him the truth. He just patted his shoulder and said, "Eat and drink well in the future, do it with whoever you want, and make the most of your youth." Then he walked towards the door. At this time, Gun walked in and said, "Boss, we don't have enough thatch in the tribe. I asked the brothers in the guard team to go to the place where we collected yellow rice last time to harvest reeds to use as roofs. Do you think it's okay?" "Well, that's good. You're quite smart." Chun-Li nodded approvingly. Then I looked at Agen's information. Name, Gun. Gender, male. Age, 20. Physical fitness, 2. Strength, 3. Agility, 1. Hunger, 90/100. Health, 97/100. Spirit value, 86 out of 100. Military aptitude, 89/100. Intellectual aptitude, 71/100. Special qualification, throwing expertise. Skills, throwing level 10, fighting level 4, clothing level 3. Remaining life, about 9 years. After reading it, Chun-Li was completely stunned. Throwing specialization, level 10 throwing, and so on were all within his expectations. But this kid can't live past 30? This is too miserable. Chun-Li was shocked. He knew that the average lifespan of primitive people was relatively short, but he didn't expect it to be so short. He glanced at the people around the cabin and checked them one by one. Then, he picked up a branch and wrote 7 miserable characters on the ground. Among this group of people, not a single one can live past 40 years old. Chapter 100. Health preservation starts from New Oriental. Boss, what are you drawing on the ground? Why do you seem to be in a bad mood? Gun observed his expression and asked in confusion. Chun-Li curled his lips and thought, I am worried about you guys. He just said, it's okay. Everyone continue to work. I'm going to take a walk. He already knew that primitive people had a relatively short average lifespan. But when the remaining lifespan is presented before my eyes, I feel a little uncomfortable. These people are his companions. Although most of the time they were unable to understand his thinking as a modern person, which made him feel a little lonely. But after living with you all for more than a month, how is it possible to say that I don't have any feelings for you at all? Especially those who are close to him, such as Gu, Agen, and Shaowan. He has long regarded them as friends. How can I be happy when I see that my friend doesn't have many years left to live? The system comes with instructions. Adjusting diet and health status can extend theoretical lifespan. It seems that I have to work harder on nutritional balance. Chun-Li thought to himself, everyone's physical health is relatively good, and the main defect is in diet. The monotony of food leads to unbalanced nutrition. Many trace elements needed by the body cannot be replenished, which in turn causes certain body functions to age quickly. This is one of the reasons why primitive people had short lives. Chun-Li thought about it and decided to speed up the progress in farming. He wants to exchange the level 1 farming stereotype. In this way, although it consumes 100 technology points, it can greatly promote the healthy development of food for the entire tribe. Once everyone has learned farming techniques, a batch of crops will be mature in half a year at most. Then we will have rice to eat instead of eating wild fruits and meat every day. And doing so can also ensure the smooth completion of his side quest, farming. The reward for that task is 2 inheritance plates, which is quite rich. In addition to this, we should also teach everyone more about cooking skills and make some healthier food through appropriate techniques. In this regard, we can start with the school that has just been established. Well, originally, he wanted to teach everyone to read and count first. Now it seems that the name of the school might be more appropriate to call it New Oriental Cooking School. Chun-Li left the school, which still had no roof. He opened the technology mall and directly spent 100 technology points to exchange for level 1 farming. Then he placed this inheritance plate next to the place where the clothing-making plate was previously placed. I didn't deliberately tell anyone about it. Just leave it there and let them discover it themselves. After exchanging the stereotypes, Chun-Li still had 65 technology points. After thinking for a while, he spent another 60 technology points and exchanged them for 2 new large iron pots. Now that we have decided to use diet to extend our lifespan, we cannot be too stingy in this regard. 3 pots can cook more kinds of food, giving everyone more choices and more balanced nutrition. Moreover, having more sets of kitchen utensils would make it easier for him to teach cooking. The remaining 5 technology points were just enough to buy a flint for easier firemaking. In this way, he squandered all his technology points, and the balance became 0. This is not enough. You can't run a cooking school without stoves and fuel. Chun-Li ordered Gu and others to build 2 new stoves outside the school and to build a shed to cover them, so as to protect them from the sun and rain. In this way, the stove can not only be used for teaching, but is also convenient to use in daily life. The classroom can also be used as a canteen when there are no classes during the day, which makes it more valuable. He started carpentry and built 3 large boxes without lids, measuring 111 meters. This box is used to carry coal. With the free storage function, he can quickly load the raw coal into the warehouse and then take it out from another place. This not only facilitates transportation, but also saves a lot of effort. The only drawback is that he has to go to the mine himself to receive the goods and can't be lazy. Of course, before mining coal, the difficulty of going down into the mine must be reduced first. Otherwise, I would have to use ropes to lift people up and down every time I go down to the mine, which is too troublesome. There just happened to be a few relatively leisurely members of the escort team. Chun-Li called everyone together, asked each of them to pick up a hoe or shovel, and headed straight for the mine. Gu stayed at home to direct the construction of the school and the kitchen stove. Agun, who only had 9 years left to live, followed happily. Boss, I feel like you seem to be very busy today, doing this and that. Are you planning to do something big? Agan asked curiously. Chun-Li shook his head and said, It's not a big deal, but the impact is still far-reaching. Seriously, setting up a cooking class seems like a small thing, but it is too important to be ignored. Agun scratched his head when he heard this. Building a house, building a stove, digging coal. It must be related to food. Boss, did you build that big house to store food? It doesn't need to be that big, right? This guy's brain is still smarter than the corpse with a head full of dirty thoughts. Although the guess is wrong, it is somewhat related. Chun-Li said, You will know when the time comes. By the way, how is Huang Chai's family doing now? The task of taming the beast has not been completed yet. The system does not issue a prompt, which means that the level is still a little short. When talking about animal taming, a hint of pride immediately appeared between Agan's brows. He patted his chest and said loudly, Of course, it has been tamed a long time ago. When we went out hunting yesterday, Huang De and Huang Er led us to find prey several times, which is much more convenient than us looking for it ourselves. Huang De and Huang Er are the names given by Agun to 2 adult yellow jackals. Huang De is a male and Huang Er is a female. The origin of the name is completely plagiarized from Big Bear's family. Well, yes, the 4 little yellow jackals are called Yellow 3, Yellow 4, Yellow 5, and Yellow 6. When naming, Agan even came over to ask about the mathematical order. Because he is bad at math, he started to get confused after counting to 4. Chun-Li nodded slightly upon hearing this. It looks like it won't be long before I can claim my reward. The rewards for taming the beast are not very rich. There is only a hunting weapon and a treasure chest of supplies. For Chun-Li, who now owns a coal mine, It seems insignificant, so he never really took it seriously. Soon, the group arrived near the coal mine. Chun-Li picked up a stone shovel and quickly cleared away a large area of vines around the cave entrance. Then a road, 2 meters wide and 8 meters long, was drawn along the entrance of the cave. Dig it. Follow this route and dig diagonally until you can walk down to the mine. Chapter 101. A gamble to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Improve diet, regulate nutrition, and prolong life. This is a long-term plan that requires gradual changes over time, and the results will not be seen in a short period of time. Chun-Li found that many of his things, or plans, had become lengthy. Tame animals, plant crops, conquer other clans, and open up larger territories. Each one is more troublesome than the last and takes a long time to complete. I no longer encounter small tasks like survival and gain a foothold as before. Maybe this is what a development game should be like. After the rapid growth stage, it is time to enter the stage of long-term management, farming, and harvesting vegetables. The coal mine is the most valuable asset under his control. As long as it is developed well, it can provide a steady stream of benefits to the tribe. Whether it is used for cooking or for smelting metals, it has far-reaching significance. To put another way, even if it is used to synthesize and decompose props, taking the gambler route is also a good choice. Chun-Li led a gun and others to dig and clear a path, preparing to open up the coal mine to facilitate future mining. As a result, they had only dug about 2 meters down, and the slope was not yet dug through when they shoveled out black raw coal. "My lord, I found coal. I found coal." The young man, Big Stick, who shoveled the raw coal, shouted excitedly. Chun-Li turned his head and saw a small handful of black coal fragments under the yellow soil. They had indeed been dug out. Although it was a bit unexpected, it was also reasonable. He showed an approving look on his face and said to Dabong, "Well done. Come, put them all in this wooden basket." As he spoke, he took out a large wooden basket of 1 cubic meter that he had made by himself in the warehouse and threw it aside. "Hey, what is this?" Everyone was stunned to see him create a large wooden basket out of nothing, and they were completely stunned. A gun was full of questions and asked in confusion. "Boss, where did you get this thing from? It's bigger than a human." Shenli Smilat. He didn't need to hide the fact that he had storage space. Anyway, he was surrounded by simple primitive people and would not have any bad thoughts. In fact, he had taken things out of thin air before. It's just that the object taken out was relatively small at the time, so no one took it seriously. Now this box is so big that it has attracted everyone's attention. In response to this, Chun-Li did not give a serious explanation, but instead acted mysterious. He replied calmly, "This is the magical power of Jinyuan Daxian, called the Sleeve of the Universe, which allows him to store all kinds of things on his body. Ordinary gods cannot learn this." I installed a beep. So that's how it is. Agen looked as if he had realized something, as if he understood. The look he gave Chun-Li became more and more admiring. In his mind, Chun-Li is Pangu, the great god who created the world, and everything he does is understandable. This silly look made Chun-Li smile. "Okay, keep digging. If you find more coal, throw it all into the wooden basket. If it's full, let me know." "I have more," he said. "There are still 2 wooden baskets in the warehouse that have not been taken out. Put together, the 3 can hold 3 cubic meters of raw coal. In terms of weight, it weighs almost 4 tons. With just these few people, it would probably take a whole day to fill the gap. Besides, it's getting dark now." Everyone continued to get busy. Before long, the topsoil was almost dug away, and any further digging turned out to be coal. At first, it was mottled coal mixed with dirt and rocks. But as they dug, the black color became purer and purer. The purity of the raw coal was so high that Chun-Li became more and more shocked. In the end, I was so scared that my saliva started to flow. If this happened in modern times, wouldn't I become a billionaire in a matter of minutes and support a rich woman? He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said happily. But soon he felt something was wrong and corrected himself. "Oh, that's wrong. In modern times, mineral resources belong to the country. Even if I discovered it first, I can't claim it as my own. I need to report it to the country before I can apply for mining rights. If the amount of the mineral is large, I may not be able to succeed in my application. We don't do anything illegal. Everything must follow legal procedures. Of course, that is based on the premise of laws. In this world, neither laws nor the state have yet been born. As a most powerful man within a 20-kilometer radius, can't he do whatever he wants? Now all this black gold is mine." Chun-Li laughed loudly and looked at the increasing amount of raw coal in the wooden basket with an expression of a nouveau riche. Gradually, the sky darkened. Chun-Li saw that everyone was showing signs of fatigue, and their satiety levels dropped below 30. Then he said, "Okay, that's it for today, let's go back. If you keep doing this, you won't be able to see your way home." He glanced at the wooden basket, which was about 1/3 full. He estimated that it weighed about 500 or 600 kilograms, so the harvest was already quite good. He then turned on the storage function of the warehouse and put the entire wooden basket into it. Ding-Yu collected half a basket of raw coal. When collecting things, the system popped up a reminder. Chun-Li took a quick look and discovered that this thing actually had attributes. Half basket of raw coal. Cavalier, roux wooden basket. Net weight, 297 kilograms. Purity, 90%. Value, 26.73 energy. The properties are simple, but the functions are powerful. The purity of the raw coal can be seen at a glance, and there is no need for testing. 297 kilograms of raw coal can be exchanged for 26.73 energy points, which means that 1 energy point is equal to 10 kilograms of raw coal with 100% purity. With this calculation, using the synthesis and decomposition functions will require at least 10 kilograms of pure coal. At most, it reaches an astonishing 10 tons. Should I try the synthesis function? Chun-Li thought to himself as he looked at the half basket of raw coal in the warehouse. Anyway, there's still some coal briquettes left from yesterday, and there's also a lot of dry firewood to burn in the tribe, so it doesn't matter much whether these raw coals are used or not. Maybe if you just use your hands and combine them, you can get something good? As the saying goes, if you try hard, a bicycle can be turned into a motorcycle. With 26 energy points, I should be able to create something good, right? Chun-Li's gambling mentality was aroused. He looked around the warehouse, and in addition to the raw coal, there were also Yunnan Baiyao, a pickaxe, 2 empty wooden baskets, and 1 ton of pig iron. Pig iron? Isn't this a good material for synthesis? Never mind. Give it a try. Chun-Li gritted his teeth and gave the order directly. I want to exchange for energy points. Ding, please insert the raw materials that need to be exchanged. The energy system interface opens automatically. Chun-Li moved half a basket of raw coal from the warehouse into the warehouse. Please confirm the operation. The system gave him a chance to regret, but he didn't cherish it. Confirm. Ding, exchange successful. You got 26.73 energy points. You lost 297 kilograms of raw coal, which was returned in a rough wooden basket. The system was quite humane and didn't eat up his container. Looking at the 26.73 energy points on the interface, Chun-Li's heart began to beat uncontrollably. It's time to gain popularity. Open the synthesis interface. He put in 1 ton of pig iron as a synthesis prop. Then enter the energy points consumed, 26 integers only. Click to confirm. Ding, confirm synthesis. Please note, the synthesis operation cannot be reversed. Once confirmed, you will lose the item 1 ton of pig iron forever. The system gave him another chance to regret. To be honest, Chun-Li was a little hesitant. After all, iron is quite rare. But his gambler's mentality doesn't allow him to stop. Stop talking and synthesize it for me. Ding, confirmed the operation. The item 1 ton of pig iron has been removed and the energy point has been consumed. Item synthesis in progress. Please wait 26 minutes. Chapter 102. Being beaten into a pig head. 26 points of energy means 26 minutes? If we put in 1 point, wouldn't it be done immediately? Seeing the synthesis time given by the system, Chun-Li curled his lips. Having said that, if you want to synthesize 1 ton of iron, using 1 point of energy seems a bit stingy and you probably won't be able to produce anything. Will 1 ton of pig iron turn into wrought iron or steel after being smelted? He thought to himself. The difference between pig iron, steel, and wrought iron is the amount of carbon they contain, with the former being the highest and the latter being the lowest. Pig iron is actually the best material to use of the 3. Steel is too hard to forge, and wrought iron is too pure and soft to be used for making tools. Only pig iron, which is both hardness and plasticity, is the best choice for forging objects. If the result of the synthesis gave him steel or wrought iron, then he would lose this time. However, the synthesis process has already begun, and he did not take advantage of the opportunity to regret given by the system. It is too late to withdraw now. What will be the result? We will know in 26 minutes. Now go home and eat. Under his leadership, a group of people returned to the tribe carrying broken stone tools, jogging all the way very fast. When we returned to the tribe, it was not yet completely dark. Haishi and others who went to the marsh to collect reeds have also returned. Piles of fresh reeds are spread out on the ground, waiting to be dried by tomorrow's sun. With the current temperature, all the straw mats can be made and used to cover the roof within 3 days. The efficiency of this work is still very good. As a leader, Chun can be said to have made great contributions. Everyone has worked hard. Let's get ready to eat. Chun-Li acted like a savage leader and spoke loudly. The response he got was not laughter. The tribe was a little quiet, and the enthusiasm of the people working there was significantly lower than before. What's wrong? Why are you all so listless? Chun-Li asked puzzledly. The women in the production team were better, and you could still see some interest in food on their faces. The tough guys in the escort team were feeling a little depressed. Shirgu, the captain of the guard, stepped out and replied, "My king, when Haishi and his men went to collect reeds, they encountered people from the Dali clan." Huh? Dali clan? Fighting with them? Chun-Li raised his eyebrows. The reason why these idiots are in such a bad mood is that they must have been holding back after eating. If you encounter the Dali clan, nothing good will happen except fighting. Yes, my king. Shirgu nodded. Chun-Li asked with concern, "How is the fight going? Is anyone injured?" These tribesmen are all his treasures, and he will not allow any of them to suffer any harm. Shirgu said, "I haven't been to the wetlands, so I'm not sure. You should ask Blackstone, my king." Ask Blackstone? Chun-Li glanced around. He soon found the huge black stone, which was second only to himself in height in the tribe. However, Blackstone at this time, he squatted on the ground with his head buried in his knees, not even raising his head. Although I couldn't see his facial expression, I could feel a hint of sadness emanating from him. What's going on? Chun-Li's curiosity was aroused. He walked forward, squatted down, patted Haishi's shoulder, and asked, "Did you meet the great Power King and get beaten by him?" Woo! As soon as these words were spoken, Haishi, who had been hiding his head and not moving, suddenly began to shake his shoulders slightly. Shenli. It seems that he was right. Blackrock is the second strongest man in the tribe and a real warrior. The only thing that can hit such a brave man of steel is being defeated. Chun-Li quickly comforted him. It's okay, it's okay. The Dali Wong kid is cheating. In fact, his real strength is just that. Don't be too discouraged. Next time you meet him, I will help you get back at him. He is the most powerful general under his command and must be treated with special favor and not allowed to suffer any injustice. Otherwise, where will we find such good laborers in the future? Oh, your majesty. Haishi raised his head, tears streaming down his face, and hugged Chun-Li's thighs and cried bitterly. The moment he looked up, Chun-Li clearly saw that Haishi's nose and face were swollen. His eye sockets were as black as a giant panda, and 2 streams of blood and snot were flowing down his nose. There were also 3 lumps on his forehead, 1 large and 2 small, symmetrically centered. I couldn't help but twitch the corners of my mouth. Although Blackstone looks miserable and sympathetic, but for some reason, seeing his look, Chun-Li still felt like laughing. Well, he resisted the urge to laugh, patted Haishi's shoulder again, and gave him a pat on the head. He said, okay, everyone is watching us. You are a strong man in our tribe. It would be bad if people saw you crying. Come, the king will apply some medicine to you. These injuries will heal in 2 days. As he spoke, he took out Yunnan Bai Yao and applied some of it to the areas where He Shi was seriously injured. He then gave some of the powder to He Shi to take orally. With the personal care of the king, Haishi's mood gradually improved. He wiped his nose and said viciously with a bit of grievance and resentment, "My lord, one day I will get back at you and beat you into a pig's head." Okay, beat him into a pig's head, then braise him. Shen Liang Godaja. Even though I know in my heart that this is unlikely. Blackstone's bravery is limited after all, and he will inevitably feel a little powerless when facing a cheater. Haishi rubbed his eyes and gasped in pain. Chun-Li pulled him to the stove and made him a bowl of bone soup. Eat it. Only when you are full will you have the strength to seek revenge. Then he asked casually, "By the way, what happened today? How did you come into conflict with the people of the Dali clan?" Haishi took 2 sips of the hot soup. I briefly explained what happened. The matter was actually very simple. When the guard team was collecting reeds, they happened to meet a group of hunters from the Dali clan who were out hunting. King Dali was accompanied by only 8 hunters, while the escort team had 30 people, giving them an absolute advantage in numbers. However, After the two sides had an argument and started fighting, the guards did not gain much advantage. Although the Hercules King is not very big in stature, he is stronger than the Stone King. Blackstone was a fool and originally wanted to have a solo match with the opponent to see who was better. As a result, he was beaten into a pig's head. In the end, they relied on their numbers to drive away the strong king. When King Dolly left, he said that next time we meet, he would definitely knock us all down and capture us as food. Blackstone was filled with righteous indignation and said angrily, "I'm almost mad at him. My king, please teach me to become stronger. I want to defeat him myself." Chun-Li was also a little unhappy. "Is that kid so crazy?" he asked. Before Haishi could answer, someone nearby said, "He's even more arrogant than what Brother Haishi said. He's really arrogant and fierce. If we didn't have so many people, he would definitely kill a few of us." Yes, the Hercules King is too much, even more than the Stone King. The people in their clan are just a bunch of beasts, not human beings at all. The hunters who had participated in today's melee in the reed wetlands echoed this. After listening to this, Chun-Li nodded slightly. It seems that King Dolly is a little inflated. It's time to knock on the door. Ding, synthesis successful. The synthesized product has been placed in the warehouse. Please check it. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Chapter 103, Is This Reasonable? 26 minutes was quite a long time. I walked for a few minutes and listened to Haishi and others talking for a while, and only now finished it. Chun-Li felt a little nervous. What is synthesized from 1 ton of pig iron? Don't lose money. He glanced at the warehouse. At this time, a new icon appeared in the warehouse. At first glance, it looks like a pile of sand. Looking closely, the color is yellower than sand, and the particles are larger. Take a closer look. Prop name, soybean. Weight, 68 kilograms. Use, eat or plant. After reading it, Chun-Li was stunned. This big soybean? I'm so fucking outrageous, it's outrageous. He was stunned for a full minute before he came to his senses. After pinching his thigh to make sure he wasn't dizzy, he looked again. The result still shows soybean. Chun-Li was confused. What's going on? 1 ton of iron plus 300 kilograms of coal equals 68 kilograms of soybeans? What about science? Where's the science? These two things are not made of the same elements at all. Crazy. The system is absolutely crazy. Chun-Li said it was hard to accept. It's not that he doesn't like soybeans. On the contrary, these 68 kilograms of soybeans are countless times more valuable to the tribe than 1 ton of iron. But the problem is, this is unreasonable. Is this reasonable? I've heard of throwing beans to make soldiers, but I've never heard of throwing iron to turn into beans. Could it be that these beans are just surface beans and are actually made of iron? Looking at the yellow ones, planting them in the ground, will a bunch of iron beans grow next year? Or just use it as a steel ball to hit people as a hidden weapon? What the hell is this? Chun-Li was in a state of confusion, and it took him a long time to figure out his train of thought. Is it that something is wrong with his brain? Or is there something wrong with the system? I thought pig iron would be burned into cast iron, but it turned out to be a direct material transformation? What kind of technology is so awesome? Even the most advanced technology companies in the 21st century cannot do such an outrageous thing. My lord, my lord. At this time, someone shouted nearby. Chun-Li Yuan returned to his senses and found that everyone was looking at him. The brain that was taken away by the synthesis function was brought back. He thought of the previous topic and was still talking about the Dolly clan. So he said, in a few days, we will fight with the Dolly clan and get our ground back. Everyone take a good rest today. If anyone is injured, come to me and get medicine. Let's eat. Then it's time for dinner. With his words, the mentality of those who were bullied today was balanced a little. They have long held a grudge against the Dolly clan. When Chun-Li said he wanted to fight a few days ago, they were excited for a long time, thinking that they could finally vent their anger. As a result, I didn't get rid of my anger that time, and it dragged on until today, when I was ambushed and lost half the battle, which made me even more resentful. Now everyone is thinking that if they are fully prepared and bring both long and short weapons, they will definitely not lose to the Dolly clan. Even if the strong king comes again, one man with a javelin can take his life. King Chun-Li has decided to fight, and they will go all out to compete with the people of the Dolly clan. With their blood boiling and fighting spirit high in their chests, everyone started to vent their anger on the food, as if they were treating the food as their enemy, and wanted to tear it into pieces and swallow it into their stomachs. Even the elderly and women in the production team were very hostile to this. Only those children are carefree and can have fun. During dinner time, Chun-Li began to think about the problem of synthesis again. He couldn't think of any conversion formula that would work from iron to beans. The only explanation that makes sense is the 4 words, completely random. The system's synthesis and decomposition functions, the results are completely random. This was explained after the system upgrade was completed. He originally thought that the so-called complete randomness was just a rhetoric, and in fact there were still certain rules. Now it seems that, let alone rules, even the specifications are not accurate at all. So, did I make a profit or a loss this time? Chun-Li was a little puzzled. 2,000 kilograms of pig iron can be used to make a large number of weapons and tools. If there were mature, iron smelting technology, at least a light infantry team of 300 people could be armed. And 126 kilograms of soybeans. If used for sowing, it is estimated that more than 10 to 20 acres of land can be planted. If there are no insect pests or climate disasters, several thousand kilograms of soybeans can be harvested next year. Moreover, the beans can be recycled repeatedly. Given the island's climatic conditions, it is no problem to harvest twice a year. Save more seeds, and in a few years, you can eat beans every day until you get tired of them. In terms of single item value, 1 ton of iron is undoubtedly higher. But in terms of meaning, beans are more profound. So this time, he made money. Yes, I made money. According to the first law of gambling, you will definitely make money on your first bet. The next 2 or 3 times, I should also make money. Then as you earn more, you bet more and more, and slowly you get tricked by the system. You keep losing, and eventually you lose everything. Chun-Li felt that he knew the rules of the gambling scam very well. So he definitely won't become addicted to playing synthesis all the time, just because he made money once. Playing synthesis requires consuming energy points. 1 energy point is equivalent to 10 kilograms of raw coal, which is enough for the tribe to cook for a whole day. Even if you're a coal boss and own a whole coal mine, you can't be too wasteful, right? Things like chance are something you should just play with occasionally and not take too seriously. Otherwise, if one day you lose all your wealth, you'll have no place to cry. After dinner, Chun-Li went to Xiaowan's room. Last night, he promised Xiaowan that he would pass on his knowledge to her. Then my mind started to run wild, and I thought about building a school. Now the school is almost built, except for the roof, but his new Oriental courses are not ready yet. I originally wanted to teach Chinese and mathematics. The group classes will have to be postponed for another day or 2 to allow him to prepare. There's not much to do right now, so I could just find Xiaowan and give it a try first. See if you're suitable to be a teacher. Well, apart from anything else, it can be seen from the fact that he worked tirelessly and did not rest after a busy day and gave one-on-one special tutoring to female students at night. His teacher ethics are still very good. Knock, knock, knock. Chun-Li knocked on Xiaowan's door. The door opened and Xiaowan was the only one inside. The 2 people who were responsible for taking care of her were not there. Where are they? Chun-Li asked. Xiaowan said, I let them go to eat first. My king, have you decided what knowledge you want to teach me? Her eyes were full of curiosity and expectation. Shenli nudda. Well, I've thought about it. For the others, I will first teach them common sense about diet and basic cooking techniques. As for you, I feel that you have great potential, so I want to teach you something that is truly related to wisdom. While speaking, he took a look at Xiaowan's message. Name, Xiaowan. Age, 17. Gender, female. Physical fitness, 2. Strength, 2. Agility, 1. Hunger, 37/100. Health, 41/100. Spirit value, 76 out of 100. Military aptitude, 89/100. Intellectual aptitude, 90/100. Special qualification, population management. Skills, command level 5, combat level 5, clothing level 4, crafts level 3. Remaining life, about 12 years. Chapter 104 Late Night Tutoring for Female Students. Seeing this attribute, Chun-Li couldn't help but take a breath. Military strength qualification 89. Intelligence qualification 90. A man of both civil and military talents. Among the people I have seen before, basically all of them have simple minds but strong limbs. There are a lot of people with martial arts qualifications over 80, but only a few with intelligence qualifications over 70. But Xiaowan not only surpassed it, but also surpassed both attributes. Smart and good at fighting. And he also has a special talent for population management. He is born to be a manager. And she is only 17 years old. In the past, everyone always called her the Gulf Queen, and Chun-Li thought she was at least in her 20s. As a queen, the correct way to open it is to act like a queen. But who would have thought that this primitive woman who looked a bit like a queen was actually a lowly M? It's quite outrageous anyway. Maybe this is the primitive man. My lord, I wonder what kind of knowledge you want to teach me. Xiaowan asked curiously. Chun-Li's words made her feel that she was being treated differently. Differentiate treatment for the better. This caused ripples in her heart, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Chun-Li took another look at her attributes and replied, Your satiety is too low right now. Ahem, you need to eat something first, and I'll give you a lesson later. Xiaowan hurriedly shook her head. I'm not hungry. I want to learn your knowledge first. You're not hungry at 37 if you don't eat. Your stomach will be damaged, and it might even shorten your life. Chun-Li curled his lips. He knew that Xiaowan was thirsty for knowledge and had no time to eat, so he didn't blame her. He just said, Wait here, I'll go get some food. You can eat yours later, and I'll talk about mine. There's no conflict. Having said that, he went out. After a while, he came back with hot bone soup and charcoal-grilled leopard legs. Here, Chun-Li cut the food and placed it in front of Xiaowan. Then I sorted out my thoughts and began my first experience as a teacher in my life. First, let's talk about knowledge. Knowledge is the cognition, exploration, and conclusion of human beings about the material and spiritual worlds. The material world refers to the place where we live. The sky, the earth, the sun, the moon, the flowers, the beasts, the air, the flowing water, everything is part of the material world. The spiritual world is a virtual framework constructed by human subjective consciousness. It includes people's psychological consciousness, thinking cognition, moral ethics, aesthetic evaluation, personal beliefs, ideal pursuits, etc. The two combined are all we know and see. You may not fully understand what I am saying now, so I will start with the material world. The structure of the material world is very complex. It encompasses everything and is endless. No one knows where its boundaries are. The earth beneath our feet is only a small part of the material world. It is shaped like a sphere, but this sphere is a bit large. If you walk on it with your feet, it will take at least several years to walk around its surface. Let's call this ball Earth Ball for now. The Earth Ball is a vassal of the sun, revolving around it and moving forward. Every time it rotates around itself once, it is a day and night. Every time it revolves around the sun for a day, it is a year. The moon is a vassal of the Earth Ball. Every time it revolves around the Earth Ball, it is a month. Well, for tonight's lesson, let's start with the year, month, and day. Chun-Li said seriously. What we talk about are the basic knowledge that is widely known on the Earth. In fact, he was a little conflicted before the class started. He didn't know whether the astronomical cycle of this world was the same as that of the Earth. What if it is different, and he still says it so seriously? Wouldn't it be very embarrassing when he is exposed later? But on second thought, the calendar on Earth has also been revised and changed gradually by generations of people. I heard that in ancient times, before the Xia dynasty and Shi, the calendar was not very mature. At that time, people set a year to 10 months. Each month was 36 days, and a year was 360 days. Later, an ancestor discovered that 360 days was wrong. Every year deviated by 5 days from the previous year, causing the calendar to be wrong. So 5 days were added to the calendar and designated as the Chinese New Year. The legend cannot be verified and its truth cannot be judged. However, Chun-Li can learn from the principles here. He gave lectures to Xiaowan, mainly to give her a sense of what the world is like. Tell her that the heaven, earth, sun, and moon are all governed by their own laws. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter are just different angles. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning have nothing to do with God's mood. As to whether it is completely correct and whether it conforms to the basic settings of this world, it will be left to future generations to verify. This class tonight was an enlightenment. First, broaden Xiaowan's horizons and enlighten her wisdom. Once she absorbs it, other things will become easier to understand. Chun-Li spoke slowly, not in a hurry, to finish the get-out of class. Although Xiaowan has great intellectual potential, he is a primitive man, after all, and his accumulation of basic knowledge is too little. After each sentence, Chun-Li would pause to see if she understood. If she doesn't understand, I have to explain to her the meaning of each word in the sentence. Therefore, he spent a full 4 hours talking about just the two topics of calendar and meteorology. Xiaowan listened attentively and asked questions from time to time. When he learned a piece of knowledge, he nodded with an expression of enlightenment. The bonfire outside was out, and there was no moon tonight. The oil lamp had not yet been invented by Chun-Li, and the room was pitch dark, with no sight of one's hand in front of one's face. The two people sat opposite each other. Neither could see each other, and communicated purely through words. Chun-Li stopped the class only when it was late at night, and the sounds of humming and groaning from other rooms had completely died down. I'm going back to rest. Go to bed early and think about it tomorrow to see how much you can remember. I'll test you tomorrow night. If you remember it wrong, you'll have to recite the knowledge point 100 times as punishment, Chun-Li said with a smile, then stood up and prepared to leave. The class lasted for 4 hours. Both he and Xiaowan were very tired and had to take a break. Xiaowan nodded in the darkness, hummed, and said, "Thank you, my king, for teaching me these. I will definitely write them all down." His tone was serious, and there was a little more reverent respect in his words than usual. As she received more knowledge, she saw more and more clearly what was different about Chun-Li. That kind of charm of erudition cannot be matched by any powerful person. Although, he is also the most powerful person. Chun-Li left Xiaowan's residence and closed the door for her. The moment I walked out of the room, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. "Ding, you have completed a knowledge dissemination course. This knowledge is level 1 technology content, and you will be awarded 10 technology points. Chapter 105, I'm not a bad person. Scare. Give back technology points? And it's 10 points at a time, which is quite generous." Chun-Li was delighted. At the same time, I also remembered that I got 100 technology points in one go when I built the school. Technology points are initially acquired based on the importance of invented technologies and tools. Those with great influence will be given 10 points. For small ones, only 1 point. But after the system upgrade, this rule seems to have changed. Now, in addition to inventing and developing technology, you can also spread knowledge by giving lectures to gain technology points. And the 3 methods have clear levels of division. Level 0, primitive civilization, polishing tools, or making simple wooden or stone tools, only gives 1 point. Level 1, Bronze Age civilization. Various artifacts, knowledge, and technological products of the Bronze Age will be given 10 points. Level 2, Iron civilization. Tools, knowledge, and technology from the feudal era can all get a 100-point bonus. Level 3, Steam civilization. If nothing goes wrong, it will give a full 1,000 points. Chun-Li told Xiaowan about the calendar and meteorology. These are all ancient knowledge that existed long before the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Although it contains some content of heliocentrism, it is not the main body, so it is finally judged to be level 1 technology. Chun-Li was very happy. He found a way to quickly gain technology points. Lecture. Give advanced lessons. Tell advanced knowledge that primitive people can understand. Give them a knowledge feast in the information technology era and get technology points worth tens of thousands. By then, even the technology mall will be emptied, and the inheritance steel will be exchanged for 100 pieces at a time. The tribe will be turned into a cemetery with the inheritance steel. TSK, I get excited just thinking about it. Go back to the room quickly and think carefully about what lesson I want to give to everyone. Chun-Li returned to his room with excitement. That night, his sleep quality deteriorated significantly as he searched his mind for all kinds of simple to understand, yet extremely useful and advanced knowledge. I'm going bald from thinking about it. Finally, I summarized a few points. Then, I fell asleep with anticipation for a huge amount of technological points. The next day, Chun-Li was awakened by a series of screams. The level 1 farming inheritance stereotype released yesterday was discovered, and many people went to worship and learn from early in the morning. Oh my God, I learned something new. This is amazing. So this is how farming is done. I understand. I won't say any more. I'm going to plow the fields and weed. Remember to save some breakfast for me. The response to this new inheritance is similar to the last time. The last time everyone learned how to make clothes, they also started to feel ashamed and hid in their homes and refused to come out. This time, it has stimulated people's enthusiasm for farming. Everyone took advantage of daybreak to weed and water the vegetables in the field, paying great attention to the wild vegetables in the field. Chun-Li was happy when he heard these voices. He immediately stood up and left the room, laughing and saying, "It's just a few wild vegetables. There's no need for so many people to take care of them. If you want to grow crops, I still have a lot of seeds here." "My king, you are awake." Everyone turned around when they heard the sound. Someone immediately asked, "What kind of seeds are you talking about, my king?" Can you take them out and let us see them? Chun-Li waved his hand and took out a wooden basket from the warehouse. Then he waved his hands twice and took out all the products synthesized yesterday, 68 kilograms of soybeans. The crowd was far away and could only hear a series of crisp sounds, but could not see what it was. He hurried over. When they saw what was inside, they all exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my God, it's soybeans! There are so many soybeans, and they are so plump. These are top-quality seeds, and now is the best season for planting them. It's really not nice of you to take out such a good thing now." A group of primitive people who couldn't even wield a hoe accurately yesterday now became like experienced farmers who have been working for decades, seriously analyzing the pros and cons of soybeans. Chun-Li took a quick glance and looked at everyone's attributes. It was found that most people have mastered a new skill, farming. And most of them are above level 3, and there are quite a few at level 4 and 5. Level 5 is a watershed. The highest level of proficiency that a level 1 inheritance stereotype can provide is level 5. Anything higher will require personal training and understanding. Like Agen, as the only one among all people with level 10 skills, his throwing ability basically comes from special talent. This special talent cannot even be compared with the inherited stereotypes. In comparison, Xiaowan's population management talent is not that strong, and it can only give her the skill of level 5 command. However, the ability to command is much more practical than the throwing skill and is of great significance to the tribe. Chun-Li said to everyone, "These seeds are very important wealth. As long as we plant them and take good care of them, we'll be able to eat soybeans and soy products next year. You already understand the specific process, so there's no need for me to elaborate. The fields for soybean cultivation are centrally cultivated within the tribal territory, making it easier to take care of them. Anyway, the tribal territory is still very empty, and 1 square kilometer of land is more than enough to plant 1,000 kilograms of soybean seeds.